In a certain city, a news reporter's voice echoes out. Next up is news on Babylon, where the Black Dragon Guild has launched a massive raid on the tower's 40th floor. Are they boasting about finally showing us the true power of a top-tier guild this time? On the TV, they're currently broadcasting the Black Dragon Guild's failed attempt at a world-first clear. This catastrophic failure will send the future of the guild right back to square one. Just then, dozens of reporters spot a man walking out and immediately start flashing their cameras, trying to get a shot of him. And the man who completely crushed the Black Dragon Guild's hopes and dreams is today's brightest star, the #1 hunter. That man stands there, coldly scanning his surroundings for a moment. The reporter chimes in again, announcing that the Flame Emperor has successfully soloed the boss. Eagerly rushing over to interview him, the reporter asks, "How are you feeling today, Flame Emperor? After all, you've just broken yet another record today." The Flame Emperor replies coldly, "Yeah, hey, nice to meet you." The reporter shoves the microphone closer and continues, "Since the tower first appeared, you, Flame Emperor, are the only person who has ever defeated a boss completely solo." Hearing this, his face twists in irritation, as if he's incredibly annoyed. "Do you have any words you'd like to share?" Before the reporter can even finish, the Flame Emperor snatches the microphone and snaps, "That's enough." He continues gruffly, "First, let's address that damn nickname of mine." Wait, what? Back in a messy room, someone watching the interview on a laptop screen is absolutely losing his mind with rage, cursing at the screen. "Why the hell do you guys keep calling me by that stupid nickname when I have a perfectly fine name? Yeah, seriously, what the hell is a Flame Emperor anyway? Are you freaking kidding me? Why don't you just call me Flame Idiot instead? It's so damn embarrassing." Watching this, a thought suddenly flashes through the viewer's mind. I'm so incredibly jealous. Sitting in front of the laptop is a young man, his face completely pale and devoid of life. His room is cluttered with empty instant noodle cups and bottles of alcohol he used to drown his sorrows. While silently scrolling through his phone, completely detached from the world, the Flame Emperor's voice continues to scream in the background. "I'm gonna find the bastard who came up with this nickname and beat him to a pulp." The young man thinks to himself with a heavy sigh. Imagine having a life where you can just say whatever the hell you want, whenever you want, without caring about a single thing. Looking back down at his phone, he accidentally stumbles upon a comment section overflowing with drama. "Did you guys see the Flame Emperor's interview? He's acting like a total idiot again. Just 30 seconds ago, the entire world was watching him. Can't he stop talking like a complete moron for once?" 3 seconds later, someone replies, "But none of that changes what he's done in the tower. So what if his personality is trash? He's already a legendary hunter." At this point, our main character chimes in, typing, "I want to be just like the Flame Emperor." Other users instantly fire back. "Who the hell are you? Are you some Flame Emperor fanboy? Go find someone better to idolize." I'm just speaking the truth here. Everyone knows what kind of guy he really is. But even though everyone knows, the news still puts him on live TV. Depressed, he types again, "I want to be just like the Flame Emperor." But now, nobody is paying attention to his words anymore. They've already shifted to gossiping about random nonsense. But his personality is honestly trash. How on earth did he manage to date the Saintess? Or did she only become the Saintess because of him? Wait, what? Since when were they dating? I have a hunter friend who saw the two of them hanging out together. Meanwhile, our protagonist's lonely shadow grows longer. I want to be just like the Flame Emperor. But the gossip about the Saintess keeps spreading among the commenters. "Oh please, I'm a close friend of the Saintess, and she said that's completely false." Still, he keeps desperately spamming, "I want to be just like the Flame Emperor." Noticing his bizarre behavior, someone calls him out, "Who's the freak that keeps spamming the same thing?" Ignoring them completely, he just keeps typing, "I want to be just like the Flame Emperor." And his mouth keeps muttering it over and over like a programmed robot. "I want to be just like the Flame Emperor. I want to be just like the Flame Emperor. I want to be just like the Flame Emperor." On the screen, the reporter is still trying to salvage the interview. "So, Flame Emperor." Our protagonist thinks in despair. He's so amazing that the entire world hangs onto his every word. I heard he's incredibly wealthy too. I'm so insanely jealous. Completely ruining any friendly image he had left, the hunter barks, "Stop calling me the Flame Emperor. Call me by my damn name." Our protagonist looks on, lost in thought. If this world were a novel, a guy like him would definitely be the main character, right? And me? I'm just an extra. I can't even land the role of a minor supporting character. Suddenly, the reporter wraps up the interview and asks, "To close things out, May I ask one final question for our viewers? Our protagonist eagerly leans in, listening closely. The reporter says, there are countless aspiring hunters out there who are deeply inspired by you, Mr. Yu Suha. You awakened your skills the moment you entered the tower at just 20 years old, and you defeated a boss that had remained undefeated for 10 years in only 1 month. You truly are a legendary hunter. For all those aspiring young hunters out there, could you share a little secret behind your monumental success? Yu Suha scratches his head in annoyance, sighs deeply, and says, Sigh, fine, I'm only going to say this once, so listen up if you care. The protagonist quickly pulls his laptop closer, leaning in to hear every word. Ultimately, the people destined for success will succeed. But even if you do succeed, don't you dare look down on me. Yu Suha laughs menacingly. Otherwise, you're going to die. With those final words, Yu Suha spun around and walked away, leaving the reporters completely stunned. Flame Emperor. Flame Emperor. What do you mean by that, Flame Emperor? And with that, we'll conclude our special broadcast here. Ladies and gentlemen, before the news report could even finish, he angrily slammed his student laptop shut. He knelt there in quiet despair, completely empty, as tears streamed down onto the screen. Fighting back tears, he muttered in frustration, "This makes me so mad." He walked over and touched the famous news articles about Yu Suha. Bitterly, he grumbled, "Just because he's successful, does that give him the right to look down on everyone? It feels like he's sneering right at me, not just those reporters." Staring at the news clippings, he said with deep resentment, "If only I had talent like the Flame Emperor, how great would that be? If I did, I wouldn't have to rot away in this tiny, one-room apartment. And I wouldn't be a pathetic F-rank hunter without a single skill, constantly looked down on by everyone." He furiously tore down the articles from the wall one by one. "I want to be just like the Flame Emperor." Tears welled up in his eyes as he cried out, "I'm so jealous. I want to succeed with my own power too, or at least," he paused, agonizing over his thoughts. "If only the Flame Emperor's skill was mine, that would be enough." Suddenly, a blinding flash of light beamed through his window. Completely dazed, he slowly raised his head to look. Huh? The light began to condense into a single card, causing him to shrink back in fear. What? What is this? Then, it suddenly clicked. I've seen this thousands of times in videos. His heart skipped a beat. Could it? Could it really be a skill card? A system window popped up with a message. A soul of unprecedented jealousy. Stunned, he murmured to himself. Huh? The system explained. The tower is astonished by your intense envy and has bestowed a skill upon you. This only freaked him out even more. What? Then, he remembered something crucial. Wait a minute. He had watched plenty of videos about how the system grants skills based on a person's traits. Because of that, he could tell this awakening was very different from the ones he had seen online. Still, he told himself, no, a different wording doesn't matter. He slowly pulled himself up, believing this was the moment he had been praying for his entire life. Reaching out, he grabbed the golden skill card. It was a skill above S rank. He immediately unlocked it, and the system generated a new skill for him. I want to be just like you. The rank is S+. The effect automatically activates upon being killed by an enemy. You can copy one skill from the enemy who killed you and make it your own. However, you cannot copy from an opponent you have previously copied from. The copied skill will be chosen at random. However, you must die first. He slowly read each line aloud. Copy a skill from the enemy who killed you and make it your own. But as he read the final line and the window faded away, panic set in, and tears welled up in his eyes. He stared blankly, questioning reality itself as the last line of the system's message echoed in his head. However, you will die. He slammed his bed in rage, screaming, "What kind of garbage skill is this?" The tower had suddenly appeared in our world, towering so high that it could be seen from anywhere on Earth. The desperate and the reckless were the first to venture inside and uncover its secrets. Every single floor of the tower was crawling with monsters from another world. For a chosen few selected by the tower, special skills would manifest. Others, hearing the news, flocked to the tower to hunt monsters. Soon, the public got to witness an interview with the Flame Emperor himself. One eyewitness recalled, "I saw the Flame Emperor fighting in the hunting zone once. He was wielding a spear of fire, and it looked like he was dancing. He was like Nataraja. It literally felt like he was the incarnation of Shiva." Sitting at a food stall, the main character grumbled, "Boss, can we watch something else?" Glued to the screen, The owner rested his chin on his hand and asked, "Why? This is good stuff. Don't tell me you don't like the Flame Emperor?" Meanwhile, the foreign voice on the TV continued to shower him with praise, saying, even after reaching rank 1, he remains so humble. It is so refreshing to see him being so approachable. A man like him is exactly the hero humanity needs right now. He slammed his face onto the table, groaning. No, that's not it at all. He lamented, some people have it so easy. So why is my life such a pathetic mess? The owner snapped, waving him off while thinking, this drunkard. Suddenly, the protagonist slurred. Listen to me, old man. Yesterday, I unlocked an S+ rank skill, but what kind of garbage power only activates when I die? That's why I haven't even reported it to the Hunter Association. He gagged, then slammed the table in rage, shouting, if I had to tell people that trash is my skill, I'd literally die of embarrassment. Burp. The owner suddenly lost his temper and yelled, go throw up outside, get the hell out. And just like that, he was kicked right out of the stall. At that moment, the system displayed today's Hunter rankings. Rank 1 was the Flame Emperor, Rank 2 was the Black Dragon Witch, and Rank 3 was VIP. But he didn't care about any of that. Right now, his brain was completely soaked in alcohol. Stumbling around, he tripped and slumped against a wall, groaning. Ugh, my head is splitting open. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream caught his attention. Peeking around the corner, the protagonist saw the Saintess cornered by the Flame Emperor, Yu Su-ha. She pleaded, please get out of my way, Flame. Flame Emperor, why are you suddenly? He sneered and mocked her. Wow, what a great performance. If anyone else was watching, they'd actually think you're the victim here. Isn't that right, Saintess? Her face completely lost all color, filled with a mix of absolute terror and utter confusion. He pulled something out of his pocket and threatened her. I poisoned your drink. The moment he produced the strange vial, the Saintess completely panicked. Yu Su-ha smirked triumphantly and said, Basilisk, stomach acid, that's exactly what you used to poison me. He slammed the vial down, stepping in close with a smug look on his face. Pretty terrifying. If it wasn't for my skill, things would have turned out real bad for me. The vial of acid in his hand shattered, spilling a hazardous puddle of liquid. The Saintess desperately tried to explain herself. It's just a misunderstanding, Flame Emperor. I only wanted to clear the tower with you. Yu Su-ha arrogantly smirked and retorted, yeah, I thought so too, but looks like I was wrong. Desperate and frustrated, the Saintess begged him, please, let's make a deal. Let's clear up this misunderstanding first. Having overheard the entire conversation, our main character didn't even dare to breathe. His mind was racing with questions. What on earth is going on? Aren't those two dating? That can't be right. If they were, what kind of couple talks to each other like that? That bastard Yu Su-ha laughed like a maniac, grabbed her by the throat, and sneered, negotiate? Sounds fun. Fine, I'm a generous guy, but I'm setting the rules for this conversation. By now, our protagonist was paralyzed with fear, not daring to move even an inch. He never expected to witness a negotiation between a killer and someone begging for their life. Gasping for air, the Saintess struggled desperately to break free from his grip, but it was useless. Yu Su-ha demanded, I ask the questions, and you only answer by nodding. He added, I have a lie detection skill, so don't even think about lying to me. If you're honest, maybe I'll give you the antidote. Now answer me. Who ordered you to kill me? Hiding in the shadows, our MC felt his heart drop to his stomach. On the other side, Yu Su-ha guessed, is it that witch from the Black Dragon? Our protagonist recalled how much everyone adored him on TV. Even as the #1 ranker, he always appeared so humble. He seemed so friendly and approachable to everyone. Who would have thought such a man was actually a scumbag with a heart of pure trash? Seeing no way out, the Saintess gave up all hope and slowly nodded under his terrifying gaze. Yu Su-ha smiled, thought so. Suddenly, his arm erupted into blazing, holy flames. This was the very man everyone idolized, the hero humanity supposedly needed. Then, Yu Su-ha coldly delivered his final words to her, goodbye, Saintess Isabel. Just like that, he burned Isabel alive with his flames. Hearing her agonizing screams, our MC was absolutely horrified by his sheer cruelty. Watching him callously murder a woman, he thought in sheer terror. A hero? He's a cold-blooded killer, a psychopath who doesn't hesitate for a second. With tears welling up in his eyes, our protagonist slowly lifted his feet and ran away from the alley. As he fled, his mind screamed, I have to get out of here right now. But in his panic, He accidentally stepped on a glass bottle, making a loud crunching sound. A cold shiver ran down his spine. He slowly turned his head to look back, only to see a hand reaching out from the shadows. Yu Suha, still engulfed in his blazing aura, noticed him. Smirking, he sneered, "I thought I cleared out all the rats around here, but it looks like I missed one." Feeling a suffocating wave of bloodlust locking onto him, a cold sweat broke out as he didn't even dare to look back, paralyzed by the gaze of a true killer. That thought made him realize the Saintess was far from his first victim. Just how many people had he slaughtered by now? As the protagonist fled like a stray dog, Yu Suha casually summoned a fireball in his palm, preparing to silence him. Running for his life, the MC's mind kept racing. Dozens? Hundreds? Or even more? But mid-stride, he suddenly lost his balance and crashed onto the hard ground. Suddenly, one of his legs lay completely motionless on the ground. Feeling no pain yet, he turned his head in utter bewilderment. He saw his own severed leg lying several feet away. As Yu Suha approached carrying his spear, the horrifying reality set in, and our MC let out a choked, painful sob. His mind spun 180 degrees, his sanity completely shattered as he screamed, "You bastard!" Yu Suha kicked the severed leg aside, walked up to him, and clicked his tongue. "Tsk, don't run away." In excruciating pain, he struggled to drag himself forward, begging, "Please spare me, please. Please spare my life, Flame Emperor." Ignoring his desperate pleas, Yu Suha looked down at him and asked coldly, "Hey, did you see it?" Terrified, tears streaming down his face, he frantically shook his head. "I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. I saw absolutely nothing." Yu Suha casually knelt down and asked, "You didn't see what, exactly? What do you mean?" He leaned in, grabbing him by the collar with a smug grin. "So it's just a coincidence that you were running away while screaming Flame Emperor? And it's just a coincidence that you were at the right place at the right time, yet somehow saw absolutely nothing? Makes perfect sense. If I were an idiot, I might actually believe you." Choking for air, the MC squeezed out every single word. "I swear, I won't tell a soul." He grinned maniacally and threatened, "If you don't want to end up like that, Saintess, you better start answering my questions honestly." The man standing before him was no longer an idol to look up to. He was a newly descended demon, poisoning the world. The bastard demanded, "Who sent you? Are you from the Black Dragon Guild?" Gong-ja could only stare in hopeless disbelief, wondering, how could the entire world be going crazy over a monster like this? Suddenly, he blurted out, "The lie detection skill." Yuha looked slightly caught off guard. The main character choked out, "I heard you have it. If you use it, you'll know that I'm telling the truth." But the killer just stared back with a blank, clueless expression and asked, "What the hell is that?" In that moment, the terrifying truth about this bastard finally dawned on him. A kind, 30-year-old saintess who dedicated her life to charity, brutally slaughtered just like that. Trembling in pure terror, he asked, "So, you killed her without even being sure? Just because she seemed a little suspicious?" Annoyed, Yuha released his grip on his neck and shoved him back hard. He scoffed, "Hey, how can you say something so hurtful? Do I really look like that kind of guy?" He even tried to justify himself. "That saintess was actually trying to kill me. If I didn't get to her first, she would have poisoned me tomorrow." Coughing uncontrollably, his throat burning, the main character asked, "How could you possibly know that?" Smug and full of himself, the bastard replied, "Oh, I know, because I have my ways." He forced a friendly smile, walking over to pat his head like a dog. "And since you brought up the lie detection skill, you must really be innocent." Thinking he was saved, he gasped in relief. "Thank you. Thank you so much for believing me." But out of nowhere, flames erupted from the man's hand. He said with mock tenderness, "But you saw too much, buddy. So, you've got to die." The main character was plunged into absolute despair. Before he could even utter his last words, he was burned alive. Yuha gave a smug farewell. "By the way, the name's Yuha. See ya." As death consumed him, a voice echoed, calling out his name, Kim Gong-ja. He remembered his father, who was planting a tree, patting him on the shoulder when he was just a little boy, saying, "Your name is Gong-ja, which means Confucius in Korean. You must grow up to be a great man just like him." Young Gong-ja had smiled warmly and replied, "I will, Dad." Looking back at his pathetic end, he desperately wished he didn't have to die like this. But the system had already declared his demise. His soul was pulled into a strange, dark void with a floating screen. "You have died." He thought with bitter resentment, "Why do I have to die like this? No, Why did I have to live such a miserable life in the first place? Meanwhile, the system continued to flash, "You have died. The conditions for your skill have been met." Refusing to accept this unfair end, Gong-ja could only think, "I should have lived a better life." Right then, the system began randomly copying Yuha's skills, generating 8 skill cards, 4 bronze, 3 silver, and 1 gold. Gong-ja lay motionless on the cold floor, blaming himself and wishing he had gotten a fair chance at life. Catching a glimpse of a brilliant, blinding light, he slowly opened his eyes. It was gold. The system prompted him to choose 1 skill card as they shuffled rapidly before him. Staring at the spinning cards, he thought, "If I could just have one more chance." Gong-ja forced himself up, reaching out and grabbing a golden card. He told himself that just one was all he needed. A moment later, the system notified him that his selection was complete and began copying the skill. A few moments later, Gong-ja woke up with a violent gasp. Suddenly, a reporter's voice echoed through the room. "This is Babylon News, broadcasting live." Slowly opening his eyes, he saw his laptop playing the live news broadcast. The reporter continued, "The Black Dragon Guild has launched an attack on the 40th floor of the tower. Will they finally show us the true power of a top-tier guild?" He sat up in complete shock, staring blankly at the ceiling as the reporter's voice droned on. But unfortunately, they have returned empty-handed. Gong-ja bolted upright in a panic. Looking down at his clean clothes and even his once-severed leg, he thought in utter shock, "What on earth?" Terrified, he looked back at the laptop screen showing the report. Once again, the Flame Emperor was shown soloing the boss. Gong-ja was completely freaked out. Shaking uncontrollably, he muttered, "What is going on here?" Looking at his surroundings with a mix of confusion and dread, he muttered in a daze, "What the hell is happening?" He realized with horror that he was somehow back in his own room. After panicking for a moment, he looked down at his phone. Sure enough, the comments from yesterday's interview were right there. "Did you guys see the Flame Emperor's interview? He's acting like a total clown again." Dumbfounded, only a single word escaped his mouth. "Huh?" And just like before, Yuha was on screen complaining, "Why do you guys keep calling me by that stupid nickname? I have a real name, you know." Gong-ja stared at his phone screen. On the verge of losing his mind, he stammered, "Why? Why is everyone saying the exact same things as yesterday?" Remembering the terrifying moment of his death at the hands of that monster, a shiver ran down his spine. "I was literally just killed a moment ago." He suddenly held out his hand and nervously chanted, "Open skill cards." 2 golden windows immediately popped up in front of him. Looking to his right, he saw the trashiest skill of the century, titled, "I Want to Be Like You," with a rank of S+. Its effect automatically activates upon being killed by an enemy, copying one of their skills and making it your own. Gulping hard, he turned to look at the other window, his mind racing. No way. Is this the Flame Emperor's skill that I copied when I died? The new skill he had acquired was Returner's Clockwork Watch, S-rank. Its effect automatically activates upon death, returning you to the past. Returning 24 hours before your death preserves your memories and experience points. However, the higher your level, the heavier your penalty. And even more shocking, this was the exact skill copied from Yu Suha. After reading it, Gong-ja couldn't help but wonder, did he really just automatically go back to the day before he died? And he kept all his memories and experience points? That's the ultimate cheat code for regression. Touching the newspapers plastered on his wall, it finally clicked. Was this really the secret to becoming a legendary hunter? With all this evidence, he finally figured it out. That's why that bastard killed the Saintess after claiming he had his own way of doing things. Gong-ja realized the truth. It was because that bastard was actually poisoned by the Saintess the very next day. Thinking back to his own death, his fists clenched in pure rage. Even I, a completely innocent bystander, was murdered by that monster. On his laptop, the reporter was wrapping up the interview. To wrap things up, may I ask one final question on behalf of our viewers? Gong-ja turned his head to glare at the screen, listening to that hypocrite blatantly defend himself. In the end, those destined for success will succeed. But even if you do succeed, don't you dare get cocky with me, or you'll end up dead. Gong-ja calmly listened to his arrogant rant, but knowing how things would turn out, he grit his teeth in sheer rage. Dead? We'll see about that. He closed his skill window and muttered, "Let's see who ends up dead this time." Suddenly, a piercing shriek from outside his apartment made him jump in shock. Peering out, he saw a massive blaze tearing through the district, accompanied by panicked, desperate screams. "Oh my God! What do we do?" Gong-ja immediately grabbed his dagger and rushed out of his room. He ran past people frantically carrying buckets of water, shouting, "Don't just stand there, help us put out the fire." The truth was, where Gong-ja lived wasn't the ordinary outside world. It was a bustling city built entirely by those who entered the tower to become hunters. And right now, on the first floor of the tower, the raging fire was rapidly spreading to surrounding buildings. As Gong-ja ran through the chaos, he quickly pulled out his phone to check the time. It was 6:37 in the evening on Monday, very close to the exact time he had gotten absolutely wasted in his past life. And he knew this fire was intentionally set by the Flame King to burn down all evidence of his murder. Suddenly, a loud voice commanded the crowd, "Everyone with water-type skills, don't cast them individually. Combine your powers, work together." The one barking orders was the rank 2 hunter of the Black Dragon Guild, and the guild leader known as the Black Witch. The Black Dragon Guild is taking temporary control of the situation. Please, everyone, follow our orders. This city actually went by many names. A green-haired girl wearing glasses, the rank 5 guild leader and pharmacist, known as the Alchemist, rushed over to report. The area has been cordoned off, but there might still be survivors trapped inside. We need to send in a rescue squad immediately. Gong-ja pushed past the crowd, his mind racing. Some called it Babylon, while others simply called it the first floor city. A rank 10 hunter and the leader of the city's night order, known as the Paladin, stepped up and said, "That's not the issue right now. We've been isolated here for 5 years, so we've actually been quite lucky up until now." Some even called it the City of Death. But either way, the reality was the same. Once you set foot in this city, you can never leave. Around him, the chaos intensified. "Bring more water over here. Are there really no other water mages left?" But despite the panic, the citizens of this city were already well accustomed to disasters like this. A nearby resident muttered anxiously, "That's weird. Why isn't the Saintess here yet? She's never late when there's an emergency." Of course, hearing this, Gong-ja felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He knew all too well that Saintess Isabel's fate had already been sealed by that monster, the Flame King Yu Suha. Since the guilds were completely oblivious to Isabel's tragic demise, the Paladin shrugged nonchalantly and joked, "She said she had some personal business tonight. Maybe she's busy on a hot date? I've been seeing her hang out with the Flame King a lot lately." But the alchemist didn't share his humor. She frowned, looking uneasy. "I don't like that guy. There's just something about him that rubs me the wrong way." Suddenly, a toxic voice cut through the air. The bastard Yu Suha swaggered in, scratching his head with a cocky smirk. "Which of you dogs is playing with fire without my damn permission?" The moment he saw him, Gong-ja grit his teeth in pure hatred. "He's here." The Paladin greeted him with deep respect, saying, "Thank you for coming, Flame King." The bastard casually waved his hand and replied, "Yeah, whatever. I just happened to be in the neighborhood." The Paladin immediately pleaded for his help. "As you can see, the fire broke out in the old slums. Could you please lend us a hand?" But the greedy bastard immediately demanded a price, drawling, "And what's in it for me?" Hearing those words, Gong-ja's blood boiled. He gripped the dagger in his hand tighter, thinking, "That absolute lunatic, he's the one who set the damn fire, and he actually has the audacity to demand a reward?" In front of the gathering crowd, the Paladin bargained, "You'll secure your rank 1 spot, and the public will hail you as their savior. You'll have everyone's eternal gratitude." Yet, the Flame King just scoffed arrogantly. "Do you honestly think I give a damn about what other people think of me?" Seeing the starstruck crowd eagerly snapping photos of him, Gong-ja was instantly reminded of the mindless praise people used to heap on him back then, saying things like, "Who cares if his personality is trash? He was already a legendary hunter." I'm just telling the truth, everyone knows what kind of person he really is. People love how down-to-earth he seems, but in reality, that bastard Yu Suha just waves his hand dismissively and says, "I don't do charity work, catch you later." Because he always wears that smug face, no one knows the truth. Everyone just thinks the Flame Emperor is a slightly eccentric hero, but lurking behind his heroic back is his true nature. And Gong-ja just happens to be the only one who knows what he really is, a cold-blooded monster. That's when a crazy idea sparks in his mind. I have to eliminate him. Gong-ja turns and starts walking toward Yu Suha in a daze. A bystander panics and asks, "Huh? Where are you going?" Realizing he's heading straight for him, the guy rushes over to stop him. "Don't go near him, it's too dangerous." But Gong-ja firmly brushes his hand off. A single thought echoes in his mind, for humanity and for the honor of hunters. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Gong-ja marches straight toward Yu Suha, catching him slightly off guard. To Gong-ja, Hunter is a title reserved for those who hunt monsters. He plants his foot to dash forward, his conviction screaming louder than ever. No matter the cost, someone still desperately tries to hold him back, shouting, "Hey, kid, calm down." But of course, Gong-ja ignores the warning and charges straight at Yu Su-ha. He swears that monster must be destroyed. Everyone thinks he is going to attack Yu Su-ha, but to their utter shock, his path veers straight into the nearby fire. The crowd panics, screaming, "You're running into the flames." Yet, Gong-ja keeps moving forward into the fire, letting out a blood-curdling scream the moment the heat hits him. Swallowed by the fire, only one thought races through his mind. It's too hot. The crowd is frozen in sheer terror, while he writhes in excruciating pain. It hurts so much. His body is slowly consumed by the blazing fire, but even as he burns to a crisp, his eyes remain locked on that bastard, Yu Su-ha, because he knows this is the only way he can defeat this monster. A moment later, the system notifies him of his death and prepares to regress him 24 hours back. Unlike before, Gong-ja opens his eyes with absolute confidence, as if he's already used to it. In his room, his laptop is playing the same reporter's voice from yesterday. This is Babylon News, broadcasting live. The Black Dragon Guild has launched an attack on the 40th floor. Gong-ja slowly sits up and looks at the laptop on his desk. But that's not his focus. He immediately opens his system window and sees he is still an F-class hunter. He lets out a sigh of relief, thinking, "Perfect." His skill is working perfectly. It seems his F-class rank actually spared him from any penalties. But right now, taking down the Flame Emperor is impossible. Even if he got lucky and managed to defeat him, that bastard would just regress 24 hours, just like him. So, he turns to his laptop and searches for a recent video of him. "When did you first awaken?" On the screen, Yu Su-ha crosses his legs and answers arrogantly, "In the summer when I was 21. It's been 11 years now." The reporter smiles warmly and praises him. "You remember so clearly. You must have an amazing memory." He plays it off with fake modesty, saying, "No, it's just that my awakening happened to be on my birthday, so I remember." Hearing this, Gong-ja calculates the exact timeline. 11 years ago, June 7th, he picks up a knife and mutters, "If I count back from today, that's 4,050 days." He figures he just needs to reset 4,050 more times. Without hesitation, he raises the knife and ends his own life to log out of this timeline. A single thought drives him forward. "I will go back to before he ever awakens." The system notifies him of his death. The moment he wakes up, Gong-ja fiercely grabs the knife again and tells himself, "Perfect. Now, only 4,049 days left." He raises the knife and resets his timeline once again. The system continues to flash the death notification. Over and over, he resets. Sometimes the pain is so unbearable that his entire body trembles violently, throwing up blood as if it were nothing. Collapsing to the floor, Gong-ja instantly regresses another 24 hours. The room around him slowly changes with the shifting years, but Gong-ja's method of resetting remains the same. The system spams the same message hundreds of thousands of times. No penalty is applied when using this skill. He writhes in agony from the sheer brutality of each loop, but driven by his obsession to eliminate the Flame Emperor, Yu Su-ha, he picks up the knife and pushes himself forward. 2,020 days left. And stab. The system flashes. "You have died." After countless loops of self-destruction, he finally has only 543 days left. After spending what felt like decades ending his own life, Gong-ja excitedly holds up the knife and cheers. Finally, and just like that, he drives the blade straight through his own body. Now, Gong-ja has only 1 day left. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The sound of the clock echoes in the room. As the final seconds tick away, Gong-ja collapses onto his familiar bed. Suddenly, a strange sound startles Gong-ja, making him snap his head around to look. Gong-ja stares up at the ticking clock and whispers to himself, "I actually did it." Surrounding him is a wall plastered with newspaper clippings about Yu Su-ha. At this moment, Gong-ja realizes he has successfully regressed to the time before the legend of the Flame Emperor even began. Leaning his head against the wall, he lets out a long, heavy sigh. Gong-ja died 30 more times than his original plan of 450. That included the times he ended his own life, and the times he occasionally paused to rest. He had endured endless suffering all this time just to prove that the legacy of a demon like him was not eternal too. Gong-ja turned, stepped forward, and headed toward the door. He pushed it open and left the house. Grabbing his hat and coat, he pulled them up to cover part of his face. It was finally time for Gong-ja to hunt down his first prey. 11 years ago, on May 6th, at 11 in the morning, he made his way to someone's boarding house. He approached the room of the target he was looking for, quietly observing before peering inside. An alarm blared, causing the man to startle and sit up. It turned out his prey was Suha. The guy sat up, checked his phone, and muttered, "Ugh, why is my head spinning like this?" Gong-ja repeated the words under his breath. "I shouldn't have had so much to drink last night," Gong-ja whispered to himself. To craft the perfect plan, he had repeated this process thousands of times, without a single failure. Every morning at 9, he would wake up in the F-rank dormitory and sling his weapon over his shoulder. Suha would groan, "Time to work. Damn it, my life is absolute trash." At 3 in the afternoon, Suha would hunt slimes on the second floor of the hunting grounds. Holding a slime core, he would complain in frustration, "This is so boring. Hunting slimes all day." Suha angrily crushed the core in his hand. "When will I ever get to live like the Sword Emperor?" He gripped his weapon, staring at Suha, and thought, when he was just 21, he was nothing but an F-rank hunter, desperately wishing to turn his life around. Suha's face flushed red with anger as he grumbled, "Why can't I just win the lottery? Or at least get an S-rank skill?" Usually, his wishes would actually come true a week later. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a red slime appeared right in front of Gong-ja. Reacting instantly, he swung his blade, slicing the creature right in half. Gong-ja stared coldly at its splattered remains and murmured, "But too bad. You don't deserve that kind of luck anymore." He smeared some of its blood all over himself. At exactly 5:31 in the evening, Suha walked up to the teleport gate and said, "Send me to the 6th floor." Suha realized that just hunting slimes would never get him anywhere, so he ventured to a different hunting zone, one that rookie hunters rarely set foot in. Right now, Suha was teleporting to the 6th floor hunting zone, a place where he would be completely isolated for the next 36 minutes. Gong-ja stepped forward, drenched in slime blood, and called out, "Excuse me, Mr. Hunter." Hearing the voice, Suha gasped and whipped around in surprise. Feigning terror, Gong-ja pleaded, "Please, you have to help me. I was just attacked by a pack of wolves. Please, can you spare a potion?" Suha turned around, deeply annoyed, and snapped, "What the hell are you talking about? You aggroed the monsters here? That means today's hunt is completely ruined." Gong-ja begged him, "Please, just one potion." Suha didn't care at all, scoffing, "A potion? Are you kidding me? I can't even complete my own quest today because of you." He scratched his head and demanded, "How much are you gonna pay me?" Taken aback, Gong-ja muttered, "Excuse me?" Suha pointed his weapon directly at Gong-ja and repeated, "I said, how much are you paying me for a potion? My hunt for the day is totally ruined, and now you expect me to just hand over an expensive potion for free? To some random loser I just met? Do you have no shame at all?" Seeing the potion in Suha's hand, Gong-ja reached for it desperately and said, "They sell for 20 gold at the Alchemy Castle. I'll buy it from you for 20 gold. Please, just give it to me." Suha snatched it back, sneering, "You clearly don't get it. You're on the brink of death, and you only want to pay 20 gold? Is your life only worth 20 gold? Gong-ja stammered, offering. How about 40 gold then?" Suha looked at him and smirked. Suddenly, Suha grabbed him tightly by the collar and growled, "Hand over everything you've got." He reached into Gong-ja's coat pocket, pulling out his coin pouch. "Oh right, you wanted to give it to me, but your hands are too broken to move? Don't worry, let me help you with that." Gong-ja knew exactly what kind of trash Suha was. After snatching the pouch, Suha shoved Gong-ja aside and mumbled, "Let's see here. 1, 2, 3. He scoffed, continuing, "Only 60 gold? Are you freaking kidding me? Why are you so damn poor? Carry some real cash next time." Gong-ja frantically cried out, That's my entire life savings." He smirked and patted his pocket. "Don't sweat it. I'll make sure to spend it wisely. Isn't that just how the world works?" Gong-ja weakly asked. "But what about the potion?" Before he could even finish his sentence, Suha summoned his weapon and said, "You know, I've been thinking. If I let you walk away like this, you're just going to come back for revenge. I like living a stress-free life. But unfortunately, you've already seen my face." Gong-ja stared at him in feigned shock, thinking, "Stress-free, huh?" Suha chuckled, raising his weapon to strike, and sneered, "Why don't you just die already?" Hearing those words, Gong-ja thought to himself, "Fine by me." He instantly dropped low, loading up his power, and kicked Suha right in the family jewels, thinking, a stress-free life, you say? Taking a direct hit to his crown jewels, Suha collapsed instantly, squeezing his legs together in agony. Trembling, he gasped, What? What the hell just happened? Gong-ja swiftly pulled a knife from his coat pocket. With a swift, clean slash, he slit Suha's throat. Suha's eyes widened, staring at him in utter shock as his life faded away. Staring down at him, he watched the blood splatter everywhere. Panting heavily, Gong-ja gripped the knife, lunged forward, and snarled, just to stop even the 1 in a million chance that you might wake up while your life is hanging by a thread. Gong-ja raised the knife high and shouted, I'm making sure there's absolutely nothing left of you. With a savage thrust, he drove the blade straight into the middle of his head. Letting out a sigh of relief, Gong-ja muttered his name, Yu Su-ha. Sure, getting killed by that bastard was one thing, but there was still something bugging him. And that was the reason the guy had told him his name at the very end. Remembering those words, my name is Yu Su-ha. Farewell. Gong-ja ground his teeth. It took me 440 days to finally realize it. You cheap piece of garbage. You're nothing but a cold-blooded murderer. Yet you tried to play the noble knight in some sacred duel? How could you even do that? Tears welled in the corners of his eyes as Gong-ja screamed in pure rage, acting all self-righteous after slaughtering so many innocent people. Suddenly, Gong-ja fell silent, looking down at the ground. But as he turned around, he froze. A pack of wolves was staring him down from behind. Seeing the hungry, drooling looks on their faces, he asked, You guys want to eat him, don't you? Turning to walk away, Gong-ja shrugged, He's all yours. Before the words could even fully leave his mouth, the beasts lunged, tearing into the corpse greedily. He kept walking straight ahead, completely ignoring the gruesome sounds behind him, making his way toward a mound of dark, raised earth up ahead. Gong-ja began digging into the soil with his bare hands. Once he dug deep enough, he looked inside and found a bag of clothes, along with 3 bottles of water. Gong-ja quickly ripped off his blood-soaked jacket and threw it deep into the hole. He quickly threw on a fresh shirt and kept moving forward. Looking up, Gong-ja muttered, To the first floor. Gong-ja whispered to himself, Is it finally over? Right then, the teleportation system chimed, transporting to the first floor. When he saw a patrol of guards passing by, his heart skipped a beat. He nervously and slowly walked past them. Suddenly, one of the guards stopped dead in his tracks, making Gong-ja flinch in panic. Fortunately, the guard was just yawning and didn't notice anything suspicious at all. Walking straight ahead, Gong-ja thought to himself, It's really over. By the time night fell and he made it back home, he was relieved that absolutely no one knew what had just gone down. On the television, the news anchor reported, The raid squad on the 10th floor has failed once again. He smiled to himself, thinking, Not a single soul knows. According to the broadcast, public criticism was mounting against the Sword Saint for refusing to join the raid squad despite being the rank 1 hunter. And just like that, the legend of the absolute trash, known as the Flame King, came to an end before it even began. Feeling great, he called out to the bartender, Hey, get me another beer. I'm in a fantastic mood today. The bartender brought over his drink and asked, What's with all the drinking today? Must have had a pretty successful hunt, huh? Gong-ja beamed, replying, Oh, you bet. It went incredibly well. Meanwhile, the TV in the background kept blaring. Even though hunters ranked from rank 2 to rank 7 have been raiding the 10th floor, many are still calling the current ranking system completely useless. Listening to the news, Gong-ja happily sipped his beer. He flicked his finger and commanded, Open Hunter, status window. The system interface popped up. Name, Kim Gong-ja. Rank, F rank. Skills, 2 out of 4. Skill 1. I want to be just like you. Rank, S+, passive. Skill 2, Regressor's Hourglass. Rank, X passive. Skills 3 and 4 were still completely empty. He grinned from ear to ear. Ah, this is amazing. Just look at those incredible skills. Suddenly, Gong-ja paused as something struck him, and he muttered, Wait, do I not have a single combat skill? Ah, is this what they call human greed? With a wave of his hand, the system window vanished. Once it was gone, Gong-ja chided himself. Man, you are seriously shameless. If you don't want to greedily ask for more skills, just think about all the endless possibilities of what you can do with these ones. I could win the lottery through the Sangrian Merchants Association, or I could sell my methods to the hunters on the upper floors. Everything is going so smoothly. What should I do first? While he was lost in his happy thoughts, a man stepped inside the bar, causing everyone to turn and look in surprise. Standing right by the entrance, the man spoke in a cold, deep voice. Milk. With a deadpan expression, he added, "Please mix some vodka and sugar with the milk. If you have honey instead of sugar, that would be even better." He then slowly made his way inside. The flustered waiter stuttered, I'm sorry, sir, but I don't know how to mix drinks." Gong-ja watched him, whispering under his breath, "What a weird old guy." The old man replied calmly, "I will pay you, so do not worry about that." Suddenly, the bar began to buzz with whispers, as the patrons murmured to each other, "Hey, is that really him? Why on earth is he in a place like this?" Hearing the commotion, Gong-ja curiously turned his head to take a look. Right then, the TV reporter's voice echoed, "At times like this, we must question the ethics of our hunters." As the old man's face flashed onto the screen, the reporter continued, "There is a growing consensus that cooperation is vital." Gong-ja's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as he put two and two together. Staring at the old man in disbelief, he thought, "Wait, the Sword Saint is actually here? What in the world is he planning to do?" The Sword Saint's real name was Marcus Calenberry. A recent newspaper headline flashed in Gong-ja's mind. "Sword Saint missing for 22 days, a devastating blow to the Hunter Association." As far as he knew, the old man had vanished around this exact time, which meant that by the time Gong-ja's original present came around, he had been completely forgotten by history right up until the Flame King, Yu Su-ha, burst onto the scene, made a massive name for himself, and became a living legend. Looking at Marcus, he wondered, he must be insanely strong right now, right? If so, he's got to have an S-rank skill. Unlike a trash tier one like mine, right? Maybe it's some kind of offensive skill. Suddenly, the system screen popped up, displaying his S+ rank skill, "I want to be just like you." Its effect? It automatically triggers upon death. After dying, you can copy one of your opponent's skills and make it your own. However, you can't copy from a target you've already copied before. A random skill will be copied, but the catch is, you have to die first. Gong-ja froze as the realization hit him. Wait, with this skill, as long as another hunter kills me, I can steal their skill? Looking over at him, Gong-ja thought, even if they're the #1 hunter in Korea? And I can just keep dying over and over again? Staring at his phone, Gong-ja felt a wave of absolute certainty. He scrolled through the online forums, reading comments about Marcus. Some said he'd become filthy rich, owning hundreds of villas across Europe. Others admitted they had no idea what his actual power was. There were even rumors that he'd poured his entire fortune right into the tower. And some said he seemed totally antisocial. Gong-ja blinked in surprise at the comments, thinking, what is all this? Everyone was just making up their own stories. None of this was actually useful. Remembering how that bastard Su-ha acted, he thought, if only this old guy were even half as arrogant as the Flame King, that would be perfect. Suddenly, the old man barked out, "Shut up, stop making so much noise." The sudden shout made Gong-ja jump. The old man muttered, "You've been at it since the moment I got here." Gong-ja glanced back, thinking, Jesus, he scared the life out of me. The old man grumbled that he didn't know anything about the guy. Gong-ja looked away and whispered to himself, he's not actually antisocial, is he? Then again, maybe being that overpowered just ruins your personality. As Gong-ja kept scrolling, a warning post caught his eye. Things you should never say to the Sword Emperor. Intrigued, he tapped on it and found a comment. The user wrote, I saw this happen with my own 2 eyes. If you value your life, do not say these things to the Sword Emperor. In a flashback, a man walked up to Marcus and said, Hey, old man, this is a public hunting ground, so follow the rules, all right? And why don't we go somewhere a bit more private to talk? The commenter continued, a few days ago, some high-profile hunters picked a fight with him. Marcus told them, sounds like something I've never heard of. The other guy angrily pointed at him and snarled, then maybe we should get you new ears. Or maybe we should just slice them off? Looking at his trash personality, I bet that's why his kids abandoned him, right? The commenter added, if you say that to the Sword Emperor, you're dead on the spot. The moment those words left the guy's mouth, the old man drew his blade and slashed. I'm writing this warning as a member of a major guild. Do you really think I'm just spreading rumors? I don't care if you believe me or not. I'm just telling you this so you know what to avoid. Anyway, if you don't want to die, don't be stupid enough to mention the Sword Emperor's family in front of him. Gong-ja stared at his screen and muttered, just one wrong word, and you're dead. Suddenly, the old man roared, shut up, I get it. So just shut the hell up for a second. You're ruining my mood. Seeing the old man explode like that, Gong-ja grinned. Now, this is definitely worth a shot. Marcus slammed his money onto the table and grunted. Thanks for the drink. As he walked out, the bartender called after him. Have a good day, sir. Everyone in the bar stared blankly as he left, before immediately bursting into hushed gossip. Finally, he's gone. Has the old man gone senile? Was he seriously talking to himself? I thought he was going to camp out here forever. Gong-ja placed his cash down as well, telling the waiter, Thanks a lot. Keep the change. The waiter turned and smiled. Ah, thank you. Come back again. The doorbell chimed behind him. Right then, Gong-ja thought. Now, where are you heading, number 1? He scanned the street, wondering, where did he go? I walked out right after him. There's no way he could have gone far. Spotting Marcus's silhouette ahead, he smiled. Found you. He's the only one wearing that specific suit in Babylon, so he's not exactly hard to spot. Gong-ja wondered, I wonder what kind of skills he has. Even that trash Flame King had an S-rank skill, so what do you have, old man? As the legend of the previous generation. Maybe yours is even better. Gong-ja was giddy, just thinking about how it would soon be his. Talk about a stroke of luck. Suddenly, Marcus stopped in his tracks, just as Gong-ja muttered, He's got to be around here. He gasped, looking toward the old man with a face full of shock. The old man spun around toward Gong-ja and said, So you've finally caught up, kid. Terrified, Gong-ja hid behind a tree, thinking, Did he notice me instantly? Marcus continued, Out here, no one will ever know what happened. He glared coldly in Gong-ja's direction. Stepping out from his hiding spot, Gong-ja looked at Marcus and said, I have a request. Suddenly, the old man smirked, sending a shiver of anxiety down Gong-ja's spine. Marcus repeated, A request? He stared straight into Gong-ja's eyes and growled, Tell me, why on earth should I listen to a request from a stalker like you? What do you want from this old man, kid? Stunned, he stared at the old man in disbelief, his mind racing. Had he been watching me this whole time? Gong-ja clenched his fists. How did he know? He wasn't even carrying a weapon. Staring at the blade in the man's hand, he realized that the old man was already armed and ready. Was he planning to attack? He hadn't done anything suspicious other than tailing him from a distance. At that moment, Gong-ja suddenly realized this might actually make things a lot easier. Marcus told him, Your movements were decent, but I expected a top-class assassin like you to be better than this. Startled and terrified, Gong-ja spun around and stammered an apology, completely baffled. Gong-ja had no idea why the old man would think he was an assassin. Then he thought to himself, Congratulations, Kim Gong-ja. You don't even have to bring up his grandkids to get him to kill you anymore. Backing away in a panic, he said, I'm sorry, but we just happened to be going the same way. The old man glared coldly at Gong-ja and snapped, Save your lies. You've been tailing me through the streets all the way here. Don't think you can play dumb with me. Feeling the crushing pressure, he stepped back and stammered, I'm sorry. I was just curious. How could I possibly be a top-class assassin? I'm just a normal guy who got lost. Drawing his sword, Marcus roared, Shut your mouth. Gong-ja gasped as the old man continued, I have certain skills to determine that. It is a skill that allows me to see the exact number of people someone has killed. It hit him then, of course. Even if I had a good reason, a killer is still a killer. Gong-ja knew the guy he killed was going to become a monster in the future, but that wasn't an excuse he could use. Looking at the kill mark, showing the number 1 floating above his head, he wondered, Can he actually see the number 1 over my head? Then, he quickly spoke up. I understand, but please, Sword Saint, hear me out. I truly had a good reason for that number. Watching the old man take off his hat, Gong-ja pleaded. I swear it on my life. Marcus glared at Gong-ja and spat. Disgusting. The words cut through him like ice. Brandishing his sword, the old man advanced and roared. A demon who has slaughtered countless lives dares to swear on his own life? I might not be a saint myself, but at least I'm not a cold-blooded monster who treats human lives like trash. Unlike you, shocked and drenched in cold sweat, Gong-ja stammered. Cold-blooded? I've only killed one person. Marcus pointed his sword directly at Gong-ja and demanded, Have you no shame, telling such blatant lies? The number of lives you've taken is far more than just one. The number above his head suddenly shifted from 1 to 4,091. In an instant, Gong-ja realized that he had killed that bastard Yu Su-ha, but he had also killed himself 4,090 times. He couldn't believe it. Marcus pressed on, asking, Did the Black Witch send you? From his perspective, Gong-ja was a ruthless assassin. You have taken 4,091 lives. Terrified, he bolted, looking back over his shoulder. This isn't about copying skills anymore. Watching Gong-ja run, Marcus called out, "No answer then?" Gong-ja knew right then that the Sword Saint was going to slaughter him. Marcus shrugged and said, "Fine, it doesn't really matter anyway." Gong-ja realized that as long as this old man saw him, he would stop at nothing to kill him. Marcus gripped his weapon, leapt into the air, and roared, "I will purge you, demon!" Blood would have splattered everywhere if his blade had connected, but luckily, Gong-ja threw himself backward, just in time to dodge the lethal strike. Lunging forward, Marcus remarked, "You dodged that? I'd expect nothing less from a top-tier assassin." Falling back in terror, Gong-ja cursed, "This crazy old bastard." Suddenly, his foot caught on a rock, and he gasped, "What?" before crashing hard onto his back. Scrambling to sit up, Gong-ja thought, "This is bad." Surviving that first strike was pure luck. Watching the old man raise his sword for the killing blow, Gong-ja panicked. "I can't dodge this." But suddenly, Marcus barked out at thin air, "Shut up. You want me to interrogate him? A demon like this?" Confused, Gong-ja looked around. Marcus turned to face another empty space and snapped, "Didn't I say I'd handle this? Stop meddling in my business." Stunned, Gong-ja thought, "Is this old man hallucinating? Or is it part of his skill? No way. Is he using telepathy? There were plenty of rumors about such skills existing. Is he sharing my information with someone else? Telling them there's a monster here who's killed 4,091 people? If so, Gong-ja would instantly become the Hunter Association's most wanted, and he would be hunted down by bounty hunters and top guilds until he was executed right on the first floor of the tower. He couldn't let that happen. Gong-ja knew he had to die right now, before the 24 hours were up. Slowly picking himself up, he called out to the old man, "Hey, old man!" Marcus was still arguing with the invisible voice. "Stop annoying me. I've made my choice, even if you are my master." But then, Gong-ja calmly asked, "How are your grandkids doing?" Hearing Gong-ja's question, Marcus's eyes widened in shock. Leaning in, Gong-ja sneered, "You come from a prestigious family in Northern Europe. You know exactly what happens to families like that, don't you? The outside world is incredibly dangerous. If people ever find out you're the Sword Saint, what do you think is going to happen?" With a sudden, violent slash of his blade, Gong-ja felt his entire world turning upside down. Then he asked himself, has the moon always been upside down like this? But it turned out, the moment that sword swung, his head had already flown right off his shoulders. Staring up at the moonlight, Gong-ja found the moment strangely beautiful. He couldn't even track the path of that sword anymore. How could he ever reach a peak like that? Gong-ja desperately wanted to become someone just like him. Watching his own body collapse to the ground, he felt a wave of envy. He wanted to possess a strike like that so badly. The system chimed, "You have died. You will return to 24 hours ago." Staring at the skill copying prompt, Gong-ja thought to himself, "Finally, I have the skills of 2 rank 1 hunters." Once the skill card creation was complete, the system announced, "Please choose a skill card." Gong-ja grinned excitedly, saying, "All right, where's my gold card? I'll just pick it the same way I did last time with the Flame Emperor." Suddenly, Gong-ja froze, staring straight ahead in utter disbelief. Looking at the cards floating in the air before him, Gong-ja asked himself, "Wait, why isn't there a single gold card here?" He suddenly realized what was happening. "Wait, are you telling me that, unlike the Flame Emperor, the legendary journey of the Sword Saint Marcus didn't require a single S-rank skill?" Gong-ja collapsed to his knees, utterly devastated. "This can't be. There's no way," he muttered, unable to believe it. "There has to be a ridiculously powerful skill hidden in these silver cards. There just has to be." Those 3 bronze cards were completely useless, basically trash. Hesitating for a moment, he shifted his gaze to the 4 silver cards. Gong-ja slowly stood back up and said, "Forget those garbage cards. My real chance lies within these 4 silver cards. The ultimate skill is definitely hiding in one of them." Without wasting another second, Gong-ja reached his hand out, thinking, "No, I don't want that one." Quickly snatching one of the silver cards, he prayed, "Come on, please. I won't be greedy for anything else. Just give me the skill that helped him reach the top." The system chimed, "Skill duplication complete. You will return to 24 hours ago." As he revived, Gong-ja jolted awake, gasping for air. He looked down at his tightly clenched fist, then hurriedly sat up and commanded, "Status window." At that moment, he still hadn't realized there was someone else in the room with him. Staring at the screen, he thought, "Did I get it? Did I get his signature skill?" Right then, the details flashed on the screen. Second skill, S. Rank time returner. Type, passive. Third skill. A. Plus rank sword emperor. Type, passive. Fourth skill slot. Empty. Gong-ja let out a long sigh of relief. Well, at least it's an A+ rank skill, and it doesn't look like that creepy death counter thing. Collapsing back onto his bed, Gong-ja groaned. But seriously? Another passive skill? He sighed deeply, muttering, I really wanted an actual martial arts skill, not some aura awakening thing. Well, I guess an A+ rank skill is still pretty decent. Gong-ja raised his hand toward the ceiling and called out, Open skill card. Staring at the A+ rank Sword Emperor skill glowing before him, he muttered, I don't even know what this thing does. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in the room. Ugh, what is that awful racket? The voice made him freeze instantly. Gong-ja glanced over to his side and saw a red-haired man waving his hand dismissively. Old man, I told you already. Go outside to the yard if you want to train in the middle of the night. Show some respect, will you? Gong-ja stared in utter confusion at the stranger floating right next to his bed. What the actual hell is this? Old man, didn't your master tell you before? Go outside if you want to train in the middle of the night. Just stick to practicing the basics. I'll automatically manifest if you show some real progress. Didn't I tell you not to wake me up? Gong-ja turned around, completely baffled, and asked, Excuse me, but who are you? That's when the man turned his head to look at him. Gong-ja sat up in a daze, staring blankly at him. The ghost blinked in shock and asked, Wait, you can see me? Gong-ja replied, Yeah, the spirit asked. And you can hear me too? Looking closer, he was a translucent ghost. Gong-ja shrugged and replied, Well, yeah, I assume so, since we're having a conversation right now. The ghost sat up, scowling. Well, damn, that is weird. Unbelievable. Where the hell am I anyway? This place is tiny. Where the hell is Marcus? Hearing him mention that name, Gong-ja quickly asked, Marcus Calenberry? Is the person you're talking about the Sword Saint? He snorted. Yeah, him. Though honestly, that title is way too big for a greenhorn like him. Right. That's the guy I'm talking about. Where is he? He's got to be somewhere around here. Gong-ja's mind was reeling. No way. The legendary Sword Saint is just a beginner to this guy? The spirit pressed his face against the window pane, grumbling, I can't see a damn thing through this tiny window. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Wait, what's this? Sword Emperor, A+ rank. A being from another world who conquered his world's tower all the way up to the 99th floor, but ultimately failed on the 100th floor, unable to let go of his earthly desires. He has now become a lingering spirit. Though he cannot physically interact with anything in this world, he is able to communicate with the owner of this skill. He has mind-blowing skills and experience, so you should definitely ask him for training tips. But here's the catch, you can only perceive his existence if you possess this exact skill. Another world? And he's a ghost? He turned to him and asked, Excuse me, are you the Sword Saint's guardian spirit? He replied, That's right, I'm sorry, but I think I accidentally copied you. Hearing this, the spirit's jaw dropped in absolute shock. He shrieked, Get my ass back to the Sword Saint right now. Tears welling up, he kept wailing. You said you copied me with your skill, right? Then you can surely undo it, right? Don't you know how to reverse it? Everything should have gone back to normal by now. Caught off guard, Gong-ja panicked and said, Look, I already told you, it's not like I can just control it. Sobbing miserably while floating up and down, he wailed, Marcus, you stupid disciple of mine, your master is being kidnapped by a total brat. Gong-ja, completely helpless, sighed. Could you please stop crying? I'm not exactly thrilled about this either, you know. Flipping upside down and hanging from the ceiling, he grumbled, This only happened because that blockhead of a disciple didn't respect his master's words. I told him not to make the same mistakes I did. Staring at him, Gong-ja froze in slight terror and stammered, But, could we please just coexist in peace and quiet? Hearing that, the spirit snapped, Coexist, my foot, I've been dead for ages. Suddenly, Gong-ja's face went completely blank, and he asked in a chilling voice, Fine. Then could you please just shut up? But the ghost just kept shouting, I have never been so disrespected in my entire life. Somebody help. Look at this bastard disrespecting the deceased. I'm already dead. What more do you want from me? Suddenly, a realization hit Gong-ja. This was why Marcus always talked to thin air, muttering things like, Quiet, shut your mouth, you're driving me crazy. Putting the pieces together, Gong-ja sighed. So not only do I have to avoid the Sword Saint, but I also got stuck with this annoying skill. The ghost looked puzzled and asked, "Why would you do that? He might not look like it, but Marcus is actually a real sweetheart as long as you don't bring up his grandkids." Gong-ja buried his face in his hands, completely exhausted. "Yeah, I already know that. But you see, he has a skill that lets him see how many people someone has killed. It's called the detective's eyes, or something like that. So what? What's the big deal? That's a useless skill, only good for telling who's a murderer and who isn't." Gong-ja pointed at his own chest and said, 4091. The number floating over my head is 4091. The spirit stared back at him with pure disgust. "Are you out of your mind? You look like a total amateur, just another nobody among thousands of others. You don't look like you have a killer bone in your body. How on earth could someone like you have murdered 4091 people?" Gong-ja looked up and met his gaze. "Because I didn't kill 4091 people. I only killed one person, someone who would go on to become a ruthless tyrant in the future. 4091 is the number of times I've killed myself. I went back 11 years in time just to end his life. You see, I have a skill that lets me randomly copy an ability from the person who kills me. And I copied a time travel skill from the guy who murdered me. Whenever I die, I go back 24 hours before my death. In a way, I'm immortal. I needed to go back and face him, back when he was still our #1 hunter. But even you couldn't kill him because of his resurrection skill. That's why I came back to a time before he ever acquired it." Processing this, the spirit asked, "So, you traveled 11 years back in time to get revenge on someone by repeatedly killing yourself?" Gong-ja lowered his head, silently confirming his words. Suddenly, the ghost leaned in right next to his face. "What's your name, kid?" "Gong-ja," he replied. "Gong-ja, huh?" the spirit muttered. "But why his?" The spirit pointed a finger at him and asked, "Of all things, why did you decide to copy his skill after you already got your revenge?" Gong-ja replied, "Because he's the #1. The fastest way to get stronger is to acquire the skills of the strongest hunter. A brutally honest reason. And since your skill card says no one else can perceive me, it's not like I can tell anyone about this anyway, right?" Gong-ja replied, "That's correct." Suddenly, the spirit commanded, "Stand up." Gong-ja immediately got to his feet. "You definitely have the grit. I suppose we can whip that body of yours into shape with some proper training. And you've got plenty of ambition. Not bad. Not bad at all." Whirling around, he got right in Gong-ja's face. "All right, Gong-ja, let's see how you hunt monsters." Later that night, under the high glowing moon, a field of slimes stretched out as far as the eye could see. Gong-ja turned to him and asked, "You want me to wipe out the whole bunch?" "Exactly." Unsheathing his dagger, Gong-ja locked his eyes on a slime right in front of him. With one effortless slash, he took it down, but the creature suddenly dissolved into a gooey substance and shot straight up into the air. It pounced back down, trapping Gong-ja inside its jelly-like body, but he didn't panic or lose his cool for a single second. Striking from within, he managed to free his arm, and with a few more swift slashes, he successfully broke out of the slime's grasp. Watching the boy fight, the spirit grinned with satisfaction. "I knew it," Gong-ja asked. "Knew what?" "When I was still alive, people called me the Sword Saint. I was born in another world. And there was a place called the Rose Tower there. I quickly climbed up to." Suddenly, he stopped and remembered that the Flame Emperor had become a legend after clearing the 40th floor. The man claimed to have conquered 99 floors. That's absolutely insane. Once you reach my level, you can judge someone's potential in a heartbeat, specifically, their potential to become a hunter. And that's why I wanted to watch you hunt." He smiled with satisfaction, then said, "You're wasting your time with me. I don't have any natural talent for fighting." The ghost blurted out, "Bullshit. You absolutely have it. A truly limitless potential." Gong-ja asked, "Are you just saying that so I won't feel bad?" The old man replied, "Well, of course, you don't have any talent for martial arts. Your movements are incredibly clumsy, your body is completely untrained, and you can't even feel your own aura. But you have one talent that nobody else has. You aren't afraid of dying one bit. Normally, people instinctively protect themselves during a fight. But surprisingly, you don't have that instinct at all. It probably vanished after you got killed over 4,000 times." Gong-ja was shocked. "Is that really considered a talent?" He answered, "Of course. Talent isn't just something you're born with. Anyone can acquire talent throughout their life. And one of the hardest things to overcome is facing the fear of death. It's hard to believe, No one has ever told me anything like that. To avoid being my past self, I couldn't stand being treated like a bug by the Flame Emperor. I couldn't bear the thought of killing myself 4,000 times, only for death to end up being my talent. The ghost asked him, "Let me ask you something. You committed suicide so many times, right? What was going through your head back then?" He ignored the question and looked away, staying silent. But eventually, he spoke up. "I thought, it was beautiful." Hearing his response, the old man smirked, then burst out laughing, holding his stomach. "That's so interesting. Incredibly interesting." "Good." He was taken aback by the old man's reaction and attitude. The ghost said, "Your ability is to copy, not steal, right? Marcus and I are different. Plus, you even have a guardian spirit. I want to see how you're going to become a legendary hunter." Pointing at himself proudly, he said, "I'll help you until you can stand tall against that old man. No, scratch that until you can look down on him. Let's conquer this tower." Early the next morning, he woke him up with a booming voice. "Hey, Gong-ja, why aren't you up yet?" He lounged in his cozy bed, lazily groaning. "Just 5 more minutes." He roared. 5 minutes? You're hopeless. An old geezer like Marcus can clear the 10th floor, but a young guy like you needs 5 more minutes? He rolled over, pulling his knees to his chest and ignoring the wake-up call. "Huh? Are you seriously covering your ears right now? I'll sit right here and sing folk songs from my homeland until you get up. You know, I mastered sound-based martial arts back when I was alive. My singing can make 30 heads explode in the very first verse." Gong-ja tried his best to tune out the old man's badgering. "Do you even know what time it is?" Out of sheer frustration, he snapped, sat bolt upright, and grabbed his phone. "What do you mean, what time is it?" He unlocked his screen and shoved the phone right in the old man's face, glaring with rage. "It's only 4 in the morning. Are you out of your mind?" Unbothered, the old man turned away with a sigh. Even bugs start crawling around at 4 in the morning. "Since you're weaker than a bug, you need to wake up even earlier. Since you're weaker than a bug, you need to wake up even earlier," the old man repeated. He snapped back. "I used to wonder how the Sword Saint could wake up at 4 in the morning every single day. Turns out it wasn't because he was diligent, but because you kept annoying him while he was trying to sleep." Hearing this, the old man flared up in anger. "You got that right. I woke you up because I was bored, satisfied. But thanks to that, you get to wake up early and start training, so you'd better be grateful. Now get up and bow to me." He gestured for him to bow. He snapped, "Bow my ass. I seriously want to kill you." The old man looked at Gong-ja, crossing his arms with a smug grin, and said, "I'm already dead, so you can't kill me. But if you've got a problem with that, why don't you just kill yourself? Oh wait, that's right, you can't even die. Actually, I just thought of something. From now on, I'm calling you Kim Zombie." Hearing the nickname, he grumbled in annoyance. "Screw you." At the crack of dawn, he was forced to go for a run to train his body, while the old man didn't have to take a single step and just floated along. Floating beside him, he said, "Hey, zombie, let me remind you one more time. You seriously don't have a single shred of talent. I want to train you from the basics, but you aren't even at the level to do that. You're somehow even below the level of learning the basics," Gong-ja narrated. "It has been 4 days since I copied the Sword Emperor's swordsmanship from the Sword Emperor. Since then, I killed Yusuha one more time and have been avoiding the Sword Saint as much as possible," he said. "In terms of potential, you're basically at the very bottom of a black hole. Holy crap, that actually sounds cool. I'm almost jealous." While running, he grumbled in annoyance. "Stop mocking me while I'm running. I'm already struggling with this intense training regimen this old ghost laid out for me," the old man said, "and that's exactly why you need a special curriculum. But a special curriculum comes with a hefty tuition fee. Hey zombie, how about we play a little lottery? This is the Sangrian Guild, officially known as the Merchant Alliance. The guildmaster, known as the Countess, is a hunter and the only person with a skill that allows trade with the outside world. Thanks to this skill, Sangrian holds a complete monopoly inside the tower. Right here, an employee wearing a cat ear hat greets the customers, saying, "Welcome to Sangrian. How can I help you today?" Interestingly, this is also the only place in Babylon that sells lottery tickets. He hands over a creased lottery ticket. He says, "I'm here to collect my lottery winnings." The clerk in the cat ears beams and replies, "Wow, you actually won the Sangrian Lucky Lottery. Congratulations." He casually replies, "Thanks." Meanwhile, the ghost floating behind him leans in close, utterly confused. "Hey, I've always been curious about something. Do you have any idea why these guys are all wearing cat ears?" Hearing the question, he whispers back, I heard their guildmaster is a total cat fanatic. The ghost asks skeptically, she likes cats, so she forces everyone to wear cat ears? Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's a total weirdo. Just then, the clerk says politely, Sir, did you double-check this? You can't redeem a ticket that was purchased 2 years ago. Remaining perfectly calm, he replies, Oh, it's fine. I actually bought it just last week. He thinks to himself, this is the very first thing I did after getting my guardian spirit. The sword spirit told me I needed some starting capital, which meant I had to win the lottery at least once. Meanwhile, the clerk takes the ticket and asks warmly, Of course, may I please see your identification? But as the clerk takes a closer look at the numbers, his entire body freezes. With a trembling voice, he stammers, 5 first prize winning tickets? Gong-ja just smirks, feeling incredibly proud. Everyone else in the lobby gasps in utter shock that someone actually hit the grand prize. Making money is easy, isn't it? Panic-stricken, the clerk scrambles toward the back office, stammering, I need to go verify these numbers immediately. Could you please wait here for just a moment? I'll fetch the manager right away. Resting his hand on the counter, Gong-ja calmly replies, Sure, take your time. The ghost pipes up, Hey zombie, aren't you worried about getting mugged in some dark alley or something? He quietly whispers back, Before I regress to this point in time, Yu Suha used this exact same trick to win the lottery multiple times. And from watching him, I learned that this isn't something you can easily hide, no matter how hard you try. As the manager approaches, drawing his attention, Gong-ja continues his train of thought. If it's going to get out anyway, it's actually safest to just make it public from the very beginning. Because if the lottery winner gets attacked, the one whose reputation takes the biggest hit is Sangrian. Just then, the manager steps forward, wearing a full cat hat on his head. He bows politely and says, Thank you so much for waiting. I am the manager of this branch, Arthur Taylor. I am also known as the Vault Keeper, so please, feel free to address me by my alias. Gong-ja offers a warm smile and replies, I'm Gong-ja. That's a very fitting alias for this guild. He thinks to himself, if he has a unique alias, he must be ranked in the top 300. Arthur chuckles warmly and gestures toward the stairs. People do say that. Please, follow me upstairs. Normally, an F-rank hunter like me would never get the chance to even speak to a ranker. But today is different, because I'm a VIP customer who just won 50,000 gold. Giddy with excitement, his face flushes red at the thought of receiving such a massive fortune from a single lottery ticket. The sword spirit floats over to his shoulder and scoffs. You really are easily impressed. I guess that's what happens when you've never been treated with an ounce of respect before. You seemed pretty thrilled when I called you a supreme talent, too. Honestly, I almost feel sorry for you. Feeling quite annoyed, Gong-ja snaps back in his mind. Can you please shut up for like 1 second? The spirit replies, Stop putting these ordinary fools on a pedestal. Look at me. He proudly points to himself, declaring heroically, You must believe that everyone in this world exists solely for you to conquer and surpass. But Gong-ja completely tunes him out. He thinks to himself, Are all people with a god complex completely out of their minds? That's the last kind of person I'd ever want to become. Noticing Gong-ja suddenly pausing on the steps, Arthur turns around and asks with concern, Is something wrong, sir? Snapping back to reality, Gong-ja quickly replies, Oh, it's nothing. I just got a little distracted. Hearing this, Arthur lets out a sigh of relief. What a relief. You looked so tense for a moment. I was worried that one of our staff members might have been rude to you before I arrived. Touched by the manager's genuine concern, Gong-ja thinks, Oh my gosh, is this man an angel? Behind him, the sword spirit rolls his eyes in utter boredom. Ugh, you are way too naive. Arthur leads him into a lavish room and gestures. This is our VIP suite, and right here is your prize. He opens the door, revealing a massive, glittering pile of gold coins stacked neatly on the table. Arthur points to the treasure and announces its value, exactly 53,000 gold. Gong-ja stares at the pile, quickly calculating in his head. 53,000 gold. That's worth more than $5 million back home. He swallows hard, his heart racing. Arthur continues, With an amount this large, you can withdraw all of it right now, or you can choose to have the Sangrian Guild keep it secure for you. He realizes that with this fortune, he could easily live a life of pure luxury and leisure forever. If that was my only goal, I'd already be set for life. Right then, Arthur asks, So, what would you like to do, sir? But Gong-ja's mind is already made up. No, I've resolved to conquer this entire tower as a true hunter. This money is just the first small step. I've actually seen a shade of gold far more beautiful than this massive pile of treasure. I already made my decision earlier, so I think I'll have Sangryun keep it safe for me. Arthur smiled and said, a very wise decision. I always recommend lottery winners do exactly that. Walking over to the gold and looking it over, Arthur said, I understand why they'd want to carry this whole pile away, but there are far too many dangerous people out there. He immediately replied, I want to buy a title. An honorary member of Sangria needs 5 gold coins to become a second-class honorary member, right? I'll pay for it. Arthur pulled a black notebook out of his vest pocket and asked, You aren't currently affiliated with any guild, correct, sir? He replied, That's right. Seeing this, the sword spirit behind him chimed in, Well, you're smarter than I gave you credit for. A guild is basically just a group of friends who hunt together. The main reason anyone joins one is for protection. You're actually pretty smart. He smirked. Sure, there are protectors and there are hunters, but the world is far too wild to survive as just one or the other. I knew exactly how the Flame Emperor met his end and how he was killed. The Flame Emperor refused to ever be tied down by a guild, prideful of his absolute freedom. He hit the jackpot twice, but never paid a single cent in protection fees to anyone. Someone at that level would naturally reject every guild out there just to pursue their own goals. And that's exactly why he ended up getting poisoned. There's no need for me to sour my relationship with the major guilds. I won't be as foolish as the Flame Emperor. Oh, one more thing, Arthur. Arthur replied, Yes, anything you need, sir. I'm currently staying in a cheap, run-down rental room, so could you find me a better place to crash? And if any news outlets start sniffing around about the first prize winner, could you tell them it was an honorary member of Sangryun? Hearing his conditions, Arthur was completely stunned. He sputtered, You are incredibly thorough, sir. Looking at Arthur's face, the sword spirit could tell the man had totally written Gong-ja off as a loser before. Gong-ja told Arthur, I just mean, the world out there is massive, so we always need to stay one step ahead. So, who was it that thought I was a loser just a second ago? The sword spirit pointed right at Arthur's face and mocked, Did I say that? Gee, I don't recall. You're incredibly wise, sir. This damn old geezer. The sword spirit placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Anyway, I've got to admit, you handled what you have pretty damn well. Honestly, I thought I was going to have to change your diapers. He shot a glare at him and replied, I'd hate you a lot less if you just shut your mouth for once. But the old man kept going, Hey kid, you look pretty happy right now. Gong-ja sat back on the table covered in cash and smirked, Of course I am. This is only the beginning. 4,000 deaths. 4,000 days regressed. I was so consumed by revenge that I never got to enjoy my power. But now, it's time to finally live a little. As they stepped outside, the sword spirit floated over and called out, Hey, Kim Zombie. I told you tuition is extremely important for my lessons, right? Now that you've got more than enough cash to pay me, what's your next move? He calmly turned to the sword spirit and shrugged. I'm thinking about hiring a real, professional teacher. Hearing that, the sword spirit panicked and blurted, Hello? That expert is standing right in front of your face. He scoffed and looked away, refusing to even make eye contact. Wow, talk about thick-skinned. The sword spirit explained, Look, there are 2 main ways to get stronger. One is using rune scrolls to learn martial arts, and the other is taking potions to boost your physical stats. But at your current level, you wouldn't learn a damn thing even if you read a rune scroll. So, your only real option is to use potions. Trust me, it's exactly what you need. The spirit zipped around from behind and popped up right in front of his face, scolding him. Startled, Gong-ja jumped back and asked, Okay, fine, so how do I get my hands on them? The sword spirit rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Well, you could call it the Alchemy Castle. The place is packed with alchemists and elixirs. The potions there are crafted by the absolute best in the business, and lucky for you, I know just the shop to visit. Gong-ja turned to him, his voice trembling slightly. He nodded in agreement, but couldn't help but ask anxiously, Are they expensive? The sword spirit grinned mischievously. Of course they are. Want to guess how much? He floated over and whispered the price directly into his ear. While the exact number was unheard, the sheer shock on Gong-ja's face said it all. Without another word, the spirit shot forward. Gong-ja sputtered and chased after him, yelling, Wait, hold on. My entire fortune is only enough to buy 4 bottles. The old man yelled back as he flew ahead. Hey, play your cards right and you might bargain them down to 5. If you want to get stronger, shut up and keep up. Gong-ja ran as fast as his legs could carry him, but human stamina was no match for a flying ghost. The spirit was moving way too fast. Out of breath, Gong-ja cried out, "Slow down a bit, will you?" Suddenly, the ghost came to a dead stop. But because he was intangible, Gong-ja phased right through him and slammed face first into a utility pole. Clutching his throbbing forehead, he groaned in pain. Ow! Why the hell did you stop so suddenly? The sword spirit looked dead serious. Gong-ja, hide, right now, I forgot to tell you. Confused and clueless about what was going on, Gong-ja just stared at him. Suddenly, the soft clicking of footsteps echoed from behind him. Someone was slowly walking their way, wearing a distinct pair of red shoes. The sword spirit whispered, "This is his favorite shop." It was none other than the Sword Emperor himself. Gong-ja hissed back, "Why the hell didn't you tell me that sooner? I can't just walk out in the open." Suddenly, the newcomer stopped, and the Sword Emperor's gaze swept in their direction. Since he couldn't see the ghost floating in midair, his eyes locked onto a nearby trash can, and hiding right behind that trash can was Gong-ja was hiding in the shadows, desperately covering his own mouth. What was he supposed to do? If he got caught here, it would be a total disaster. As the Sword King turned around, fear gripped Gong-ja's heart. There was absolutely nowhere to hide except inside this trash can. The sword spirit was just as anxious, muttering, "This is bad, if he comes over here." Then, a sudden realization hit him. Wait, is he planning to buy out all those potions? The sword spirit urgently called out to Gong-ja, "Hurry, follow me." Seeing no other choice, Gong-ja ran after him. The sword spirit peeked outside, watching the Sword King walk straight into the shop. "No," he cried out, "we're too late. What do we do now? That was the best shop around here." Gong-ja knew it would be a terrible idea to use the same shop as the Sword King, but there were no other shops nearby that ranked in the top 20, not even the top 100, or even the top 300. He put away his phone and said, "They aren't here." Looking a bit helpless, the sword spirit asked, "What isn't here? Your luck?" Staring quietly at his phone, Gong-ja replied, "No, quite the opposite, actually. I don't think I'll have to spend as much money as you said." His hair in a complete mess, the sword spirit heard his reply and blurted out, "Wait, what?" As Gong-ja walked away, he looked back and told him, "We can get those potions from a much easier place. I know a pretty decent alchemist." The scene shifts to a different location, a place that looks incredibly run down and filthy. Floating right behind Gong-ja, the sword spirit spoke up, "Hey, do you realize you're heading deep into the slums? The people here are either thugs or thieves," staring at the two of them with highly suspicious eyes. But Gong-ja ignored the sword spirit's warnings and kept moving forward. His face full of doubt, the sword spirit asked, "What kind of master alchemist would actually live in a dump like this?" Gong-ja replied, "She's not just good, she's a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Now stop whining and just follow me." As if a genius would ever live in a place like this, Gong-ja muttered, Sure, believe whatever you want." The shady figures nearby began eyeing the two of them. They were trying to see if he had anything worth stealing, but they quickly backed off when they saw him talking to himself. They probably wouldn't stay quiet if they saw how much cash he had in his pockets, though. Flying alongside him, the sword spirit asked, "Hey Kim Zombie, do you actually know the way?" Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed, catching both of their attention. "Please, don't take my equipment! Do you have any idea how many times you've begged for an extension?" He walked toward the shouting. Finally, he had arrived. The shouting grew louder. "You're 6 months behind on your payments. 6 whole months. Pay up right now." The girl desperately reached out and cried, "If you take my tools, I won't be able to make a living anymore." Without a shred of sympathy, the man barked, "I don't care. Even if I left them, you'd never make enough to clear your debt anyway." With that, he ordered his thugs to seize everything she owned. The blue-haired girl desperately clung to them, pleading, "Just 1 week. Please, give me just 1 more week." "No, just 5 days, she begged. The man snapped. "Last time you said 1 week, then a month, and then half a year. You kept saying there were still potions you hadn't finished yet." Seeing how stubbornly she clung to his legs, the man screamed, "Oh my God! Why did I ever lend money to someone like you in the first place?" Then, he shoved his cart forward, sending the girl crashing onto the dirty ground. The man pulling the cart turned back to throw in one last insult before leaving, "Take my advice and find another line of work." Now, she could only sit on the ground in a daze, watching her precious tools get hauled away. The bystanders whispered among themselves, "I knew this place would go under sooner or later. The shop is tiny, yet her prices are ridiculous. Who in their right mind would pay 40 gold for a strength potion? Young people these days. They have all this free time but can't even bother to take a business class. Hearing their gossip, she snapped back angrily. It is not expensive. I didn't even make a single penny of profit on that. You won't find better quality potions at a fairer price anywhere else in the entire Tower of Babylon. You all should be grateful that I even set up my shop in a place like this. Despite her outburst, no one cared. They mocked. Look at her, completely delusional. Let's go. She seriously thinks she's some kind of big deal. The crowd turned their backs and walked away. She hurriedly called out to them, "Wait! Is anyone interested in a special grade strength potion? You're all lucky to even have the chance." They stubbornly replied, "We already told you, we're not buying." The sword spirit turned to Gong-ja and asked, "Hey, she isn't that once-in-a-lifetime genius you were talking about, is she?" As he spoke, he pointed a finger at the trembling, blue-haired girl. Gong-ja calmly replied, "And what if she is?" The sword spirit threw a fit. "What? Are you blind?" Gong-ja slowly walked toward the girl, who was currently sobbing her eyes out. Squatting down in front of her, he asked, "Excuse me, are you still open for business?" Hearing his voice, she looked up, her eyes blurred with tears. He knew for a fact she wasn't crazy or some kind of failure. "If you're still open, I'd like to place an order, something on the expensive side," because he knew exactly who she would become in the future. She was the master of the Alchemist Guild, the ruler of the Alchemist Fortress, a future 5th-ranked alchemist who would command the entire Alchemist Fortress. Overjoyed, she stammered, "Oh yes, absolutely. I can brew anything you need." She hurriedly scrambled to her feet, adjusting her cracked glasses, and asked, "But how expensive is the expensive side you're talking about?" He replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but maybe around 20,000 gold." Hearing that price, she gasped in pure shock, stuttering, "What did you say?" Meanwhile, Gong-ja knew that if he could form a connection with a future legend like her, she stammered, 20,000? How much? At this point, she hadn't even officially joined the hunter ranks yet. She was literally a golden goose in the making. He asked, "What's wrong? You don't want to take my order?" But in his mind, he knew he was about to become her #1 client. The blue-haired girl, the future owner of the Master Alchemist shop, said, "It's a bit run down, so please bear with me." She opened the door with an awkward, apologetic smile. Potion bottles were scattered all over the floor. Gong-ja and the sword spirit walked in, completely speechless. The place was a total, decaying mess. She mumbled, "It really is a dump." But the sword spirit gasped, "Whoa," while Gong-ja's eyes went wide. The sword spirit floated around, complaining, "Man, this place is a disaster. Hey, do you really want a potion brewed by someone like her?" Gong-ja carefully stepped around the junk on the floor, while the blue-haired girl quickly tried to clear away some of the clutter. He replied, "Yeah." The future master alchemist sat down at the table and asked, "Are you really going to pay me 20,000 gold coins?" Gong-ja sat down as well and said, "If you really don't trust me, how about I pay you up front?" Hearing this, she waved her hands frantically. "Up front? No, you really don't have to do that." But then, she lowered her head and mumbled, "Actually, if you could, an advance payment would be great." Gong-ja thought to himself, "She must be so desperate that she can't even maintain her usual manners." He said, "Just take whatever amount you need from my savings account. I'll notify the Merchant Alliance before we make the withdrawal." She gasped, "I can take as much as I need?" He replied, "Of course, but please keep it within 20,000 gold coins if possible. It's not like my funds are infinite, after all." She pulled out a notebook to write it down and asked, "So, what kind of potion would you like to order?" Suddenly, she looked up at him and warned, "If you're hiring me to brew illegal substances, I'll have to refuse." She added firmly, "As a matter of principle, I do not make forbidden elixirs." Hearing that, he thought to himself, even though her shop is on the brink of ruin, she still has the integrity to turn down 10,000 gold coins. She might look like a total train wreck right now, but she definitely has the character to become the master alchemist. Gong-ja waved his hands dismissively. "Don't worry, I swear it's not a banned substance." She sighed in relief. "Oh, thank goodness. So, what exact potion are we talking about then?" Gong-ja glanced back at the sword spirit floating behind him. The sword spirit crossed his arms and said, "Sounds good. She looks like a novice, but I'll give you the recipe." Both the sword spirit and Gong-ja said in unison, "Listen closely, because I'm only going to explain this once." Repeating after the sword spirit, Gong-ja said, the liver of a pig rabbit, the eye of a shadow cat, and the hide of a giant desert worm. She instantly chimed in, and the tail of a dirt lizard, making it 23 ingredients in total, right? Those are for the raw materials. Now comes the brewing process, which is where her skill as an alchemist really shines. Gong-ja nodded. That's exactly right. She murmured, these ingredients will bind together to create an effect that drastically boosts your reaction speed. Her words made the sword spirit freeze in shock. Scribbling in her notebook, she added, this is an incredibly advanced recipe. Wait, instead of refining each ingredient one by one, you mix them all together at once, don't you? The sword spirit gasped. Whoa, she hit the nail right on the head. Gong-ja said, exactly. She beamed with excitement. I knew it. She went on to explain. Normally, the hide of a giant desert worm carries a trace amount of toxicity. One of the ways to neutralize that poison is by blending it with the liver of a pig rabbit. However, depending on how it's consumed, the final efficacy will be worlds apart compared to if it were refined separately. Hearing this, Gong-ja thought, she really has the instincts of a true genius. She continued, but there is a catch, a side effect. Essentially, your metabolism will boost too. Before she could even finish her sentence, Gong-ja leaned forward and interrupted. How long will it take you to brew this? She looked at him and said, 4 days. She did some mental math. Now that I have the funds, I can get it done in 4 days. Normally, I could brew it faster, but first I need to buy back my equipment. Gong-ja recalled the future scene of countless people lining up just to get her potions. The crowd would be buzzing. Those with prescriptions from the master alchemist, please step forward. Hey, why are you cutting in front of me? I've been waiting for an entire year. A year? I've been waiting for 1.5 years. His eyes lit up with excitement as he said, 4 days is nothing. His sheer enthusiasm left her completely baffled. On the way back, the sword spirit grumbled, look, I'm still not sold on her. Do you know how many people talk a big game but have absolute trash skills? They're just bunch of talkers who can't back it up. Damn it, we're just throwing our money away. Gong-ja turned to the sword spirit and asked, where did you even get that recipe anyway? The sword spirit replied, it's a recipe I came up with myself. It's the greatest elixir ever created, born after I personally survived drinking all kinds of poisons. Gong-ja countered, but she recognized it as an advanced recipe. He added, she immediately saw the true value of your formula, so just have a little faith in her. She might look like a mess right now, but in 10 years, she'll be running the Alchemist Tower. The sword spirit just pouted and went silent. The sword spirit speaks up. Mark my words, zombie. I bet she will just take your money and run. 4 days later, the future alchemist visits Gong-ja, bringing 3 crates of potions as requested. She says, I am sorry, I wanted to bring this to you sooner, but it took a lot longer than I expected. After experimenting with different ratios, she finally arrived at the place Gong-ja provided. Gong-ja says, but didn't you say it would take 4 days anyway? So you are right on schedule, it is totally fine. Handing them over, she says, here are 3 boxes, each containing 30 vials, so they should last you for about 30 days. Gong-ja thinks to himself, this is 15 times more valuable than the store recommended by my guardian sword spirit. Now this is how you spend money. Seemingly reading his mind, the sword spirit snaps. Hey, are you trash-talking me in your head? Meanwhile, the future alchemist looks up as if she wants to say something. Gong-ja turns to her and asks, yes? What is it? Shyly, she says, it is kind of embarrassing to ask this now, but why did you give such an expensive order to a nameless pharmacist like me? While I am pretty confident in my skills, she continues, just by looking at the recipe you provided, I figured only 2 people in Babylon could actually brew it. Yet, everyone else treats me like trash. Gong-ja rubs the back of his neck and thinks, well, that is because the pharmacist standing in front of me is a once-in-a-generation genius. But is that really the only reason? Gong-ja recalls the future events he once witnessed. In that future, the alchemist had said, this area has been sealed off, but there might still be survivors inside. Please send in a rescue team. He thinks to himself, she was the one who rushed to the scene faster than anyone else while the city was burning. Back then, a young rescue worker had looked at her and said, she mentioned having plans tonight. Maybe it is a date. I have seen her hanging out with the Flame Emperor a lot lately, but she had bluntly replied, I don't like him. Gong-ja thinks, a person who refused to bow down to the Flame Emperor. She had said, something about him just creeps me out. Gong-ja looks at her now, realizing her skills are top tier, her heart is pure, and her character is genuinely good. Wouldn't it be a massive loss not to get close to someone like her? Gong-ja says. Honestly, it is because you seem really kind. She freezes, repeating, kind? Gong-ja continues, I wanted to help you because you have a good heart. Though honestly, I am sure you would have succeeded even without my help. He adds, I just believe that good hunters like us need to make it big, so we can help others whenever we can. Gong-ja continues, it is just so frustrating seeing those crazy psychopaths succeed. I want both of us to achieve the absolute best. He thinks, basically, what I am trying to say is, well, he was overthinking things. So, yeah. I don't think I could be any more honest than this. She nods in agreement. You're right. We need to succeed first to change this world together. With that, they shake hands, sharing a mutual determination. As she gets ready to leave, she says, if you ever need to order anything else, just let me know. I will always make your requests my top priority. Saying goodbye, he replies, I don't need anything else for now. Long after she leaves, a warm, friendly smile remains on his face. The sword spirit manifests behind him and mocks. What was that? Good hunters like us? Gong-ja looks away, embarrassed, and says, all right, I know I said something incredibly cringe. Time to train. The next day, arriving on the third hunting floor, Gong-ja mutters, there are too many of them for me to handle alone. He asks the sword spirit, so, what should I do now? The sword spirit replies, first, down one of those potions. He grabs a potion, pops the cap, and drinks it. The sword spirit watches closely and comments, the taste is pretty average, a bit like lemon, with a hint of honey, I guess. But then, his body reacts violently. He gasps, what the hell is this? His entire body feels strange, sweat pouring down as he groans in pain. The sword spirit looks at him, amused, and says, oh, impressive. Her skills aren't bad at all. He thinks to himself, what is he even talking about? Stop repeating yourself. My head, it feels like it is about to explode. The sword spirit asks, how does it feel? Almost like you can count every single strand of hair on your head, right? The sword spirit continues, even the feeling of sweat dripping down your face must feel incredibly vivid right now. That is exactly what the potion does. Gong-ja groans in sheer agony. The sword spirit explains, it maximizes your sensory perception of reality. Can't you feel it? Gong-ja asks dizzily. What? What are you talking about? The sword spirit points out, that thing circulating around your heart. Gong-ja's heart beats wildly. The sword spirit explains, that is aura. He says, it exists inside every hunter when they enter the tower, though most of them remain completely oblivious to it. How freely you can control this, aura will be the deciding factor of your strength. Ha! Gong-ja clutches his head, grimacing in intense pain as if his skull is about to burst. The sword spirit says, normally, you would feel a steady flow in this state. He chuckles and adds, but of course, that usually takes forever. The sword spirit continues, since you are severely lacking in talent, you had better make up for it with sheer hard work. A monster suddenly materializes behind him, preparing to strike, while Gong-ja is still clutching his head, completely disoriented. The sword spirit yells, run, Kim Zombie. Unless you want to get your ass kicked, the sword spirit commands. All right, unleash your aura now. Chumps like you need to learn through pure, brutal combat experience. Out of nowhere, a massive monster looms right behind him, ready to tear him apart. Cold sweat dripping down, he gasps, damn it! The sword spirit materializes right beside him and sneers, man, you really are a total loser. You can't even channel aura. The sword spirit looks at him with a smug grin. Hurts, doesn't it? If you hate it so much, you could always just end your own life. Oh right, if you do that, the number on your head is going to go up again. I bet that old man will be happy to take care of you real soon. With a deafening roar, the beast lunges. It relentlessly pursues him, swinging wildly, but he manages to dodge just in the nick of time. He thinks to himself, is it always this slow? So this is the potion's effect. But as he struggles to move, another thought hits him. Even if I can read its movements, my body is just too weak to fight back. Floating over, the sword spirit says, well, look at you, actually dodging. Don't give up just yet. The sword spirit explains, orcs are just low-level pack monsters. Their attack patterns are incredibly simple, so reading them should be a walk in the park for you. All you have to do is focus your aura into your calves. Gong-ja bolts, thinking, easy for you to say. He figures he can keep dodging their attacks as long as he keeps running for his life. Drenched in cold sweat, he pleads, "Come on, legs, move." Suddenly, a spark of energy erupts from his heart, surging like an electric current straight down to his calves. The burst of power propels him forward, letting him narrowly escape the beast's grasp. Panting heavily, he thinks, "I actually dodged it, but damn, that was way harder than I expected." "That's because you haven't let the aura circulate through your entire body yet," the sword spirit explains. "Think of your body as a main highway, and your limbs as different exits. You need to rebuild that highway if you want to use aura properly." The sword spirit adds, "You're only able to perceive aura right now because of the potion's power. Normally, it'd be completely invisible to you." As he keeps dodging the monster's relentless strikes, the sword spirit murmurs, "I hate to admit it, but the kid actually has talent." The beast keeps lunging, but he slips away every single time. Suddenly, the monster lets out a frustrated screech. What's going to happen, he wonders. He thinks to himself, every time I try to pave that path, I fail. But damn, he's absolutely right. Clutching his chest, he grits his teeth and roars, "Circulate, aura." Dodging another swipe, he thinks, an abandoned path overgrown with weeds. Damn it. That's the perfect metaphor for my current state. But what if I can break through this, he wonders. What will happen then? The sword spirit gasps. Oh? Did getting your head chopped off by old man Marcus teach you nothing? The sword spirit mocks. Suddenly, memories flood back, and he gasps. That's it. Remember the technique he used to decapitate you back then, the sword spirit says. It clicks for him. That sword strike. That old fossil still has a long way to go, but compared to you, well, I don't even need to say it, do I, Kim Zombie? The sword spirit sneers. He grits his teeth in frustration. He ducks under another attack, then looks up, staring straight into the monster's eyes. Resting his chin in his hand, the sword spirit asks, "What did you see in that moment?" He channels the electric energy into his left leg. The sword spirit grins. "Well, look at you getting creative." Drawing a small dagger from behind his back, he leaps straight at the monster. The beast's eyes widen with fear as it sees him lunging, weapon in hand, eyes filled with murderous intent. Gripping the blade with both hands, he drives it deep into the left side of its chest, making the monster shriek in agony. The sword spirit floats over and warns, "Don't let your guard down. Orcs have incredibly thick hides. You need to focus your remaining aura into that blade. But I guess that's asking too much of a novice like you." Pouring every ounce of strength into the weapon, he focuses. The sword spirit barks, "Channel every bit of your aura into the very tip of your blade." Dripping with sweat, he grunts, "Damn it." He pushes the blade even deeper, roaring, "Die!" Thick, green blood splatters as the blade plunges all the way in. With a swift, decisive motion, he rips the sword back out. A geyser of dark blood erupts from the wound. With one final, brutal thrust, he drives the blade back in, sending the massive beast crashing to the ground. Looking at the carnage, the sword spirit asks, "Hurts, doesn't it? It must be absolutely agonizing." "Well, of course it does. You didn't clear your aura pathways properly. But hey, at least you managed to ignite it." The sword spirit keeps rambling. "I bet it feels like you're literally dying and coming back to life, especially with a pathetic, fragile body like yours. You strained every single muscle just to keep up with that orc's movements." He glares at the sword spirit in pure agony, tears welling in his eyes and sweat pouring down his face. Trembling violently, he wheezes, "You bastard." The sword spirit chuckles, "But hey, you finished the job and even condensed your aura into a single point. That's actually great news. I'll give credit where it's due. A real hunter is someone who actually uses their brain in a fight." Collapsing onto the monster's carcass, he trembles and groans. "Something's wrong. It feels like my insides are exploding." Stroking his chin, the sword spirit looks down at him and asks, "Feels so bad you just want to die, huh?" Drenched in sweat and tears, he glares up and snaps, "Are you blind?" The sword spirit shrugs casually. "Then just die. I wouldn't have suggested this training method if you didn't have that cheat skill anyway. That old fossil Marcus only ever meditated after taking his potion. He'd never dare to abuse his body as recklessly as you just did." Gong-ja forces himself up, completely bewildered. "Wait. What do you mean by that?" The sword spirit explains with a smirk. "I mean, all you have to do is die to reset, right? It's that easy, no matter how brutally I train you. How's that? You can still regress? I'm so jealous." The sword spirit calls out, "Hey, Kim Zombie, since your death count goes up if you commit suicide, another monster is appearing from behind you." The sword spirit says, "So, should we let the monster behind you handle the rest?" He seemed to feel its presence and suddenly froze. The sword spirit laughed and said, "You actually managed to use aura on your very first try. At this rate, I think about 100 more times should do it, right? Every step is a journey. So, this will be your first time." The monster behind swings its weapon, preparing to strike him. The sword spirit says, "Let's begin with the first run." The system announces, "You have died." Clutching his head on the ground, Gong-ja groans. "Damn it, my head hurts so bad." The sword spirit looks ahead and gasps. "Whoa, what is this?" Seeing the sword spirit, Gong-ja asks, "You're here too? I was also wondering if he'd regress with me." Standing up, he says, "This is the place I end up after dying, before I return. I call this place the Netherworld for now." The sword spirit exclaims, "Oh, that's so cool." Gong-ja explains, "Like you heard, after I die, I'll return to 24 hours before I was killed by the Flame Emperor. And the same goes for you, Sword Emperor." The system announces, "Skill activation conditions have been met." Looking at the system screen, he says, "A monster's skill is getting copied too?" The system announces, "An orc's skill will be randomly copied." Both Gong-ja and the sword spirit are dumbfounded by the system notification. He suddenly yells, "Even monsters have skills?" Seeing this, the sword spirit says in frustration, "What the hell? This is a total cheat skill." The system announces, "Please select a skill card." The sword spirit screams, "I want this skill too." The system announces, "Please select a skill card." While Gong-ja is hesitating, the sword spirit shouts in frustration, "Who the hell is running this tower anyway? Why would they give such a god-tier skill to a loser like him, and not to a legendary hunter like me?" Clutching his head, the sword spirit groans. This completely breaks a pro hunter's heart. Gong-ja doesn't pay the slightest attention to what the sword spirit is saying. He focuses on his thoughts. A monster's skill? He picks a card and says, "I'm just gonna pick one at random." Suddenly, the sword spirit asks, "Huh? Wait, you're picking that one?" Gong-ja replies, "What's wrong with it? There's nothing wrong with the one I chose." Stopping him from picking that card, the sword spirit suggests, "Why don't you choose the best one since you have the chance?" He answers, "But there's no way for me to know which one is better. Every single card looks exactly the same. It's basically all down to luck." The sword spirit asks, "Wait, so you have no idea which skill is actually better?" Ruffling his hair in frustration, Gong-ja says, "Are you serious? Do you not get what I'm saying?" He explains, "The colors of these cards are identical, and I can only see the back of them. How the hell am I supposed to know which one is better?" Looking at the cards, the sword spirit says, "But I can see them." He freezes and asks, "What?" The sword spirit replies, "I can see them." The sword spirit says, "Right on the front of the cards." The system notification still reads, "Please select a skill card." The cards float continuously in the air. Looking at them, he thinks to himself, "The cards are constantly moving, but they're always facing away from me. Even when I tilt my head, it's still the same." He gasps, "So you can actually read the descriptions of these skill cards?" He guesses that because the guardian spirit is free to float around, that's how he can see the other side of the cards. Floating in the air, the sword spirit says, "Of course I can see them. Don't you trust my eyes?" He brags, "I've had incredibly sharp vision ever since I was a kid. Even when I grew up, my eyes remained as sharp as a hawk's." Suddenly, Gong-ja yells, and the sword spirit snaps. "Are you crazy? Why did you suddenly scream like that?" Gong-ja says excitedly, "Just tell me what those skills are." Stroking his chin, the sword spirit says, "Fine, but I'm only saying this once, so listen closely. The first card. Nature gives us a place to call home, but it also brings us harsh trials and tribulations. In that brutal world, the orc race boosted their reproduction rate to avoid losing to Mother Nature. An orc died? Don't worry. In a place you can't see, 9 more will take its place. This is the F-rank skill, Fertile. However, you will feel in heat all year round. The second card. We always add cheek to the end of our sentences. Cheek. We don't even know why we do it, cheek. But you should start saying cheek too. You will never escape the joy of saying cheek. It is the F-rank skill, Undying Cheek. However, cheek. Gong-ja is left speechless. The sword spirit says, "See, if I hadn't stopped you, you would have picked that dumb cheek skill. So, what now, Gong-ja? Don't you think that since you were born human, you deserve to have some orc-like strength?" Gong-ja stares at him and exclaims, "You literally just gave me a list of trash." He thinks to himself, "Both of these cards are absolute garbage, but if I had picked that cheek one, I would have been doomed." The sword spirit says, "Hey, I think your words and thoughts are getting a bit mixed up." Turning his head away, he says, "Either way, I still think I'm right. Cheek is way better than fertile." The sword spirit stops him and says, "No, damn it, hold on. Gong-ja, stop and actually use your brain for a second." He glanced at the sword emperor, and Gong-ja smiled, saying, "I think you're thinking the same thing I am." Hearing this, the sword emperor froze in his tracks and stammered, "What? What did you say?" He decided to choose the card from earlier, and the system notified him that the selection was successful, and the skill was being copied. The sword emperor looked on with regret and cried out, "Ah, no!" The system then announced that he was now an F-rank hunter. Suddenly, he snapped awake in his bed. The system notified him that there was no penalty for using the skill. Seeing this, he exclaimed, "Spot on." Gong-ja happily said, "Ah, this is awesome. Sangrion really is the best. Resting in a place like this makes my mind and body feel completely energized." The sword emperor threw a tantrum and yelled, "Damn it, I thought you were a goner." Gong-ja put on his coat and replied, "Who in their right mind would choose the blessing of reproduction anyway? Stop throwing a fit and let's start hunting." He opened his hunter status window. The system displayed, name, Gong-ja, rank, F rank. Skills, 4 out of 4. 1. I want to be just like you, passive S+ rank. 2. Returner's Clockwork Watch, passive EX rank. 3. Sword Constellation, passive A rank. 4. Cheek, passive F rank. After reading it over, he said, "All right, I don't see any problem with this." The sword emperor suggested, "Hey Gong-ja, I've been thinking, and this is going to be pretty tough. I think you should train by sitting crisscrossed in meditation. It hurts like hell anyway." He replied, "Wait, what?" The sword emperor continued, "Let's make things easier by meditating in the lotus position. I'll have you controlling aura in just 6 months." He gasped, "We're already at the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor hunting ground." The sword emperor snapped angrily, "Damn it, are you even listening to me?" But he didn't pay him any attention, choosing instead to just take in the scenery. He drank the 2nd elixir and thought to himself, "Oh man, this is delicious." After finishing it, he said, "Hey, Sword Emperor, did you know?" The Sword Emperor hovered around him and asked, "Huh? What? You want to learn the lotus position now?" Right then, a green monster appeared before them. Gong-ja said, "You only call me zombie when you have the upper hand, but you call me Gong-ja when you need something from me." With that, he twirled the dagger in his hand and said, "And soon enough, you're going to have to call me Gong-ja all the time." He rushed toward the green monster, adding, "I'm seriously going to make you break that habit." The monster glared at him and snarled, "Grr!" It reacted instantly, raising its weapon high. Seeing this, he thought, just as I expected, it moves pretty slowly. The monster swung its weapon to attack, roaring, "Grr!" But he was already in a combat stance. The system notified him that the skill was activating. He shouted, "Chick!" The monster looked completely bewildered and mimicked him, squeaking, "Chick?" He stared back with wide eyes and said it again, "Chick." The monster repeated, "Chick." Taking advantage of its distraction, he gripped his weapon and lunged forward at lightning speed. He slashed clean across its neck with absolute precision. The monster dropped its weapon, trembling as it whimpered, "Chick." Blood sprayed violently from the deep cut Gong-ja had just delivered. A second later, the monster collapsed right before him. He let out a smug sigh of relief. The Sword Emperor cursed, "Damn it, you're a total cheater. Did you seriously know this would happen?" The Sword Emperor scolded him loudly, yelling, "Is it really that fun for you to trick an innocent orc like that? Huh? Are you happy? Why don't you put yourself in that poor orc's shoes and think about how he felt?" Gong-ja completely ignored the Sword Emperor's nagging. The Sword Emperor snapped, "The innocent orcs of this world are going to be tormented by a deceitful bastard like you." Gong-ja just turned around, gave him a sly grin, and went, "Chick." The Sword Emperor threw a massive fit, screaming, "Ah, this is driving me absolutely insane. Oh, Tower, why on earth would you grant such a cheat skill to this total scumbag?" Gong-ja reassured him, saying, "Stop complaining and just follow my lead. We need to clear this 4th floor." 1 week later, the boss of the 5th floor made his entrance, and he was one incredibly hideous goblin. Though his face looked ancient, his body was massive and muscular. It was clear this old-timer was a seasoned veteran of countless battles, with a mountain of poor souls having fallen to his hands. He grunted in the goblin tongue, seeming to wonder where on earth this weakling had crawled out from. Gong-ja could feel the intense pressure radiating from the massive goblin who sat commandingly upon his throne. Seated on the throne of the fifth-floor boss, the Goblin King loomed at twice his height. Gong-ja calmly took a deep breath, activating his internal aura as his eyes glowed crimson. The system screen popped up, indicating the skill was active. Instantly, Gong-ja's strength began to surge rapidly. Leaping high into the air, he let out a fierce roar. Grrr! The system displayed the skill name, Goblin High Society. As the Goblin King let out a startled shriek, Gong-ja lunged straight at him. As he lunged, he was already calculating how to take him down in a single, decisive blow. He silently praised his own perfect imitation of the monster's cry, marveling at how naturally he had spoken the royal goblin tongue. Gripping his dagger tightly, he plunged it straight into the Goblin King's throat. Dark green blood sprayed wildly from the deep gash. And in a split second, the Goblin King didn't even have time to struggle before he died, his wide mouth gasping for air. The battle was over in an instant. As he pulled his blade free, another jet of green blood squirted out. The remaining blood on his blade slowly dripped onto the floor, drop by drop. He paid respect to the fallen monster, saying, "You were the strongest enemy I faced all week." Bowing his head in a brief moment of silence, he added, "Farewell, my worthy opponent." The moment those words left his mouth, the ancient Sword Emperor, who was now just a ghost, barked, "Bullshit." The ridiculous ghost picked his ear, completely baffled by Gong-ja's overly dramatic behavior, and scoffed, "Why are you getting so emotional over beating a single monster?" "Is that so?" Gong-ja snapped his head around and yelled in embarrassment. "Oh, come on," he grumbled defensively. "Do you know how hard that was? I had to waste 6 coins just to kill him. Can't I get a little emotional? Just so you know, 1 coin equals 1 life." The ghost gave him a disapproving look, pointing at his own head. "I just don't get why that tiny brain of yours is obsessing over something so trivial. I'm only speaking the truth here. Do you seriously call a fight like that honorable?" Gong-ja hesitated. "Well, I mean..." Then he quickly opened the skill window he had just copied from the goblin. He continued, "Look at this. I fought him fair and square using a skill that literally cost me 5 lives." The skill window popped up. Goblin High Society, rank F effect. The Goblin King was deeply troubled. "Our goblin culture is just too simple. Every single word of ours ends with kook. How can I show my royal authority?" That was when the absolute genius of the Goblin King kicked in. "Exactly. From now on, nobles like us will say goror instead of cook. Goror is just so fitting for my noble nature. However, tribal warfare will only get worse." Looking at the skill copied from the Goblin King, he found it completely ridiculous. It is so weird that goblins actually worry about this useless stuff. Like, what is the freaking difference between cook and goror anyway? The ghost crossed his arms and smirked. "Well, that's why they are goblins." "Honestly, humans are not any different," he remarked. Closing the system window, he looked at the ghost. "What?" The ghost waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, I'm just talking to myself." Gong-ja was confused. "What do you mean by that?" Suddenly, the tower's system notification popped up. "Your existence has been more clearly defined." Both of them spun around in surprise as the system displayed. "Hunter Gong-ja is leveling up." Instantly, a surge of power enveloped him. Energy gathered beneath his feet, and an aura manifested out of nowhere as his power surged. Finally, the notification popped up. "Your skill slots have been expanded. You are now a rank E hunter." He beamed with pride. "Finally, there is hope. I am no longer a hopeless rank F loser." Lastly, the system displayed, "May luck always be with you." He closed his eyes, enjoying the power coursing through his veins. The ghost, lost in thought, suddenly interrupted his moment. "Is that a spark, or is it a drop of blood?" "Tsk, what a mess." Gong-ja asked, "Is that just the level-up effect?" The ghost replied, "Yeah, but it doesn't just happen to look cool. It's actually a kind of hint." The ghost continued, "A hint," he explained. "The shape of the aura you possess is foreshadowed by the effect that appears when you level up. For example, the Flame Emperor you killed his trait was fire. An image flashed in his memory. The Flame Emperor's aura had appeared as blazing fire surrounding him, along with a weapon shaped like a glowing red axe, perfectly matching his power. He recalled the crazy Flame Emperor raising his hand to create a spark. A spark? What do you mean by that?" The old ghost reminisced about the old tower, falling into deep thought. The shape of an aura is always like a hunter's trauma. Well, not always. It's not exactly a bad memory, though. He continued to reminisce, explaining that it was based on a defining moment or event in life that reflects the shape of his aura. It's probably some kind of subconscious thing, the ghost continued to guess, drawing from his own experience. Based on my assessment, you're either fire or blood. Zombie, he said, pointing right at him. Kim Gong-ja was curious about Sword Saint Marcus. So, what is the Sword Saint's aura shape? Moonlight, the ghost replied. When Marcus Calenberry was young, he was incredibly handsome. His charm back then was seriously out of this world. Right at that age, young Marcus found himself captivated by the beautiful moonlight in the night sky. He just stared at it. The ghost said that back then, Marcus thought the moon in the clear sky was incredibly gorgeous. The ghost continued to recount his thoughts. The moon doesn't shine on its own, it borrows light from the sun. Yet, a life that only receives can still be incredibly beautiful. I want to shine like the moonlight by receiving, the ghost continued. Or he thought something along those lines when he was 12, and he has held on to that belief ever since. He gasped in surprise. 12 years old? The Sword Saint really is something else. The ghost brushed his hands off. Anyway, we're done with the 5th floor. Let's move on to the 6th. Gong-ja, eager for a real fight, wanted an even bigger challenge. Let's go straight for the 10th floor boss instead. The ghost gasped. What? The ghost leaned in close. Hey, you're just a newbie. Where is all this overconfidence coming from? He pointed right back at the ghost's nose. I promise you, it's not like that. The ghost figured Gong-ja was getting cocky because of his newfound power. He felt this weakling in front of him was just wasting time, instead of properly building up his strength. He gritted his teeth. Do you have any idea how many years the greatest hunters wasted on the 10th floor? Gong-ja replied confidently, If I can't clear the 10th floor in 2 lives, I promise I'll call you master. The ghost couldn't believe his ears. What? Are you saying you can beat it with just a single death? The ghost broke down the reality for him. It took you 6 lives just to beat the Goblin King, and you think you can clear the 10th floor in only 2? You clearly don't know your place, and I'm not going to play nice. The ghost felt Gong-ja was just bragging, but as he kept lecturing, he was cut off. However, I do have one condition, he said. You have to be completely honest and tell me what skills the 10th floor boss has. Sensing this arrogant punk might actually have a plan up his sleeve, the ghost said with interest. Sounds fair enough. He paused for a second and added, If I win, you have to address me as Gong-ja-nim as politely as possible. He looked down on the weakling who was talking like he owned the place. Well, do you have the guts to play? You can back out if you're scared. The ghost turned around, spitting in sheer contempt. You arrogant little brat. Do you honestly think some cheat skill lets you mess with the great sword emperor? The ghost flared up. You've got a deal, Kim Zombie. Get ready to serve me as your master for the rest of your life, because there is no way you're clearing the 10th floor. The ghost was absolutely sure he couldn't pull it off. Since you can't truly die, you'll be calling me master for eternity. The ghost was thrilled by the incredibly favorable bet, while Gong-ja was just as excited, asking in a highly provocative tone, You don't happen to have a cheating skill yourself, do you? Get ready to serve me like Confucius. Both sides were absolutely certain they would win, bursting into bizarre laughter. Yee-ha, ee-hey, muah-ha-ha-ha. To anyone watching, he was just laughing at thin air. That guy has definitely lost his mind. The gatekeeper stopped him. You can't go in. He asked why, and the floating ghost was just as curious. The gatekeeper shook his head and explained, Are you trying to challenge the boss alone? Solo hunting is pure suicide. He continued, Haven't you seen the news? Even when the Black Dragon Guild sent 34 of their elite members, they still got wiped out. He didn't really care about that. So what? The association's rules state that any hunter is allowed to hunt monsters. The gatekeeper patted his chest. I'm sorry, but I have to log every hunter who enters, and my superiors will review the report. The gatekeeper desperately wanted to stop this young man from throwing his life away, saying, I'd look like a heartless bastard if I just let someone march to their death. Have a little consideration for me too. The ghost grumbled, What? A hunter association? My world didn't have any of that nonsense. He thought to himself in frustration, What am I supposed to do now? The ghost snapped in annoyance. It's because of stupid political games like this that you people still haven't cleared the 10th floor. Kim Zombie, just beat that guy up and walk right in. He slipped his hands into his pockets and said, Mr. Guard, I have a lot of respect for your job, and you actually make a very good point. Right now, Gong-ja looked like nothing more than a crazy guy begging for death. He said with absolute sincerity, To be honest, I really want to kill myself. The gatekeeper gasped. What? The ghost chimed in. Say what? Gong-ja made up a sob story on the spot. A year ago, my other half passed away. And just recently, the Alchemist Castle told me I have a terminal illness. They said I only have half a year left at most, but I simply can't bear to live without the one I love. He kept spinning his lie, but they're still right here in my heart. I might just be a bottom-tier hunter, but I'm still a hunter. Instead of waiting around for my life to end in an alchemist castle hospital bed, I want to keep challenging monsters until my very last breath. The gatekeeper, completely buying into the made-up story, said with deep sympathy, "That's such a tragic tale." He handed his red pouch of money over to the guard. "Here, this is all the money I saved up for my treatment." The guard quickly replied, "Wait, I can't possibly take this money from you." Gong-ja's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, "Since I'm going to die anyway, I want to leave without a trace." He pleaded with the gatekeeper, "Mr. Guard, please don't record that I came here. This is my final request as a hunter." The gatekeeper paused for a moment and said, "I understand. Please, go on in." I didn't see a thing. The ghost was dumbfounded. "Are you two seriously idiots? What, are you filming a movie here?" As the gate opened, Gong-ja stepped inside. He muttered to himself, "As long as I reach the 10th floor, any way will do." The two of them stood before the luxurious mansion on the 10th floor, the very place that was supposed to be conquered by Yu Su-ha. Standing before the gates, he resolved, "Now, I will write a legend even greater than the Flame Emperor." The doors swung open, casting his shadow across the floor. Inside the castle, dozens of dolls appeared, standing before him as if welcoming their next victim. Glowing red eyes flickered in the dark as children's voices echoed, "Will you play with us?" Two dolls stood right in front of him, one with blue eyes and the other with red eyes, staring at him with wide, creepy grins. "Will you play with us?" Flames erupted out of nowhere, spreading throughout the mansion. The two terrifying dolls aimed to break the mind of anyone who dared enter their home. "What should we play? Will you play with us?" They kept coaxing the intruder. "Will you play with us?" As the fire raged around them, the children's voices continued their eerie chant. "Mr. Wolf, what time is it? The ice has melted. The wolf is dead. Let's play hide and seek. Yes, play with us. Play hide and seek with us." A system notification rang out. "You have entered the boss room. Challenger, Hunter Gong-ja." His eyes flared crimson as a fiery aura erupted around him. "Fine, let's play." The system notification offered a final wish. "May luck be on your side." Reporters crowded around a girl with wavy purple hair, her violet eyes clouded with gloom. They bombarded the leader of the Black Dragon Guild with questions. Ever since the tower opened, Black Dragon had remained the strongest guild, yet today they suffered their 30th defeat. Following closely behind the purple-haired girl were the other members of the Black Dragon Guild. The reporters pressed on, "What do you think was the reason behind this failure?" The purple-haired girl spoke up, "Our skills are fine. We were just a bit unlucky." Right then, Yu Su-ha, standing right behind her, sneered with utter contempt. "Oh, are you sure about that?" He casually looked down on them and mocked. "Luck is a skill too, you pathetic losers." At that moment, a system announcement rang out. The 10th floor has been cleared. Dozens of reporters immediately swarmed him to grab a scoop. Recalling Yu Su-ha's words and actions, Gong-ja thought to himself, "This interview will go down in history as a declaration of what was to come." Deep in thought, Gong-ja asked himself, "I only have one question. Out of all these different hunters, why was the Flame Emperor the only one who could clear the 10th floor?" The scene shifts to a room engulfed in raging flames, with countless creepy eyes from the dolls in the room fixed on Gong-ja. The system's voice echoed, entering the boss room. "Boss. Spectre of the Hellfire Residence." The dolls chattered in a creepy voice. "Play with us. Make us happy, won't you?" The system explained the mission. "The condition to clear the 10th floor is simple." The dolls whispered to Gong-ja with an eerie tone, "Sir, it's your turn. Which one of us is the real one?" The mission details continued to echo. "You must find the one real doll hidden inside this mansion and destroy it." The dolls kept chanting in that haunting voice. "Hurry, find us, hurry." The protective spirit of the Sword Emperor spoke up, warning Gong-ja, "This is no ordinary fire." The ghost continued to explain, "This is a hellfire fueled by aura. It doesn't matter how much aura you wrap around yourself to build a shield. You can only survive in these flames for 10 minutes. The scene cuts to another hunter who had previously entered this 10th floor boss room. That unfortunate soul had lost their life right here. But the Sword Emperor added, "Though, for a hunter who uses a fire attribute aura, it wouldn't be too difficult." The scene shifts to Yu Su-ha using his fire aura to crush a doll, gritting his teeth in frustration. Another fake. The dolls continued their creepy warning. Hide, hide, far away, otherwise your hair might show. Gong-ja stood inside his protective aura shield, coughing heavily as he said, so that's how he cleared it flawlessly, and then he had the nerve to claim, luck is a skill. The protective spirit of the Sword Emperor mocked him. The one who actually survives purely on luck is a zombie like you. Struggling to fend off the boss's attacks, Gong-ja gasped. What do you mean? Me? Surviving on luck? I'm barely holding on against my own aura here. The Sword Emperor poked his head inside Gong-ja's aura shield, chuckling. Even so, you're quickly reaching your limit. The Sword Emperor's protective spirit continued to grumble. By the way, Old Man Marcus could withstand 30 minutes in fire like this, and even he was just testing if he could survive for an hour. Unlike a certain someone who just leapt straight into the flames, Gong-ja grumbled back. Wow, you're so helpful, the ghost continued. Well, you only have 2 coins left. What are you going to do? Gong-ja replied. What am I going to do? I'll think about that after I die. At the same time, the doll's creepy chanting echoed once more. Hide, hide away, or we'll grab you by the hair. The Sword Emperor's spirit sneered. Do you honestly think your aura is going to suddenly shoot up just because you die here? The ghost raised a finger and continued lecturing. There are only 2 ways to clear this floor. You either test your luck to find the real doll, the ghost pointed at Gong-ja, and continued, or use your aura perfectly to survive long enough to find it. Saying that, the ghost raised 2 fingers and sneered at Gong-ja, but you idiot, you only have 2 coins. You're never going to clear this. We'll see about that, Gong-ja smiled in response. You old man, you're all talk. Gong-ja dashed toward the dolls and yelled, let's see who wins. After I die once. Gong-ja thought to himself, just as his aura completely ran out. Standing in front of the crowd of dolls, with the ghost counting down 10 seconds, Gong-ja hesitated, not knowing which doll to choose. He thought, should I just pick a random one? Gong-ja spotted a pink dress doll that looked incredibly creepy. Suddenly, the doll's head spun all the way around, and it spoke in an eerie voice. Will you play with me? Without hesitation, Gong-ja said, I choose you. Placing his hand on its head, the doll's mouth stretched wide open, its face warping hideously as it screamed, wrong. Its entire body began to melt away like mud. The creepy screaming intensified as it repeated the words, I'm not it, dozens of times in a horrifying voice. Even after its head had completely melted down, that eerie voice still echoed, I'm not it, I'm not it, I'm not it. Gong-ja could only watch, utterly helpless. The ghost started counting down from 3 seconds. The hellfire surrounding Gong-ja raged even more violently. Gong-ja's face paled as he touched his hand, speaking in a daze. Is this really how they run this floor? The ghost casually replied. Who knows what goes on in their heads? His guardian ghost mocked him. What a waste to give such an amazing skill to an idiot like you. Gong-ja shot right back. Your sense of humor is fantastic, you know that? With only 1 second left on the countdown, Gong-ja's final layer of protective aura shattered. Even though he had mentally prepared himself for death, Gong-ja still felt a wave of terror when the moment arrived. The hellfire engulfed him, making him scream out in agonizing pain. Despite his agony, his guardian ghost casually remarked, Time's up, loser. While Gong-ja shrieked in agony, his mind raced, It's burning me alive. His guardian ghost kept teasing him, saying, And another idiot leaves the tower. The ghost chuckled heartily, completely ignoring the fact that Gong-ja was writhing in sheer agony amidst the sea of hellfire. If you want to become the strongest hunter, you have to make sacrifices. There's no escaping that, kiddo. Soon, the system announced, You have died. Another system notification rang out. Since you have died, the skill requirements have been met. Gong-ja was too furious to speak, only able to punch the endless void. The system continued, randomly copying a skill from the monster Hellfire Maiden. Gong-ja clutched his neck and asked, You haven't forgotten your promise, have you? His guardian ghost grinned widely and said, Yeah, I know. Do I look like some cheapskate who breaks his promises? His guardian ghost floated above Gong-ja's head, pointing to a golden card. This is the one. You hit the jackpot. The golden card displayed the skill status. S-rank, Hellfire Barrier. Effects. Slow. Resentment. Anger. Deep resentment that cannot be appeased. A voice unheard. Dreams unfulfilled. Burn them all. It's hot. Is it burning? Burn this entire world to ashes. I think I'm dying. Kill them all. If you wish, a Hellfire Aura barrier will be deployed within a 2-kilometer radius around you. No one can leave this barrier without your permission. No one. However, You must remain inside the barrier. After reading through the skills, his guardian ghost urged Kim Gong-ja, "This is definitely the one. Choose it, quick." Even though she's a boss monster, she still has an S-rank skill. His guardian ghost thrust a massive hand in front of Gong-ja, excitedly hyping it up. Imagine summoning hellfire with just a snap of your fingers. He paused for a moment, looking slightly suspicious, as he asked Gong-ja, "Right?" The ghost followed up, "What are you thinking about anyway?" Without looking back at him, Gong-ja replied, "Nothing. It's just that something is suddenly bugging me deep down." What exactly was Gong-ja thinking about? The image of the charred, deformed doll flashed in his mind, along with that eerie voice crying, "I'm not it," leaving Gong-ja puzzled as he continued to ponder. No, there's no denying it's a great skill, but my heart feels heavy. After thinking for a moment, he turned to his guardian ghost and said, "Read the other skills." His guardian ghost replied with a puzzled look, "I don't really get you, but fine." He went on to read the lower rank skills: A rank maze creation, B rank puppet control, B rank remote control, C rank trap placement, and lastly, before he could finish the final skill, Gong-ja's face lit up with surprise, while his guardian ghost's expression turned thoroughly annoyed. Gong-ja smiled triumphantly and said, "I knew it." His guardian ghost panicked, saying, "Now hold on, listen to me, Gong-ja. It's fine. I think I already know what that skill is." Floating in front of Gong-ja again, the ghost tried to sell it. "Look, it's a gold card. If you take this, you can drop a hellfire barrier instantly. Everyone will be absolutely mesmerized by your awesome power." But Gong-ja stood his ground and replied, "No, that's the card I want." Reaching his hand toward the very last skill card, Gong-ja smiled and said, "I've had a strange feeling about this since the very beginning." Gong-ja pictured the dolls in that room. He kept speaking, "Out of thousands of puppets, the one with the fire aura is immune to being burned." Reaching his hand toward the very last skill card, Gong-ja asked, "So, why didn't the fake puppets burn?" Having grabbed the final skill card, Gong-ja said with complete confidence, "There's only one explanation." The lobby's guardian spirit flew over to stop him, but it was too late. The status window of the skill in Gong-ja's hand popped up, reading, "Watch out for fire, awake or asleep. Rank A. Heat radiation effect. If you leave an object this hot all by itself, our house will burn down. But don't worry, any living being you designate is immune to the flames. Now you can enjoy your life without ever fearing fire. However, damage taken from water and ice increases by 300%. Gong-ja continued his analysis. "So, this skill lets the caster designate a target that can never be burned." The system alert chimed, "Skill copying complete." The guardian spirit buried its face in its hands, crying out, "Damn it, how did I get stuck with such a raw deal?" Gong-ja, on the other hand, burst into a smug laugh. "Come on, start calling me Master Gong-ja." The system chimed again, "You have died." Returning to 24 hours ago. Current rank. Gong-ja laughed triumphantly. "Now I can head back and sniff out the real puppet without a single worry." Too easy. But then, the system suddenly flashed an alert. "A penalty has been imposed due to your skill." Gong-ja had no idea what was going on, his eyes going wide with confusion. The system continued, "Now playing the memories of the one who killed you." Initiating playback. Gong-ja gasped. "Wait, what?" The system began playing the memory of hellfire. On a dark night, a little girl with platinum hair was wandering down the street, begging from door to door. She stopped at one house and met a brown-haired man. With a pitiful look on her face, she said, "Mister, I'm so hungry. Please, just a scrap of bread or anything. Even leftovers would be fine." The man rudely slammed the door in her face and grumbled, "Ugh, another beggar?" Undeterred, the girl wandered the streets, pleading with everyone, "Please, just a little bread. Even if it's moldy, I don't care. I'm just so hungry." But to her desperate pleas, the people on the street only offered cold stares, muttering, "Aren't there way too many beggar kids running around today? There's no food to spare in a famine." Everyone turned her away, yet she kept wandering the streets, begging, "Please, just a little bread." Passers-by ignored her completely, whispering coldly among themselves, "I don't even know where these street rats come from. I wish someone would just clean them all out." Lost in her steps, the girl suddenly bumped into someone. She quickly looked up and stammered, I'm so sorry, sir." Before her stood a finely dressed, wealthy-looking gentleman. He gently patted her head and asked, "Do you have parents, little one? You look starving, and you're covered in bruises." The girl looked up at him, her eyes welling with tears of relief and sorrow. The man smiled warmly and said, "Come with me." He led her to a massive, luxurious mansion. "I'm a doctor," he explained, "and I have many children just like you staying inside my villa. We can treat your wounds, and you'll have plenty of friends to play with." Instead of a warm bed, however, he threw her straight into a dark dungeon. The innocent girl kept pleading from behind the bars. "Kind mister, when can I go out and play? I'm so hungry." The man just stood outside, wearing a sinister smirk as he offered hollow comfort. "Just be patient." Slowly stepping closer to her cell, he sneered. "A creature that only begs because it's hungry is no different from a stray animal. And just because you were born like a beast doesn't mean you have to grow up like one, right?" The little girl cowered in sheer terror. Grabbing the heavy iron chains on her wrists with his left hand, the man pulled her forward, a sharp scalpel gleaming in his right. With bloodshot eyes and a twisted, maniacal expression, he spat. "You don't contribute because you're too young. You just wander from village to village begging for food, spreading like a virus." Bringing the cold blade close to her head, he whispered maliciously, "And as a doctor, it is my duty to cleanse this society of plagues like you." Then came his final, merciless order: "Now, sacrifice yourself." The hypocritical doctor stood high on a platform, flanked by terrified street children, as a massive crowd roared below. He bellowed to the crowd, "Our land suffers from this devastating famine only because of these worthless orphans, who leech off our sympathy." The brainwashed crowd cheered wildly, chanting, "Witches spawn! The plague of Raqqa! They're a cancer on our nation." Raising his blade to strike, the doctor cried, "I shall deliver our land by offering you as a sacrifice to the gods." The other children could only cover their eyes, weeping in helpless terror. Below, the bloodthirsty crowd kept roaring, "Kill them! Burn them!" Back in the dark dungeons, the cultists' sinister laughter echoed, "We still don't have enough sacrifices. We'll need many more for the next ritual." Hearing this, the surviving children huddled together in the corner, too terrified to make a sound. A grief-stricken voice echoed, "You promised my friends would be here. Why do you keep hurting us? Why?" Out of nowhere, Gong-ja suddenly materialized in the middle of the dungeon. Looking around in complete disbelief, he muttered, "Wait, where on earth am I?" He slowly turned around. Gong-ja turned and asked, "Are you seeing this?" The red-haired guy replied, "I've been watching the whole thing from the start. I totally forgot you were here, since I can't actually see you." Hearing that, Gong-ja felt a slight headache coming on. Tiredly, he said, "I guess it's just our consciousnesses floating around here." The red-haired guy snapped back in anger, his voice dropping, "That's not the point right now. How could those people be so damn crazy? How dare they sacrifice those kids?" Gong-ja stood frozen in place, deep in thought for a moment before saying, "That might actually be the persona of the 10th floor boss." Kneeling on one knee, the red-haired guy slowly analyzed the situation. Talk about a dead end. This monster might have been a human once. Not all monsters are like this, though just the bosses. A boss monster gets turned into a monster based on an event from another world. Beings from other worlds, heroes, or whatever it all, starts to make more sense from the 10th floor onward. Gong-ja glared at the red-haired guy and asked, "Why the hell didn't you tell me that before?" The red-haired guy just casually shrugged. "Because you never asked." "Still curious," Gong-ja said. "But this is my first time experiencing the original memory. I only know they're from another world, but there's no way to know what they've actually gone through. Seeing this with my own eyes is just awful." He fell silent, but different voices started echoing around him. "I'm so hungry. Is anyone out there?" A butler carrying a candle suddenly tripped, letting the flames spread everywhere and triggering a massive fire. The people inside the mansion panicked, screaming and shoving each other as they scrambled to escape. And that's not all. The master of the house was actually urging them to grab his expensive jewelry first. It was total chaos. Gong-ja panicked too, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Are you guys serious right now? Did you forget about the children in the basement?" Down in the basement, the children cried out in utter despair, "Is anyone there? Please, is there anyone out there? It's so hot. Kind sir, the fire is everywhere. We didn't do anything wrong. We don't want to burn to death. We just wanted to play with our friends. Just a little bit." Suddenly, the system chimed, "Trauma recall complete. Penalty has ended." Gong-ja sat on his bed, clutching his head in agony. What he had just witnessed was simply too heartbreaking to bear. Seeing him like that, the red-haired guy tried to offer some comfort. "It's truly tragic. Even I was deeply moved seeing that happen. But let's be real. There's absolutely nothing we can do to change it now, right? Gong-ja glared at him in disgust. Wow, is that really what you have to say right now? You are unbelievable. Irritated, the red-haired guy fired back. Look, Gong-ja, yeah, I'm a piece of trash, but what else do you expect us to do? Reality is just cold like that. He pointed at Gong-ja and said in a dead serious tone, right now, that boss is nothing but a monster, and those children already died in another world a long time ago. This all happened way back, long before you were even born. What can you possibly do about it? If this was happening inside the tower, sure, you could just kill yourself over and over to go back and save them. But this happened in a completely different world. No one can fix this. Find the real doll and kill it. Then keep climbing to the 11th, 20th, 30th, 40th, and 50th floors. This is the only way you can put an end to them, since you chose to become the strongest hunter, the one who stands above everyone else. You need to worry about your own problems first. That's exactly how Yamjae approached this too. Gong-ja stood up and walked away, declaring confidently, Yu Suha is 100% going to track down the real doll and blow its head off. But is he going to see the tragic truth behind it? Even if he did, would he even care? Gong-ja replied, I refuse to become a bastard like Yamjae. The red-haired guy asked, then what's your plan? When no answer came, he snapped in frustration, are you a kid or what? Are you seriously refusing to hunt the boss just because you don't want to be like us? He kept complaining, you have to kill the boss to clear this floor, you brainless zombie. Gong-ja angrily fired back, who decided that was the only way? He slammed his hand against the door repeatedly, muttering, damn it, I'm such an idiot. Standing next to him, the red-haired guy asked in confusion, what are you even talking about? Gong-ja suddenly yelled out, I'm a fool, and so are you. Damn it, I didn't know anything when this first started. Gong-ja asked, do you remember when you showed me that illusion to get me to choose an S-rank skill? The red-haired guy snapped, who do you think I am, zombie? Of course I remember. Resting his head against the door, Gong-ja said in a hollow voice, resentment, hostility, and revenge. The boiling rage you couldn't bear, the voices that went unheard, and the unfinished dreams that turned to ash. If you wanted to, you could create a 2-kilometer-long hell of fire. Not a single soul can escape this hell without your permission. Doesn't that strike you as odd? The red-haired guy boredly scratched his ear. Fine, fine. So what exactly is wrong with that? Gong-ja emphasized the last part. Not a single soul can escape this hell of fire without your permission. Suddenly, a realization hit him. Wait, if that's true, then everyone in the Black Dragon Guild can survive and make it back without having to kill the boss. Gong-ja flung the mansion doors wide open. Inside, the roaring flames blazed as if ready to swallow anyone whole. He turned to the red-haired guy and said, if I'm right about this, what are we going to do? There's only one answer to this mystery. The boss actually let them escape. Inside, the dolls squealed in unison. Heh heh, come play with us. Gong-ja smiled and replied, sure, let's play. The caution against fire skill was activated. The dolls gasped in surprise and asked, Mister, aren't you burning? Isn't it hot? How can you even play with us? Gong-ja rolled up his sleeves and answered them, that's right, let's play hide and seek, guys. Watch out, I never lost a single game of hide and seek when I was a kid. The dolls gasped in awe. You're so weird. Gong-ja covered his eyes and said excitedly, I'm starting to count. Go hide, everyone, go hide. I can see your hair, so run and hide well. The dolls chanted together, run and hide well, run far away from here. Don't let him catch us. Once he finished counting, Gong-ja said, all right, I'm coming to find you guys. Spotting one of them, he cheered, found you. The little doll quickly replied, wrong, that's not me. He kept searching for the others, saying, this must be you, to whoever he caught. The little dolls played along perfectly, repeatedly denying it whenever he grabbed them. No, that's not me. No, it's not me, you're wrong. Gong-ja seemed to completely blend in with the kids, laughing out loud. He said, this is harder than I thought. Then, is this you? But the kids replied again, no, that's not me. The red-haired guy looked at the mess in front of him, sighed, and said, sigh, this is a memory. Gong-ja kept touching each doll one by one, but everyone kept saying, wrong, that's not me. Eventually, he walked all the way to the end of the corridor, where a cage sat with a little doll inside, who asked him, will you play with us? He patted the boy's head and said, gotcha. Now it's your turn. The doll boy slowly started to melt, his mouth repeatedly whispering, kind mister, thank you, thank you. Suddenly, he grew into a handsome young boy, and then vanished. The system announced, Congratulations on completing the hidden stage. You have cleared the boss phase. He had successfully cleared it. The notification popped up. Hunter Gong-ja's achievement. Initializing rewards. Quest complete. Rewards finalized. The entrance to the 11th floor will activate within 24 hours. The two of them stood before the 10th floor boss room door, a gentle breeze brushing against his face. The sword spirit asked, "Why the long face?" He praised him, saying, "Clearing a hidden stage is no easy feat. Even for me. But you did it, and the reward is fantastic, isn't it?" Holding his face in his hands, he muttered, "You just don't get it. Because you're not human." He pondered, "I used to just wonder what the hell this world really was. The things I saw during the boss fight. Whether in their world or ours. Terrible things like that always happen. It seemed he felt the world everyone was currently living in was a very dangerous place." The old sword spirit sank into deep thought as well. No less than Gong-ja. "All humans are the same," the old man said, falling silent as he stared at him. "How the hell can I keep preaching like this?" The goofy sword spirit facepalmed. Why on earth did he have to deal with such tedious, preachy nonsense, like lecturing people on morals? He suddenly turned around, gave him a hearty slap on the back in approval, and said, "But more importantly, you were absolutely amazing," getting smacked without saying a word. He just stared at the sword spirit. "You cleared the boss fight your own way. That was incredible. Great job." The sword spirit flashed a professional smile, not forgetting to give him a thumbs up of encouragement. Speechless, Gong-ja asked, "Are you actually serious? Hey, I mean you cleared everything not by luck, but through your own skill and ability." The sword spirit praised him earnestly. He continued, "Since we're partners, we should celebrate together when something good happens." Right as he finished speaking, a brilliant display of fireworks burst into the sky. At the same time, the system window popped up, announcing the completion of the 10th floor. The 11th floor will open in 24 hours. The fireworks show continued endlessly. Messages from anonymous users in the city flooded in. Even those in the dungeon depths witnessed the non-stop fireworks. "Is that a fireworks show on the first floor? Is it only over there? I'm on the 3rd floor, and we have fireworks here too." Humans and goblins on the 3rd floor stared in awe. "Does anyone know if someone cleared the 10th floor? Is it the Black Dragon Guild? Why are they so quiet?" The countdown timer officially began, ticking down before the eyes of everyone inside the tower. They said their next raid wouldn't be for another 2 weeks, so it's definitely not Black Dragon. Finally, the old man reminisced. "I'm seeing the exact same sight I saw in my past life. This is the second time I've witnessed this." The anonymous messages kept coming. He opened his phone to check the news on the anonymous forum. "It's definitely not Black Dragon. Their executives are at the cafe across the street." An anonymous user sent a photo of the executives sipping coffee. Another anonymous user had spotted the leaders of the Tempo Guild praying and uploaded a photo. "I'm praying at the Pantheon right now, and the Tempo leaders are all here, so it's not them either." Other anonymous users chimed in, eager to share the current locations of all the major guilds. "Viper is teaching students right now. The Crusader Coalition is on duty at Babylon Plaza." One anonymous user claimed, "I'm a high-ranking member of the Merchants Association. I can't verify my identity, but long story short, it's not them." Another anonymous user chimed in with curiosity, asking if the Sword Saint was the one behind this. "I mean, if it wasn't a guild, then it had to be the Sword Saint, right?" Another user quickly shut down that clueless guess by sharing a photo of Sword Saint Marcus's current location, saying, "The Sword Saint is literally sitting right next to me." The anonymous forum was dying to know what was going on. What could this possibly mean? But it didn't mean anything yet. No one had a single clue who actually cleared the 10th floor. At that moment, the sword spirit couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Now that you've gone from a mere extra to the main character, how does it feel? Meanwhile, virtual fireworks kept lighting up the sky, celebrating his epic achievement. "I feel absolutely amazing. It honestly feels like I have the entire world in the palm of my hand." That smug, confident grin spread across Gong-ja's face once again. "Pretty cool, right? Don't let this get to your head. You didn't just clear the 10th floor." The ghost paused for a moment before continuing. "But you really are the closest person in your world to reaching the absolute summit. I know. Now, all that's left is for us to climb straight to the top of the tower." Suddenly, the gatekeeper came rushing over in a total panic. Sir Hunter." The guard gasped for air, asking, "Are you the one who just conquered the 10th floor? Is it really you, sir?" Gong-ja played dumb. "What on earth are you talking about?" The guard quickly added, I mean the person who just cleared the 10th floor. You're the only hunter who went past the 10th floor today. The guard whipped out his phone, which was buzzing non-stop with urgent notifications. My bosses keep blowing up my phone, demanding to know what's going on. Gong-ja patted the guard on the shoulder. And even if I did, what are you planning to do about it? The guard's face went pale with fear. I won't say a word. In fact, I didn't hear a single thing. Gong-ja simply waved his hand and walked away, leaving the guard completely stunned. Wait! I already paid you 100 gold, the guard yelled from behind. At least tell me the name of your party. I don't have a party. The guard's jaw dropped in pure shock as he stared at Gong-ja's retreating back. Ha! Just look at his face. The ghost chuckled as he watched the guard. You made the right call, the sword spirit remarked. Your name is highly valuable now. Keeping your identity a secret will force them to come searching for you. Remembering their little wager, Gong-ja smiled. I just realized a few things. Huh? What did you realize? The ghost figured Gong-ja was getting all sentimental again, probably about to spout some emotional life lesson from the boss room. Meanwhile, the teleportation system activated. Please select your destination floor. Actually, about all that praise you showered me with, Gong-ja said, gently nudging the ghost's memory. Didn't you promise to call me Lord Gong-ja if I cleared the boss room with only 2 coins? Well, what should we do about that? Because I actually cleared the 10th floor with exactly 2 coins. The sword spirit instantly froze. Oh boy, his face completely gave away that he was desperately trying to find a way out of the bet. Gong-ja, come on, we're partners. The ghost, yeah. One of us cleared 99 floors, and the other is going to clear 100 floors. We're comrades, best friends. Gong-ja lazily scratched his ear, completely ignoring the ghost's desperate babbling. Floor 1, the system chimed in, confirmed. Teleporting to the city on floor 1. Gong-ja couldn't help but chuckle at the sword spirit's priceless comical expression. Smiling at the ghost, he said, Well, too bad. You're going to have to call me Lord Gong-ja for the rest of your life. The poor sword spirit was utterly defeated. This was easily the greatest humiliation of his entire life, even though, technically speaking, his life was already over since he was a ghost. Inside the Salak Cafe, the air was buzzing with excited whispers. Did someone seriously clear the 10th floor? I've been glued to the news and still have no clue. Do you think it was the Black Dragon Guild? Maybe they're keeping it a secret. Meanwhile, Gong-ja sat there peacefully with his headphones on, sipping his coffee. As everyone gossiped around him, he acted as if they were talking about someone else entirely. I bet you anything it was the Sword Saint, Gong-ja whispered. What do you think, Sword Spirit? Victory is incredibly sweet, isn't it? Just like this caramel macchiato, he teased. It absolutely is. The Sword Spirit clearly wanted to log out of life right about now, refusing to give him a single reply. What a sore loser, Gong-ja laughed. Gong-ja played along, teasing, Oh, I can't hear you. My headphones must be broken. He kept badgering the ghost with annoying nicknames. Excuse me, Mr. Sword Spirit. Mr. Sword Spirit. Oh, Mr. Psycho, Mr. Lunatic. By now, the Sword Spirit was absolutely livid, biting his lip and shaking with rage, utterly powerless to stop him. He was seriously regretting making that stupid bet. Finally, the lunatic Sword Spirit came back online and snapped in frustration. What the hell do you want? Oh, I can finally hear you. I was starting to think I'd gone deaf. You really worried your Lord Gong-ja, you know. You shouldn't do that. Grinning from ear to ear, he continued to push the angry ghost's buttons. Hey, can we chat for a bit? It's going to feel so much more natural once you start calling me Lord Gong-ja, don't you think? The ghost practically started crying as he wailed. Just kill me already. His face twisting into another hilarious expression. Go find another skill to replace this one. I want to go back to Old Man Marcus, the sword spirit begged, desperately pleading to be sent back to the old sword saint. Gong-ja remained perfectly calm. Now, that's a massive decision. Aren't we supposed to be partners for life? We're going to be stuck together forever. He glanced at the system clock, which read 22 hours, 32 minutes, and 50 seconds. He realized about half an hour had already flown by. Suddenly, a cute little cat appeared. It felt like a sign that something wonderful was about to come his way. A truly lucky cat. She looks at him with sparkling eyes. Meow. Nobody knows anything about this cat, and honestly, I don't need to either. He is absolutely obsessed with it, gently stroking its fur with both hands. Are you lost, little guy? Want to play with me? The cat purrs happily in his arms, letting out a soft meow as if agreeing. Nya. He thinks to himself that the crazy sword spirit is acting like a total clown. He looks like a complete madman, but honestly, What a spectacular performance. Suddenly, a voice rings out behind him. Excuse me, are you Hunter Gong-ja? Huh? Several guild representatives suddenly appear in front of him. Glancing at them, he casually hands over his hunter registration card. I was wondering how long it would take. Turns out, it's only about 1 hour and 30 minutes. The representatives panic, immediately calling their superiors to prepare for a fierce bidding war over him. Yes, I found him. He's at the cafe in front of the bank. Don't worry. I won't let any other guild snatch him away. The blonde guy quickly cuts in to introduce himself first. I'm the head of recruitment for the Executioner Guild. Hunter Gong-ja, if you join our guild. Gong-ja cuts him off. Sorry to interrupt, but let me make 2 things clear. He lays out his first condition. First, do not leak my name to the media. One of the recruiters raises a hand. But until when? The press is hounding us like crazy. Honestly, it seems like his guild doesn't have much leverage, at least when it comes to managing the media. Pausing for a moment, he says, it won't be long. He points out the window, only until that clock over there hits 0. I really don't want to get caught by reporters before I enter the 11th floor. Well, that's doable. The recruiters all let out a collective sigh of relief. And second, he interrupts again. This is a public space, so please be mindful of the other customers. Only then does the crowd notice the curious onlookers around them, some of whom are already filming with their phones. Ah, we are so sorry. They immediately spring into action. I am from the civil militia. Excuse me, how much would it cost to rent out this entire cafe for an hour? Oh, and get us some coffee, please. All right, everyone. Thank you for your cooperation. Once everyone is seated properly and listening closely, he says, let's begin. Please, tell me your offers. The blonde guy starts off. We will pay you 10,000 gold up front. The other guild representatives scoff and immediately look down on the blonde's offer. Wow. Is the Executioner Guild really that broke? Join the Adventure Guild. We will pay you 20,000 gold. Please, join Heaven's Gate instead. We will bring you in as a trainer, so you can start training our members and receive a signing bonus of 25,000 gold. You won't even need to train anyone. If you join the 10,000 Temples Guild, we'll guarantee you a prestigious honorary title. Or better yet, why not join the civil militia as our special envoy? They start tossing out sweeter and sweeter bait, but they all scoff at the mention of the Sword Saint. The Executioner Guild can go up to 36,000 gold. You broke guilds should just stand aside. You only bumped your offer up by a measly 1,000 gold, and you dare call yourselves executioners? The Sword Saint is currently ranked number 1, and he isn't even in a guild. Because of this, everyone is incredibly wary of other guilds and their hidden motives, desperate to quickly dispel any rumors surrounding the Sword Saint. Unfortunately for the Executioner Guild, they are still trying to hide their trump card, showing absolutely no respect for his true value. You shouldn't try to recruit me while hiding your true intentions. The Merchant Alliance offers 500,000 gold. Out of nowhere, the cat speaks in a human voice. The cat leaps down from his lap and instantly transforms into a stunningly beautiful woman. She immediately drops an insane offer. And I'll make you our vice guild leader. What do you say? Rank 3 of the Merchant Alliance, the Countess herself. Now, you've got my attention. You don't seem surprised at all that I turned back into a human, do you? He smiles, seemingly looking at her, but no, he's actually focused on the ridiculous, grinning face of the sword spirit hovering right behind her. Or rather, calling her an old lady would be more accurate. Thank you, but I've already seen far more shocking things than this. Ha ha ha, you really are interesting. Looking at her, it is truly hard to believe she is already 40 years old. She is the wealthiest person among the top rankers in the tower, so she must have used some kind of youth-restoring elixir. The blonde representative cuts in. Excuse me, but... The lady smiles warmly and interrupts. No need to be polite. The blonde guy clearly objects to her spending such an astronomical sum to recruit Gong-ja, which is forcing the other guilds out of the running and making things difficult. Isn't 500,000 gold a bit too much? Sure, clearing the 10th floor is amazing, but we don't even know what Gong-ja's skills are. The blonde guy is clearly trying to downplay his value. She patiently waits for him to finish, snaps her folding fan shut, and asks, "Are you done?" The blonde replies, "Yes." She scoffs, pointing out that the people in front of her don't have the financial power to compete with her, let alone dictate his worth. First of all, do you mind explaining why you invited these uninvited guests in the first place? I'm sorry, but I have no reason to keep talking with you guys. If any of you can top 500,000 gold, then we can talk. She smiles, looking triumphant as she easily puts the foolish crowd in their place. But the real heavyweights are bound to show up sooner or later. Before the door even opens, an angry voice bellows from outside. "You bitch!" A smirk plays on her beautiful face, having already predicted his arrival. The door is slammed open as a man bursts in, shouting, "You wretched woman! Damn you! Rank 5 is here!" Cheon Minmun, the master of the Viper Guild, suddenly makes his entrance. "Looks like I'm a step behind again. My bad, my bad." Then, Rank 4, the Heretic Inquisitor, pipes up. "You can't just talk your way out of a mistake. Our job here is to make sure the rookies don't get overwhelmed." Whoa, that's a bit harsh, don't you think? Rank 8, Paladin, Vice Guild Master of the Crusader Guild, arrives but says nothing. Rank 2, the Black Witch, Guild Master of the Black Dragon, is a warm lady in her late 30s. She welcomes them cheerfully. "Welcome, top-tier hunters. They are all here now." She seems to reminisce about the old days. "It's been a long time since we all gathered like this, hasn't it? The day we cleared the second floor together. Man, it feels like it was just yesterday. I guess we really are getting old." Cheon Minmun gets furious at her rambling about the past. "Shut up, or I'll boil you into soup." He brings up his earlier point, mocking her for wanting to throw away 500,000 gold as a Vice Guild Master. "Are you trying to flex by throwing money out the window?" The Vice Guild Master says. "All right, calm down and let's have some coffee first." The Crusader Guild Master speaks up, trying to pacify them. "A cup of coffee will calm you right down. This is how intellectual folks like us should talk. I'll get a macchiato. What about everyone else? Go ahead and order your favorites. I'll take a latte, a hot hazelnut latte, and a hot Americano for me." Old man Cheon Minmun is so ticked off, he wants to scream, "These guys aren't even taking this seriously." What? The entire world is losing its mind because the 10th floor was just cleared, and you guys can just sit there and drink coffee. Did your brains wash down with your coffee? The Crusader Guild lady tries to give the hot-tempered old man a way out. "1 black coffee for Guildmaster Cheon Minmun, please, barista. I'd like to add to that order." Old man Cheon wants to scream, "You caffeine freak, I told you I don't want any." The waiter trembles. "Yes, sir. So that's 1 macchiato, 1 large Americano, 1 black coffee, 1 iced coffee, 1 hot cocoa, and 1 unsweetened black coffee. So, what are you planning to do, Hunter Gong-ja?" "They're getting down to business now, they're trying to test me." He knows it all too well. It's definitely no coincidence that these top-tier hunters gathered here the moment the owner stepped out. Is this their strategy to try and intimidate me? The ghost rushes to back him up. "Don't be scared, they're just trying to test you." "I know. This is nothing compared to being burned alive," he reassures the ghost, keeping his cool. He knows exactly what he needs to do. Right now, what he needs to show them is absolute composure. He calls the waiter over. "Excuse me, can I order? I just had a macchiato, but I'm not really a coffee person. I'll just take a hot chocolate." The waiter shows him the same level of respect. "Yes, sir. I just need to act as relaxed as possible. There's absolutely no reason to be afraid of them." The blonde lady says, "How interesting. Truly fitting for someone who cleared the 10th floor you adapt so quickly. Because if he showed any fear, they might just kill him right here." The ghost senses that this situation is no different from his time in the other world. This is the harsh reality of the gap between the weak and the strong. If you panic, they might kill you instantly. He silently thanks them for not taking him lightly. The ghost chuckles. "Damn." The guildmaster from earlier says, "Looks like he's not planning on choosing." Well, youngsters these days treat picking a guild like playing the lottery, don't they? He has luck, guts, and skill. If a young person has all three, they're bound to succeed. Old man Cheon finds this completely redundant. No kidding. How could anyone who cleared the 10th floor just be a normal rookie? You're just stating the obvious. Cut the chatter and ask him what he thinks. The Black Witch Guildmaster finally speaks up. Fighting over that doesn't matter. Just because we're famous doesn't mean he belongs to us. We can deal with those issues later. Hunter Gong-ja, let me ask you one thing. Which guild do you want to join? If you don't plan on joining a guild, like the Sword Saint, let us know. We need to announce this to the media. It seems like she's trying to threaten Gong-ja. Gong-ja seems quite intrigued. And what if I do join? Then there's going to be a war to recruit you. She continues, "We've been stuck on the 9th floor for far too long, but since you cleared the 10th floor, this is the perfect opportunity to advertise the tower's value to the outside world again. It will bring in people who aren't just war refugees, and most of the hunters comfortably living on the 1st floor will feel a renewed drive to conquer higher floors. And the world won't just stop at the 11th floor. Curiosity is what keeps this tower alive. She explains their current issues and how food and resources can be saved. Exactly. It's incredibly difficult to feed everyone with only 9 floors. We might be maintaining food supplies from the outside world, but it's definitely not enough. This is the time to secure more food. We need to push hunters past the 10th floor, and we need to find resources that can only be found up there. We need a way to broadcast this message to the outside world. A symbol is exactly what we need for a new era. So that's how it is. That's exactly what the Flame Emperor used to do, but things are different now. The one replacing the Flame Emperor is me now, and she's saying that I am that very symbol. But the Black Witch tried to kill that symbol back then. The memory of that moment flashes back. Did that very Black Witch order someone to kill me? I don't know your angle, but either way, the enemy of my enemy is a friend. I get it. You want me to become a symbol to accelerate the tower's growth. And the other guilds will have to follow in those footsteps. I'd feel bad if that happened, so let's do this instead. Reaching into his pocket, he pulls out a deck. Cards? He shows them, setting up the game. I'll join the guild of whoever wins this round. I don't need money or status, but if I win, I get to make one demand of all the guilds. He lays down his conditions. On paper, I'll be a guild member, but in reality, you all have to treat me as an equal. The merchant guildmaster is intrigued. Someone who's only cleared a single floor wants to be on equal footing with us? Fascinating. I'm in as long as there's no cheating, of course. The Sword Saint glares at the veterans, agreeing to the bet. No skills, no tricks, and absolutely no cheating. Anyone caught cheating is disqualified on the spot. The guildmaster in flashy armor starts crying poor. My guild is broke. If we had to bid for you, we'd definitely lose. This card game is actually a great idea. The Witch Guildmaster accepts the wager. Fine, I agree to these terms. Meanwhile, Gong-ja whispers to the Sword Spirit. You hate calling me Master Gong-ja, don't you? The spirit has no idea why he's bringing this up now. Then, Gong-ja offers a deal. You won't have to call me that ever again once this game is over. Seriously? I don't? The Sword Spirit is thrilled, thinking he's finally escaping the curse of calling him Master. In exchange, you have to tell me what cards everyone is holding. Oh, that's a piece of cake. You're the best, Master Gong-ja. Flattery will get you everywhere. I accept, Master Gong-ja. And as a little bonus, I'll let you know if any of them try to cheat. You truly are magnificent, Master Gong-ja. All right, the game is on. After a round of subtle cheating, the table starts thinning out. Looks like someone needs to cool off. Quick, bring him some water to chill out. And I ordered you another shot of espresso, so please enjoy. The waiter seizes the opportunity to upsell. I told you I didn't want it. Yeah, I know, but you just have to deal with it. That damn heretic inquisitor. The Sword Saint's face is twisted in frustration. But what's bothering him so much? What? Did he lose a card game to a rookie? Despite the cozy, peaceful vibe of the cafe, the guy in full armor is already clutching his head in defeat. Cozy for the winner, maybe. I'm folding this round. The guy in full body armor sighs with a wry smile, throwing down his cards. And here I thought my poker face was flawless. Are you using a mind-reading skill or something? Gong-ja teases him, telling the armored guy to keep guessing. Could it be mind-reading? Or maybe X-ray vision? Who knows? The poor crying guildmaster chuckles. Man, the rookies these days are tough as nails. Hey, how can you give up so easily, you bastard? Whether it works or not, you've got to keep pressuring him. Are we really just going to let that cheater get away? The Sword Saint roars, spitting as he rants. Disagreeing with him completely, the Black Witch replies, cheating? That's a bit harsh to say about a rising hero. She already knew he was using a skill. Why hadn't the old man realized it yet? Of course she knew. She had a pretty good idea right from the start. I figured it out from the beginning. What? The muscle-brained old man gasps in shock. She continues, it's foolish not to notice. Did you really think a rookie would challenge us to a game and rely entirely on pure luck? The merchant guildmaster steps up to deal. Perhaps she's trying to figure out exactly how Gong-ja is pulling off his trick. I'll deal the cards. The vice leader of the civil militia continues to explain. He challenged us to a game, meaning, I will beat you all without you figuring out my skill. And we accepted that challenge. Right, Gatekeeper of Heaven? I know you prefer brute forcing things with martial arts, but please, try using your brain for once. The Sword Saint is left speechless. Besides, we had nothing to lose from the start. If we win, great. But even if we lose, there are benefits. It seems the vice leader of the civil militia has already thoroughly analyzed the pros and cons of this bet. It seems this wager doesn't actually harm any of the guilds involved. But think of your pride. How can a complete rookie be on our level? Can pride feed you? She scoffs with a smile. Paladin chimes in. Pride gets you espresso. Here, drink up. Shoving the coffee straight into the Sword Saint's mouth, she makes him jump and curse in surprise. The next match is between Gong-ja and the Black Witch. I'm glad, she says. When he asks why, she replies, because you're a reasonable person. It seems there is a deeper story the Black Witch wants to share. I'm from Ukraine, she begins. Or, to be precise, where the Soviet Union used to be. After losing my family in the Civil War, I lived my entire life as an outsider. Whether it's in here or the world outside, it's not a place where a girl can survive alone. She's right, but Gong-ja wants her to get straight to the point. The Merchant Guildmaster nods, signaling, good hand, play it, I bet. Gong-ja asks, so, what are you trying to say? Everyone in the tower, especially the first generation, has their own story. I was just an ordinary war orphan. Meanwhile, Gong-ja's partner is busy working behind the scenes. His partner, who was once the Sword Emperor, uses his spiritual form to signal a flush of diamonds by tapping 2 fingers above and 2 below. Over here. She gestures. The witch continues. You could say this tower has become my true home. In this tower, we never ask where someone comes from. That's the kind of world we built. Whether I'm Ukrainian, you're Korean, or Viper is Chinese. None of that matters inside the tower. As she says this, her voice grows noticeably quiet, filled with a heavy sadness. Thanks to the tower, we can all understand each other. Here, we're all equal challengers. At least it's fairer than the outside world. The Countess continues to deal the cards. The world out there might view us as trash, but even a rose can bloom from manure. You're raising the stakes, Gong-ja. Once that clock hits 0, the world will know who you are, and your life is going to be turned completely upside down. 18 hours. She raised the stakes too, her words sounding more and more like a threat, which means you won't have any protection from any guild unless you join one of us. I hope you make a wise choice. He replies, great. I love being the center of attention. I want people to praise me and want to be just like me. That's all there is to it. You're very honest, unlike the Sword Saint. He thinks to himself, the Black Dragon Master still has a flush. I haven't won yet, but I'm going all in, because I'm confident, he declares, radiating absolute certainty. In fact, let me tell you this right now. Clearing the 10th floor isn't going to be my only achievement. I will conquer the 20th, the 30th, the 50th, and the 100th floor. No matter how long it takes, I'm going to reach the very top of this tower. I respect how much you all value this tower. I don't plan on pointlessly fighting you guys just to see who gets to the top first, or who is the most worthy of being a hero. But I do see you all as my rivals, and I want to look at a world that goes far beyond just the inside of this tower. Honestly, I don't know much about the poverty and struggles going on here, so if you want to use my name to solve those issues, go right ahead. But please, help me climb this tower. I want to experience what it feels like to stand at the peak. She remains silent, knowing that after this conversation, there's no way she can ever tie down a hero like Gong-ja. Sigh, I was wrong. You're exactly like the Sword Saint. Is that a compliment? No, it's an insult. You're both just incredibly greedy. As the card game comes to an end, the referee, Rondo, announces the final showdown. Black Dragon with a flush, and Gong-ja with a full house. Gong-ja is the ultimate winner. For him, there's absolutely nothing better than being compared to the Sword Saint. He thanks her. Then I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you. With that, he makes his demand. So from now on, I expect to be treated as an equal. And can I expect you to shoulder the responsibilities that come with it? Isn't a hunter's sole responsibility to climb the tower? Don't worry. The sword spirit continues to goof around, shouting, how insolent for a newbie. Honestly, if being insolent were a skill, this guy would easily be SSS rank. He happily flies in circles around the mighty Gong-ja, or rather, the zombie, Mr. Lunatic. The sword spirit cheers. Wow, it feels so good to be alive. What do you mean, Lord Gong-ja? You're zombie, you crazy bastard zombie. Who knew zombie could sound like such a beautiful word? Gong-ja thinks to himself. And to think this guy is supposed to be the legendary Sword Emperor. How utterly embarrassing. The Black Witch is forced to compromise. She asks, are you leaving already? Yeah, the 11th floor is opening soon. If I don't want to fall behind, I need to go prepare. She can faintly sense that he still has an ace up his sleeve. You don't even know what lies ahead. How exactly are you going to prepare? He smiles and replies, role-playing. That's the theme for the 11th to the 20th floors. I got a hint from the 10th floor, but past that, I really don't know. The high-ranking hunters stare blankly in utter confusion as he continues speaking. The Black Witchmaster falls silent for a moment, thinking to herself, one day, I will repay this debt. 17 hours and 42 minutes have passed, yet the identity of the person who cleared the 10th floor boss remains the single biggest mystery. Curious whispers echo all around the crowd, asking over and over, who on earth is that person? There's still no official announcement about the 10th floor, right? Did you see that video showing that the Sword Saint didn't clear it alone? It was absolutely mind-blowing. Someone scowls, adding, there's no way in hell he did it by himself. Even if you dig through the news, you won't find a single detail. I heard someone saw all the top guild leaders gathering somewhere yesterday. So who actually cleared it? Gong-ja just stands in the middle of the crowd, chuckling to himself. Look up, someone suddenly points to the sky, shouting, 11 seconds left. It's about to begin. The crowd starts counting down with the giant clock in the sky. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Gong-ja refreshes his search page. 3, 2, 1. As the final second ticks away, everyone raises their hands to welcome the 11th floor. The system's voice echoes throughout the tower. The tutorial will conclude today. Repeating the announcement to all players, the tutorial will conclude today. The 11th floor is now open. Stepping onto the 11th floor, an incredibly beautiful fairy emerges from the light. Her pure white dress is spotless, and her entire body radiates a soft glow. Her long, wavy hair gleams like golden sunlight. Climbers of the tower, brave warriors, congratulations on overcoming the tragedy of the Hellfire Mansion. Whoa, is that an angel? The crowd gasps in awe. Is she a goddess? Get a grip, she looks nothing like a goddess, grumbles the former Sword Emperor, leaving Gong-ja completely bewildered. She's just a system program meant to explain the quest to you idiots. Gong-ja asks, so she's like an NPC? NPC indeed, warriors. There is a world that desperately yearns for your help. A world that is currently suffering under the brutal invasion of the Demon King. Even if you say she looks like a goddess, it's just a pre-recorded video. The Sword Spirit clearly knows how NPCs work inside and out. From this moment on, you will be summoned to that land with the sacred mission of saving humanity. Gong-ja looks at him, totally puzzled. Wait, how do you even know all of that? Well, the Sword Spirit stammers. If you wish to accept this mission, please say, transfer, right now. The fairy's lips. The red shoes of the Sword Saint have appeared. What on earth is he planning to do? He leaps into the air and delivers a horizontal slash with his sword. The projection fades from the Sword Saint's slash. As soon as he finishes his strike, he immediately sheathes his sword. Everyone. The NPC continues her quest prompt, but the hologram has been disrupted, scattering into particles. The NPC then says, teleport. The scattered particles of the projection begin to gather once more. The image of the noble goddess doesn't disappear. What is that? A hologram? For those who don't know, a hologram is a projected image displayed in midair. It can be 3D or 2D, depending on the technology and how much money you have. The Sword Saint's sharp, detective-like gaze sweeps over the crowd. I used to be just like that back in the day, says the Sword Emperor, who has plenty of experience in this area. Sensing the Sword Saint's gaze scanning over him, a cold shiver runs down his spine. Teleport. He turns his face away and speaks. The Sword Saint vanishes into thin air. Aha! The crowd looks up toward the sound of the laughter. The blonde heretic questioner speaks up. Looks like another player was snatched away, huh? What a wonderful day. I'll see you all on the 11th floor then. Teleport. The blonde heretic questioner waves and bows to the crowd. Seeing him vanish, the rest of the players don't hesitate to choose teleportation as well. The NPC, the warriors, the tower climbers, teleport, teleport, teleport. The sounds of teleportation echo everywhere. The NPC continues. From the 11th floor to the 20th floor, you will face the trial of faith. It seems to be the goddess's guidance as she clasps her hands and closes her eyes in prayer. Everyone will have to seek their own answers. The answers you find will, in turn, reveal who you truly are. Therefore, only you can truly know yourself. He looks at the goddess in surprise. The vice leader of the Crusader Guild remarks, what a shame. He turns around and asks, did you say it's a shame? She says, just think about it. She sighs. Even though we don't know what kind of entity built this tower, They clearly put a lot of effort into it. It's a message left for us, yet absolutely no one cares. Originally, this should be a sight of admiration and awe. Everything, starting from the very existence of this tower, is an incredible miracle. But we've gotten too used to everything on the 10th floor. He feels she's being a bit sentimental. You really are an emotional person, aren't you? She giggles and says, in the outside world, I was actually a music major. Would I be a bit more attractive if I were a music college student? Maybe making money was just too hard back then. He makes small talk with her. The truth hurts, doesn't it? The old man whispers behind him, hey, zombie, watch out. This woman is highly suspicious. The former Sword Emperor is up to his usual antics again. Ah, what is it this time? You're Hunter Kim Gong-ja, right? Startled, he turns around. Oh, it looks like he just drew everyone's attention to himself. I'm so sorry, Gong-ja, but I'm heading up to the 11th floor first. Haha. It turns out she had already sold the scoop to the reporters, just waiting for the countdown to hit 0. Hunter Kim Gong-ja, do you mind not getting so close to me? Microphones are shoved in his face. She smiles and says, goodbye. I actually have an eye for seeing right through a person's sincerity. That was my way of showing concern for you, so think kindly of me. He asks her, then what kind of person do I look like to you? She says, the answer lies deep within your heart. Teleport. With that, she immediately runs off. He yells, are you seriously abandoning me and running away like that? What did I tell you, zombie? That person was bad news, the Sword Emperor says. I'm reporter Shinji Ho from Hwanmun News. Please answer a few questions. Hunter Kim Gong-ja, is it true that you cleared the 10th floor completely on your own? Everyone is wondering, is this a prearranged script by the major guilds for a coordinated join? A barrage of questions from the reporters pours over him. He thinks, I need to get to the 11th floor fast. What should I say? What is your relationship with the paladin? Are you really just an E rank? The questions keep coming non-stop. What a pain. Quick-witted, he replies, I'm going to clear the 20th floor too. The reporters gasp, a scoop, that's a massive scoop. Right after saying that, he slips away. All right, thanks for your hard work, everyone. Teleport. Wait, hold on, Hunter. To all those climbing the tower, I wish you the best of luck. The message ends. She leaves her blessing of good luck to the warriors. As the crowd is teleported away, even the Sword Saint stands in stunned silence, staring at the battlefield before him. What on earth is this place? Someone can't help but shout as the sounds of battle erupt. Stop pushing, hold back the Demon King, for the Aegim Empire. The Sword Saint and his group still haven't grasped the situation. A massive horde of demons surges forward. The commanders roar. Do not retreat. If we fall here, the Empire collapses. It's impossible. There are too many of them. The teleported players still have no idea what's going on. What the hell are these things? The resilient soldiers and commanders scream. What's going on? Don't you dare give up. We are elite warriors. Watch out for the arrows, everyone. Someone in the crowd warns. The players deflect the rain of arrows flying toward them. Just teleported over, he nods to himself. Things are getting chaotic. What's happening here? Where's the 11th floor guide? The guide for the 10th floor has ended. From now on, scenarios like this on the stage will become part of daily life. A general spots them and exclaims, oh, the heroes sent to save the Empire. He begs for help. Please, hurry and help us. We are the Empire's reinforcements. He raised his sword, ready to fight and lay down his life at any moment. He said, this port is the Empire's last lifeline. If the capital is to survive on supplies, we must protect this place at all costs. He thought to himself, I guess sensory enhancement really paid off, huh? The sword spirit chimed in. Man, everyone seems to be in a total panic. Oh heroes who have crossed into this world, please save our Aegim Empire, the general pleaded. Instantly, the quest window popped up. Quest name, the supply line battle. Quest objective, calamity has befallen the Aegim Empire. The Demon King, a legendary being of ultimate evil, has raised a cunning, cruel, and powerful army. He is the one trying to sever the Empire's supply lines. First, you must defend the port. This battle will be your first step towards saving the Empire. However, if you fail, the 12th floor will remain locked. So the actual quest to defeat the Demon King has finally appeared? But where on earth is this Aegim Empire anyway? Although still shaken, they calm down and listen to the quest details. People keep rushing in. I need to read through this quest myself. So, how should we handle this quest? Everyone charged into the chaotic brawl with the goblins. Even without knowing the full details, they figured killing them first was the way to go. Follow the Sword King. Leading the charge, the Sword King plunged straight into the battlefield. You filthy goblins! I've slaughtered 6,000 of your kind over the last 6 years. Everyone, push forward, wipe them out. They calmly drove the beasts back. Amidst the chaos of battle, his personal notification window popped open. Welcome, Hunter Kim Gong-ja. Granting reward for clearing the 10th floor. His reward items materialized, floating all around him. Regular stage reward, bestowing blessing of the all. God. You can now view the map of the tower from the 11th to the 20th floor. The regional map appeared right before his eyes. The sword spirit wanted to scream, "Are you kidding me? I knew another broken cheat privilege would pop up. This is unbelievable. What kind of ridiculous cheat skills are these?" Reward system. Hidden stage reward. Bestowing blessing of the individual. You can now see the locations of hidden stage rewards. The old ghost was absolutely furious. How does this guy get so many crazy rewards? Can't you just get stronger through your own hard work for once? He gave a sly, mischievous grin. Reward system. Bestowing blessing of the merchant. You may select and acquire one existing item from the 11th to the 20th floor. As he basked in the sweet sound of his rewards, someone else felt it was completely unfair. What a crazy, frustrating game. A game of cheat abilities. A brand new strategy flashed through his mind. The theme of the tower is set for each floor. Floors 1 through 10 were just the tutorial. This was the starter city, designed for beginners to adapt to the tower and prepare themselves in the hunting grounds. And floors 11 through 20 are themed around the hero who defeats the Demon King. If you want to conquer the Demon King here, there are only 2 ways. Either you become powerful enough to obliterate an entire army single-handedly, or you devise a clever strategy to win this game, leading an army of your own to fight. Are you seriously choosing the second option? Do you even have that kind of talent? Have you ever commanded an army before? The old ghost scoffed. Of course not. Closing his eyes, he pulled up his status window. But I'm confident I can make that talent mine. E-rank hunter. 1. I want to be just like you, S+ rank. 2. The returner's clockwork. 3. A-rank swordsmanship. 4. Goblin communication. As his status screen glowed, he waved his hand. Hey, Mr. Critic. Didn't you just call this a trash game a second ago? Damn right I did, you lunatic, the old ghost retorted, completely skeptical. Then let me show you why this is a game of cheat abilities. He opened his reward window. Enju, Scout, located on the 11th floor, Port City of Kunkur. Korea, Foot Soldier, located on the 11th floor, Port City of Kunkur. Sort, Farmer, located on the 13th floor, the Baron's Domain. Lapa Casabella, Government Official, located on the 14th floor. Hiram, Blacksmith, located on the 12th floor, the capital of the Ejim Empire. Filtering the NPC directory. Displaying the locations of all 11th floor NPCs. He had the system display the NPC locations. Among them, only the top 100 had high-ranking skills, including the top 2, Enju and Karya. Wait, a zombie? Where did this come from? Please, can we just fight and get stronger, the honest way? I know you play dirty, but this is just ridiculous. Aren't you ashamed of yourself, you bottom-tier loser? The old ghost was losing his mind. This guy's cheating was out of control. He replied, Nope, not ashamed at all. System, show me the NPCs who possess unit command skills. Only 3 high-ranking individuals appeared on the list. Rohan Panbasa, the Knight Commander, and Sabat Agim, the Kunkur Regional Commander. Show the map locations of these 3, along with my own location. A massive blue dot flashed on the map. Well, see that? If this isn't a game of cheat abilities, I don't know what is. After all, a good privilege has just become an extraordinary one. Isn't it all about how the user uses their brain? He said, crossing his arms confidently. Speechless, the sword spirit flinched. There you go, cheating again. Brains? You call that a brain? It's just a little trick, he smirked. Tricks are a form of skill too. The closest blue dot on the map belonged to the general, currently slaughtering goblins right in front of him. That was his target. He walked up to the man and called out, General Sabat Agim. The masked old man looked over, cleared his throat, and spoke. Hero, who has traveled to this world. Is something wrong, sir? He looked at the mustached commander. Awesome. It was obvious the man possessed some incredible skills. He continued, Since you believe I am a hero, General, I have a favor to ask of you. The ghost desperately tried to warn him that this guy was a fraud, screaming, "Move aside, you clueless NPC. This guy is a total scammer." But the commander just looked at him and said, "Go ahead. If it is within my power, I will do it." He immediately blurted out, "Please kill me." The old commander was completely shell-shocked. "Actually, I have a secret method to keep this under wraps." The old sword spirit behind him kept screaming, "No, there isn't. He's lying." He continued his deception. "If my life is taken, a divine protection will descend upon the entire battlefield. It's essentially like a self-destruct technique. If we can activate this protection, only then can the Empire secure victory." The commander gasped in horror. How can such a terrifying skill even exist? That protection. The old man wanted to refuse, stammering, "But I cannot take the life of a hero." He cut him off, General Sarbast Agam. Giving him an ultimatum, he said, "Think about what is more important here. If you do not kill me, I will end up dying by my own hand anyway." The sword spirit glared at him with pure disdain. "You lying zombie, because this is undoubtedly the most effective way to save the Empire. I want to ask for your help in this matter, General." The old commander stood there, utterly dumbfounded. "As the commander of this port, either I must end my own life or perish at the hands of those vile monsters, so I wish to entrust my life to you, a seasoned commander and a patriot who loves this country more than anyone." The ghost's face twisted into mock admiration, while the commander was deeply shaken. He pressed him, "We're running out of time, sir. Please hurry." No matter how critical the safety of the Empire is, does it really justify sacrificing the life of someone from another world? The old man sighed, leaving the ghost with his jaw dropped in disbelief, screaming, "Are you seriously buying this?" But the old man was fully convinced. Wiping away a tear, he murmured, "Oh, our world is truly cursed. The legendary Demon King's army is invading, and now we must resort to taking the life of a hero." The sword spirit rolled his eyes at the gullible old Sarbast, muttering, "I think your brain is the one that's cursed. May the gods forgive our sins. At least I will make sure you do not feel any pain." As he raised his sword, Gong-ja continued with his dramatic act. "Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Please, tell me your name," the commander requested, not wanting the one dying by his blade to remain nameless. He replied, "Gong-ja." The commander bowed deeply. "Gong-ja, on behalf of the Empire, I thank you. You are a true hero." With that, he swung his blade and slashed the youth. The screen went pitch black as a notification popped up, "You have died." Then came the system announcement. Randomly copying a skill from the NPC Sarbast Ejim. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Time to run it back. "You damn goblins. Over the past 6 years, I've slaughtered 6,000 pests, just like you." The battle restarted, and with those words spoken, everyone was left utterly confused about what was happening. Alongside the hunters wielding daggers, there were now hunters commanding soldiers. He rode on horseback alongside old Sarbast. The crowd murmured in confusion, "What's up with that hunter? Why is he just sitting there? That's the young master." His hand firmly gripped his sword. At that moment on the battlefield, the system popped up to notify Gong-ja of a new skill, B-rank Battlefield Vision, granting him the strategic qualities of an extraordinary general. This was a skill that would grant him a bird's-eye view of the entire battlefield, whether our allies were at an advantage or disadvantage, and where the enemy's critical weak points lay. All of these could now be instinctively sensed. This skill had been successfully copied from the NPC Sarbast Ejim. Reading the description, Gong-ja thought to himself that this was the exact ability he needed. Sitting on horseback, he called out to Ejim, telling him that if they kept charging straight and then turned right, they would locate the demon commander. There will be a few monsters guarding him, but it won't be an issue. We just need to wipe them out. "Ah, I see." Ejim raised his sword high, proudly declaring to the other knights, "The goddess's hero is guiding us." Watching them charge straight into the goblin horde to wipe them out, Gong-ja realized that this single skill was enough to turn him into a military mastermind and win him the commander's absolute trust. Gong-ja tapped the floating window to open a mini-map and continued directing them. "All right, make a right turn up ahead." Naturally, this skill became incredibly effective when combined with the mini-map and the knowledge he had accumulated from his countless regression runs. For instance, whenever a goblin leaped into the air, he knew exactly where it would land. Look at that. That same pest is flying through the air again today. It proved that raw skills weren't everything anymore. He immediately unsheathed his sword and raised it high, casting the brilliant light of the goddess across the battlefield. The guardian holy sword of Lafanta Agam, a weapon of legendary rarity, was finally returning to its rightful era. Legend had it that the weapon was a gift bestowed by the goddess herself upon the founder of the Agam Empire. But before that story could even pass into legend, the founder vanished, and the holy sword disappeared right along with him. In the end, the legend left behind only a single prophecy. When the promised day arrives, the wielder of this holy sword will receive the absolute trust and devotion of the people of the Agam Empire. The moment he raised that legendary sword high into the air, thousands of soldiers reacted with roaring passion, shouting, "That is the founder's holy sword! Thank the heavens! The gods have not abandoned our empire! Long live the empire! Long live our hero!" Then, with their spirits burning bright, they launched their final assault. Gong-ja blushed and smiled. That was amazing, absolutely amazing. It was totally worth turning off my anonymity just to witness this scene. But out of nowhere, the Sword Emperor appeared and started criticizing his sword. "What do you mean, worth it? You traded it for that piece of junk?" Remembering all the times Gong-ja had messed up and made stupid choices in the past, he roared in frustration. "It is just a hard, shiny sword. There were tons of legendary items to choose from. So why the hell did you pick that one?" Gong-ja smirked and replied, "It is durable, shiny, and it will drive every single NPC up to the 20th floor, absolutely crazy." He then added, "Do you see that? These NPCs aren't just tools handed to us for a quest. They are living beings meant to help us complete it." Watching him raise his sword to lead them, the soldiers looked at him with pure admiration. "Oh, great hero, please look at us." Meanwhile, another soldier holding a spear grumbled in annoyance. Why is he the only one allowed to ride alongside the commander? Ever since he showed up, he's looked like nothing but a hunter. Overhearing their whispers, Gong-ja smirked and muttered, "Exactly." Ah, the sweet sound of jealousy and envy. The Sword Emperor snapped at him. "I taught you how to use aura, and instead of using it to practice your swordsmanship, you are using it to eavesdrop on people babbling?" Gong-ja pouted and replied, "So what if I like doing that? What are you going to do about it?" "Oh, look, the map shows the demon army's left wing has been completely wiped out." Gong-ja confidently raised the holy sword and ordered, "Do not stop. Keep pressing the attack on their main force." The Black Dragon Guild and the soldiers joined forces, completely wiping out the goblins. Gong-ja continued to shout passionately, "Victory is ours! Follow the commander! Follow the hero!" By then, the terrified goblins were slowly starting to retreat. Gong-ja added, "That is the commander of the demon army." But suddenly, a massive figure in the distance caught his eye, making him freeze. Huh? It was a bloated, sweating goblin, the boss of the 11th floor, the Goblin Emperor. Seeing Gong-ja's army charging fiercely toward him, the Goblin Emperor pointed in all directions and shrieked, "Block them, you idiots!" At that moment, Gong-ja leaped off his horse, instantly activating his skill. His eyes were locked dead on the Goblin Emperor. With a single, powerful slash of the holy sword, he turned the monster into dust. Gong-ja slammed his foot onto the Goblin Emperor, crashing it into the ground and triggering a mid-level shockwave that left the surrounding goblins utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Aegis Empire erupted in victorious cheers, shouting, "We did it! We took down those evil monsters! The goddess's hero has slain the enemy commander! Long live the Aegis Empire!" The remaining goblins stood frozen in sheer shock for a second, but once they realized his terrifying presence, they scattered and ran for their lives. Meanwhile, the members of the Black Dragon Guild were all armed and ready to go. One of the men said excitedly, "Hey, do you guys see all this trash?" Before they could even finish talking, they charged in to hunt down the remaining goblins. "Solo hunting is our specialty. Leave none of them alive." A short while later, they cleared out the rest of the goblins and wrapped up the stage right then and there. With that, the 11th floor was cleared. Hearing the announcement, everyone threw their hats into the air and began celebrating their victory. Did we seriously clear the 11th floor in just one day? The system began calculating the contributions of the raid participants. Moments later, the evaluation was complete, though it had exceeded the maximum number of participants. But caught up in the thrill of victory, everyone was absolutely ecstatic. It is actually true. We are freaking strong. Damn right, long live the Black Dragon. Due to the massive number of raid participants, the system would only announce the top 10 contributors. In first place was Gong-ja. In second place was Sword Saint Marcus. Third place went to the Heresy Inquisitor. 4th place was Viper, 5th was Paladin, 6th was the Black Witch, and 7th was the Countess. At that moment, everyone stared in disbelief at the number 1 spot. Wait, what? The top ranker doesn't have an alias? And the Sword Saint is only in 2nd place? Then does that mean Gong-ja is? Slowly, it started to click for everyone. He was the one who had solo cleared the 10th floor. The crowd couldn't stop whispering about him, wondering, is he some kind of hidden master? But the Sword Emperor didn't see it that way at all. Clicking his tongue, he grumbled, "Hidden master, my foot. He is just a sneaky little brat." Gong-ja could only offer a forced smile, wanting to ask him, "Are you finally going to admit that this game is all about overpowered skills?" The Sword Emperor turned his back and haughtily replied, "No, I refuse to admit any such thing." But Gong-ja knew deep down that the old man truly valued a person's raw ability over mere skills. Smiling to himself, Gong-ja turned and said, "I promise I'll practice my swordsmanship once we clear the 20th floor, so stop pouting." The Sword Emperor gave him a skeptical look and asked, "Are you serious?" Gong-ja casually replied, "Of course. Do you really think I would miss out on a chance to learn from the legendary Sword Emperor? If I have to, I will even beg you to teach me how to wield a sword properly." Hearing this, the Sword Emperor burst into laughter and said, "That is more like it, kid." He floated around happily, cheering, "Zombie, you're finally recognizing my true worth. You know, the tower you're climbing might be different from the one I cleared in my world." But back then, Gong-ja just stood there, laughing to himself. Way too easy. It is ridiculously easy to make this stubborn old guy happy. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind, and a voice spoke up. "Ah, hero of the goddess." Knight Sabas bowed respectfully to him and said, "We have secured our victory. We won because of you. I truly want to thank you from the bottom of my heart." Gong-ja smiled humbly and replied, "Please, it was nothing. We won thanks to everyone's hard work." Sabas stood still, staring at him for a moment, lost in thought. After a while, he spoke, "I was never worried." Gong-ja looked confused. "Huh?" He then explained that a long, long time ago, there was a prophecy. One day, the demon army would return. However, there was no need to fear, because heroes from another world would be summoned. His expression grew somber, and he said in a low voice, "But I had my doubts." He suddenly took off his armored glove and questioned, "Would those heroes really fight for a world that isn't even theirs?" Sarbast then extended his hand toward him. He smiled warmly and said, "But it seems those were just the foolish worries of an old man. I am truly grateful to you." Gong-ja looked at his hand and thought, "A handshake?" He, too, gladly reached out his hand. Even though they were from 2 different worlds, a handshake still carried the exact same meaning. Is it because regardless of the world, humans always have 2 arms? In the end, the 2 of them warmly shook hands as allies, sharing wishes of good fortune. "I have high expectations for you. I will do my absolute best." Meanwhile, the system was evaluating the rewards, and the calculations were soon complete. It would award the player with the highest contribution to the raid. A beam of teleportation light suddenly descended upon Gong-ja, as the top contributors would be granted early access to the 12th floor. Other members of the Black Dragon Guild were also being teleported at the exact same time. A system message popped up. Until the top contributors receive their rewards, access to the 12th floor will be blocked for everyone else. Before he vanished, Sarbast looked at him and said softly, "I place the fate of this empire in your hands." And just like that, Gong-ja was swept away from the land of the Ejim Empire. Seeing him and the other 9 people summoned to an extremely strange location, the Sword Spirit asked in curiosity, "Wait, only the top 10 were summoned? Isn't that old man Marcus going to be there too? What are you going to do if he notices you? He's going to beat the crap out of you." Gong-ja confidently turned around and replied, "Don't worry too much about him. The worst that can happen is I'll just die." Hearing this, the Sword Spirit asked skeptically, "Are you really sure about that?" Gong-ja smirked and said, "I told you, everything will be fine because I have a plan." By then, he had successfully teleported to a brand new area. Looking around, Gong-ja muttered, "Is this the palace of the Ejim Empire?" Just then, the Black Dragon Witch and Viper were also summoned. Whoa, to think we'd be summoned to a place like this. As soon as the Crusader was summoned, she excitedly ran over to Gong-ja. "Hunter Gong-ja, you were absolutely amazing." Gong-ja was caught off guard too. He hadn't expected the heretic questioner to look even younger when using his abilities. Crusader curiously examined him head to toe and said, "I was highly impressed by your performance on the 11th floor. I never expected you to utilize NPCs like that. You also used a very unique sword. Was that by any chance a reward from the 10th floor? Gong-ja stammered. I guess so. Crusader smiled sheepishly and continued, Me too. Using a 10th floor reward as a tool to conquer the 11th floor, your practicality is truly mind-blowing. Gong-ja replied bashfully, No, it's really not that big of a deal. Suddenly, Crusader excitedly dashed past him. She immediately activated her holy skill, Bloodthirsty God. Crusader leapt up, blocking a surprise attack from Old Man Marcus. Crusader gasped in surprise. Well, that was unexpected. Sword Saint, since when did you become an assassin? Marcus slammed his sword onto the ground, coldly ordering Crusader to get out of the way. Radiating pure bloodlust, he pointed his sword at Gong-ja and declared, I must kill that bastard. Feeling a bit perplexed, Crusader asked, Pardon me, but by that bastard, do you mean Hunter Gong-ja? He replied bluntly, Exactly him. Marcus then pointed his sword at Crusader, threatening her. And if you don't step aside, don't blame me if I take one of your arms in the crossfire. Crusader remained completely calm and replied, What a terrifying threat. I still need both of my arms for a lot of things. Besides, if we let Hunter Gong-ja die, the reputation of the 5 great guilds will collapse instantly. So, could you tell me why you want to take out Hunter Gong-ja? Marcus glared at her and spat. I am under no obligation to tell you anything. Crusader offered a gentle smile but glared back, responding respectfully. Which means you won't back down, will you, sir? Showing no intention of yielding, Crusader clasped her hands and began chanting a spell. She immediately cast her holy skill, Hyper Teleport. Viper and the Paladin closed in on him through the teleportation gate. Marcus clicked his tongue and spat, You damn pests. He spun around, instantly parrying both of their attacks with his sword. Blown backward, Viper cursed loudly, Marcus, you old monster, what the hell are you eating to be this damn strong? He smirked with utter disdain. Young people these days are so pathetic, even if you are already past 40, aren't you? Viper struggled back to his feet and barked back, What the hell? Life only truly begins at 40, didn't you know that, old man? Meanwhile, Crusader stepped in front of Marcus to shield Gong-ja, calling out to Viper, Guildmaster Chionun. You've really gotten old man. Just look at your face. Hearing this, Viper immediately turns to curse at the Inquisitor. Is this guy seriously on our side? Even though she's a bit scratched up, Paladin gets back on her feet, holding her sword ready and warning Viper to focus on the battle ahead. Hey Viper, we're at a serious disadvantage in this fight. Hearing this, Viper can only suppress his emotions and pull himself together. Meanwhile, the Inquisitor just smiles. Rather, Marcus is quickly surrounded by the 3 of them. Without a shred of shame, the Inquisitor turns to her. He wants to ask her for a favor. Countess, please, just give me 10,000 gold. The Countess waves her fan gracefully and says, 15% compound interest. No interest will be charged if you pay off the principal within 3 months. Is that condition reasonable enough? The Inquisitor replies, You've got me all wrong. I didn't mean a loan. Realizing what's happening, the Countess snaps her fan shut in frustration and snaps, What? Are you asking for charity from a merchant? The Inquisitor cheerfully replies, Exactly. It's dirty money anyway. Donate it to the Temple Guild and you'll go to heaven. The Countess can't believe it. She grumbles under her breath. He's an even bigger thief than I am. With that, she raises her hand, summoning a bag of gold from a magic circle. Just like that, 10,000 gold rains down from the sky. Gong-ja and the Inquisitor stand right in the middle of the 10,000 gold coins. The Inquisitor spreads his arms wide and cheerfully says, Thank you for the payment. And just like that, he clasps his hands together, preparing to cast another spell. Suddenly, sparks of electricity begin to crackle all around him. He instantly activates his holy skill, Sacrificial Offering. The Inquisitor chants the skill's incantation, Sacred Aura, strengthen the target's bodies. Buff Paladin and Viper. Buff duration, 300 seconds. With those words, Viper and Paladin are instantly surged with unimaginable power. The Inquisitor continues, May gold hold our hands, holy skill complete. A sudden flash of light bursts between the 3 of them. Viper and Paladin are now empowered with immense strength surging through their bodies. Looking down at his feet, Gong-ja is shocked to see the gold coins vanishing into thin air. Marcus also slowly turns his head as he hears the Inquisitor speak. From this moment on, for 300 seconds, Paladin and the leader of the Sun-Hewn Guild will be on a completely different level. The Inquisitor looks at Marcus with confident disdain and says, Even if it's you, you'll have to face me. the Countess, Paladin, and the Sun Hoon Guildmaster. The Inquisitor cheerfully adds, although the Countess had to lose a bit of cash, if you want. We can see what happens first. You dying, or the Countess running out of money. Hearing this, the Countess grumbles in exhaustion. Are you serious right now? Why did you throw my money into this mess? The Black Witch now summons her magic mirrors, slowly stepping forward to threaten Marcus. Let me add one more thing. It won't just be the 4 of them against you. I will definitely be joining this fight too. Hunter Gong-ja signed an official contract with all 5 major guilds yesterday. Hearing this, Marcus turns and glares at her, skeptical. A contract? The Black Dragon Witch replies, exactly. She explains that Hunter Gong-ja has joined all 5 guilds on equal footing with the guild leaders. So, Sword Saint. She coldly threatens, if you point your blade at him, you are pointing your blade at all of us. She raises her voice, demanding, do you seriously think you can take on all of us? Marcus looks around to find everyone pointing their weapons at him, but in reality, this was all part of the plan Gong-ja had laid out. Seeing himself completely outnumbered, Marcus grinds his teeth in frustration. Gong-ja turns to the Sword Emperor and asks, do you remember what I said on the 11th floor? The Sword Emperor looks blankly and asks, what words? Gong-ja responds, there are 2 ways to fight a powerful opponent. Recalling the moment Marcus wiped out the entire goblin horde on his own, Gong-ja notes, one is to have enough strength to fight all on your own, and the second is to build an army of your own, just like what we have here. Staring at Marcus, Gong-ja whispers to the Sword Emperor, a solo player is completely helpless against a hunter backed by a powerful alliance. Suddenly, he calls out to him, Sir Sword Saint. Stepping forward, he proposes, let's talk for a moment. Marcus sheathes his sword, questioning the proposal. A conversation? Yes. Honestly, I'm quite shocked by all of this. Gong-ja continues, I don't know why you attacked me when this is only the first time we've met, but I've actually been a huge fan of yours for a very long time. He knows that Marcus's silence means he doesn't believe a word of it. He recalls their first meeting when Marcus tried to fight him. Having seen Gong-ja dodge his strike, the Sword Saint probably still thinks he's an assassin sent by the Black Dragon Guild. Marcus speaks up in surprise. To think you could dodge my sword. You really are an extraordinary assassin. At that moment, the Sword Emperor was worried, saying, from an outsider's perspective, you aren't just some bizarre zombie. To the Sword Saint, you definitely look like a highly trained subordinate raised by a major guild, not just some rising rookie hunter. In other words, since Gong-ja is someone who has taken 4,093 lives, Marcus views him as incredibly devious. Marcus temporarily lowers his sword, looks up at the ceiling, and mutters, the outside world, or the city of Babylon, they're all the exact same. Since I entered this tower, every single day has felt like an eternity. On top of that, I had to deal with you people constantly breathing down my neck, demanding that I join your guilds. At this moment, he showed his deep resentment toward the other 5 guilds, growling, but I flat out rejected that offer. Do you want to know why? He fiercely pointed his sword straight at the Black Dragon Witch and declared, it's because I wanted to prove that even on my own, I can still be the absolute best in this tower. Unlike the outside world, where I was shackled by things like bloodline, nationality, and background. Only in this place can my sword alone make me unmatched. Marcus kept his sword pointed firmly and added, I wanted to succeed purely on my own talent and effort because I wanted to make this dream a reality. Yet, what the hell are you people doing? You are all stagnant and rotten, nothing but a miserable swamp. Hearing this, which hit close to home, the Black Dragon Witch grit her teeth and fired back. How dare you say those words to us? So you think you're so talented that you can just play solo, huh? If you had just stepped up and helped sooner, you could have saved so many hunters' lives. Viper also lunged forward in a rage, yelling at him. It was the same when you cleared the 5th floor raid all by yourself, and the exact same on the 7th and 9th floors too. If you had just cooperated, we could have cut our casualties in half. The Countess also chimed in grumpily. If you had just used your connections on the outside to help us, the food shortage wouldn't have gotten this severe. And that's not all. If you had helped, our current system would have had a much smoother landing. Fine, so we're just a stagnant, rotten swamp to you? Then you're nothing but an irresponsible child. The Black Dragon Witch immediately lost her temper and screamed at Marcus. If you're ranked number 1, you should at least show some responsibility toward those ranked below you. Hearing these petty, vulgar accusations, Marcus simply dismissed them with one word, annoying. Pointing his sword at the 3 of them, he barked, You're all grown adults, yet you do nothing but whine. Do you think I'm your damn grandfather or something? Cut the crap. If you want to attack me, pick up your swords and do it. Beside him, the sword spirit was buzzing with excitement, cheering. That's my boy. You really are my one and only disciple. Meanwhile, Gong-ja remained dead silent. A moment later, he spoke up. Are we really fighting in a place with less than 10 people? This reminded Gong-ja of the heroic cries of the knights on the 11th floor. Do not retreat. If we lose here, this empire is doomed. We can't keep going. The enemy forces are too overwhelming. Remembering that, Gong-ja cried out. Even the NPCs on the 11th floor fought together as one to protect their country. The Black Dragon Witch turned to the hunter to advise him. Gong-ja, this doesn't concern you. It's not as simple as you think. Gong-ja immediately fired back. I know, I get it. Standing in the middle of the crowd, Gong-ja spoke up. What's the point of pointing fingers and cursing each other when you don't even have the strength to match a bunch of NPCs? Turning his gaze toward Marcus, he said, we are asking for your help. Even if they are just NPCs, if this nation falls, isn't it still our country that's being destroyed? He spoke with this conviction because of a promise he was keeping with Sarbast, meaning the fate of this empire was now resting on his shoulders. Gong-ja continued, the ones summoned here are the greatest warriors, meant to support the empire. What makes a warrior different? They are the ones who can do what others simply cannot. Marcus refused to accept this reasoning, glaring at him as he growled, are you people completely ignoring my words? Gong-ja quickly followed up. Focus on the upcoming gates. Fight just like we did at the 11th gate. Suddenly, the paladin sheathed her sword, leaving Marcus slightly suspicious. The paladin spoke up. Gong-ja is right. Stepping forward, she added, I don't understand why the holy sword attacked Gong-ja, but this clearly isn't the time for us to be fighting amongst ourselves. So, I will make a sacrifice. A flash of light suddenly burst from her hand, and the paladin said, take a close look, everyone. This is the A-rank lie detection skill card. Its function is to show us whether our target is lying, and it works on both NPCs and monsters. However, looking at it objectively, even the target's sincere truth can sometimes be flagged as a lie. Whether to trust or to doubt, the final decision is entirely up to you. Still, there is no guarantee that others will believe what you say is the truth. After showing off her skill, the paladin added, as you can see, I have a skill that detects whether someone is lying. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say this very skill is what made me the leader of the civil militia. With that, the paladin thrust her sword into the ground and made a direct proposal to Gong-ja and Marcus, Sword Saint, Gong-ja. If you both trust me, I will vouch for your words right now. Doubt is a poison that eats away at us bit by bit, and the truth is the only antidote. While Marcus was hesitating, Gong-ja was internally ecstatic, thinking, this is an incredibly valuable opportunity, isn't it? The paladin let out a sigh and complained, I don't know how much of your trust I've lost by now, but you can definitely rely on. Our alliance on the 12th floor starts right now. Gong-ja thought that if a skill made others suspect him, he would use that exact same skill to clear his name. After a brief moment, he raised his hand in agreement and said, I agree. Marcus lowered his sword, turned to the paladin, and questioned her. Lady Paladin, you can't harm anyone here, can you? Fine, I trust you too. The paladin nodded and said bluntly, since you both agree, Sword Saint, go ahead and ask Gong-ja one question. Both of you must swear on your honor, and before the order of holy knights to ask and answer honestly. Marcus immediately sheathed his sword, glaring intensely at Gong-ja. He pointed his finger at him and demanded, Hunter Gong-ja, is it true that you have murdered over 4,000 people? Gong-ja smiled calmly and replied, yes. Marcus immediately flew into a rage, shouting accusations. Look at that, see? He is the most brutal savage in this world. Why are you guys treating this kid like a master assassin anyway? But the paladin raised her hand, cutting him off. He's lying. Hearing that, he froze, completely baffled. Thinking he might not have heard her clearly, the paladin drove her sword into the ground and explained, he answered yes just now, but he was lying. To be exact, he has never killed more than 4,000 human beings. So, do you have any other questions? Hearing this, Marcus was completely bewildered. The paladin wondered to herself in confusion. I found this question strange from the very beginning. How could a single person possibly kill that many people? Marcus pointed wildly at Gong-ja and roared, because you guys trained him to be a master assassin, that's why. Gong-ja played along and said, that's right, I'm a master assassin. The paladin quickly analyzed his words and declared, lying. Marcus, driven by his pride, stepped forward to argue. Are you saying I can't read your character, paladin? I thought you would judge this matter with absolute honesty. The paladin slammed her sword against the ground and snapped. That's why I asked you from the very start if you truly trusted me. Are you trying to take back your word now? At this point, he knew he was backed into a corner. Turning to Gong-ja, he demanded, wait a minute, how could you have never killed anyone before anyway? Gong-ja scratched his head awkwardly and said, ah, well, that's actually true. The paladin quickly diagnosed, truth. He continued cheerfully, but I've only ever killed one person. Truth. Of course, murder is murder, but that bastard deserved to die. Truth, he added, his tone growing sharp. He tried to kill me first. And the truth is, he was a serial killer who had slaughtered countless people. Truth. The paladin concluded that everything he said was the absolute truth. Marcus completely broke down, unable to believe his own ears. The crusader let out a mocking laugh, sneering at him. An interesting choice. It'd be great if it were true, but unfortunately, yesterday was the very first time we ever met Hunter Gong-ja. The Sword Emperor floated beside him, speaking in a disappointed tone. That old geezer, what am I even supposed to say to that? Relying solely on skills is a recipe for disaster. The paladin stepped forward and said, well, it looks like he has answered all your questions. At this, Gong-ja stepped toward Marcus and said, well, it seems there was a misunderstanding between us, but fortunately, we've cleared it all up now. But Gong-ja got right in his face, whispering, if the guild leaders hadn't protected me, I would have been dead a long time ago, wouldn't I? Gong-ja put on a devious smirk and continued, so, I believe I'm owed an apology from you now, right, Sword Saint? What do you think? Gong-ja stood right in front of Marcus, smiling as he asked. So, are you going to apologize to me now, Sword Saint? Don't you think you should? Suddenly, the crusader pushed forward and said, everything he said is absolutely true, without a single lie. So hurry up and apologize to him, Sword Saint. He went quiet for a moment, then stammered, I. Under the watchful eyes of the Black Dragon Witch and Gong-ja, he muttered, I want to offer you my apologies. As for our hunter, he was quite curious to see how the old man would phrase his apology. Marcus thought to himself, even though she is famous for her integrity, the paladin's demeanor clearly shows she is from one of the 5 great families, but should I ask if the paladin is lying or not? At that moment, he pointed his finger at them and yelled, you all conspired to trick me, didn't you? After that, he stared at his system window, wondering if he should demand she show her skill to clear things up once and for all. It would be a bit embarrassing, but it would definitely prove her innocence. He sheathed his sword again and asked, your name is Gong-ja, right? He replied, yes. Marcus realized they might just kill him to shut him up. Looking at his own reflection in his sword, he said, what if you're not actually as innocent as you claim? When people commit a wrongdoing, they naturally make excuses or destroy their own credibility. Resorting to silencing someone only proves their guilt even more. The Sword Saint would decide what kind of person he was based on the choice he made. Marcus sheathed his sword completely and said, I will say this one more time. Bowing at a 90-degree angle, he declared, I am truly sorry. Those words caught Gong-ja completely off guard, making him stare blankly at the old man. He looked at him with absolute sincerity and said, I was wrong. My judgment was completely flawed. I was too simple-minded and misunderstood you. I almost took an innocent life. Now, I have to make a choice. I've always believed that if someone deserves to die, they should be eliminated without a single second's delay. That's why I had to kill them. But from now on, that ends today. Watching the way he held his sword, Gong-ja thought to himself, this old man's test. Instead of asking the paladin or hiding behind his skill as an excuse, he looked at Gong-ja and said, a simple apology won't fix anything, so, tell me, what is it that you want? He chose to own up to his mistake instead of killing me to keep me quiet. Meanwhile, Marcus thought, if only I could say that. Marcus bowed deeply and spoke sincerely to Gong-ja. Please forgive me for trying to kill you. Please. With this old man's help, you can make it to the top of the tower, so have mercy on me. He thought to himself, I'm truly willing to beg this young hunter. Gong-ja stared at him, then repeated the apology in his own mind, matching what he believed Marcus actually meant. I'm sorry. I don't even know if I'm in the wrong, but I promise I won't go around killing people based on their skills anymore. And I really want to live, so please spare me. Gong-ja looked toward the paladin, waiting for a signal, while a single thought kept running through his mind. He's telling the truth. The paladin nodded in confirmation. Gong-ja bowed his head, looked at Marcus, and said, Sword Saint, please teach me swordsmanship. Hearing this, the old man froze in utter shock. Gong-ja smirked and continued, to be exact, whenever I want to train in the future, you have to agree to spar with me. With a master swordsman like him, no opponent would ever stand a chance against me. At that moment, Gong-ja thought to himself, to keep my promise to my junior, I'll make the Sword Saint my ally. That sounds perfect, doesn't it? It'll definitely help me grow even stronger. After those thoughts, Gong-ja spoke up, if the Sword Saint only trains with me. Suddenly, the entire room fell dead silent. Seeing their reaction, Gong-ja cast aside his embarrassment and said, sorry, let me rephrase that. Honestly, I could just forgive you without asking for anything in return, but that would be way too awkward. The moment those words left his mouth, Marcus looked up at Gong-ja, completely unable to believe what he was hearing. Gong-ja looked away and continued, you probably think I'm much more mature than you, right? But I'm really not that great. I just don't want to make an enemy out of a powerhouse like you, so I'm settling for this to satisfy myself. But you did swing your sword at me, so forgiving you like some saint just doesn't sit right with me. Hearing this, the black dragon stared at Gong-ja in shock, while the crusader looked thoroughly amused. Blushing, he added, so, either you give me the most valuable thing you own, or you have to teach me swordsmanship. Right after saying that, he thought, this is insane. I'm so embarrassed. How could the legendary Sword Saint possibly be this soft? The paladin gasped in sheer shock, looking at Gong-ja. My goodness. Surprisingly, everything he said is the absolute truth. The atmosphere turned dead quiet as everyone locked their eyes onto the Sword Saint and Gong-ja. Suddenly, Viper spoke up. Is that really the truth? I could ask for something, but I won't. Aren't you embarrassed pretending to be so noble? The black dragon chimed in. Well, what can I say? I only care about people who can bring me actual benefits. It's been a long time since I've met a hunter like Gong-ja. On the other side, the crusader said cheerfully, oh, isn't this a beautiful sight? One sincerely apologizes, while the other genuinely forgives. Humans are always fighting each other, but forgiveness is the most sacred miracle of all. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. You guys are way too noisy, Rondell spoke up. Sorry to kill the mood, but can we not let my 10,000 gold go to waste? Hearing this, Marcus bowed and spoke. Then, he happily rushed over, hugged Gong-ja tightly, and exclaimed, did this kind young man misunderstand my intentions? Gong-ja stood there in utter bewilderment, his brain failing to process what was even happening. Marcus grabbed Gong-ja's hand, shaking it up and down vigorously. You want to train with me, right? Of course. I accept. Do you want me to teach you a lot? Hesitantly, he replied. Well, Mr. Sword Saint, Marcus said excitedly, you can just call me Grandpa Marcus. Still overly excited, he kept babbling. How old are you? You must be under 30, right? I know this really sweet granddaughter of mine back in the outside world. If a young man like you can make it in this tower, I really should view your charm more favorably. Flustered, Gong-ja looked away and stammered. No. I really don't need that. Suddenly, Marcus's face darkened with a menacing aura as he growled, are you saying you're not interested in my granddaughter? Gong-ja awkwardly replied, yes. I'm sorry, but I don't really find romance interesting. The old man yelled at the top of his lungs, youth is meant for falling in love. When you're in love, you'll see things you've never noticed before, like your own ugliness, for instance. Do you have any idea how important it is to recognize your own flaws? Back when I was 16, I felt that way every single day. Floating above them, the Sword Emperor watched helplessly and let out a deep sigh. Marcus grabbed Gong-ja by the collar and kept nagging, like I said, you should. Call me a stubborn old man. Do you know what stubborn even means? It's refusing to listen to anyone else. Basically, someone with their own strong convictions, with an incredible stance like something straight out of a fable. He told Gong-ja, don't worry about a thing, young man. He helplessly turned away and thought, I don't know, and I don't even want to know. The old man kept lecturing him. Right now, you need to take better care of yourself. You look so sloppy. Let's start by getting you a suit. He couldn't take it anymore. At that moment, Gong-ja thought, should I just kill myself and reset today from the beginning? Suddenly, the system flared to life. Congratulations, Hunter Kim Gong-ja. You have ranked first on the 11th floor. You will receive a reward for clearing the 11th floor's quest. Marcus stepped back and said to Gong-ja, I know I've got great skills, but are you even listening to me? Ignoring whatever the old man was saying, he looked up at the system and thought, since I took first place on this 11th floor, I should get the first reward, right? Before my regression, information about floors 12 through 20 was extremely scarce. What kind of reward am I actually going to get? The system displayed two figures, one clad in dark armor, and another resembling a golden-haired angel. Then, the system spoke, Gong-ja, please select one of the two rewards. The description for the goddess of protection popped up, explaining, the guardian goddess of the Ejim Empire is deeply moved by your dedication and has decided to entrust you with a vital duty for the nation. You may choose to become the Prime Minister, the Grand General, or the Commander of the Knights. Whichever role you choose, you will inherit its power and reputation, O warrior of the goddess. Join forces with your fellow warriors to tear down the Demon King's stronghold on the 20th floor. However, if you choose the Demon King's reward, you will no longer be able to choose the goddess's reward. Gong-ja thought, I already knew this. The theme for floors 11 to 20 was role-playing. Hunters had to fulfill their duties to the Empire while inheriting the power and reputation of their assigned positions. And the top-ranking attacker from the previous gate would get the right to choose their special role first. The system listed the special roles you could claim on the 12th floor: Grand Duke of the Ejim Empire, Grand General of the Ejim Empire, Minister of Finance of the Ejim Empire, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Ejim Empire, Commander of the Knights of the Ejim Empire, and Captain of the Royal Guard of the Ejim Empire. Looking at those positions, Gong-ja recalled that in the past, he could only choose to be a common soldier. So, let's see what the Demon King's reward actually is. The system displayed the information for the Demon King of the Autumn Rains reward, with a description. The Demon King is deeply impressed by your performance and has secretly offered to cooperate with you. He promises to grant you the same reward as the goddess, plus an additional bonus. Except for you, all of the top 10 warriors will be slaughtered. In exchange, the Demon King will unleash his power and send you straight to the 99th floor. However, only one person among the top 10 can receive the Demon King's reward. If multiple people select this reward, it will be randomly assigned to one person. If nobody chooses it, this reward will vanish. Stunned by the information, Gong-ja thought, what on earth is this? Seeing Gong-ja standing frozen, Marcus asked, why is this kid spacing out like this? He kept thinking, if everyone is killed, I can clear the quest all the way to the 99th floor. The system displayed his name, prompting him with two choices. Please select your reward, Hunter Kim Gong-ja. The system displayed the images of the angel and the Demon King, stating, Gong-ja, please choose one. The sword spirit hovered above him and warned, it's a trap. This is definitely a trap, zombie. Don't fall for it. Looking at the rewards, Gong-ja muttered, I know, of course it is. Because there's no way that bastard, the Flame Emperor, didn't choose the Demon King's reward. He was certain that asshole had picked the Demon King's offer. Yet, he only ended up on the 40th floor, not the 99th. That proves the Demon King's reward is a total trap. Meanwhile, the people around him stared in confusion. Looking at the reward screen, he said to the sword spirit, my guess is that first. That bastard decided to side with the Demon King, only to realize later that it was all a trap. But honestly, it looks pretty tempting. Wouldn't it be quite an experience to get killed by the boss of the 99th floor? Suddenly, the sword spirit fell silent, then called out his name, Gong-ja, don't do this. Surprised, he looked up and saw a deeply somber, sorrowful expression on the sword spirit's face. The sword spirit said to him, look at me. I am the Sword Emperor. I climbed to the 99th floor all by myself and failed, and I'm telling you right now this is a trap. There is nothing waiting for you up there but sheer terror and despair. With your current skills, you can't even dream of killing anyone in the top 10, but even if you did find a way to pull it off, you'd be nothing but an ant once you reached the 99th floor. Curious, Gong-ja asked the sword spirit, are you saying the boss of the 99th floor is really that strong? The sword spirit slumped down and said, there is no boss there. There isn't even a single monster lord on the 99th floor. But instead, there's something far more horrifying. Suddenly, the Sword Emperor jumped to the side and turned his back on Gong-ja. He muttered, whatever. It's a trap, so don't blame me for not warning you. Gong-ja turned to ask him, What's that about? I've never seen you act like this before. Are you trying to scare me? He told him, I hate to admit it, but you're doing a great job. Just keep doing what you're doing, and you'll eventually make it past the 99th floor. Suddenly, Gong-ja leaned down in silence, grasping the sword at his waist. Gong-ja glanced over and said, All right, we're skipping this reward. Surprised, the Sword Emperor asked. Skipping it? Gong-ja turned away and said, Yeah, I'm just playing it safe, so I'm passing on the rewards. Now, let's see what happens next. The Sword Emperor turned back and said, Skip the blessing of protection too? Why? There's no need to be this paranoid. It's perfectly fine. Just think of it as taking one step back to take 2 steps forward. After finishing his talk with the Sword Emperor, Gong-ja turned to everyone and said, The reward for the 11th floor has appeared before me. Everyone gasped in awe, saying, Really? That's amazing. Black Dragon turned to Gong-ja and said, I'm tired of waiting for the next quest. Go ahead and pick your reward, then it'll pass down the list to the next person. He agreed with her and said, All right, I've made my choice. I decided to pass on all of them. His decision caught Black Dragon and Heretic Questioner off guard. In utter shock, they both blurted out, What? The system chimed, You have declined the reward. The Goddess of Protection is questioning your decision. Meanwhile, the Demon King let out a menacing laugh. Crusader asked in confusion, Gong-ja, why would you do that? Marcus figured it was now his turn since he was ranked second. Looking at his options, he nodded and said he understood exactly why Gong-ja did what he did. So you went with the safest route, Marcus continued. But is it really necessary to throw away all the rewards like that? Maybe this is just an old man worrying too much. But being overly cautious can also lead to failure. Gong-ja smiled and told Marcus, I appreciate the concern, but I have no regrets. With that, Marcus made his choice and muttered, These are actually some great rewards. It was a pretty tough decision. Following your lead, I'll take the Goddess of Protection's reward and claim the title of Commander-in-Chief of the Ejim Empire. The guards outside the door marched in and declared, We pledge our loyalty to the strongest swordsman of the Empire. Marcus chuckled and said, Ah, so this is how the roles in the Empire are decided. Meanwhile, Heretic Questioner let out a creepy laugh as he stared at the rewards. I see, I get it now. This is basically just a mafia game. I don't have a clue what you guys are talking about, one of them muttered. Suddenly, Heretic Questioner clapped his hands loudly and said, Don't worry, everyone. Let me break it down for you. He conjured a stream of light, manipulating it with his fingertips, then projected the 2 system rewards onto the ground. Eyes on me, everyone. Chen Mumun gasped in disbelief. The 99th floor? Are you serious? Black Dragon stared at the projection and nodded. Yes, it's just like a mafia game. Heretic Questioner smiled and said, To make things simple, let's think of those who choose the goddess's reward as the knights, and those who choose the Demon King's reward as the betrayers. But here's the catch. Unlike a regular mafia game, the betrayers will have way more weaknesses. There will be 9 knights, representing the guild leaders of our alliance. Crusader nodded in agreement. Exactly. And as long as everyone trusts me, we'll easily root out any betrayers. Heretic Questioner looked over at Gong-ja and said, So you see, this game is heavily stacked in favor of the knights. Hunter Gong-ja, giving up your reward like that was completely unnecessary. He gestured toward the guards and said, But I respect your choice. As for me, I'll take the title of Supreme Commander. The guards shouted in unison. We pledge our loyalty to the highest banner of the Empire. Chen Mumun turned to Heretic Questioner and said, So you're saying that's the best choice we've got? In that case, I'll go with Captain of the Guard. And Crusader should probably take Minister of Foreign Affairs. It sounds the most normal. Without hesitation, Black Dragon made her choice. I'll take the role of Grand Chancellor. I highly doubt anyone here is foolish enough to pick the Demon King's reward anyway. If no one claims it, it'll just disappear. Riondu chuckled and said, Don't worry, I'll take Minister of Finance. It suits me perfectly anyway. Once everyone had chosen their roles, they all turned to stare at Gong-ja. Right then, the system announced that the reward distribution was complete. The Sword Emperor turned to Gong-ja and asked, Are you absolutely sure about this? I really thought you'd take a reward. Skipping the Demon King's reward is one thing, but I never expected you to pass on everything entirely. He whispered back to the old man, No, I'm sure this is the right answer. With that, he thought to himself, When is the right time to hunt, and when is the right time to back off and abandon the chase? Suddenly, the system notification rang out. All the top rankers have made their choices. Gong-ja, the Sword Saint, the Heretic Questioner, Viper, the Crusader, the Witch, and the Countess. Only one person had their reward sponsored. The system voice continued, heavenly reward claimed by 8 people. As soon as that number appeared, everyone stood there in utter shock. And then another notification popped up. Demon King's reward claimed by 1 person. With everyone's choices finalized, Black Dragon suddenly yelled in a fury, "You absolute idiot! I told you not to choose the Demon King's reward." The Crusader smirked, a playful glint in her eye. Well, surprised everyone? To think someone would actually choose the Demon King's reward when the odds are so heavily stacked against them. Chen Mumun scoffed in annoyance. Damn it, this tension feels just like when we were clearing the very first floors of the tower. I've got chills running down my spine. This is a massive headache. Ranju's smile faded, her expression turning ice cold. You mean back when the top 5 guilds were still the top 10? Back then, I watched plenty of people die. And I personally caused quite a few of those deaths myself. A loud voice suddenly boomed over the crowd. Crusader! Interrogate everyone here using lie detection. Right then, a system notification popped up. May luck be with you. The voice thundered once more. Don't leave a single person out. Crusader proudly raised her arm. Let me make this clear as the leader of Black Dragon. I don't know who dared to betray us, but I swear I will grant them the most painful death possible. Black Dragon urged the Crusader, telling her to use lie detection on everyone immediately. If anyone tries to dodge the question, I will kill them on the spot. Seeing the tension, the Paladin stepped forward to de-escalate. Then I'll go first. I am not the traitor. She then walked over to Gong-ja and said, Hunter Gong-ja, even though you passed on all the rewards, which obviously clears you of any suspicion, just to be thorough, let me ask you anyway. Did you choose the Demon King's reward? Gong-ja calmly locked eyes with the Paladin and replied, no. Once the Paladin confirmed he was telling the truth, Ranju and Black Dragon breathed a sigh of relief. The next person up was the Sword Saint. The Paladin approached him and asked, did you choose the Demon King's reward? The old man swore on his honor that he didn't. Next was Crusader, who quickly shrugged. Not me either. I have absolutely no desire to die at the hands of the Black Witch. Then it was Chen Mumun's turn. Damn it, it wasn't me either, he growled. Ranju added, same goes for me. That left only Black Dragon. The Paladin turned to her and said, everyone else has spoken the truth. Black Witch, did you choose the Demon King's reward? Furious, she snapped back, no, it wasn't me. Once again, the Paladin confirmed that she was telling the truth. Chen Mumun's face grew pale with anxiety. Wait, if it's none of the 10 of us, then who the hell is the traitor? Right then, a chilling system message flashed. The goddess's protection laments your foolishness. The Demon King's bloodlust sneers at you. The Paladin tried to keep everyone calm. Don't panic. The traitor might have a skill that allows them to bypass lie detection or mask their lies. Or, as ridiculous as it sounds, they could have split personalities, though that seems highly unlikely. Suddenly, the Sword Saint's expression hardened as he glared at the Paladin. Or maybe, you're the traitor. Black Dragon snapped at him. Are you seriously doubting all of us right now? The old man calmly replied, it's a possibility. Even though the Crusader's skill is active, what if the traitor has been deceiving us from the very beginning? The Paladin stepped forward and said, logically speaking, that is a fair point. I could indeed be the traitor, but we have to keep our heads cool. It's all right. We've survived far worse dangers than this. As long as we believe in each other, we can get through this. Suddenly, the Crusader burst into a mocking laugh. You really are naive, Paladin. Sure, trust is a beautiful concept, but real trust takes time to build, doesn't it? Our 5 major guilds had to work together for 10 whole years just to reach the level of cooperation we have today. And that also means, she turned her gaze to the members of the minor guilds and sneered, it's practically impossible for us to trust anyone outside our circle. Spending another 10 years building trust with outsiders would be a total waste of our time. Suddenly, the Paladin raised her voice. Wait, this is not the time to argue about what's a waste of time. Just hold on a second. Ignoring her plea, the Heretic Questioner clasped his hands together and activated his holy skill, Sacred Body. He then barked an order to Chen Mumun, Viper, eliminate that sneaky bastard. The Paladin screamed in desperation, Heretic, stop. He unleashed his holy skill, Divine Strike, targeting a member of a minor guild, while Chen Mumun swiftly closed in and finished him off. A cold system notification instantly flashed. A warrior has died. He was not the Demon King's lackey. The Sword Saint roared, "You bastards! You've finally shown your true colors." A system notification blared. A warrior has died. He was not a follower of the Demon King. The heretic Inquisitor leaped into the air, unleashing his sacred technique on the escaping target. Paladin screamed at him, "There's no turning back from this. Stop right now." Watching the bloodbath unfold, Gong-ja was frozen in terror as the system blared yet another death. He wasn't a follower of the Demon King either. Finding nothing, the Inquisitor wiped the blood from his hands, hummed with amusement, and turned to the crowd. Well, none of these three were the traitor. Tossing the cloth aside, the Inquisitor stepped forward and said, "This is quite difficult. I really thought the traitor would be among those three. Haha, a traitor among us? It seems 10 years of trust can shatter in a single second." On the other side, Paladin trembled as she spoke. "I told you to wait." Paladin screamed, "I told you to wait. Get a hold of yourself. There's no turning back." The Inquisitor replied, "How strange, Vice Captain. I am calmer now than I've ever been. It was with a calm mind that I concluded those three were the most likely suspects. Even though I was wrong, look on the bright side. Didn't we just eliminate the three most suspicious candidates? If the media finds out about this, it's going to be a massive headache." Suddenly, a flash of sword light slashed down, severing his right arm. It was none other than the Sword Saint, who had sliced off his arm. Seeing this, Viper quickly rushed in and blocked the Sword Saint's follow-up attack. As Viper parried the blow, he spat, "Damn it." He then yelled, "Hey, at least warn a guy before you go around trying to kill someone." The Inquisitor looked at his severed arm and sighed, "Well, this is problematic. I can't use my techniques with a missing arm. Sorry, everyone. Looks like I won't be of much help anymore." Viper yelled back at the Inquisitor, "That is not the main issue right now. Someone get over here and help me. I'm literally about to die, for real." Suddenly, Paladin turned to look at him and called out, "Gong-ja, please, you have to help us." Staring at the chaotic battle ahead, Paladin pleaded, "You are the only one who didn't choose a reward. The rest of us could be the traitor, but not you. So please, I beg you, stop the Sword Saint." Pouring a healing potion over his severed arm, the Inquisitor chirped, "Oh, that is actually a wonderful idea. With so many suspects getting in the way, it's definitely better to rely on the one person who absolutely cannot be the traitor." The Sword Saint agreed with Paladin, declaring, "Very well, I will respect whatever decision Hunter Gong-ja makes. Until the traitor is caught, I cannot even trust my own judgment." Gong-ja stared at the old man and muttered, "Hey, Sword Saint." The Sword Emperor's spirit teased Gong-ja. "Man, you're just destined to be adored by psychopaths, aren't you? You've basically been handed full authority by both the leader and the deputy. Talk about a promotion. Is this why you gave up the reward? I've got to admit, I'm actually pretty impressed with you right now." Hearing the Sword Emperor's words, Gong-ja thought, "I noticed the tension among the high rankers and figured a fight would break out over a potential traitor, which is why I gave up the reward. But I never imagined it would get this bad. Man, I feel awful that 3 people just died over this ridiculous nonsense. Maybe I'll look a bit foolish eventually." He recalled the moment the system notification popped up. "You have chosen not to select a reward." Gong-ja turned to Paladin and said, "Hey, I have a question." Paladin whispered back, "Go ahead." He looked over at the Inquisitor and asked, "Has he always been like that?" Paladin explained, "Actually, there was a major incident when we first entered the tower. At the time, there was a brutal war going on between different religious factions. That was when the Inquisitor showed up and slaughtered every single one of them." Paladin added, "That's all I know about his past." Gong-ja recalled a newspaper article he had read before, "Unidentified heretics' origins and related incidents." He figured those religious zealots had probably gathered to dig up information on that place, and the media had hushed up the whole story. Viper screamed, "I'm dying here. Damn it, I'm really gonna die." Meanwhile, the Inquisitor just smiled calmly and said, "My judgment earlier seems to have caused quite a bit of trouble, hasn't it? My apologies. It's a bit embarrassing to ask this of you, but Hunter Gong-ja, in exchange, you will be granted complete authority. Could you please stop the Sword Saint for us?" Viper yelled out again, "I'm dying. I'm seriously dying. The Celestial Martial Guildmaster is about to kick the bucket, you bastards." Hearing that, Gong-ja snapped at the Inquisitor, "Damn it, no. Let's talk about this later." As the Sword Saint was locked in combat with Paladin and Viper, Gong-ja yelled out to him, "If you bowed and apologized to me before, that means you respect me. So hear me out. Stop this and let's talk." But ignoring Gong-ja's plea, The old man kept relentlessly pressing his attack. But the moment Gong-ja shouted, "I'll date your granddaughter," Marcus suddenly froze. Seeing him hesitate, Gong-ja quickly added, "Of course, I'll date her once she makes it into the tower, so please, support me on this. You know, I might actually end up becoming your grandson-in-law in the future." Marcus fell silent before declaring, "I will never forgive them. Of course, I'm not going to stop fighting just because of what you said. I merely realized that I can kill them whenever I want." Marcus turned to look at Gong-ja with a dead serious expression and asked, "So, it's better to find the traitor and kill them right after, isn't it?" Gong-ja thought to himself, "Why on earth is he asking me?" He stammered in response, "Ah, yeah, you're right. You can kill them right after." Venomous Snake watched him sheathe his sword and asked, "Are you done?" Gong-ja looked at them and said, "Everyone, calm down. We don't know who the traitor is, and we can't even track him down, but that's a separate issue. We can defeat the traitor even without finding him." The Crusader asked Gong-ja curiously, "How?" "The fact that they received a reward means they can stab us in the back at any moment." Gong-ja pointed at the 2 copied rewards on the ground and said, "Look, it says right here on the ground, you can become the Imperial Advisor, the Treasurer, or even the Emperor of the Empire. Choosing a position will grant the corresponding skills and character stats. Young heroes, unite with your fellow humans to destroy the Demon King's core on the 20th floor." Pointing at it, Gong-ja said, "It says the Demon King's core is on the 20th floor. Gong-ja continued, "The focus here shouldn't be on finding or dealing with the traitor. It's a trap. The traitor might be dangerous right now, causing internal strife. Or the system itself might have selected its own traitor. But first, we must eliminate the Demon King. Once the Demon King is dead, the rewards will disappear too. It's that simple. No matter how the tower challenges us, the solution is always simple." The system announced. The goddess's eyes are shining brightly. The Demon King clicked his tongue. Heading toward the path to the 12th floor, Gong-ja said, "Let's just keep climbing the tower." The system announced, "The quest for the 12th floor is being issued." He continued, "Let's destroy the Demon King's core on the 20th floor." The quest on the 10th floor had begun. Looking outside, a gloomy atmosphere shrouded the surroundings as rain suddenly began to pour. Everyone was drawn to the rain. But strangely, instead of normal clear rainwater, it was now a brilliant crimson, just like blood. The onlookers there were completely shocked and bewildered. They collapsed to the ground, clutching their ears in terror, repeating over and over, "This is a nightmare. The nightmare has returned. It all has to end. I am the Demon King." Venomous Snake looked at them, completely confused by what was happening and why it was so sudden. The people around cried out, "It's the goddess. Where is our lord?" They couldn't believe it, and even Gong-ja himself was in disbelief. "This is a fake, right? Why are the NPCs acting like this?" The quest had already started. He walked past the terrified people kneeling on the ground. Suddenly, the glass shattered, and he quickly hid behind a pillar to stay safe. The Demon King of Autumn Rain had appeared, and he stepped out to confront him. He curled his lips into a smirk and said, "Now, you pitiful fools, even if everyone in this world gathered at the center, they couldn't possibly help you. Go ahead and call for reinforcements if you want summon thousands of soldiers and knights. They're no different from you. What a bunch of naive, pathetic creatures. Human in name, but not even treated as humans." Gong-ja silently opened his map. Looking at the marked locations in front of him, he said, "Your own ambition and greed will be the death of you. Right here, the battle for the Imperial Capital, rank A to rank SSS. The quest objective. O brave warriors, with your courage and resilience, you have fearlessly stood up to defend the Empire. Sensing the extreme danger of this situation, the Demon King himself will march onto the battlefield. The Demon King possesses the ability to summon his monster army at will. The Demon King's campaign targets the heart of the Ajum Empire, the Imperial capital, Ajamun. However, due to manifesting from a great distance, his power will be reduced. Now, brave warriors, what are you waiting for? Stand up and fight against the Demon King. Keep in mind that if you fail this battle, you won't be able to clear the 12th floor." Venomous Snake asked in surprise. "His power is going to be reduced. I already told you that. This is no time to bicker." Venomous Snake raised his voice. "This is absolutely impossible. Could this quest have been designed specifically to tear our unity apart? Even if the first 10 quests were meant as a tutorial, isn't this one just straight up impossible?" Gong-ja held his blade in front of Venomous Snake and said, "All right, that's enough. Calm down, we can do this." There's no way the tower would give us a quest that's completely impossible to clear. We're not just simple hunters anymore once we enter this place. Don't you guys remember? As the captains of the Ajim Imperial Guard, we must lead the defense forces. We wouldn't have made it this far just acting like hunters. So let's convince the NPCs to join us, stand up, and lead them. To do that, we need to treat them like real people and come up with a clever battle plan together. This is no time to fight amongst ourselves, Sword Saint. You are the commander of the knights. Can the commander of the knights and the commander of the guards actually work together to fight our enemies and defend the empire? As leaders, now is the time to fulfill our duty. Minister of Foreign Affairs, even though this is the throne room, the king won't just openly show up here. Go persuade the foreign ministry and the other NPC officials to search for him. If no one leads them, they'll be completely out of control, Grand General. Gong-ja smiled and replied, Right, I'm on it. Crusader said, Gong-ja, even though I despise hunters like you, and there will come a day when we have to fight to the death, but in a crisis like this, you're our only Grand General. I can't afford to lose you, Crusader continued. Hunter Gong-ja, you're becoming more and more interesting by the second. But since you've given me command of the army, shut up and listen. The soldiers in this tower are terrified and losing their will to fight, so you need to go up there yourself and rally them. Gong-ja replied, I know. Talk about a noble duty. He then added, we must defend the fortress at all costs. If we let the enemy breach these walls, it's game over for us on this floor. Crusader bowed. I've never broken a promise in my life, and I will defend this place with my very soul. Immediately after, Crusader barked out an order. Attention, this is an order from the commander of the knights. Gather everyone from the Ministry of Finance here right now. Gong-ja said, then I'm heading out first. Outside the fortress walls, panic was spreading as a strange red rain began to fall. People started murmuring, what kind of crazy rain is this? Don't tell me it's acid rain. Wow, it actually looks pretty beautiful. Way better than that trashy port we saw earlier. Gong-ja, the Black Dragon Witch, called out to him. Surprised? He asked. Witch? Hating being called by that nickname, she snapped back in annoyance. Stop calling me that. Call me the Black Dragon Guild Master. He asked. What are you doing here all of a sudden? She replied. My teleportation skill brought me here. I can instantly warp to any location I've seen before. The sword spirit gave him a thumbs up and said, Hey zombie, kill her already. A skill like that is way too dangerous. Ignoring the sword spirit's words, he ran alongside the Black Dragon Guild Master and kept talking. She asked him, why did you come here first instead of going straight to the city walls? He replied, I came to get you, obviously. I saw what happened on the 11th floor. The sword I got. That's exactly what you and the other NPCs want, isn't it? I don't know the reason, but if that sword can rally the NPCs, then you're the one those soldiers on the wall need right now, not me. She reached out her hand to him and asked, will you let me teleport you? If you don't agree, there's nothing I can do to help. That's the only catch with this skill. Realizing something, he asked, wait a second, isn't teleportation an S-rank skill? That should be a closely guarded secret. Is it really okay to just tell me like that? She kept her hand reached out and snapped, don't be ridiculous. In this world, I'm the Prime Minister. Since when can't a Prime Minister share a little secret? Stop wasting time and tell me if you're in or not. Hearing that, he quickly placed his hand in hers. All right, I accept the Black Dragon Guild Master's skill, she whispered. There's just one more catch I forgot to mention. And with that, the teleportation triggered instantly. Below them, the NPCs were weeping under the falling rain of blood, crying out, oh God, please save us. They felt just like real, living people. They wailed in despair, Lord, please accept my repentance. Even if this was all just an illusion, their terror was very real. The two of them warped and landed perfectly. He said, thanks for getting me here. I'll take it from here. She glanced back at him and said, I'll be waiting. I can't let my subordinates see me looking weak. I didn't become a guildmaster by accident, you know. Standing high above the crowd, she looked down and projected her voice across the battlefield. Hear me. Soldiers of the Ajim Empire, rise. Do not foolishly believe that a stone wall can stand on its own without your strength. If no one stands to protect you, the true guardians of the Empire, how can our kingdom survive? Do the last remaining soldiers of Ajim not understand this? The weeping soldiers looked up in awe, whispering, it's the Prime Minister. She commanded, pull yourselves together. If these walls crumble, our empire falls with them. But as long as you rise up, fight, and protect this land, we will never fall. Her words, like a blazing fire melting their frozen hearts, moved them. They stopped weeping on their knees and stood back up, ready to fight. Her voice echoed across the field. Rise up, the last soldiers of the Empire. Rise, protectors of Aegim, born to defend our land. Fight for an empire where you won't ever have to draw a sword in fear again. Stand up for yourselves. Suddenly, she grabbed his arm and hoisted it high into the air, holding up the sword that symbolized their will to fight. God will protect us. Our guardian goddess is with us. Thank you for making this choice. Unleash the full power of the goddess. You are the hero who heals the trauma of the very person who killed you. Nobody knows why, when, or how he appears. Though his level of retribution is weak, whenever he shows up, a rain of blood will pour down upon those poor souls. A rain of blood drenches the earth. Though born as humans, you prey on your own kind. With every fallen kingdom, humanity's grip on this world slips further away. A desperate order echoes through the chaos. Retreat. Pull back to where the blood rain cannot reach. As each empire's territory is wiped from the map, the history of mankind grows shorter. Do you truly believe this is humanity's ultimate destiny? No, this is the destiny of mere beasts. Under the relentless downpour, the human soldiers stand no chance against them. They collapse, trembling in absolute terror. It's over. It's all over. As the rain pours, why are we powerless to slaughter these beasts? Amidst the downpour, agonizing screams ring out, begging for salvation. Where is the king? Someone, please, save us. But the rain only pours harder. Left with nothing but despair, the people sink to their knees, praying, "O guardian goddess, hear our plea." The royal historians, holding their worn feather quills, slowly accepted this as humanity's inevitable fate. And so, with a few strokes of their pens, they wrote the final chapter of human extinction. How pathetic! The Lord of Nightmares, the ruler of all demonic beasts, born from the very greed that consumed humanity. And so, the last royal historian branded him with a name, the Demon King. Suddenly, the heavy downpour begins to clear. Only a few stray droplets of blood rain continue to drift lazily from the sky. Then, a brilliant light breaks through the clouds. It bathes the entire fortress in a warm, radiant glow. The rain has stopped. Oh, goddess! Overjoyed by the end of the horrific blood rain, the people look up in awe as warm sunlight floods the land once more. They believe the goddess is protecting their empire. Although he still holds the holy sword high toward the sky, deep down, he knows they are dead wrong. This divine power isn't nearly as absolute as they think. The rain only stops in places touched by the holy sword's light. Blissfully ignorant, the people celebrate and embrace each other. We made it. We actually survived. Praise the goddess. Long live the empire. Amen. Still, sometimes even a tiny glimmer of hope is enough. To those who have lost absolutely everything, it means the world. The truth is, the reason there wasn't a single NPC left in the royal chamber was because the rulers had completely abandoned the empire. Yet, the citizens still cling to that ray of light, chanting over and over that the goddess hasn't abandoned them. But he realizes this is precisely why the tower chose this empire as a stage, just like the abandoned child in the 10th floor castle. Suddenly, the Black Dragon Witch raises her voice, rallying the crowd. Everyone, stand up. Get on your feet, everyone. How can you act so shamefully in front of the great mage? Emboldened by her words, the soldiers find their resolve and unite for the fight. Raise your spears, to battle. She lets out a soft sigh of relief. Noticing his gaze, she looks at him with a puzzled expression and asks, "What are you staring at? Have you never seen a Ukrainian give a speech before?" She turns away and shrugs. My home country was full of communists. I can't stand them, but I have to admit, they sure knew how to rally a crowd. It's a useful skill to pick up. Well, whatever. Her random comment leaves both him and the sword spirit completely bewildered, with virtual question marks practically popping up over their heads. The sword spirit whispers to him, "I think she was trying to tell a joke, but man, that totally flopped." Walking over to the edge of the fortress wall, she calls out to him, "Gong-ja, what's our next move? I know we have to defend this wall." He nods. Exactly. The Black Dragon Witch's S-rank skill is teleportation, but even if we teleport over there, we'll immediately be swarmed by a horde of monsters. He turns to her and explains, "First, we need to set up a scenario where I can face the Demon King one-on-one. While the NPCs hold the line outside, we need to rally the other hunters. With their support, we won't get completely overwhelmed." "And what if the Demon King summons even more monsters to breach the wall?" she asks, voicing her concern. "If he sends in more monsters, That's when you teleport me straight to the Demon King. She looks at him, raising an eyebrow. Oh? Trying to play the tragic hero now? Are you trying to get yourself killed? It's a fair question for her to ask, but survival isn't his only goal. What he really wants is total victory. My death doesn't mean defeat, he reassures her. I have a plan. Just trust me on this. She looks down at the chaotic battlefield below, the howling wind whipping her coat around her. Like you said, every hunter has their secrets. I just hope your sword is sharp enough to take down that boss. The monster parts his slimy jaws and sneers. Having fun up there, goddess? Is this pathetic display really the best you can do for our final battle? Using your light to spark hope in fools who won't even survive until tomorrow. Have you coddled these pathetic creatures so much that you've become just as pathetic as them? Fine then, let me show you my kind of light. He thrusts his blade toward the heavens, channeling a dark, malevolent energy that whips into a massive vortex. A violent gale tears through the battlefield, sweeping soldiers helplessly into the sky. Even the massive, solid fortress walls begin to crumble under the sheer force of the hurricane. Up on the ramparts, Gong-ja and the Black Dragon Witch struggle to stand as the shockwave hits them. The stone ground beneath their feet cracks and shatters into pieces. It's a terrifying, cataclysmic force, strong enough to wipe an entire kingdom off the map. As the destructive winds finally die down, they are left standing in a wasteland of ruins. And through it all, the blood rain continues to fall, endless and unrelenting. A hero has died, and this person was not one of the Demon King's subordinates. Black Dragon looked up toward the Sword Saint's room. She knew the Heretic Inquisitor and Viper were likely with the army, while the Paladin was probably searching for the king on his orders. So, the only one who could be up there was. Hearing that, he immediately thought of the Countess. She wasn't the traitor. She turned to look at the sky, which was pouring down a rain of blood, and quietly muttered, "That bitch, dying before me again." He quickly stepped up to her and asked, "Black Dragon, if the Countess is really dead, what's going to happen to the tower's connection with the outside world?" She quietly replied, "Right now, focus on what's right in front of us. Even the Demon King can't keep up a continuous assault. Gong-ja, defend the wall with me." Right then, he noticed the Demon King's army changing their formation. Are they planning to attack here? He reached his hand out to her. "All right, let's do this. I was thinking the same thing." She placed her hand in his and said, "Teleportation keyword." A gust of wind whipped up from Black Dragon's power, lifting them both into the air. Instantly, they were warped to the front lines. Out here, there were no allies to cover his back. The Sword Emperor appeared behind him and called out, "Hey, zombie!" The two of them stared ahead at the approaching horde of monsters. The Sword Emperor said, "1 minute? Nah, 30 seconds is plenty. Stand your ground. To win this war, you've got to become everyone's beacon of hope. It doesn't matter how long you hold out. You just need to show everyone that you're fighting back against these monsters. Nobody becomes a hero just by surviving for 30 years when all people need is 30 seconds of pure desperation. But anyone who can give them 30 seconds of hope can become a hero. So go on, become their hero." As he downed the buff potion, his body reeled with a wave of dizziness. Behind him, the Sword Emperor cheered him on. "Didn't I promise to teach you swordsmanship before we hit the second floor? It might be a bit early, but it's time for a practical lesson." Pivoting his back foot and planting his front foot firmly on the ground, he followed the old man's instructions. Staring straight ahead, he saw 2 goblins blocking his path. Their eyesight is already terrible, and they're squinting because of the misty rain. With your holy sword shining like that, it's the perfect chance to completely blind them. In battle, what matters isn't an absolute second, but a relative second. Use your sword to blind them, stealing 1 second from their reaction time and making your own second that much faster. With everything I've got, let's go, partner. He told himself that his blade would be a whole second faster than his own mind. From behind, the Sword Emperor cheered. It's time to become a hero. He steadied his stance and faced the monsters. The Sword Emperor guided him. Now, slash the first one, then move on to the one on your left. As soon as one fell, another rushed in. A single second passed, and his blade was already stained with their blood and venom. After a strike, don't just swing blindly. Slash, then slash again, rhythmic, like playing music. It's dangerous when a note suddenly drops and then spikes. Bring your sword down and then slash back up in a smooth flow, keeping your strikes connected. Swordsmanship is a battle against time. An amateur only dominates for a single second at most, a couple of swings and their time is up. But a master controls 5 full seconds. Don't waste that crucial window. Landing a single blow isn't enough. You must already anticipate your next strike. An ordinary person wouldn't care, but a swordsman cannot afford that. You must live fully in that single second. A swordsman lives by the sword. Don't think living in that second is easy. Those who drift through life without noticing time aren't truly living. Living means being completely present in every moment. Gong-ja, you are a swordsman, so you must live by the sword. 10 seconds had passed. He looked up at a massive monster, swinging a giant club right at him. Suddenly, I couldn't help but wonder, why did the tower grant S-rank skills to people like them? They didn't have to be legendary figures. It wouldn't have hurt to give those skills to someone a bit more ordinary. But why did they give that skill to that complete psycho back then? Is it really only the elite who are allowed to conquer the tower? Do you really have to be like that lunatic just to stand at the very top? As he clashed with the giant goblin, he found the whole thing utterly ridiculous. His gaze never wavered. Staring intensely at his opponent, he unleashed a powerful slash. I will conquer the 20th floor, the 30th floor, the 50th floor, and even the 100th floor in place of the Flame Emperor. I will prove to all of you that I exist. Your existence has become clearer. Hunter Gong-ja has leveled up. Your current hunter rank is D rank. The Sword Emperor said, Congrats, you made it to 30 seconds. Best of luck. As he charged forward, Marcus suddenly joined the fray. With just a few effortless slashes, the old man easily wiped out the surrounding goblins. This caught him completely off guard. Marcus glanced over at him and said, Not bad, kid. He stared at the old man in disbelief. Marcus turned to him and added, You did well. My name is Marcus Calenberry, kid. For the second time, a memory flashed back of another young man, extending his hand and introducing himself. My name is Yu Suha. See ya. He realized this was the second time he was hearing a top-ranked player introduce themselves to him. Their names were different, and they couldn't be more unlike each other. But suddenly, he realized that he, too, had changed. And that was how he knew. What he couldn't do the first time around was something his current self could easily achieve. Gong-ja smirked, turning to the old man to introduce himself. My real name is Gong-ja. Hey, old man. But Marcus didn't even look back at him. Instead, his eyes were locked onto the enemy. Let's take them down together, kid. The #1 hunter, Sword Saint Marcus, who was also the commander of the Imperial Knights, charged forward. One by one, the knights stepped forward. Haha, sorry I'm late. It was Crusader. She smiled and said, I should have arrived sooner, but leading an entire army isn't exactly easy. She bowed her head deeply. Thank you, Hunter Gong-ja. Now, it's our turn to buy some time for you. Then, she immediately declared, This is an order from the Supreme General. Everyone, slaughter every single one of those snarling demons invading our empire. The 4th-ranked hunter, heretic questioner Bei Seol-hee, who was also the Grand General of the Empire, joined the fight. The announcement echoed across the battlefield. Do not retreat. The gods are always with you. Gong-ja was still fighting like a man possessed. He suddenly realized how eerily quiet his surroundings had become. There was only one thought driving him forward. Push ahead, no matter what. Venomous Snake of the Chun, Mu clan rushed to his side. Whoa, not bad, kid. I had to bring my guards and the entire guild, which is why I'm late. But Gong-ja didn't even bother to answer. He just kept swinging his sword, slicing through the enemy lines. Seeing the silence, Venomous Snake grunted. Are you ignoring me? Too hyper-focused or something? Damn, this kid is good. I like him. Hey, my name is Lafanta. You've probably never heard of me, but whatever. Back in the throne room, you saved my life, didn't you? I am going to be the master of the Chunmu sect, so is there anything you want me to do? Just keep charging straight ahead. I've got your left flank covered. Consider this a special favor. No one standing on my right side has ever died. Go, Gong-ja. I'll protect you. Sorry I'm late, but I need to find the Emperor. Suddenly, a knight rushed over, out of breath, and announced, he drank poison and committed suicide. But Marcus didn't lose his focus for a second. He even called out, It's fine. Instead of commanding troops, having you fight alongside us is way more useful. The knight replied, Of course. But then, his eyes widened in surprise. Wait, where did Hunter Gong-ja go? Marcus yelled back at him. Don't stop him. That kid is having the absolute time of his life right now. Meanwhile, Gong-ja was risking everything, raising his sword to slaughter the enemy. The Demon King sneered. You pathetic creatures. I granted you time, but did you really think that time was yours to keep? The power of the goddess protecting you has already faded. There is no longer a god left to save this empire. What more do you expect? Are you going to prove yourselves to me? Fine then, show me what you've got. Witch, raise the mirrors. She snapped back. I know. We messed up once, but there's no way you're proving anything a second time. Black Dragon immediately unleashed her magic, raising the mirrors high into the air. It was pure chaos. The Sword Saint and Venomous Snake stood ready as a barrage of mirrors began reflecting the Demon King's devastating power. Some of the mirrors shattered under the sheer pressure. Hell yeah! Venomous Snake of the Chun, Mu Clan roared, charging forward with his blade unsheathed. The Black Dragon Witch stepped forward and shouted to everyone. It's time. I'm transporting all of us to the Demon King right now. Hold on tight. She yelled his name. Gong-ja, grab my hand. She reached out to him. If you don't take it right now, I'm leaving you behind. I'll show you the true power of the Chun-Mu sect. At that exact moment, Gong-ja could feel that this entire world was about to vanish. He remembered the moment Marcus had grabbed his shoulder with a warm smile, saying, I completely misunderstood this good kid. He recalled the image of Crusader. Soon, none of them would remember any of this. He thought of the Black Dragon Witch, and a Venomous Snake too. But suddenly, the voice of the Sword Emperor echoed in his mind. Hey, partner. Go kill the boss already, you bastard. He realized that just because they wouldn't remember, it didn't mean it never happened. He smiled, looked up at the ghost, and said, let's go. The loser who died on the first floor, and the ghost of the one who died on the 99th floor, have made it this far. Regressing again might not solve everything, but I've definitely grown stronger. He grabbed her hand tight. All right, teleport us. A brilliant blue light flashed, channeling the power to teleport them. This time, I'll do a little better. Witnessing the emotional display before him, the Demon King smirked and sneered. How touching. So you're the goddess's heroes? Surely you already know there's a traitor lurking among you? And yet, you desperately put your trust in them, trying to stitch this tattered rag back together? Do you honestly think a patched-up rag can shield you from the storm? Hearing his mockery, Gong-ja suddenly let go of the Black Dragon Witch's hand. Startled, she screamed, No, Gong-ja. But in his heart, he quietly whispered, Sorry, see you in the next life. The Demon King burst into maniacal laughter. What a foolish kid. Though you won't remember a single thing that happened today. He smirked. Did you come here to kill me, hero? Gong-ja gripped his sword with both hands. No. Then, he suddenly let go and flipped the Demon King off. I came here to die because of you, you bastard. You have died. Your death has satisfied the conditions to activate your skill, copying a random skill from the Demon King of Autumn Rain. Round 2. Start. Gong-ja thought to himself, there's still one question left. The system notified him that he had successfully copied a random skill from the Demon King of Autumn Rain. He wondered why the tower gave such incredible power to outstanding hunters like Yu Suha, but still bestowed this golden opportunity upon a completely mediocre guy like me? The Sword Emperor chimed in, I've seen all sorts of skills. Want me to read it for you? Gong-ja thought. Either way, the tower seems to have grown deeply disappointed with the hunter's attitude. He turned around and told the Sword Spirit, All right, I'm counting on you. The Sword Spirit replied, Got it, now listen carefully. The system displayed the details for Gracefully Raining Grief of Heaven, an S-rank skill. Its effect? It is completely invisible. Humans assume that if they can't see something, it doesn't exist. Are you guys blind or what? Exactly, you foolish humans. Let's expose everything so they realize just how many people died because of their sheer ignorance. In this world, the more blood is spilled, the more rain pours from the crimson sky. However, only the blood rain you witness with your own eyes can actually condense and fall as rain. Gong-ja thought to himself, the Flame Emperor is definitely going to clear the 10th floor of the tower. Doesn't he feel any remorse for what he did? The Sword Spirit said, This is the next skill. The system then displayed the details for the Heart Echoes and Howls, an A+ rank skill. Its effect is to reinforce your aura using your own emotions. The stronger your feelings, the more intensely your aura will react. A resolve for revenge, hatred, pain, joy, anger, love, or sorrow, any emotion will do. Any wood can serve as fuel to feed the flames. However, you might become addicted to that emotion. Gong-ja stroked his chin in thought. Every floor has a hidden quest. Flashbacks from his past flashed through his mind. He was certain the 12th floor would be no exception. The Sword Spirit said, This is the next skill. The system brought up the details for 100 Ghost Summon, an SS-rank skill. Its effect is to summon those you have killed as undead. The deceased do not retain their skills or memories from their past lives. You can only summon them as monsters like goblins, orcs, zombies, or skeletons. However, you can only summon once a week, Gong-ja thought to himself, these are the 3 skills I like the most. He decided, I'll go with this one. The sword spirit grimaced and said, huh? Really? Don't blame me if things go south. He replied, but looking at the options, this will be the most useful skill to help me conquer up to the 20th floor. The sword spirit crossed his arms and said, is that so? Have it your way then. I have no idea what you're plotting, but I'm really looking forward to it. Gong-ja touched the card and muttered, oh, my dear Sword Emperor. He asked, are you used to practicing your swordsmanship every day at the Sword Saint's place? The sword spirit replied, how else could it be? Marcus is a total old-timer. He maps out his entire day from the crack of dawn until he goes to sleep. He replied, that's why I'm asking. His evening routine is bound to come in handy at some point. The sword spirit agreed, I guess you're right. Gong-ja tightly gripped the card in his hand, and the system announced that the skill copy selection was complete. Returning 24 hours to the past, he thought to himself, even though I'll have to face the Demon King's karma as well. The system notified him that as a D-rank hunter, he would face a penalty for using this skill. He said, we. The system then recreated the karma of the enemy who had killed him. The penalty difficulty was set to medium, manifesting as the hungry ghost. Gong-ja said, we'll talk more about this nightmare later. The black dragon rested her chin on her hand and asked, are you leaving already? He stood with his back to her and said, yeah. The 11th floor will open soon anyway. I need to start preparing right now so I don't fall behind. The black dragon asked, how can you prepare when you don't even know what the 11th floor is like? There won't be any issues up to the 11th floor, but on the 12th floor, when the Demon King suddenly appears, you all will. The black dragon looked up and called out, Gong-ja. Seeing his unusual behavior as he covered his eyes with his hand, she asked, are you okay? You don't look so good. Are you hurt somewhere? Gong-ja replied, I'm fine. It's just frustrating that everyone is so talented, yet we're stuck in a situation like this. Don't you all find it overwhelming? He looked at the black dragon and said, anyway, yeah, that's just how it is. I already know what the 11th floor is like. Even without that person, I know exactly what lies ahead on the 11th floor. Everyone stared at him in utter confusion, including the heretic inquisitor, Chen Mumun, the leader of the Viper Guild, and the paladin, the vice guild leader of the Crusaders. He continued, because that's my reward for conquering the 10th floor. They asked, you're sharing this because it's better for us to analyze the information together, right? He lightly crossed his arms, smiled, and replied, exactly, but I have one condition. When the time comes for me to make a request, you must all listen. Gong-ja said, although I can't reveal what my request is just yet, I won't be holding anyone's life hostage or demanding money. If you find my request unreasonable when the time comes, you are free to refuse. Hearing this, the Crusader stroked her chin and said, I think that's a very fair condition. With this information, we can preemptively handle most issues. I'm in. Sangryun agreed, saying, since we retain the right to refuse, I also agree. Everyone chimed in, well, let's hear it first. This deal doesn't harm me anyway, so I agree. Hearing their consensus, Gong-ja thought to himself, great, that's phase 1, complete. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, he spoke up. All right, I'll explain. From the 11th to the 20th floors lies the Ajim Empire. Indeed, the first 10 floors were just a warm-up. From the 11th floor onward, we'll be facing large-scale battles. I'll share a bit of information with our guild members. Wow, look at them fight. Gong-ja looked at the scene ahead and thought to himself, this way, I can clear the 11th floor much more easily. He turned around and said, well, I'll take my leave first. Oh, Paladin. The Paladin asked, what is it? Gong-ja said, you're the captain of the guard, right? Would you like to go for a short walk? I have some advice for you. The Paladin said, I was actually just about to get up myself. As long as we don't take too long, I'm fine with it. He replied, yes, 30 minutes will be more than enough. The Paladin nodded and said, all right then, I'll gladly accept this date. The crowd around them burst into whispers, wondering, he hasn't even said anything yet. Is it because someone new just showed up? Wait, could that actually be true? The major guilds are making some adjustments. Man, I just want to clear this floor too. Everyone was left wondering why there weren't any clues about the 11th floor. Just then, the sword spirit popped up and said, hey zombie, that old guy is tailing us. Gong-ja silently replied, are you sure? The sword spirit said, positive, so don't turn around to look. Honestly, even if you did, you wouldn't notice him anyway. That old man has a stealth barrier skill, after all. Pretty terrifying, isn't it? He silently replied, I get it. Just keep checking to make sure he's still following me. I've felt this exact bone-chilling sensation before, he thought to himself. If I wait until the 12th floor to clear up this misunderstanding with the Sword Saint, it'll be too late. I have to settle this before we enter the tower. The Sword Saint has a terrible relationship with the guild masters. Once he points his sword at me, will he just treat me like another guild leader and attack, dropping a traitor bombshell on us? He thought to himself. This is a direct shortcut to absolute destruction. The paladin looked over at him and asked, Gong-ja, where exactly are we going? He looked at her and replied, even though this way leads to a slightly dark alley, there's a shop I want to introduce you to. He thought to himself, now, it's time to bait the Sword Saint. I tried to draw his attention by doing things that perfectly aligned with the Sword Saint's daily routine, based on what Bei Huryong had told me. Once he notices me, he will tail me immediately, he thought to himself. Of course, the paladin right next to me has absolutely no idea about this. She looked puzzled and asked, a shop? Gong-ja said, it's run by an unnamed alchemist, but she is incredibly talented. Once she gets some recognition, this shop is going to be incredibly popular. Paladin, please come and help her business thrive. The paladin didn't know what to say to that. She fell silent for a moment before asking, are you telling the truth? He thought to himself. So she activated her lie detection. He replied, of course. Why would I lie to you? He smiled and said, I'm only speaking up out of concern for her. I'm not trying to make up some suspicious story. I really just wanted to ask for the paladin's help. No matter what happens that might put me in danger, you will be completely safe. Trust me, he thought to himself. And all of that is the absolute truth, right? The paladin looked at him, smiled, and said, I'm sorry. People always tell me I'm far too suspicious. Let's keep going. The future alchemist guildmaster said with delight, ah, welcome. Gong-ja and the paladin stepped inside the shop. He spoke up first. Are you still open at this hour? The future alchemist guildmaster replied, well, we're technically closed, but for you, I'm always open. After all, you're our very first regular customer. She leaned over and asked, by the way, who is this with you? He introduced her. This is the leader of the vigilante patrol, the paladin. Hearing this, the future alchemist guildmaster froze. She shrieked, the leader of the vigilante patrol? He thought to himself. For an ordinary hunter, this kind of reaction is completely normal, right? She gasped, isn't she an incredibly important person? Why on earth is someone like her here? Oh my God. She started rambling, bowing deeply to the leader of the vigilante patrol as she blurted out, are you here to bust us for drugs? Even though my shop is in this back alley, I've never brewed any harmful potions. I live an extremely honest life. I promise to keep living an honest life in the future too, so please just focus on your regular investigations. Gong-ja stared at her and thought, I take back what I said about her being normal. Sweating, the leader of the vigilante patrol looked at the future alchemist guildmaster and forced out a weak, He noticed her expression and thought to himself, she's using lie detection again, isn't she? Well, everything she said is absolutely true. I'm sure that surprised you. He said to the future alchemist guildmaster, don't worry, she didn't come here for anything like that. Besides, the shop owner here is an incredibly kind and skilled person. The future alchemist guildmaster looked at him and asked, really? Gong-ja turned to the leader of the vigilante patrol and said, compared to her immense talent, this shop's business is doing terribly. I felt bad for her, which is why I introduced this shop to the paladin. The future alchemist guildmaster stammered, introduced us? He said, she wants to check out some of your magic potion samples, you know? If the quality is high, she might even sign a contract with you. If you can supply potions to the vigilante patrol, it would be a huge deal for you. The future alchemist guildmaster grabbed his hands and said excitedly, that would be absolutely amazing. You saved me when I was on the verge of selling the shop, helped me secure a massive bulk order, and now you're even introducing me to your connections. The future alchemist guildmaster said, how can I ever repay you? Just then, a pair of red sneakers stepped into the shop from outside. Gong-ja realized someone was coming in. He glanced back and saw Marcus Calenberry walking in, leaning on his cane. He said, now, could everyone else please step outside? Only that boy needs to stay, he added seriously. This old man has some private business to discuss with him. The leader of the vigilante patrol looked at Marcus Calenberry and asked, "Sword Saint, what are you doing here?" He calmly replied, "So, it seems this young lady is already going deaf at such a young age." He said, "I told you to step aside. We men have some matters to settle between us." Meanwhile, Gong-ja remained silent, his back turned to him, but his eyes darted sideways. Later on, the leader of the civil militia glared at Marcus Calenberry and said, "You really don't mince your words, do you? You and Hunter Gong-ja have some private business to settle, don't you?" He growled in response, "Get out. This is already the third time I'm telling you." She shot back, "If saying it once didn't work, then a third or fourth time won't make a difference." "Sword Saint, are you getting so old that you've forgotten such basic common sense?" She continued, "Gong-ja has officially joined one of the 5 great guilds. Attacking him is the same as declaring war on us. I have no idea what you're plotting, but don't expect the civil militia to just stand by and let you do whatever you want." He gritted his teeth and sneered. Resting his hand on his hilt, he said, "Typical. You guilds always claim to be in the same boat. I know your games all too well." The leader of the civil militia replied, "Actually, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about." She gripped the handle of her own sword and warned, "Sword Saint, I've received plenty of reports about your occasional human hunting. Of course, we're not so desperate for work that we'd meddle in your personal affairs, but if you try to do it right in front of me, that's a completely different story. I will lay down my life to stop you." Marcus Calenberry glared at her and spat. "You think you actually have what it takes to stop me?" She answered, "No, I'll fight you with everything I have and I will die. But the moment I die, your reputation will be forever ruined. You'll be known as a disgusting monster who slaughters innocent people." She openly provoked the Sword Saint, saying, "If you want to live out the rest of your days with that shameful title, then go ahead and strike." Watching this, Gong-ja thought, "This is the Sword Saint's weakness that I learned about in my previous run." In the past, the Sword Saint had once said, "Lady Paladin, you're the only one here who would never hurt another soul, aren't you? Very well, I'll put my trust in you for now." Gong-ja thought, "The Sword Saint has a massive soft spot for the innocent." Gong-ja smiled inwardly. "That's why the ally I brought along is likely the only innocent soul among all these guild leaders." Through the Sword Saint's lens of violence, the Paladin, who had never killed anyone, was the ultimate good person. And there was one more. The future alchemist guildmaster suddenly rushed forward to shield him, speaking frantically, "Sir, I don't quite understand what's going on, but this customer is my savior. Even though Babylon doesn't have laws like the real world, if you lay a finger on my savior, I won't let you off the hook, even if you are the Sword Saint." Marcus Calenberry glared silently at the future alchemist guildmaster. She stood her ground and continued, "Some thugs caused trouble here a few days ago, so I'm sorry, but please leave my shop. I am officially asking you to leave." Gong-ja smiled. This is his ultimate weakness. These people don't have the strength to stand up to him, yet they are the only ones who can actually stop him. What can I say? If you want to drag someone down to the gutter, you have to get cozy with them first. Both the future alchemist guildmaster and the leader of the civil militia stood resolutely in front of Marcus Calenberry, blocking him from getting any closer to Gong-ja. Slowly, the old man let go of his sword hilt. Without saying a word, he silently turned and walked away. Gong-ja thought to himself, "He only backed down because today wasn't his day. Good, the second condition is met. Before the Sword Saint tries to kill me, I need to at least get a word or two in." Standing behind him, he yelled out, "Sword Saint, tomorrow at noon, I'll be waiting for you at the vacant lot to the north." He continued, "If you come, great. If you don't, that's fine too, I'll still be waiting. But if you want to know what kind of person I really am, show up tomorrow." He only glanced back over his shoulder without turning around, but he had clearly heard the message. He kept walking forward, alone in silence. As the sun began to set, a voice cried out, "Man, that just shaved 10 years off my life." "And you seriously want to meet that murderous demon under the moonlight?" Gong-ja asked in response. "Is the Sword Saint really known as a murderous demon?" The leader of the civil militia replied, "He's not exactly famous for it, but at the very least, everyone in the Big 5 guilds knows." She explained, "His son and daughter were killed by murderers. He hates talking about his past, so I don't know all the details." Gong-ja stood there, stunned, listening intently as she continued. "Because of that, the Sword Saint feels absolutely nothing but sheer hatred for murderers. Well, since there was never any solid evidence to begin with, we're ultimately just bystanders. It goes without saying, but all of this is a secret." Right then, the ghost suddenly popped up and chimed in. "Yeah, He told me that himself. Only his grandson and granddaughter are still alive. Gong-ja glared at the ghost and thought, why are you only telling me this now? The ghost shrugged and shot back, well, you didn't ask. The leader of the civil militia sighed. Well, it's not like I don't understand where the Sword Saint is coming from, but being in the civil militia means dealing with all kinds of criminals. There are times when I talk to them and wonder, is it really okay to forgive people like this? When someone who truly deserved to die gets put down, even I find myself tempted by that logic. She looked at him and continued, every leader of the major guilds carries their own baggage. Now that you're on our side, you'll find out eventually. But there's an endless amount of corruption waiting for you, and I want to see how you'll handle it. She bowed her head slightly and murmured, well, things have taken a completely different turn now. The leader of the civil militia changed the subject and said with a chuckle, so, what's the going rate for poison around here? Our budget is always in the red, so if it's too expensive, it'll be a real pain. The next day, everyone continued chasing their own goals. The atmosphere felt just like the previous loop. Standing alone in an open clearing surrounded by trees, Gong-ja was staring at his phone, checking something. But there were still a few differences. Gong-ja was scrolling through the news when he saw a headline, "Who is the masked hunter who cleared the 10th floor?" He thought to himself, nothing else has changed. I am the only difference here. He slipped his phone back into his pocket. Just then, Marcus Calenberry arrived and stood right in front of him. The old man spoke up, so, you really waited here all by yourself. He glared at Gong-ja and added, are you honestly that confident you can escape on your own? Then again, a murderer who has slaughtered as many people as you must be incredibly confident in his own abilities. Gong-ja looked at him anxiously, clutching his shirt tightly. The Sword Emperor asked, hey, zombie, are you okay? Gong-ja replied, I'm fine. It's just, my heart hurts a little. Gong-ja called out to the Sword Saint, I have a very long story to tell you. I know exactly why you want to kill me. Hearing this, Marcus replied, as expected, a guilty conscience needs no accuser. You finally recognize your own sins. Gong-ja asked, it's because of your detective's insight skill, isn't it? Caught off guard, the old man blurted out, how did you know that? Clenching his fists, Gong-ja said calmly, please, believe what I'm about to tell you. He thought to himself, gaining someone's trust is always such a monumental task. He continued to think, everyone has their own stubborn obsessions. For the Sword Saint, it's his skill. This old man standing in front of me has lived his entire life with that obsession, to the point where it has become his entire existence. To convince him, I have to make him question everything he has believed in his whole life. No matter how absurd or difficult it is, I just have to bet my life on it. He spoke up, Sword Saint, I am a prophet. Marcus furrowed his brows and asked, what? Gong-ja explained, to be precise, I have a skill that allows me to make predictions. Thanks to this skill, I was able to find out about your detective's insight. I knew that if things proceeded like this, you would want to kill me. That's why I asked why you had to do it. Back then, you said it yourself, didn't you? You told me that according to your skill, there is a number above my head. 4093. The Sword Saint replied, then guess. Marcus Calenberry said, guess how many fingers I'm holding up on my left hand right now. If you're really a prophet, this should be a piece of cake, shouldn't it? Gong-ja thought, as expected, he's going with this. Marcus continued, if you can't guess, then it'll prove you're nothing but a liar. Gong-ja drew his sword and thought to himself, just as I predicted. Believing Gong-ja was about to attack, the old man drew his weapon to defend himself, but instead, Gong-ja instantly took his own life right in front of him. What on earth? Marcus gasped. The system notified Gong-ja of his death, sending him back 24 hours in time. Returning to the exact same moment from earlier, Marcus Calenberry demanded, go ahead, guess. Gong-ja spoke up, you're hiding your left hand behind your back, aren't you? You're about to ask me to guess how many fingers you're holding up. And you think that if I'm a real prophet, this shouldn't be hard at all, right? Gong-ja tried to persuade the Sword Saint, please believe me, I really do have this skill. Killing me right now would be as easy as snapping your fingers, but without me, you won't make it past the 12th floor in one piece. The old man cut in. Hold on. Marcus Calenberry pointed his finger at him and said, that alone is far from enough. How do I know you don't just have clairvoyance or mind reading rather than prophecy? What proof do you have that you're a prophet? Gong-ja thought to himself. Right. I knew doing this just once wouldn't be enough. Once again, he took his own life. The system announced his death, returning him 24 hours into the past. The old man aimed his weapon at him and said, "No, that still isn't enough. Prove to me that you don't have some other skill, like," he thought to himself, "convincing someone is truly an uphill battle." Gong-ja killed himself yet again. The system announced his death, and he returned 24 hours in time. Clenching his fists, he said, "Sword Saint, you cannot kill me here. If you do, countless people will get hurt on the 12th floor. I'm telling you the absolute truth," he thought to himself. And trying to convince an old man who stands at the very pinnacle of his field makes it 10 times harder. He pleaded with Marcus Calenberry. "Please, you have to believe me," he thought to himself. "But that's fine. I can test this as many times as it takes. Even if it takes a week or half a month, I am absolutely confident I will eventually convince him." The system announced his regression to 24 hours prior. He realized, "My death is longer than your life," he explained. "I'm not claiming to be innocent, nor am I begging you to spare my life forever." Marcus asked, "Then what is it?" Gong-ja held up 5 fingers and said, 5 days. Please, just don't kill me for the next 5 days. Watch me with your own eyes. And then judge for yourself whether I truly deserve to die." Noticing the Sword Saint's expression, Gong-ja said, "It seems you still don't believe me." He thought to himself, "Time to drop the ultimate bomb." He said, "In the near future, you will say something very specific to me. If I tell you what it is right now, you'll have no choice but to believe I'm a prophet." A blonde goddess in a white dress will speak out, saying, "O angels, O conquerors of the tower," Marcus demanded. "And what did I say?" Gong-ja replied, "Sword Emperor." These words left both Marcus Calenberry and the spirit wide-eyed with shock. The goddess spoke, "You must endure the trial of trust. The answer you seek will finally reveal who you truly are." Gong-ja replied, "I don't know whose nickname that is, but all I have to do is say it out loud, right?" The goddess answered, "Indeed. And through that, you will understand yourselves." The Sword Saint, Marcus Calenberry, chimed in, "You said 5 days, correct?" He agreed, "Fine. For the next 5 days, I will follow you. I'll be watching your every move, every word, every attitude, and even the way you stand." As Gong-ja's reflection gleamed in his cold eyes, the Sword Saint continued, "Only then will I decide if you deserve to die. How does that sound?" Gong-ja replied, "Understood. That works for me." Bowing his head, he said, "Thank you very much." Gong-ja thought to himself, "Perfect. A promise from the Sword Saint means he won't try to kill me on sight anymore. For now, the Sword Saint will trust me." Suddenly, a bleak, desolate scene flashed before him, and a voice echoed, "A warrior has fallen." Gong-ja thought with satisfaction, "I need to meet all the conditions to prevent any more useless sacrifices on the 12th floor." Gong-ja called out, "Well then, Sword Saint, I'll see you on the next floor." A system voice announced, "Attention, conquerors of the tower, may fortune favor your journey." But as soon as he stepped through, Gong-ja found himself in the middle of absolute chaos. Screams echoed all around. "Watch out for the arrows! What the hell is going on?" Panicked shouts filled the air as the brave warriors of the Empire ran for their lives. They begged desperately, "Please, you must help us save the Empire." Just then, a system notification popped up. Quest details. Desperate supply battle. Quest objective. Disaster has struck the Empire. The legendary Demon King Agam has finally awakened his powers. The Demon King's army is extremely powerful, cruel, and cunning. Their first move is to cut off the Empire's supply lines. Please defend the harbor. This battle will be your first step towards saving the Empire. Failure will prevent access to the 12th floor, Gong-ja murmured to himself. So far, it's exactly like my previous run. Just then, the leader of the Black Dragon Guild, the Black Witch, shouted, "Black Dragon, assemble," she declared. From this moment on, the Black Dragon Guild takes command of this battle. She commanded, Heavenly Wood Sect, secure the left flank. Demon Sect and Spear Ring, crush the right. We, the Black Dragon, will charge straight through the center. If anyone has a problem with my orders, we can settle it after the battle. Black Dragon, charge. The Black Witch barked. If you have time to stand around complaining, go kill another monster instead. The Black Dragon Guild members rallied, shouting, "Stay close, everyone. If any of you rookies die before me, I'll drag you straight to hell myself." What's that? Everyone, support the Heavenly Wood Sect so those arrogant boars don't get cut off. Ahahaha. Anyone acting on their own will face instant execution. Stick to your squads at all costs. Man, everyone is fired up. Let's take it easy, pace ourselves, and back each other up. Watching the battle unfold, Sabat gasped in awe. He turned to his soldiers and said, "Look at them. The heroes summoned to our world are fighting the monsters without a shred of hesitation. Warriors of the Empire, we cannot fall behind. All forces, charge with me." They cheered, "The gods are with our empire." Meanwhile, Gong-ja and the spirit stood nearby, taking in the whole scene. The spirit asked, "Hey zombie, you okay?" He grinned, adding, "Well, at least you won't stand out as much like this." The spirit teased, "Since when do you hate being the center of attention? But seriously, with all this chaos, you won't get nearly as much attention as your last run." Gong-ja replied, "Yeah, I guess so." Looking up at the sky, he added, "But honestly, this doesn't feel half bad." The spirit laughed. "Oh ho, look at you. Guess you've grown up a bit, huh, kid?" Meanwhile, Marcus Calenberry was still observing his every move from a distance. Gong-ja sighed. "Matured? Far from it. I just think we need to get ready." Suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine. Feeling eyes on him, he whipped around, tense and alert. He demanded, "Marcus Calenberry, what the hell are you doing over there?" The old man replied calmly, "I told you I'd be watching." He added, "Didn't we literally just discuss this? I'm keeping an eye on you for the next 5 days to decide whether I should end your life." Gong-ja gulped nervously. "Wait, you're not planning to watch me 24/7, are you?" The Sword Saint replied, "Of course I am." Gong-ja protested. "But you're a senior hunter. Aren't you supposed to be out there killing monsters? The rewards are based on our contribution to the battle, you know?" Right then, Marcus Calenberry casually swung his sword, slicing through a horde of monsters creeping up behind them. He smirked, "I swing my sword whenever I have free time, so don't you worry about me." Gong-ja's sweat dropped, thinking, "Show off boomer." Gong-ja groaned. Sigh, this is going to be exhausting. As he tried to walk ahead, 2 Black Dragon members, a man and a woman, stepped in front of him. "Halt!" they barked. "State your business with our guildmaster." Hearing the commotion, the Black Witch turned her head. "Hunter Kim Gong-ja, and the Sword Saint?" She said flatly, "I am currently swamped managing the guilds. If you have something to say, make it quick, you have exactly 30 seconds. She interrupted herself, shouting, "Hey, Squad 4, stop running like cowards and hold the damn line." Gong-ja spoke up, "Guildmaster, I have the reward from clearing the 10th floor." Without even turning around, she retorted, "Of course you do. What about it?" Gong-ja held up a glowing map. "It's a mini-map reward. It shows the real-time positions of our allies, the enemies, and the entire layout of the battlefield." Hearing this, the Black Dragon Master whipped her head around and asked, "Is that true?" He replied, "What would I gain from lying? It's the truth." She rushed over, grabbed his hand, and scolded, "Then what took you so long to get here? Speak up, where is the boss monster?" Pointing to the left, he said, "Even though it's hard to see because of all the monsters surrounding it, according to the map, it's right over there." The Black Dragon Master gripped his hand tightly and urged, "Repeat after me." "I agree to use the skill." "Hurry." He followed her lead and said, "I agree to use the Black Dragon Master's skill." Looking at her, he thought to himself, "I guess when people lose their composure, their true nature really shows." The Black Dragon Master activated her teleportation skill. She asked him where the boss monster was, and he pointed, "Right over there." She used teleportation again to get right in front of the boss monster. The Black Dragon Master asked him, "Can you use a sword?" He supported her and said, "Well enough to take that guy down." Releasing her grip on him, she said, "Then go." He quickly leapt down toward the boss monster, drawing his sword to strike. Summoning all his strength, he sliced the boss monster clean in half. Seeing their boss obliterated, the other monsters froze in sheer terror and shrieked, "Ki! Ki!" Gong-ja's face was now completely splattered with the boss's blood. Turning to the remaining monsters, he asked, "What's wrong? Do you guys want to be sliced in half too?" Terrified, the remaining monsters scrambled and fled in all directions. Watching them run, he muttered, "Oh, they're running away." Brandishing their weapons, the Black Dragon Guild members shouted to one another, "Hunt them down and wipe them out. Don't let a single one escape. Over there, those goblin bastards." The Black Dragon Master gasped. "Ah." She looked at Gong-ja with pure joy and said, "Incredible job. Kim Gong-ja. Good grief, we cleared the raid in less than an hour? Our hunter casualties are probably under 50, maybe even less than 30, she said ecstatically. Could things possibly get any better than this? He thought to himself, recalling how the Black Dragon Master in his past life never showed any emotion, and wondered if there was a reason for that. He thought to himself, In my past life, so many hunters burned to death. But now she's this happy just because the casualties were so low? He smiled inwardly. She turns out to be unexpectedly simple-minded. Does her joy or sorrow really just depend on how few casualties there are? He spoke up. Whoa, you're way too excited. Calm down a bit. The Black Dragon Master retorted. When people have a reason to celebrate, they should celebrate. I'll say it again. You did an absolutely wonderful job, Kim Gong-ja. With a gentle, satisfied expression, she said, no floor has ever been cleared with so few casualties. You should be proud of yourself. She added, even if I wanted to keep all the rewards for myself, I'm truly grateful that a new hero like you has appeared. The Black Dragon Master extended her hand toward him and smiled. From today on, every media outlet in the tower is going to hound you, so get ready. Gong-ja thought to himself, yes, this is it. He returned the smile and took her hand. He thought to himself, getting all this attention, being hailed as a hero, and dealing with the envy and jealousy, let's bring this to a happy end. However, I shouldn't just settle for shallow praise from the crowd. He looked at the remaining members of the Black Dragon Guild, who were all chatting and laughing happily. He thought, these are people who have lived so passionately. Even if I can't say they did everything perfectly, I believe. They are definitely people who have lived and fought with everything they had. Looking around, he thought, the Sword Saint, the Black Dragon Master, and so many others here. They've truly lived their lives with passion. He thought to himself, I want to live a life where I earn the respect and recognition of people like them. He smiled warmly at the Black Dragon Master as he shook her hand and thought, I want to protect these people. The system announced that it was calculating the contribution points. Still lost in his thoughts, he resolved to ensure they would never be toyed with by the Demon King, and never let those who lived so passionately be humiliated or mocked, nor let their time be wasted by petty tricks and insults. I simply want to be acknowledged and accepted by them. Just then, the system chimed. Calculation complete. He thought about how much he wanted their respect. Even if it was an impossible dream, that was how he wanted to live his life. The sword spirit looked at him and called out, Hey kid, he added. You really are an interesting brat to watch. The system then announced the contribution rankings. First place, Kim Gong-ja. Second place, the Black Witch. Third place, the Heretic Inquisitor. Fourth place, the Viper. Fifth place, the Paladin. Sixth place, the Countess. Seventh place, the Sword Saint. Looking at the system screen with satisfaction, he thought, I want to bring a little change to this world I've altered. He noticed that the rankings were completely different from his past life. The system announced, the top-ranking attackers are permitted to enter the 12th floor first. The Black Dragon Master looked at him and said, at this rate, before the top attackers even claim their rewards, the other raiders might not even be allowed onto the 12th floor. The Black Dragon Master added, I had prepared myself for at least 5,000 casualties, so this is an incredibly successful start. Worried, he thought to himself, but if we just leave things as they are, won't we end up suffering massive casualties on the 12th floor? He thought, especially since we'd lose the only talent who can actually communicate with the outside world. If that happens, it won't just be 5,000, but 50,000, maybe even 500,000 lives lost. Just then, a voice chimed, Black Dragon Master, your reward is being delivered. The 12th floor. Next, Gong-ja was being transported to the 12th floor. He slowly opened his eyes and thought to himself, looks like I'll be carrying Shenmue Moon this time. Oh, the Black Dragon Guildmaster looked around and said, I didn't expect us to end up in a place like this. Min Ji-won ran over and said, Hunter Gong-ja, that was incredible, she joyfully added. I never imagined you'd team up with the Black Dragon Guildmaster like that. Predicting the boss monster's location. Was that because of the reward from the previous stage? He interrupted her, saying, Wait. He looked at everyone and said, I have something to say to all of you. From a distance, the Sword Saint stood leaning against the wall, watching him. He thought to himself, good, the Sword Saint won't attack me either. Then he spoke aloud. Yesterday, I told you all something. He continued, I asked you that if I ever needed a favor one day, you would definitely agree to it. Min Ji-won smiled and said, Oh yes, of course I remember. He replied, that favor. I need you to grant it to me now. Both the Black Dragon Guildmaster and Shenmue Moon listened closely, hanging on his every word with serious expressions. He held up his hand, spreading his 5 fingers, and said, For the next 5 days, I want everyone to stay right here and do absolutely nothing. He said seriously, If you do that, We will conquer up to the 20th floor within those 5 days. The goddess of protection appeared, her eyes cast down, her hands clasped together as she spoke in a soft voice. O warriors, you who choose to climb the tower from the 11th to the 20th floor, your faith. Before she could even finish her sentence, a frantic shout cut her off. The 11th floor is open. Let's go to the 11th floor. Marcus Calenberry was clashing fiercely with Chen Mumun. The goddess of protection's voice continued calmly to the end. Will be tested. Gong-ja called out to everyone, including Black Dragon, the civil militia, and Chen Mumun, who had all stopped fighting. Do you remember what I said yesterday? Wanting them to pay attention to the goddess of protection's words, he reminded them, I asked you to listen to me when the time came. Now, please, listen to her. Beside him, the goddess continued her gentle guidance. You will find the answer, and the answer you find will remind you of who you are. He said calmly, this is the answer I've found. Just stay here and do nothing for 5 days. If you can do that, I promise I will conquer up to the 20th floor in 5 days. Black Dragon's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Wait, 5 days? She pressed him. Did I hear that right? Don't mess with me, that's not funny at all. Remaining calm, he replied casually, you all heard me. I'm not joking. The representatives of Chen Mumun, the civil militia, and the Crusader stared at him in utter disbelief. As for Black Dragon, she kept insisting, no way. She stepped up to him, carefully analyzing the situation. You know, it took us years just to clear the 10th floor. Sure, we just cleared the 11th floor in under an hour, but you're being way too cocky. Who do you think you are, Kim Gong-ja? Stepping closer to her, he humbled himself and begged, please. Bowing his head, he explained, I cleared the 10th floor, and of course, I did it for my own sake. But I also shared the rewards and benefits I got from the 10th floor, from the info on the 11th floor to the location of the boss. It benefited everyone. His words made Ryujia, who was standing nearby, resting her chin in her hand, silently weigh his proposal. Every word he said slowly struck a chord with everyone, including Chen Mumun. He said, I've earned the right to ask for your help. Whether I manage to conquer the 20th floor or not, please just wait for these 5 days. As he tried his best to persuade them, a system notification popped up. Welcome, Hunter Gong-ja. You have placed first in clearing the 11th floor. Still bowing his head with determination, he pleaded, I'm begging you all. The system continued to update, distributing 11th floor rewards. 11th floor rewards include a reward offered to you by the Goddess of Protection, and a reward offered to you by the Autumn Rain Demon King. Hearing the rewards he was about to receive, a smirk played on his lips as he looked up with a smug expression, thinking to himself, well, Demon King, are you disappointed that we didn't fight? The system repeated, the Autumn Rain Demon King's reward invites you to choose one option. Instead of rushing to make a choice, he glanced over at the hesitating members of Chen Mumun as the reward system continued to prompt him. The Autumn Rain Demon King suggests that you may also reject the reward. He looked back toward Ryujia, the civil militia, and the Crusader, who were all still deeply conflicted. Meanwhile, the system kept prompting. The Autumn Rain Demon King is curious about your choice. The Autumn Rain Demon King is trying to tempt you to make a choice. The Autumn Rain Demon King does not understand your intentions. After a moment, the Crusader spoke up. This is actually pretty simple. She explained to the others. Hunter Gong-ja shared the strategy to clear the 11th floor with us, and in return, he asked us to listen to him. We already agreed that as long as it wasn't something impossible, we'd go along with it. She casually added, of course, all of us staying put and doing nothing for 5 days isn't exactly easy, since the media is definitely going to lose its mind over the next few days. But it's not impossible, so I'm in. As she spoke, she walked over to the civil militia leader, who was also staring back at her. Black Dragon looked over, her stance softening. Well, it's not impossible, but… The Crusader cut her off. We made a promise, Guildmaster. This gave Black Dragon a headache, as she couldn't deny it. Yeah, we did make a promise. Only then did Chen Mumun speak up. Alright, fine. Though I have absolutely no idea what's going through your head. And Ryujia also made her decision. You're asking this because you have a plan, right? Count me in. Turning to the paladin, she said coldly. I understand. And I promise to remain silent for 5 days. I think I can wait that long. Finally, Marcus Calenberry spoke in a deep, solemn voice. As for me, I never made such a promise. With a stern expression, he slowly continued, I only made a single promise to keep an eye on this kid for 5 days. I have absolutely no reason to listen to your demands. But he still told him, if you reach the 20th floor, I will follow you, just as I promised. Having reached an agreement, Gong-ja didn't need anything else, and quickly replied, yes, that works. Initially, I planned to defeat the Demon King all on my own, but having the Sword Saint along isn't bad either. I have no reason to turn him down. Then, he looked at each of their faces from Black Dragon, Shinmu Gate, and Crusader to Ryu Jia. He spoke sincerely. Now then, everyone, thank you for your help. With that, he turned and walked away, his voice firm. See you in 5 days. He approached the massive doors, threw them open, and stepped outside. Once outside, he reunited with the Sword Spirit, and both of them were caught off guard. Letting out a soft gasp, they quickly scanned their surroundings. Every single NPC was completely frozen in place. The Sword Spirit spoke up, but Gong-ja remained completely unfazed. He replied, it's because the quest hasn't started yet. Unbothered by the unfamiliar quest, Marcus Calenberry slowly walked over, using his sword like a cane. Paying him no mind, Gong-ja turned to discuss with the Sword Spirit. I still haven't chosen a class yet, he explained. Right now, the Empire has neither a Chief Justice nor a Knight Commander. Normally, quests from the 12th to the 20th floor require hunters to fill those roles. On the 11th floor, the quest triggered the moment we stepped in. That's definitely how the standard process goes. Recalling the image of the soldier gripping his sword tightly and crying out in desperation, please, help us defend the Empire. Right then, a system notification popped up, announcing that the 12th floor quest had been issued. Holding 2 daggers in his hands, he stared thoughtfully, while the Sword Spirit asked in confusion, but we're kind of in limbo here on the 12th floor, aren't we? So why not just keep the quest from ever starting? According to the rules, the quest only triggers once everyone has chosen a class. Realizing this, he told the Sword Spirit, if we don't choose our classes, the quest won't start. The invasion of the Demon King's army will never happen, and the Imperial army won't have to fight them. The system chimed again. The Demon King of Autumn Reign commands you to choose a reward. The Demon King was forcing him to make a choice. As he and the Sword Spirit entered the city, pondering their options, he said, all right, Sword Spirit, here's the real question. Finally, Gong-ja asked decisively, what if the Demon King dies while everything is still frozen like this? The Sword Spirit blinked. Wait, what? He brought up the map with a blinking red dot and explained, I'm asking what would happen if I take down the boss before the quest even begins. Then, he immediately concluded, it's actually pretty simple. Since no one will receive the Demon King's rewards, we won't have to worry about any betrayers. The Demon King will be shut down before he can even pull off any of his tricks. Speaking with absolute confidence, he raised his hand to cast a spell. The system immediately flashed another alert. The Demon King of Autumn Reign is furious. The Demon King of Autumn Reign has appeared. The moment the notification faded, a massive howling tempest erupted. He and the Sword Spirit stood with their arms crossed, calmly watching the chaos unfold. The Demon King materialized in a terrifying form, snarling threateningly, how dare you? Then, its booming voice rumbled, you've walked right into your grave, hero of the goddess. How insolent of you to dare come before me without making your choice. Gong-ja didn't show a single trace of fear. Instead, he taunted the beast. What the hell are you babbling about? I already made my choice. Dumbfounded, the beast asked, what? Gong-ja pointed his sword directly at it and declared proudly, can't you see? This is the ultimate choice. I'm going to kill the Demon King before the quest even starts. That way, not a single hunter or citizen of the Empire has to die. And of course, there won't be any betrayers either. Gripping his sword tightly, he overflowed with confidence. He even continued to tease the beast. Do you get it now? This is the perfect, happy ending where no one has to be sacrificed. With a broad, cheerful grin, he added, because I absolutely despise bad endings. I guess that's just the kind of guy I am. If possible, I much prefer a happy ending. His tone suddenly shifted, sharp and cold. So, unfortunately, you have to die. If you keep getting in my way, I'll never get to see that ending. Completely pushed over the edge, the Demon King gnashed its teeth and shrieked in pure rage, how dare you? Its form began to shift as it sneered arrogantly, you think you can stop me without the help of the Empire? He had already slid into a battle-ready stance. As the clock struck, he raised his sword and said with absolute confidence, I don't need anyone's help. In this frozen world, I will survive by gripping my sword like the hand of a clock. With a single, fluid motion, He swung his sword as if it were an extension of his own body, aiming straight at the Demon King. In his heart, he knew that a hero was always destined to walk a lonely path. The 5 days of eternity had begun. On a rainy day, that creature opened its eyes. The sound of frogs croaking echoed all around. One little frog kept croaking away, completely unaware of the filthy, swamp-like monster looming right behind it. The falling rain. It makes me want to live just a little bit longer. The system flashed. You have died. The red-haired spirit standing next to Gong-ja said. Lately, his swordsmanship isn't even that impressive. He just possesses an absurdly extraordinary strength. But either way, that still makes him pretty terrifying, Gong-ja asked. In that case, as long as I can predict the direction of his attacks, I should be able to dodge them, right? The red-haired spirit said. Exactly. You're dead, and this is the prison of time. While drinking some liquid and writing something on his palm, Gong-ja thought to himself, I wonder what would have happened if I had just gone through this quest like normal. Would thousands of soldiers have perished in that raging, tempest-like battle? When a single soldier falls, at least 20 years of their life vanish. 10 people means 200 years. 100 people means 2,000 years. To save all that time, I chose not to take on any role. System, you have died. Returning to 24 hours ago, Gong-ja was still lost in his thoughts. If that's the case, I need to prepare myself to be trapped in this immortal body forever. The red-haired spirit stood casually nearby, complaining, Gong-ja, even if you know the direction of the attack, are you sure you can actually dodge it, you crazy zombie? Highly annoyed by those words, Gong-ja angrily snapped back. Ugh, shut up. You're being way too loud. System, you have died. Ignoring Gong-ja's outbursts, the red-haired spirit kept talking. Your problem is that you have way too little experience to even stand in this place. You need to balance every single muscle in your body. Wearing a look of pure contempt, Gong-ja scoffed. Easy for you to say. System, you have died. The pitch-black monster seemed utterly enraged. In a deep, raspy voice, he boomed. How dare you? Follow the proper order. The guardian goddess only protects those who inherit the roles of the empire. Gong-ja charged at the monster, weapon in hand, screaming, Bring it on. Let's see if we can get a one-shot this time too. The monster was completely caught off guard. In shock, it gasped. What? Now brimming with confidence, Gong-ja declared, The hero who slew the Demon King. System, you have died. The monster spoke indifferently. The hero who slew the Demon King. Is there really anything left to say? System, you have died. Gong-ja raised his sword in front of him, calling out in a defiant voice. Look closely, Demon King. I am the treasured sword of this empire. Swinging his own weapon, the monster snarled. Fine. If that's the case, prove it. Gong-ja smirked. Fine by me. Watch this. And with that, they clashed in a fierce battle. System, you have died. Yet Gong-ja kept on fighting the beast. Suddenly, thoughts began to flood his mind. My sword is the only hour hand capable of making this world move forward by a single second. My sword must swing for just one more second, because I am a blade that lives solely for that single second. This entire world can only run thanks to my 1 second. Even if a massive flood covers the horizon, just like a single drop of water flowing within it, I can only live 1 more second. Even if I wished for immortality, this is the life I have lived. His thoughts cut short as he recalled his memories of Black Dragon. Black Dragon was incredibly proud of Gong-ja. She beamed with joy and said, Incredible job, Gong-ja. My goodness, you cleared the entire floor in less than an hour, and only 30 hunters lost their lives. Gong-ja, once again, was writing something on his hand, as Black Dragon's voice echoed in his mind. Incredible job, Gong-ja. My goodness, you cleared the entire floor in less than 50 minutes. Plus, your advice to cooperate with the soldiers here was brilliant. This time, only 3 hunters lost their lives. Gong-ja kept scribbling words all over his hand. Meanwhile, Black Dragon's voice continued. It hasn't even been 40 minutes, and maybe only 2 hunters lost their lives. This is unbelievable. You did so well, Gong-ja. Just like you said, I only healed Sir Joshua and let him negotiate with the demon boss himself. At this rate, maybe only 10 hunters died. Could this really be happening? Snapping back to reality, the monster roared with pure fury. You bastard! Why the hell are you smiling like that? Hearing this, Gong-ja simply smiled faintly and replied, Because I'm incredibly happy. The monster sneered. Are you happy because you're about to die early? Met with Gong-ja's terrifyingly calm expression, he replied softly, You wouldn't understand. Nobody can. The monster burst into a mocking laugh and barked, Arrogant brat. Gong-ja replied calmly, It's actually pretty simple. The monster looked at him with mock pity and muttered, How pathetic. System, you have died. Gong-ja whispered to himself, But I didn't give up, because there was absolutely no reason for me to throw in the towel. My blade is faster today than it was yesterday, and tomorrow it will be even faster, because I am alive. Gripping Gong-ja's hand, Black Dragon choked out, I just double-checked. Gong-ja! No one. Nobody died. As she spoke, she leaned her head against Gong-ja's chest, suddenly bursting into tears and sobbing. I checked everywhere. A few idiots got hurt doing stupid things, but no one. Absolutely no one lost their life. Thank you so much. Once again, the monster roared in outrage. How dare you? How dare you challenge me all by yourself? Gong-ja smirked. Aren't heroes supposed to fight alone anyway? The monster spat, Foolish human. And so, they clashed once again. The vile monster swung his massive weapon, spitting venomous words. My darkness is born from the malice in your very souls. Yes. This was the exact moment Gong-ja had been waiting for. Then, the red light faded, and in its place, Black Dragon appeared. Stepping up right next to Gong-ja, she said, I'm sorry, Gong-ja. I promised to stay in my room like you asked, but my conscience was just eating me alive, so I chased him all the way here by myself. Black Dragon asked, What kind of fun game are you playing? Gong-ja flashed a mysterious smile and said, Just playing hero. It's actually pretty fun. Black Dragon played along. True, that thing looks like it's worth a good fight. She seemed pretty excited about it. She said casually, But it's no fun playing all by yourself. Let me in on this too. The two of them looked like they were just playing a game. Gong-ja bantered back with her. You already have them surrounded, and now you want to steal my kill too? Black Dragon shot back. Stolen goods are always the sweetest. Gong-ja chuckled and said, You got that right. The monster, realizing he was being completely ignored, growled in anger. How dare you? Gong-ja did not even spare him a glance. He said, Hey, sorry about that, but I was planning on taking him on by myself. Come to think of it, a real hero does not gang up on people. You understand, right? This time, the monster was absolutely furious. He roared, Do you think you can hide the truth with those pathetic words? You are not worthy of that sword. He raised his hands as if summoning something, screaming at the top of his lungs, 100 ghosts, answer my call. Following his call, thousands of demons emerged out of nowhere. Shocked by the sight, Black Dragon wondered out loud, Isn't this a bit out of our league? Then she suddenly yelled, Sword King, what are you standing there spacing out for? Marcus finally snapped out of it and said quickly, I was just trying to watch him a little longer. I only got here when he and that puddle of filth started fighting. It has only been 30 seconds. Gong-ja turned his head back and said, You are absolutely right. I was actually planning to hang in there for another minute before asking for help. Black Dragon gasped, Oh my god. She reached her hands out to both of them and said, Enough. Grab my hands. We are getting out of here. Unlike her, Gong-ja was completely calm and confident. It is fine, he said, before pointing to the sky and shouting, Summon 100 ghosts. The monster was utterly shocked to hear those words, gasping, What? The skill was activated. A leopard, its mouth dripping with blood, chased down its prey and let out a vicious roar. Saliva mixed with fresh blood dripped from its jaws. A cry for help echoed out. Is anyone there? That thing kept growing larger and larger. A leopard, an eagle, a snake, and frogs with ferocious looks. Suddenly, a writhing mass of black goo began to move, and from it, the shape of a leopard slowly emerged. It seemed that with every new body it acquired, its joy only intensified. The leopard sank its teeth into the prey's neck, delivering a fatal bite. Reveling in the thrill of the kill, it happily tore into the deer. The deer's head turned toward a little girl, with white hair and blue eyes. She begged, Help me, Daddy, please help me. The little girl screamed in terror as she ran for her life. The leopard grew excited, chasing close behind her with a savage roar. Its drool, mixed with the blood on its muzzle, splattered everywhere. Another cry for help rang out. Is anyone there? Ah, what a sweet scent. What could it be? That fragrance. The leopard savored its prey. It swallowed the prey whole as if it were nothing, and with every prey devoured, it inherited the memories of all its past hunts. The little girl leaned forward, gasping for breath. A voice called out, "Esther, my child, how many times have I told you not to go outside on your own? Didn't you listen to the doctor? Your body is still so weak." Her father emerged from the bushes, his voice filled with worry and frustration. "What happened to your clothes?" He panted heavily, looking at her with deep concern. The girl turned around and called out, "Daddy, I feel so much better now." She looked at her father and flashed a bright, radiant smile. As the sunlight illuminated her face, that became the very first name of the Demon King. Meanwhile, in another place, Gong-ja stood tall and proud. With one hand holding his sword and the other pointing straight to the sky, he activated his skill. Thick plumes of black smoke began to rise all around him. The dark smoke coalesced into white bones, and in an instant, an army of skeletons stood before him. "Why did I choose to summon the 100 ghosts, you ask?" the main character asked. The spirit of the old sword saint looked dazed as he replied, "Yeah, exactly." The main character continued, "At first, I was also drawn to other skills. For instance, the aura reinforcement skill seemed pretty amazing. If only I could unleash a blast of light, just like the Demon King." The knight raised his sword to the sky, creating a swirling black hole crackling with lightning. But when you really think about it, there is a major difference. A golden light radiated from his palm as he opened his skill window. A bright yellow status screen popped up. "Summon 100 ghosts, rank SS. Its function is to summon the monsters you have directly slain. However, the dead cannot retain the abilities they possessed when they were alive. Nor can they keep their memories. They can only be summoned in the form of monsters, such as goblins, orcs, zombies, or skeletons." He said, "The thing that caught my eye was the part about summoning monsters you directly killed. That is where the catch lies." "How many lives do you think I have taken?" Gong-ja asked the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint sat cross-legged, deep in thought. He made an okay sign with his hand and said, "That Flame King guy and yourself. When you add them up, isn't it just 2? The main character quickly corrected him. "Exactly, that is the thing. But then why did the Sword King's check show that I have killed over 4,000 people?" Standing amidst the skeletons, he let out a menacing smile. "It means this tower has its own unique way of calculating deaths. Now, let me ask you another question. How many deaths do you think I have actually caused?" Gong-ja stood among the skeletons and asked the old spirit. The old spirit grimaced, completely speechless. Wisps of black smoke swirled around the skeletons as they let out a hollow, eerie cry. Gong-ja chuckles and says, "Yeah, it's a lot, isn't it?" The Black Dragon Master stares in absolute shock and asks, "I can't believe this. Is this really your skill?" He replies, "Yes, my god. A skill that can summon thousands of monsters? Is that how you cleared the 10th floor all on your own?" He rubs his ear and replies half-heartedly, "Yeah, pretty much. So what? How can you use the exact same skill as me?" The pitch-black monster roars in anger. "Are you curious? Too bad, because I have zero intention of telling you." Resting his sword on his shoulder, he says in a mocking tone, "I can never forgive you. This simply cannot be allowed. Just how long are you going to keep mocking me, human?" The monster snaps. "My resentment, my wrath, I have already accepted and absorbed all that hatred." Seeing the monster rushing straight toward him, Gong-ja turns around and calls out, "Sword Emperor, fight alongside these skeletons. With you on our side, we won't lose." At his request, the Sword Emperor agrees and draws his sword. "Fine, I got it. Fighting alongside these monsters is a bit annoying, but at least it's better than working with you. Black Dragon Master, lend me a hand. We're taking down the Demon King." As he calls out to her, the Black Dragon Master unleashes her attack. "Understood. Just don't get in my way, 100 ghosts." Raising his sword high, Gong-ja bellows, "Show them what you do best." Hearing his command, the skeletons march forward. Pointing his sword forward, the main character commands the skeletons to attack. "Kill them all." The skeletons charge forward to clash with the orcs. Oh no, one skeleton gets slammed to the ground and shatters, but it pieces itself right back together. Watching the chaotic skeleton battle, a voice cries out in awe, "Whoa, holy crap. Look at who those skeletons take after." The skeletons aggressively tear into the orcs, a relentless undead army that knows no fear. The sword spirit says excitedly, "What's this? Isn't that a bit too terrifying?" Hearing this, the Demon King grows furious. "How dare you, a mere human from another world." The Demon King drops round, silver beads from above. To think someone without a single shred of malice, hatred, or resentment in this world would dare stand in my way. The Demon King is absolutely livid. Swiping the silver beads aside, Gong-ja points his sword toward the Demon King as golden light surges all around them, declaring firmly, "It doesn't matter where I came from. What matters is that I am standing right here. If you still think that's not enough to make me worthy." The ground beneath the main character's feet glows yellow as a dense golden aura wraps around him. "Then stay out of my way." With a look of absolute determination on his face, a golden status window pops up with a message. "The tower has bestowed a new title upon you. Your title is now Death King, an honor representing the King of Death. The tower will prove my worth." With that, he charges straight at the Demon King. Meanwhile, a little blonde girl stands in the middle of a vast void, holding a strange frog in her hands. Suddenly, a strange voice echoes, "Time does not age it, it only makes it more beautiful." The scent drifting from its body captivates everyone. The angelic blonde girl stands with tens of thousands of glowing red eyes looming behind her. She clasps her hands in prayer amidst the praises of the crowd in front of her, little Esther. She is the Saintess of Healing, possessing the power to cure any illness. Standing inside a pure white temple, Esther turns her head. She looks indifferently at the baby in the arms of a commoner kneeling below. The commoner weeps and pleads to Esther, "Please help me. My child is suffering from a terminal illness. Please, bestow your blessing upon this poor baby." The baby in her arms cries and wails nonstop. Esther gently walks over and says to her, "You know the rules, don't you? Leave the child here and go home. Return tomorrow at the break of dawn." She bows deeply. The baby left in the temple continues to fuss and cry. Esther simply looks down at the crying baby on the temple floor with a cold, faint smile. Esther walks over and scoops the baby into her arms. Closing her eyes, she pulls the child close and whispers, "You smell so good. So, this is how much humans crave love. Your mother even picked the nicest rags to keep you warm." Feeling a gentle finger brush against its cheek, the baby coos happily. "Though wrapped in rags, your path in life was meant to be so bright. From now on, you won't have to suffer anymore." Esther speaks, while the looming shadow behind her makes her look like a beast about to devour the child. A miracle bestowed on one is the happiness of the entire world. The shapeless monster opens its massive maw and swallows the baby whole. Esther mutters indifferently, "Poor thing." Having consumed its flesh and bones, the baby's memories merge completely into Esther's body. "Yes, I know you suffered, I know. But from now on, you won't feel any pain. Go on and live a long, full life." Esther points her finger at an unidentified black liquid and commands it. The black slime gradually shapes itself into the infant, even mimicking its exact cries, as the bubbling liquid shapes into the baby with gurgling noises. Gazing on with cold green eyes, Esther calmly whispers, "My sweet child, you will grow up strong and never fall ill again." And to the mother, "Please continue to shower it with as much love as you do now." She was absolutely overjoyed, moved to tears of gratitude now that her child's illness had been cured. She rushed to her savior to thank her. "Saintess Esther, thank you. Thank you so much." From that moment on, countless people swore their loyalty to Saintess Esther, their voices echoing in unison. "Thank you, Saintess." She was a miracle worker, a savior who brought hope to the sick and suffering. The commoners who devoted themselves to her wept tears of joy, saying, "Thank you for letting me walk on my own 2 feet again." Another quickly chimed in, "Because of you, I can see again. You are our true savior." Meanwhile, in a different place, 2 high-ranking officials were discussing political affairs. More peasants are running away? It looks like they've joined the Saintess of Salvation's army. They say she's a savior to all who suffer from illness. A group of heavily armed knights in iron armor charged forward. Their leader declared proudly, "The goddess's authority has been defiled. Are we just going to let this army of heretics run wild? Show no mercy to anyone siding with that witch. Burn her lair to the ground, no matter the cost." The brutal knights used ruthless flames to torch everything in sight. Inside the Saintess's temple, her followers cried out in agony, desperately calling for Esther. Saintess Esther stood frozen before the raging inferno, forced to watch her followers get slaughtered. The knights hunted down everyone from the temple, shouting, "Don't let a single one escape. Anyone tainted by the curse is a monster." Esther could only stand there, paralyzed with horror, as her followers were massacred right before her eyes. Finally, she screamed in pure, unadulterated rage, "You monsters who don't treat humans as humans, I will swallow every drop of your hatred." Back at the battlefield where Gong-ja was clashing with the colossal monster, the Black Dragon Witch screamed from the sidelines, "Gong-ja! Gong-ja dodged the beast's attack and yelled back, "I'm okay!" Seeing the monster raise its massive blade to strike, Gong-ja's mind raced, left or right. As the blade came crashing down, a system notification rang out, "You have died." Gong-ja gasped. It was the left. The system announced, "Returning to 24 hours ago. You will be able to reuse the 100 Ghost summoning skill in 6 days, 23 hours, 53 minutes, and 27 seconds. The regressor's time reversal mechanism perfectly preserves memories and status values whenever the user travels back in time." Back in the heat of battle with the monster, the beast raised its blade once again. The system notified, "You have died." Returning to 24 hours ago, Gong-ja struggled to fend off the monster's relentless onslaught. As he fought, he thought, "Having my stats carry over actually messes with my skills. Just like how Beihu Ryong and I share memories when I regress, a skill's status persists even after death." The system chimed. "You will be able to reuse the 100 Ghosts summoning skill in 5 days, 23 hours, 51 minutes, and 42 seconds. Gong-ja realized the cooldown carries over too. Dodging a stray attack, the Black Dragon Witch cried out, "Gong-ja." Once again, the system pinged, "You have died." You will be able to reuse the 100 Ghosts summoning skill in 4 days, 23 hours, 49 minutes, and 33 seconds. A whole day went by, and with every death, Gong-ja lived through another grueling day of combat against that monster. Even the Black Dragon Witch was starting to get used to it. The demon summoned yet another wave of its army to charge at Gong-ja. Gong-ja braced himself, getting into his battle stance. The system pinged, "You have died. You will be able to reuse the 100 Ghost summoning skill in 3 days, 23 hours, 47 minutes, and 15 seconds. Gong-ja faced off against the beast once more. The system declared, "You will be able to reuse the 100 Ghost summoning skill in 2 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds. You will be able to reuse the 100 Ghost summoning skill in 1 day, 23 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds. Day after day, Gong-ja had to fend off the endless hordes of monsters summoned by that pitch-black beast. The system pinged, "You will be able to reuse the 100 Ghost summoning skill in 23 hours, 41 minutes, and 13 seconds. The black monster raised its blade, wreathed in a crimson aura, and lunged at Gong-ja. The Black Dragon Witch screamed, "Gong-ja!" Swiftly dodging the strike, Gong-ja called back to her, "I'm fine." The monster growled in frustration, "You, a mere mortal destined to die, do you possess some kind of divine vision?" Gong-ja smirked and replied, "Something like that." Right behind Gong-ja, a glowing golden prompt materialized. 100 Ghost summoning is now available. The system chimed. Skill activated. Dumbfounded by what was unfolding, the giant black monster muttered, "What?" Behind Gong-ja, a massive horde of skeletal soldiers began to rise. Gong-ja's skeletal army charged forward, crashing into the giant black monster's forces. Bracing himself, Gong-ja leaped high into the air, gearing up for a devastating strike against the giant black monster. Unclashing his blade against the giant black monster, Gong-ja muttered, "You really are a persistent bastard." The ghost of the Sword Emperor cheered. "Now that is what I call an awesome skill. Zombie, let's see if we can do duplicate summons later. Just go somewhere and summon them again after a week." Extremely stressed, Gong-ja pleaded, "Are you serious? Give me a break, please." The ghost of the Sword Emperor continued, "I doubt the very next summon will work, but the one after that should do the trick. Don't you get it? If you summon them repeatedly, you'll basically be promoted to the Zombie King." Gong-ja groaned in annoyance. "Shut up already, I can't concentrate." Just then, the system alert chimed once more. "Alert, you have died." Reverting to 24 hours ago, Gong-ja screams in frustration, "Damn it, because of you, I have to wait another whole week now." His guardian spirit snarks back, "That is totally on you for being weak, kid, not me, definitely not me." The system alerts again. You will be able to reuse the skill 100 Ghost Summon in 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 1 second. Gong-ja snaps in anger. "I swear, one of these days, you are going to pay for this." The guardian spirit laughs out loud. "Come on, I've been dead for ages. How are you going to beat up a ghost anyway?" Gong-ja groans in defeat. "Seriously." The spirit continues, "If you're so mad, go defeat the Demon King. I didn't even have any skills, yet I made it all the way to the 2nd floor." The battle between the Black Dragon Master, Gong-ja, and the giant monster rages on. Gong-ja calls out to the Black Dragon Master, "The next attack is coming from the left." The Black Dragon Master replies, "Got it." Thanks to Gong-ja's warning, she easily dodges the giant monster's strike. Channeling her power through her mirrors, the Black Dragon Master launches an attack at the massive black monster. Gong-ja teases, "Haha, nice shot, Master's wife." The Black Dragon Master snaps, "Who are you calling Master's wife? Besides, Gong-ja knows all about those secret potions you use, you know? I will start by killing the Demon King first." "Just wait!" The giant black monster unleashes a blood-red aura of power. Gong-ja shouts, "Next is the left, Black Dragon Master." The giant monster lunges toward the Sword Saint. Gong-ja yells, "Sword Saint, get out of the way." He continues to direct them. "Next time, dodge to the left. Once the area is clear, I'll launch my main attack." The Black Dragon Master calls back. "Understood." Dodging the monster's strike, the Black Dragon Master hurls her mirrors high into the sky. Once the mirrors surround the monster, she unleashes her full power, shattering the massive black beast into pieces. It roars in fury. "How dare you dismiss my deep-seated hatred?" Below, a puzzled Gong-ja wonders, "Wait, us?" The Demon King's voice echoes as the Autumn Rain Demon King decides to retreat, leaving both of them utterly confused. The system continues to announce, the Autumn Rain Demon King has retreated to the 13th floor. Gong-ja shouts in frustration, "Wait, what? I had him right where I wanted him. How did he escape?" The monster snarls back, "Don't get cocky, I will be back." Gong-ja growls, "That bastard Demon King." All that remains in front of Gong-ja, the Black Dragon Master, and the Sword Saint is a pool of black liquid from the giant beast. Gong-ja stares at it, lost in thought. "The tower has accepted your choice." A system notification pops up, triggering a hidden quest that leaves Kim Gong-ja completely baffled. Opening his status window, notifications flood his screen. The 12th floor quest will be modified. The 13th floor quest will be modified. The 14th floor quest will be modified. And so on, with every subsequent floor's quest being updated. Gong-ja can't believe his eyes. He wonders, can quests actually be modified like this? Just then, a new prompt appears. Hero of the Frozen Time World. Difficulty: Unknown. Quest objective: You have made your decision. You refuse to let anyone be sacrificed. You expect no reward from those you save, nor do you seek their recognition. This is true selflessness. By definition, one who sacrifices themselves for others is a hero. Oh, hero, the people of this continent still do not know this definition. They have yet to realize your noble sacrifice. But if a definition remains just a definition, then self-sacrifice is nothing more than a selfless act. So, will you still choose to become the hero of the frozen time world? The Demon King is wounded and fleeing, but he hasn't gone far. If you wish, you can hunt him down for as long as it takes. Do you accept this quest? Gong-ja smiles with satisfaction and replies, "Yes." The hidden quest has been activated. Player: Hero of the Frozen Time World. Good luck. At that moment, Gong-ja vanishes into the Frozen Time World, searching for any trace of the Demon King on the 12th floor. No trace of the Demon King detected. The blue system screen beeps as it scans the area. With the Demon King having retreated and no target in sight, the system concludes its search. High in the sky above the three of them, a glowing magic circle appears with the words, "History altered." Sensing the sudden shift around them, the Black Dragon Master looks around in confusion. She turns to Gong-ja and asks, "What on earth is happening?" He seems just as clueless. "I have no idea either. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this." The sword spirit stares at the strange, glowing objects floating around them. "Even I've never seen this before. What could it possibly be?" Just then, Gong-ja spots something. "Black Dragon Master, look over there." He calls her over to show her what he found, a massive white fortress. It seems something has changed about this stronghold. The walls. Where did all the flags go? The flags that once hung proudly along the ramparts have vanished without a trace. The Black Dragon Master nods in agreement. "You're right. They're completely gone." Grabbing Gong-ja's hand, she urges, "We need to go check this out right now." Gong-ja nods, completely agreeing with her. Teleporting instantly, the two of them appeared right on the fortress wall. The city that was once filled with absolute misery was now completely peaceful, radiating warmth and happiness instead of the gloomy, depressing atmosphere from before. History had been rewritten. Suddenly, our main character murmured, "History has changed." Even the guards who used to stand here looked completely different now. They looked happy and warm. The tragic fate of the Aegim Empire being invaded by the Demon King was completely erased from existence. Whether he won or lost, the invasion of this place was supposed to be set in stone. The Black Dragon Witch stared down at the city, lost in thought. So, the Demon King never invaded this world in this timeline? As the protagonist smiled and spoke, a blue system window popped up with a notification. The 11th floor quest has been modified. The 12th floor quest has been modified. No one could tell exactly when everything started to shift. But now that history was rewritten, our MC couldn't help but say, "It's all thanks to me." He then flashed back to the past. The citizens had noticed a bizarre rain falling from the sky. What kind of rain is this? Is it acid rain? Whoa, look how it sparkles. Another person chimed in. It's way too beautiful for a rundown city like this. Meanwhile, a merchant was busy promoting his apples, shouting, "Come get your L-brand apples, fresh and sweet." Other street vendors' voices began to echo through the market as well. 3 branches of K Hospital in Kwansu, Tam Heap, and Tantru were locked down after recording 10 suspected cases of COVID-19. What's alarming is that these positive cases were only from a small group of tested patients. However, Vietnam still demonstrated its fierce determination to defeat COVID-19, reaffirming its indisputable sovereignty over the Hoang Sa and Truong Sa archipelagos, as well as the righteousness of the war that liberated the Cambodian people from the Khmer Rouge genocide. The Black Dragon Witch and the protagonist stood high on the wall, quietly observing the peaceful daily lives of the citizens below. Suddenly, a voice boomed from below. "You there!" A commander and 2 armed soldiers standing on the ground glared up at the 2 on the wall, shouting, "Who are you?" The commander drew his sword, his face hardening as he snapped, "How insolent! How dare you step foot on the sacred walls of our empire? Get down here this instant." The way he carried himself now was a complete 360 from before, when he had held his sword with trembling hands, begging our MC, "Please, I beg of you, save our empire." "Sarbost Aegim," Kim Gong-ja called out. Hearing his name, the commander below was taken aback before his face contorted with rage. "What? You bandits? How on earth do you know my name? So that's how it is. You bastards, did you not hear a word I said? Get down here right now." His furious tone left our protagonist completely speechless with shock. The once friendly citizen of the 11th floor had now turned into an arrogant man who did nothing but yell at others. Gong-ja flashed back to the moment this very man had pleaded with him, crying, "Please save our empire." Was it contempt? Suddenly, the MC burst out laughing. "Ah ha ha!" His sudden laughter startled the commander and left the Black Dragon Witch completely baffled. Even the sword spirit, hearing his hysterical laughter, had a completely bewildered look on his face. Up on the wall, Gong-ja laughed so hard his stomach started to hurt. Suddenly, he bent over. "Ah." As he uttered those words, his eyes glowed a menacing crimson, and his expression turned incredibly dangerous. "I have protected your empire." The MC roared down from the wall at the commander below. "Me." Amplified by magic, his voice rang loud and clear in the ears of the gate guards. "I kept my promise." Still laughing, the protagonist spoke with overwhelming joy and relief. "My conscience is absolutely clear." The protagonist's voice echoed all the way to the bustling market, forcing both buyers and sellers alike to look up, searching for where the sound was coming from. Throughout those hundreds of days, the MC's resolve never wavered, and he didn't have a single regret. Even the priests who were busy taking notes poked their heads out, curious to see who was speaking. Driven by the sole desire to prevent any casualties, he had endured hundreds of agonizing days and finally managed to drive back the Demon King. He felt an immense wave of pride, overcome with pure joy and happiness for what he had accomplished. "I was finally useful." Looking down at his hands covered in strange glowing runes, he cried, "I actually did it." Gong-ja flashed back to his past life in the modern world, where he had lived like absolute trash, wallowing in sarcasm and bitter envy of others. Back then, his days were fueled by endless alcohol, staring at a phone screen with a social media post that read, "I want to be just like the Flame Emperor." His heart had grown cold, believing he had completely given up on life. As he sat slumped in despair against his refrigerator, a blue system interface flashed a sudden notification. Quest completed. But today, he could finally hold his head high. His eyes returned to their normal color, and a bright, genuine smile spread across his face. The system announced, "To reiterate." Alongside the Black Dragon Witch, who was brushing back her hair while looking at him, and alongside the Sword Saint, he had successfully saved this world. The 12th floor quest has been cleared. The system message flashed one last time before dissolving into the air. Today, he could walk with his head held high. Standing next to the Sword Emperor in a suit, the system calculated the final contributions and announced the top 3 contributors. Once the calculation process finished, names began to pop up on the interface. Contribution ranking. Number 1. The Death King. Number 2. The Black Dragon Witch. Number 3. The Sword Saint. These massive holographic notification boards lit up the sky above the fortress. Hearing the protagonist's words, the commander was utterly bewildered. What on earth are you talking about? Sarbast Agim. Suddenly, someone called out his name, causing him to flinch in surprise. Gong-ja stood high on the wall, waving his hand as he entrusted them with a final request. I'm leaving the Empire in your hands. I'm sorry, but our role as heroes ends here. Don't worry, though I'll still be around somewhere in your empire. His words left the old man and his soldiers completely stunned. But from now on, you guys will have to handle things on your own. Good luck. Hang in there. Just as our protagonist is speaking, a sudden burst of laughter echoes. Ha ha ha, you absolute lunatic. Here I was thinking you had finally grown up a bit. But who knew you'd just start hyping yourself up like this? The Sword Saint snickers contemptuously while spinning around, leaving our protagonist helplessly face-palming. Well, what can I say? I'm just in an incredibly good mood today. Right after saying that, he slicks back his hair like an action movie hero, which only makes the Sword Saint laugh even harder. Kim Zombie has officially lost his mind. Who could ever understand him? Well, it's not like it affects me anyway. Haha. Ignoring him, Gong-ja turns to the Black Dragon Master. Well, Black Dragon Master, let's head up to the 13th floor. Then again, it's not like any of these high-ranking hunters are ever normal anyway. I can totally relate to that, she says, wearing an expression that's a mix of disgust and deep understanding, prompting our main lead to go, wait, what? The system's voice chimes in. You are moving to the 13th floor. The King of Death. Welcome to the 13th floor. The Black Dragon Masters group, along with Gong-ja and Marcus Calenberry, materialize on the 13th floor of the dungeon. Right in front of them, a pitch-black monster roars in absolute fury. How dare you lay a hand on my children? Are you reckless humans mocking me? Do you wish to steal my life, my blood, and my very soul? I curse you all. Standing nearby, Marcus Calenberry winces in annoyance and says to the Black Dragon Master, his screeching is absolutely hideous. That's the first time I've ever heard such an awful sound. The Black Dragon Master replies, indeed. What on earth could have made him this miserable? As Gong-ja struggles to hold back the overwhelming pressure radiating from the black monster, his guardian spirit beside him suddenly speaks up. Huh? He tilts his head in confusion. What's wrong with that guy? The Sword Emperor continues. He's even weaker than he was, just moments ago. Gong-ja can't quite believe it, turning around to ask in disbelief. Wait, what? All while the monster continues to unleash its suffocating aura. Gong-ja's guardian spirit strokes his chin thoughtfully, recalling the scene, and says to him, just a moment ago, he took a devastating blow from the Black Dragon Master. But even so, it shouldn't be to this extent. Remembering when the monster was surrounded by a horde of orcs on the 12th floor, his guardian spirit continues. It's almost as if he's been downgraded. On the 12th floor, his power level was that of a SSS class Goblin King. Glancing at the pitch-black monster perched atop the building, his guardian spirit adds, but he's nowhere near that level anymore. Right now, he's only as strong as the Goblin King you encountered on the 5th floor. Gong-ja can't help but wonder. How incredibly bizarre. Usually, floor bosses are supposed to get stronger as you climb higher up the tower, right? Could the Black Dragon Master's last attack have triggered some kind of side effect? Something is definitely off. An entirely unforeseen shift has occurred. The system's quest completion announcement echoes, distributing rewards for clearing the 12th floor. Suddenly, a system error pops up. Process failed. All rewards will be distributed upon clearing the 19th floor. A medicinal herb materializes in Gong-ja's hand, along with a system prompt. Currently, you can only receive the medicinal herb as a reward. The system continues to announce, you have received the blessing of the Guardian Temple. The map from the 11th to the 20th floors has been unlocked. A world map materializes in front of Gong-ja. He reaches his hand out, wanting to check the locations shown on it. Suddenly, Gong-ja shouts at the top of his lungs to the Black Dragon Master and Marcus Calenberry, I've got it. Both of them turn to look at him with puzzled, blank stares, even as the monster's dark energy continues to surge around them. Smirking triumphantly, Gong-ja adds, I finally know why the Demon King is like this. Black Dragon Master, try to think back to what happened on the previous floors. Recalling their experience on the earlier floors, the history of the Demon King's invasion has completely vanished without a trace, and even the refugee camp is gone. Staring up at the world map, Gong-ja continues, think about it. Where did those refugees actually come from? Weren't they the citizens of the entire empire? The whole continent? Gong-ja continues to explain. Yet in reality, that refugee camp has vanished into thin air. The Black Dragon Master, her eyes narrowing sharply, replies, that's true. Gong-ja clarifies further. This means it's not just the empire. The history of the entire continent has been altered. Exactly, the Black Dragon Master agrees, even as the monster unleashes another terrifying shriek. Gong-ja continues. To put it another way, we've returned to the era before the Demon King ever invaded the continent. And right now is the exact moment the temple is being attacked. Gong-ja adds, he simply had his level dragged down. His guardian spirit asks in sheer confusion, huh? With his eyes flashing a fierce, murderous ruby red, Gong-ja draws his glowing pink sword and says, every time we hunters level up, we hear that notification. Your existence has become one step clearer. We can basically understand that very phrase as what actually increases a hunter's level. But what does the tower actually mean by existence? Is it just some fancy wording to sound cool? Glancing at the dark boss in front of him, who is currently plunging its black sword deep into the ground, Gong-ja continues, massive bosses only grow this powerful by slaughtering countless citizens and refugees of the empire. And yet, all of those massacres and hunts have now been completely erased from history. A narration explains, as the Demon King of Autumn Rain rages, his very existence is fading by the second. The Demon King's very existence is fading away. Gong-ja speaks up, realizing that the monster's immense growth has been completely erased. His existence grows fainter by the second. Suddenly, the pitch-black monster roars as its face twists in agony, screaming in a terrifying voice, you damn humans! Gong-ja, the Black Dragon Witch, and Marcus Calenberry stare at the raging beast as it unleashes a colossal wave of energy. It is absolutely furious, but Gong-ja refuses to back down, shouting, let's do this. The time for a counterattack is now. The dark demon uses its power to command the corpses of the dead, crying, rise, my 100 ghosts and 10,000 demons. Rise, my children. The black monster points straight at Gong-ja, the Black Dragon Witch, and Marcus Calenberry, ordering its minions to rip them to shreds. The dead rise as mindless zombies, swarming forward to tear Gong-ja apart. The Black Dragon Witch and Marcus Calenberry are forced to fight off the relentless zombie onslaught. Irritated, the Black Dragon Witch mutters, I've always hated zombie movies. Marcus Calenberry just chuckles silently beside her as he keeps slashing through the undead. Meanwhile, Gong-ja fends off the zombies while turning to chat with the Sword Emperor. Want to make a bet? Gong-ja laughs as he dives into the horde. How many more times do you think I'll have to die to clear the 19th floor? Looking down from above, the guardian ghost of the hall rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The guardian ghost says, fine, I bet it'll be under 100 times. Gong-ja grins and replies, oh, then I bet under 99 times. The ghost can't help but yell, holy crap, that's playing dirty. Gripping his sword as he faces the zombie horde, the ghost scoffs loudly. Tsk, tsk. Let's see how you, a literal zombie, look slicing through your own kind. Since we made a bet, I won't be helping you this time. Fine by me. Gong-ja flashes a cold grin, his eyes dripping with bloodlust as the zombies rush at him. Gong-ja responds, all right then. Suddenly, the system notification chimes. You have died. You will now return to 24 hours ago. Once again, Gong-ja and the Black Dragon Witch are using all their strength to hold off the endless horde of zombies and that pitch-black demon. Struggling, Gong-ja yells, there are too many of them. Black Dragon Witch, hang in there. The Black Dragon Witch grunts in response, fighting with everything she has. Besides, I'm doing my absolute best here. I'm the only one in this place with a regression skill. And what about you, Death King? Can't you shoot fire with your skills or something? Gong-ja looked toward that pink pillar of light and explained, it's on cooldown right now, so we can only use it about 3 times. Confused, the Black Dragon Master asked. 3 times? Gong-ja explained. That's right. Hey, Sword Saint, could you lift that boulder-like lid over there for me? I have some things I need to check. Still busy fighting off the zombie onslaught, the Sword Saint asked, what exactly are you trying to check? Gong-ja turned to the Sword Saint, nodded, and said, I'll explain later. Just help me out for now, remember. I'm a prophet. Left with no choice, the Sword Saint could only look back at Gong-ja in silence. The Sword Saint effortlessly lifted the massive boulder. Meanwhile, in the background, Gong-ja let a zombie bite him, and the system immediately flashed a notification. You have died. Once the Sword Saint lifted the boulder, Gong-ja said, All right, Sword Saint. That boulder is actually a secret passage. There's an incredibly useful hammer down there. Why don't you and the Black Dragon Master head down? The Sword Saint turned and said to Gong-ja, You seem to live a pretty lonely life, don't you? Fighting off the zombies with his strength, Gong-ja replied, Combining that hammer with energy beams will have a massive effect. If you combine your skills and slam the hammer onto the ground, it will create a shockwave that can wipe out all these zombies. Confused, the Sword Saint asked, How on earth do you know that? Gong-ja yelled back, I told you, I'm a prophet. But before he could even finish his sentence, a zombie lunged forward and bit Gong-ja to death. The familiar system notification rang out once again. You have died. The Sword Saint stood tall, holding his sword in one hand and the hammer in the other. All around him, zombie corpses lay scattered everywhere. The Sword Saint spoke up. Looks like the zombies have pretty much been wiped out by this. Hearing the news, Gong-ja muttered softly. Then only the Demon King is left. As he turned to look toward the one-eyed green monster perched on top of the shrine above them, he suddenly gasped, Oh, my God. What on earth is that? Right on the front roof of the temple, a monster covered entirely in green emerged, with a glowing yellow eye shining brightly right in the center of its body. Staring at the creature, Gong-ja spoke up, He looks like a giant, but he's also a zombie. Could it be a giant zombie? Beside him, the Sword Saint speculated. Perhaps he was the temple guardian, but now he's become one of the Demon King's minions. We still need to take a closer look at a wicked creature like this. The monster swung its massive blade fiercely toward Gong-ja and the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint said, Either way, leave this giant beast to me. Agreeing with him, Gong-ja replied, All right, I'm counting on you. Suddenly, the familiar system notification rang out. You have died. Gong-ja regressed back to the moment before their battle with the monster. The Sword Saint spoke just as before. Either way, leave this giant beast to me. But Gong-ja quickly stopped him. No, Sword Saint. Keep using the shockwave to hold off the other zombies for me. Annoyed, the Sword Saint turned to Gong-ja and complained, Hey, come on, I was just about to test my blade. Gong-ja made a calming gesture and said, I'm the prophet here, remember? I'm the prophet. He then turned to the Black Dragon Master and instructed, Black Dragon Master, use your energy beams to attack his eye. Her eyes sparkling, the Black Dragon Master replied, That's exactly what I wanted to do. Perfect. Let's fight. The monster atop the shrine fired a crimson beam of energy from its eye straight at Gong-ja, the Sword Saint, and the Black Dragon Master, triggering an earthquake that shattered the ground and sent dust and rocks flying everywhere. From below, Gong-ja yelled, Summoning the 100 ghosts. Standing beside him, the Black Dragon Master gasped, Oh my God, Death King, doesn't that skill of yours have a cooldown? Gong-ja replied, Something like that. The Black Dragon Master turned toward Gong-ja as he continued, Right now, we have 2 people who can deal with that giant, but I want to ask you a favor. Gong-ja then said to her, Do not hit his eye. The Black Dragon Master looked at him in confusion, exclaiming in disbelief, What? Gong-ja continued, If you do, something terrible will happen. Angrily pointing at the monster on the roof of the temple over there, the Black Dragon Master shouted, But Death King, are you blind? Do you not see that massive eye? Gong-ja calmly replied, Yes, I see it. And I also know you have an obsession with hitting targets in the eye, right? Annoyed, the Black Dragon Master continued, Death King, if you had the ability to fire energy beams like I do, and if you saw that glowing eye, you would also. Before she could finish, Gong-ja cut in and said, I know, but we really can't do that. I don't have time to explain right now, so please, just trust me, okay? The Sword Saint, standing nearby, also advised her. You should probably listen to our young friend here. He claims he's a prophet, after all. The Black Dragon Master could only huff in frustration, seeing that even the Sword Saint agreed with him. Looking down thoughtfully for a moment, the Black Dragon Master turned back to Gong-ja and said, All right, I get it. I'll do my best to hold back and not attack his eye. Gong-ja softly replied, Thank you. The monster on the temple roof began to grow even more frantic, swinging its blade to strike Gong-ja and the Black Dragon Master, when the voice of the Demon King suddenly echoed, My general. The monster then vanished right before the eyes of Gong-ja, the Black Dragon Master, and the Sword Saint. A status notification appeared showing that the Demon King of Autumn Rain had retreated to the 14th floor. The view before the three of them cleared up, and the sky returned to its natural bright blue. A radiant white temple emerged in front of them, looking absolutely magnificent. Priests stepped out of the shrine, accompanied by a group of young children. One of the priests said gently, "You kids, how many times do I have to tell you not to run around in the temple?" A pink-haired girl chased after a purple-haired girl, shouting, "Congratulations on receiving the goddess's protection." Watching the peaceful scene, Gong-ja couldn't help but smile. All three of them had completed their mission. Gong-ja spoke up, saying, "Let's go." The three stepped into the teleportation portal to the next floor. With a flash and a low hum, they immediately materialized in the middle of a desolate forest. Gong-ja, the Black Dragon Witch, and the Sword Saint immediately braced themselves for battle. The system notifications rang out continuously. The Demon King of Autumn Rain has decided to retreat. The Demon King of Autumn Rain has retreated to the 15th floor. Working in perfect sync, the trio easily wiped out the monsters on the subsequent floors. Floor 15 was cleared in no time by Gong-ja, the Sword Saint, and the Black Dragon Witch. The system chime rang. The Demon King of Autumn Rain has decided to retreat. The Demon King of Autumn Rain has retreated to the 16th floor. On the 16th floor, Gong-ja ran into a swarm of fire dragons, but they were no match for him. Once again, the system announced, "The Demon King of Autumn Rain has decided to retreat. The Demon King of Autumn Rain has retreated to the 17th floor." Gong-ja murmured, "History has changed." The victory announcements from the system kept chiming. The Demon King of Autumn Rain has retreated to the 18th floor. The Demon King of Autumn Rain has retreated to the 19th floor. The Demon King's presence grew fainter and fainter. A pitch-black figure with eyes as red as blood snarled in fury. "You bastards!" Standing right in front of Gong-ja was the towering figure of the Demon King of Autumn Rain. It shrieked in rage, "If it weren't for you." Gong-ja stared at the monster as it kept screaming in pure fury. "I wouldn't have ended up in this wretched state. How dare you bring swords into this world?" Gong-ja simply gave a flat, indifferent response. "Oh, is that so?" Gong-ja gripped the holy sword he had just drawn and said, "This is actually the first time I've seen your eyes." The black-bodied beast, its eyes bloodshot with veins of crimson, looked up at Gong-ja in utter disbelief. "What?" Gong-ja patiently repeated. "Like I said, this is the first time I've gotten close enough to get a good look at those eyeballs." Pointing his blade at the pitch-black monster, Gong-ja added, "For the Demon King and the hero to have never even met face to face. What a senseless tragedy. So put everything you've got into ending this. Otherwise, you can just run away again. I'm honestly curious. If you run away this time, just how much weaker will you get?" The Demon King of Autumn Rain growled. "You insolent pest," Gong-ja continued. "Besides, if you don't go all out right now, you won't stand a snowball's chance in hell of winning." The Demon King of Autumn Rain shrieked in outrage. Your words. How dare you tear me apart piece by piece? What do you fools even know?" Gong-ja suddenly uttered a name, Estelle, pointing his sword at the Demon King. Gong-ja commanded with rising anger, "I'm warning you, fight me with everything you've got." Gong-ja slid into a battle stance, ready to face the Demon King, and added, "Because if you don't, my lifespan will outlast your entire history." Having clashed head-on with the Demon King, holy sword in hand, Gong-ja unfortunately met his demise. This triggered his skill's penalty, forcing him to experience the deepest trauma of the one who had just killed him. Gong-ja figured it was time to confront a certain nightmare. Right on cue, the system handed down his penalty. The penalty level was set to medium. Under the Hungry Ghost penalty, the painful memories of the Demon King of Autumn Rain would now be replayed. And just like that, the Sword Emperor and Gong-ja were pulled into a vision of a village engulfed in raging flames, with frantic voices screaming, "Burn it all to the ground! Hurry up and torch that witch's lair!" Suddenly, Gong-ja's eyes glazed over as if he had spotted something in the distance. The figure of a woman with shoulder-length hair stood motionless amidst the sea of fire, while the ruthless shouts continued to echo around her. "Show no mercy. They're all just cursed monsters. Don't leave a single one alive." The blonde-haired girl finally came into view, her face twisted in utter horror. Tears welled up in her eyes as she thought in sheer agony. Why? Why is this happening? Flashbacks of tender, loving care raced through her mind, making her ask herself, why would humans burn other humans alive like this? These massive fires had already claimed countless innocent lives, and hundreds of soldiers and knights from various guilds marched in, proudly declaring, "This is the Lord's decree, in the name of His Majesty the King, in the name of the Emperor, and in the name of the Pope." Without stopping there, they ordered the other troops to systematically execute every single villager. And, of course, they claimed their divine authority. "In the name of the forest god, by this holy cross, the royal jewel gifted to our empire, and the honor of the hero." At that moment, 3 guild soldiers blocked the fleeing path of the desperate villagers. The blonde girl glared at them, demanding in disbelief, Who do you think you are? Who are you to burn people alive like this?" Many villagers failed to escape the inferno, consumed by the raging flames. Even more heartbreakingly, a mother trapped inside a burning house cradled her sobbing child, whispering, "Shh, it's okay, baby. It hurts so much, doesn't it? Just a little more, hang in there." On the other side, there's an elderly couple suffering endlessly. "Oh, Grandpa. Yes, it's going to be all right. Everything is going to be all right." As the fire slowly died down, the blonde girl could only stand there in shock, staring at the ashes of what was once her home. Heartbroken, she slowly stepped through the piles of ash. Staring down at her own severely burnt hands, the warm, friendly face of a young farmer suddenly flashed in her mind. "Saintess, this is the very first apple from my garden. Please, give it a try." Then, looking down at her own blackened feet with exposed bone, her eyes welled up with tears as she remembered another lively young girl. "I thought I'd never be able to run or play again for the rest of my life. This is all thanks to you, Saintess." Faced with nothing but ruins and ashes, the Saintess collapsed to the ground in absolute despair. In agonizing pain, she clawed desperately at the dirt and whispered in a trembling voice. Those vibrant, beautiful people had all been reduced to charred, lifeless corpses. Her hands dug frantically through the ashes of the dead, driven by pure horror. Then, she began to stuff those very ashes into her mouth. Underneath the dark, eerie sky, her eyes suddenly snapped wide open. As if feeling their lingering pain, she cried out in bitter resentment, "My poor, sweet children," while her eyes turned to deep, glowing crimson, pitch-black tears began to stream down her face. She screamed in pure rage, "My poor, innocent children." As she struggled to her feet, a dark, viscous liquid began to cling to her body. Like a hollow, soulless vessel, she muttered coldly, "My children, you were once human too. You were born as humans, and you deserved a beautiful life. You felt sadness, you felt pain, yet those people dared to call you monsters." The dark, swirling streams of souls began to spread toward neighboring villages, leaving the villagers paralyzed with fear. What is that? These dark, malevolent spirits completely enveloped the Saintess, leaving only a single, glowing red eye burning with absolute fury. She raised her voice, demanding, "You get to call yourselves humans, while my children are branded as monsters for eternity? Is this world yours alone?" She raised her hand, unleashing a torrential crimson rain upon the innocent village. "If you claim you are the only true humans in this world, then prove it. Prove to me that you are humans." The heavy sound of rain began to echo through the air. As the darkness completely consumed her, the Saintess screamed at the top of her lungs, "From this very moment, prove your humanity." Fueled by sheer malice and resentment, the Saintess transformed into an entirely different entity. She became a demon king, descending to pass judgment upon the entire world. "I curse you all to suffer the exact same agony that tears my heart apart. Everything you have done is pure evil. From this day forth, no more of my villages will be burned alive." Looking down at the withered corpses of the soldiers, she roared in fury. "So from now on, you shall live only to pay the price for your sins." And Gong-ja had witnessed every single bit of this tragic past. The Sword Emperor silently approached him and said, "Gong-ja, snap out of it. This isn't your hell to bear." The moment Gong-ja opened his eyes, he had successfully finished reenacting the trauma. Since the system has confirmed that the target of the penalty remains in a stable state, it officially announced the end of the penalty. Back in reality, Gong-ja was relentlessly slashing the Demon King, forcing her to scream in agony. Over and over, he completely decimated her with his relentless attacks. The dark spirits surrounding her began to falter, leaving an opening. The Sword Emperor quickly shouted to him, "Now's your chance." Her mind is completely blank. Hearing this, Gong-ja unleashed his full power, tearing her apart down to her very cells as she writhed and shrieked in excruciating pain. No, beaten to a pulp, The Demon King stumbled backward, glaring at Gong-ja with venomous hatred. Gong-ja noticed her body was rapidly shrinking, and the toxic black liquid covering her was almost completely gone. It was clear the Demon King's presence was fading fast. Sensing her power slipping away, she screamed in desperate denial. "No, no, my children, my hatred." Ugh. Suddenly, Gong-ja pointed his sword at her and commanded, "Retreat." This unexpected command made the Demon King freeze in confusion. Gong-ja opened up his map, marked a location for her, and ordered, "Go to the 20th floor. You can't beat me anyway. Go back to your sanctuary. Go back to who you originally were. Return to where your journey began, and that is where it will end." The Demon King heard his words clearly. Marcus stared at Gong-ja thoughtfully before suddenly sheathing his sword. The Black Dragon, standing nearby, added bluntly, "I'll leave the final blow to the Death King." Pushed past her limit by this humiliation, the Demon King let out a deafening screech that shook the very air. Damn you all." And with that, her figure dissolved into thin air. Specifically, she had retreated to the 20th floor. As the system confirmed the Demon King's retreat, it began rewriting history, restoring peace to the surrounding scenery. But Gong-ja wasn't finished yet. He turned around to face his two companions. Now that the quest for the 19th floor had been cleared, Gong-ja had a request for them. "Sword Saint, Black Dragon, I'm sorry, but I want to clear the 20th floor alone." Bowing deeply to show his respect, he added, "Thank you both for all your help along the way. We've come a long way, but I really want to settle things with that Demon King on my own. Please, let me go alone." Hearing this, the two of them fall silent for a moment. Then, Black Dragon retracts her treasure, looks at him, and says, "I have no objections. After all, getting this far is mostly thanks to you. Even though I broke my promise not to move for 5 days, this time, I'll wait for you quietly." Marcus doesn't object either, only adding, "With today, it's officially been a full 5 days. Once you clear this floor, we should have a private chat, shouldn't we? I have a lot of things to discuss with you." Gong-ja looks up and smiles back. "Yes." Out of habit, he bows respectfully. "Thank you." Right after, a beam of light flashes beneath his feet, instantly teleporting him to a new land. The system flashes a notification. "Welcome, Death King. The quest boss is in position." Meanwhile, Gong-ja's teleportation completes, landing him on a vibrant, lush green hill. The number of challengers is set to 1, none other than the Death King, Gong-ja. Behind him, the Demon King, whose body has slowly regenerated, waits in sheer rage. Before he turns around to engage, the system wishes him, "May luck be on your side." The system also announces that the tower will calculate his rewards from floor 11 to floor 19. Calculation initiated. Calculation complete. At that moment, he gathers his courage, turns around, and advances toward the corrupted Saintess. Even stranger, glowing light begins to surround him, symbolizing the tower's recognition of his legendary saga. Skill cards manifest right before his eyes, proving that the Death King's authority has been adjusted. Additionally, he has been granted the Apostle's authority. Excluding S-rank skills, he now has the power to modify any of his current skills. Surprised, he thinks to himself, "The tower is giving me a choice?" Thoughts flash through his mind. I don't know why this tower exists or who created it, but one thing is for sure, it holds countless lives. With that thought, he places his hand on his scabbard and decisively draws his sword. There's one thing I'm sure of, and I've slowly come to understand what this existence has been trying to tell me. It's to protect my own choices. Gong-ja points his sword straight at the Demon King, determined to never forget the path he chose. His reflection over, he coldly tells the Demon King, "This is where you meet your end." Filled with bitter resentment, the Demon King suddenly screams, "My villages! How dare you destroy my paradise?" At that moment, the system displays a warning. The quest boss has appeared before you. Closing his eyes, Gong-ja thinks, "Today, the sky is clear, without a single cloud." Now, Gong-ja stands before the Demon King, backed by all his skill cards. In absolute rage against humans like him, the Demon King shrieks, "You humans are unforgivable." Recalling the past devastation wrought by soldiers, the Saintess now in her Demon King form screams, "My heart is still back in the Empire. I will never forget the atrocious crimes you committed. And now, you plan to burn down my paradise all over again?" With those words, she summons a massive broadsword into her hands. Gong-ja looks at her and thinks, in this cramped space stands the weakest floor boss of all. Gong-ja calmly waits for her to charge. Mustering what little strength she has left, she swings her heavy blade. Just as her massive sword is about to strike him, Gong-ja swiftly and effortlessly blocks the blow with his holy sword. Looking at her coldly, Gong-ja says, "Our roles have reversed, haven't they?" He uses his strength to shove her back, continuing, "Do you remember? On floor 12, you were the Demon King, and I was the hero. You were the invader, and I was the one fighting back." He continues to lecture her. What a strange world. Now, you're the one desperately trying to protect the things you love. Choking on her tears, the Demon King cries out, "Die! Just die!" As she lunges forward to attack again, Gong-ja swiftly parries with his sword, sending her reeling. "Ugh. Disappointed," he remarks. "Sorry, but your words carry no weight." Before she can even react, Gong-ja unleashes a slash that cuts her pale body right in half. The strike tears through her form, forcing a painful scream from her lips. Ah! That single blow significantly weakens the very existence of the Demon King of Autumn Rain. As a result, the dark souls wrapping her body begin to melt away. Bursting with killing intent, Gong-ja lunges forward with another strike. "You're only going to get weaker." Once again, she screams in agony. Ah! The existence of the Demon King of Autumn Rain grows even fainter. Just a little more. With that thought, he swings his sword once more, landing another devastating blow on her. The existence of the Demon King of Autumn Rain fades even further. By now, the Demon King is absolutely terrified of his overwhelming power. She retreats toward her ash-filled village. The dark souls gradually peel away from her body, revealing her original appearance. As the scene unfolds, the ranking system begins to adjust, and unfortunately for her, her title as the Demon King of Autumn Rain is stripped away, restoring her to her original Saintess form. Watching the dark souls slowly melt away, she can't help but scream out, "Ah! Ah! Ah! Ah!" Refusing to accept her defeat, she desperately tries to cling to the remaining embers of the dark souls, but unfortunately, they have completely vanished from her body. "No! Ah! Ah! Ah!" She screams at the top of her lungs. "Tower, you can't do this to me." No matter how much she screams and shouts, the dark souls, the tragic spirits of those innocent commoners, have left her forever. Gong-ja quietly steps forward, whispering to himself, "Everything is going exactly as planned. You're completely powerless now." Seeing him, the Saintess spins around, waving her hands in panic as she screams, "No, stay back, stay away from me." Ignoring her cries, Gong-ja keeps stepping forward, challenging her directly. "Then, go ahead and try to stop me. Use words or use brute force, do whatever you can, because if you don't, I will keep coming for you." Feeling the suffocating pressure radiating from him, the Saintess stumbles backward in absolute terror. She points a trembling finger at him, crying out, "You! All of you! You did horrible things to my children. You have absolutely no right to do this to me." Before she can even finish, Gong-ja cuts her off. "You've got it all wrong. Just like you said, I'm only an outsider from another world. It's true that the kings, emperors, and even the Pope joined forces to burn down your village, but you can't blame that on the innocent people of this continent." He glares at her, his voice dripping with disdain. "And it certainly has nothing to do with me either. I'm just an outworlder. Our only duty as hunters is to bring freedom to this place. You don't have the right to question my responsibility, and you definitely don't have the strength to stand in my way." Terrified and refusing to accept the harsh truth, the Saintess stammers, I was only." Resting his sword on his shoulder, Gong-ja coldly cuts her off. "Are you going to claim you did nothing wrong? Estelle was just as terrified as you are right now. She cried out for help and ran to find her father, but what did you do to her?" Recalling the Saintess's supposedly pure image, he continues his fierce accusation. "Not only that, you devoured the very child that a trusting mother placed in your hands. You call that vile act saving lives? You betrayed the very people who trusted you with all their hearts. Yet, she still desperately tries to justify her actions. No, that's not how it was. I didn't." He raises his voice, cutting in. "You hid the truth about how you took over Estelle's body, and how you devoured that child. Everyone knew the truth, but they chose to stay silent because they were absolutely terrified of you." Refusing to accept it, the Saintess fires back defensively. "I really didn't know anything. Back then, I didn't even have my own consciousness or memories." In stark contrast to her pure facade, Estelle, before she was known as the Saintess, was running for her life from the Demon King, crying, "Daddy, please save me. Is anyone there? Help me." But the Saintess stubbornly insists, I really don't understand what any of that means. Back then, Gong-ja cuts in, finishing her sentence. So just because you didn't know, it's fine that you made a mistake? She quickly nods in agreement. Yes, exactly. If I had known, I would have never done that to Estelle. Hearing this, Gong-ja compares her defense to the true nature of humanity today. Humans do the exact same thing. You're just making excuses, just like the rulers who committed those atrocities against you. People from every single class always say things like, "We had no idea. We honestly thought they were just evil witches and monsters." The Saintess snaps back in frustration. "Those are nothing but shameless lies." Gong-ja fires back. "Of course there are people who lie for their own gain, but are you absolutely sure everyone is like that? What about the soldiers who were only following the emperor's orders? What about the ordinary citizens who had to abandon their ancestral homes and flee as refugees? Out of all those people, how many of them do you think were just like you? People who said, 'I didn't know anything.'" Stepping closer to her, Gong-ja says coldly, "Forgive me. I'm not highly educated, so this is the best I can put it. But there is one thing I know for certain in this world, and that is karma." Staring at her blank, pale face, he continues, "If you believe that what you spit up after swallowing a human form is indeed human, then fine, you should suffer the exact same fate. That's the only way it's fair." Hearing this, the Saintess stares at him in utter shock and demands, "What on earth are you talking about?" Gong-ja immediately spins around and summons the tower. "Tower, I want to claim my floor-clearing reward. Specifically, the reward that allows me to modify my own skills." The system window immediately pops up, displaying the details of his rank SS skill, 100 Ghost Summon. The tower acknowledges his request, but warns him that the modifications he can make are limited. Therefore, to accommodate his request, the tower presents an option. He can upgrade his skill from rank SS to rank SSS. Reading through the options, Gong-ja quickly makes his decision. "Then I request to upgrade the 100 Ghost Summon skill, while leaving my other skills as they are. Also, I want to modify the restriction on memory retention. When I command it, the undead must be able to regain their memories from their past lives." Hearing this, the panic-stricken Saintess demands answers. "You, what do you plan on doing to me?" Gong-ja, completely focused on negotiating with the tower, asks, "Well, is this a reasonable request? I'm not asking to keep the abilities of those I've defeated, nor am I asking to reduce my cooldowns. I only want their memories." Upon hearing his request, the tower began evaluating the grade he asked for. After a moment, the tower recognized his request was completely reasonable. It then forwarded his request to the administrator. In no time, the request was approved, and Gong-ja successfully claimed his SSS rank skill card. This was the SSS rank skill, called 100 Ghosts Reincarnation, which allowed him to summon those he had killed in the form of monsters. However, these summoned undead wouldn't inherit any of the abilities they possessed while alive, but if he wished, they could retain their original appearance and memories from when they were alive. Otherwise, they would only appear as monsters. Furthermore, he could only use this summon once a week. This was actually the very first SSS rank skill he had ever acquired. With the trade finalized, he turned his attention back to the Saintess. "All right, it's time to send you on your way, Saintess." All she could do now was seethe in frustration as she listened to his harsh words. He continued, "If you don't like this, I can always deal with you the exact same way you dealt with others." Gong-ja slowly raised the holy sword, spelling out her fate. "I will devour and crush you, just like you did to Estelle and the other warriors." Pushed to her absolute limit by the humiliation, the Saintess dropped to her knees in fury, summoning her massive greatsword once again. Even so, Gong-ja nonchalantly replied, "I'm actually quite glad I was able to turn you back into a human. It would have been pathetic if you died looking like a monster." Refusing to back down, the Saintess swung her ugly, oversized sword and lunged at him. Arg, erg, arg. But she lacked the strength to land a precise strike, allowing Gong-ja to easily dodge her desperate swings. Suddenly, the Sword Emperor, who was watching from the side, criticized her fighting style. "Wrong. Everything from her stance to her footwork is completely atrocious. If you keep spinning your sword in front of your face like that, how the hell are you supposed to see anything?" Observing her pathetic state, as she gasped for air after just a single swing, the Sword Emperor clicked his tongue in disgust. "Tsk, you're the textbook definition of a swordsman who relies way too much on skills. You call yourself a swordsman with garbage form like that?" Yet, she still refused to give up, summoning every last drop of her strength to drag her greatsword toward him. The Sword Emperor kept lecturing. Hey, zombie, look at that. This is exactly why I always tell you that you need a solid foundation before you can master any real technique. In your final moments, the only thing you can truly rely on is your own body. Then, he delivered the final verdict to her. Your time is up. Just as she was about to swing her weapon, Gong-ja delivered a swift strike that sliced her greatsword clean in half. Staring blankly in sheer terror at her broken blade, now only half its size, the Saintess watched as the severed half fell to the ground. Completely devastated, she collapsed, staring down at her own murderous hands as she screamed in despair. Arg! Gong-ja quietly approached the Saintess and thought to himself, "Do you still remember what the Demon King said?" Ignoring her as she clutched her head and wailed, I am the harvester of death." Those words were entirely true. Gong-ja prepared to swing his holy sword to finish off the Saintess right then and there. Suddenly, the Sword Emperor interjected, "Hold on." Gong-ja paused for a moment and turned his eyes toward him. Floating in midair, the Sword Emperor stroked his chin and said, "Sorry for interrupting, though I don't actually feel that sorry. Anyway, don't kill her just yet." Confused, Gong-ja protested. What? Why not?" The Sword Emperor casually replied, "I know it's what obviously needs to be done." Frustrated, Gong-ja questioned him again. "Then why are you stopping me?" The Sword Emperor pointed out, "She's not a monster anymore." "Wait, what? So she's human now?" "Just like you, she has become a normal NPC. So, are you sure your 100 Ghosts reincarnation will even work on her?" Hearing this, Gong-ja felt a seed of doubt, but tried to sound confident. "It should work, right?" Hearing that, the Sword Emperor immediately scolded him. "It should? Wake up! You need to keep a cool head about this. What are you going to do if you kill her and the tower tells you, 'Sorry, this skill cannot be applied to NPCs'? What then?" Hearing that, Gong-ja finally realized what a massive disaster he was about to bring upon himself. Pointing at the Saintess, the Sword Emperor continued, "Look at the skill card again. It says, 'Those you kill directly.' It doesn't mention NPCs anywhere." Gong-ja quickly argued back, "But NPCs are humans too. They're still people." The Sword Emperor cut him off. "That's just your personal opinion." Listening to their bizarre debate, even the Saintess began to feel annoyed. Left with no other choice, he had to rely on the only entity that could give him an answer. Excuse me, Tower." The Tower's interface immediately popped up to listen to him, so he asked, "I have a question. Does the 100 Ghosts reincarnation skill work on NPCs, or does it only apply to hunters like me?" Receiving his query, the Tower began running a system check. A moment later, the Tower announced, "Unfortunately, this cannot be verified because your question exceeds the current authority of the Tower." Upon hearing this, the Death King, Gong-ja, could only stare with his jaw dropped. "What? Seriously?" However, the Tower is currently verifying your advisory authority, so your current status as a Tower advisor will remain active. Soon after, a bright light summoned by the Tower flashed beneath his feet, with glowing butterflies fluttering all around him. The Tower will now resolve your issue through an official hearing. Suddenly, a massive magic circle materialized beneath them. Illuminating the entire area, the Tower is now calling for an emergency vote among the 6 mighty pillars of all creation. Confused, Gong-ja looks around and gasps, "Wait, what's going on?" Moments later, Kim Gong-ja is swiftly teleported away. Finding himself in a strange new space, he opens his eyes and looks around, feeling completely out of place. This eerie scenery reminds him of the outer world, the very place where he chose his first skill. Gong-ja is utterly baffled. Why on earth is he here? The Tower is now verifying the participants. First, the 6th pillar, the Ancient Scepter, has confirmed attendance. Next, the 5th pillar, the Princess of Illusion, confirms her attendance. The 4th pillar, the Blindly Contemplative Moonlight, confirms attendance. The 3rd pillar, the Primordial Lawmaker, confirms attendance. And finally, the 2nd pillar, the Martial God of the Void, confirms attendance. Watching these invitations pop up, Gong-ja mutters nervously, "I can't see a thing, but I can definitely feel it, especially that overwhelming pressure." Meanwhile, the Tower continues to confirm the attendance of the 6 pillars of all creation, preparing to present his case. Suddenly, 6 brilliant beams of light flash, and the 6 pillars materialize right before his eyes. The Tower now presents the proposal. Should the 100 Ghosts summoning skill apply to NPCs? If yes, vote in favor. If not, please oppose. With that, the 6 of them begin debating in a bizarre language, casting a dark, eerie atmosphere that rings in his ears. Those voices claw at Gong-ja's mind, putting him in excruciating pain. He writhes and covers his ears, desperate to shut out the corrupting noise. Eventually, the voices begin to soften. As the voices grow gentler, Gong-ja realizes the splitting headache is gone. He lowers his hands and tries to catch fragments of their conversation. He had always assumed that inside the tower, no matter what language someone spoke, the tower would auto-translate it for other players. So why isn't it working this time? That's when it hits him. These beings aren't just normal residents of the tower. They are entities on a level that even a demon king couldn't possibly compare to. In fact, they might be the very creators of this tower. Just then, the tower announces that the vote on his case has officially begun. Instantly, the pillars begin casting their votes. The sixth pillar, the ancient scepter, votes against. The fifth pillar, the princess of illusion, votes in favor. The fourth pillar, the blindly contemplative moonlight, votes in favor. Caught in the middle of this intense, solemn trial, Gong-ja can't help but feel completely overwhelmed. Next, the third pillar, the primordial lawmaker, votes against, while the second pillar, the martial god of the void, abstains. Tallying up the votes so far, Gong-ja does the math. 2 votes in favor, 2 votes against, and 1 abstention. He wonders, do these supreme beings, who hold the fate of my 100 ghost skill in their hands, really want to shut it down? But why? Suddenly, a realization hits Gong-ja. Wait, there's still one person who hasn't voted yet. He quickly pulls out his low-tier certificate to review the conditions. After reading it, the truth dawns on him. Someone who didn't even need to be here in the first place. Someone who understands this entire system better than anyone else. It has to be the master of the tower. Gathering his courage, he steps forward and speaks up. I believe voting yes is the only logical choice here. If this skill can't be applied to NPCs, then how could the Demon King of Autumn Rain summon such an endless horde of monsters? After all, almost everyone killed by the Demon King of Autumn Rain were NPCs of the empires and kingdoms, weren't they? Even at this tense moment, he doesn't stop standing up to justify his reasoning. Please allow me to state my guess regarding what you all might be worried about. Are you afraid that I'll go on a mindless killing spree, slaughtering countless NPCs just to grow my summons numbers? But I believe that, through everything I've done up until now, I have shown you exactly what kind of person I am. Confidently, Gong-ja declares. I am absolutely not that kind of monster. He speaks out boldly in front of the 6 pillars. That is who I am now, and that is who I will always be. Suddenly, one of the pillars of all creation responds to his resolve. Not bad. A divine figure of a goddess descends, smiling down at him. She remarks, though, things are a bit messy. Tracing the voice, Gong-ja realizes this pillar is staring deeply at him, lost in thought. The pillar demands one thing from him, Death King, answer me honestly, with all your heart. He lets out a smirk. Looking up confidently, he faces the mysterious pillar and smiles, replying, the Demon King is my prey. Don't even think about touching her. Ultimately, with those bold, confident words, he successfully convinces the first pillar, the Lord of all creation, to cast a vote in his favor. With that, cracks begin to spread beneath his feet, signaling that this dimension is about to collapse. At any moment, it is the sign that the voting has come to an end. Following this dramatic debate, with 3 votes in favor, 2 votes against, and 1 abstention, his 100 Ghosts summoning skill is officially allowed to apply to NPCs. However, he will still be stripped of his temporary authority as the Death King's emissary. The dark void around him shatters like glass, revealing a vast, pure white space. At that moment, the tower announces the end of the meeting. And while he is still trying to process everything, the tower offers him further blessings. Best of luck to you, Gong-ja. Back in reality, he could only stare blankly as flower petals drifted down like shattered shards of space. Out of nowhere, the Sword Emperor called out his name. Hey, Kim Zombie! Gong-ja snapped out of his daze, realizing he was back in that same village. He looked over to see the Sword Emperor calling him grumpily. Why did you suddenly freeze up like that? I told you to ask the tower, didn't I? Meanwhile, the Saintess lay motionless on the ground. Seeing Gong-ja still ignoring him, the Sword Emperor floated over, asking with deep concern. Hey, Kim Zombie, are you even listening to me? Honestly, Gong-ja was still completely shaken by what had just happened. Looking down at his hands, he thought to himself, that only took a second, but it feels like 100 years have passed. Coming back to his senses, Gong-ja muttered the Sword Emperor's name. Surprised, the Sword Emperor snapped. Whoa. Are you finally responding to me now? Did calling you zombie rot your brain or something? Gong-ja, feeling completely out of the loop, asked the Sword Emperor in confusion. Did you seriously not see or hear anything? Gong-ja continued. The tower summoned me somewhere, and I met these pillars, and some entity representing all living things. Then the master of the tower showed up and even smiled at me. You really didn't know about any of this? But floating in midair, the Sword Emperor just stared at him with a blank, confused look. Shaking his head, the old man tried to comfort him. Look, zombie, I'm really sorry for calling you that so much. From now on, I'll tone it down, okay? Just snap out of it already. Gong-ja was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe the old man had no idea. How could a legend who cleared up to the 99th floor of the tower know absolutely nothing? Gripping his sword tightly, Gong-ja wondered about the true identities of those pillars. Who on earth were those people I just met? Realizing he was overthinking, he quickly told himself to calm down. Even with all the mysteries, some things were crystal clear. The most urgent task at hand was to finish off the person right in front of him. So, he pointed his holy sword directly at her. Terrified, the saintess cowered on the ground and begged, Please, please spare my life. The rest of the answers would probably become clear once he reached the 100th floor of the tower. Seeing how decisive he was, the Sword Emperor asked, Huh? You're just gonna kill her like that without asking the tower first? Swinging his sword, Gong-ja replied nonchalantly, It's fine, I already got my answer. With that, he brought his sword down on the saintess, putting an end to her life right then and there. Once she crumbled into a puddle, he stepped forward, reached out, and cast his skill. 100 Ghosts Reincarnation? The dark puddle slowly gathered back together. The saintess gradually rose from it, screaming in agony once again. Arg! Ah! Gong-ja coldly ordered her, Stand up. Looking over her new body, he noted that although she looked exactly the same, from this moment on, she was reborn with a completely different identity, and she was now bound to serve the one who had granted her this new existence. Thus, Gong-ja spoke aloud. Saintess Estelle is a name you stole from someone else. You don't deserve to carry it anymore. Remembering his low-class certificate, he made a decision. I will give you a new name. He declared, Preda. It means hungry ghost in Sanskrit. From now on, your name is Preda, and I am your master. Estelle, once the saintess of the faraway, the demon king of fall rain, and a being who didn't even deserve a name, was now given the name Preda. No longer hostile, she meekly bowed her head and whispered, Yes, I will obey your every command, master. Gong-ja recalled the final day of their 5-day promise, the exact moment Preda had sworn, You are my lord. That was one of the 2 kings who fell under the rain of withered cherry blossoms. Standing to the side with crossed arms, the Sword Emperor found it completely baffling. This makes 0 sense. After everything you did to her, she should be absolutely furious and resentful. That would be the logical reaction, wouldn't it? Preda looked utterly helpless, tearing up as she submitted to him with a soft sob. Sob. The Sword Emperor kept questioning, but instead, she just bows to you without a single word of protest? Even as she's sobbing in absolute misery. Hearing this, Gong-ja replied, You want to know why Preda obeys me without hesitation? Well, Preda knows why. She kept on crying, sobbing softly. Suddenly, the thundering sound of galloping horses echoed from behind them. Gong-ja told the Sword Emperor coldly, You'll understand soon enough. The tower was scanning for the presence of the Demon King on the 20th floor. Ultimately, no Demon King was detected, confirming the 20th floor was clear. A brilliant light began to flash. The history-altering process began, sending Preda back to the peaceful village exactly 1 second before the disaster struck. Watching the villagers walking past her, Preda covered her face, tears streaming down. No, please no. A moment later, the sound of hoofbeats came to a halt. Knowing all too well what would happen to this village, she burst into tears, begging, Not this village, please. The Agim army, led by Sabbat, commanded, All troops, halt immediately. Preda fell to her knees, bowing her head in submission. You are my lord, she trembled, crying out, I won't hold on to resentment or seek revenge anymore. I will do whatever you desire. Her voice echoed through the air, fading over the scene of a peaceful family. Just as they were sharing a happy moment, Preda broke down in tears and pleaded desperately, saying that no matter what happened to her, it didn't matter. But please, choking on her sobs, she begged Gong-ja, Please, you have to protect my paradise. Seeing her in such a miserable state broke his heart. On one side stood a helpless girl, and on the other, a massive cavalry force that forced him to tread very carefully. The sword spirit crossed his arms and asked, "Do you really have to do this?" To which he firmly replied, "Of course I do." Deep down, he knew a true lord must take responsibility for his people. "I'm sorry I didn't realize that sooner," he thought. Turning his back to Bretta, he stepped forward and said, "You lost the bet. Get ready to pay up." Standing tall and proud, he held his sword and signaled with his hand, commanding, "All forces, halt." Across from him, the enemy general glared with a ferocious, intimidating look. "I am General Savas Agim. Who do you think you are, daring to block my path?" Gong-ja smirked. "I wonder what business brings you all here with such a massive army." General Savas Agim scowled and roared. "This is by order of His Majesty, the Emperor." He spoke with absolute authority, his voice echoing, "A wicked witch resides here, bewitching the people of the continent. They've even turned into horrific monsters after falling into the abyss of temptation she created. How could I possibly let this madness continue?" His voice boomed through the air, set against a sky painted in the deep crimson of sunset as birds scattered in the distance. Despite the general's intimidating display, he didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, he coldly replied, "Is that so?" and quietly began casting a spell even as the man's words echoed. "I must purify this place with sacred fire." At that moment, Gong-ja summoned a grid-like map dotted with coordinate points. It all clicked. He knew exactly who they were. One after another, voices rang out. A man holding a blue banner shouted, "Daring to call yourself a saintess in front of the Pope? You heretic, you will face divine punishment." A green-haired elf holding a green banner stepped forward, declaring in the name of the sacred forest god. Beside her, a blue creature chimed in, "By the power of the sacred jewel bestowed upon us by the merfolk." These were the temple knights of the 13th floor, the forest elves of the 14th floor, and the waterfall mages of the 15th floor. From the distance, another loud cry echoed, "We are the vanguard of the Free Alliance, the soldiers of the Empire. Prepare to face our judgment." The ones charging forward so fiercely were the forces from the 19th floor kingdoms, the soldiers of the Holy Land, the armed merchants of the 17th floor, the nomads of the 18th floor, and the volcano warriors of the 16th floor. Gong-ja was certain of one thing: every single one of them was someone he had saved. Losing his patience, Savas Agim roared in anger, "I will ask you one last time. You, who dare block our path, who on earth are you?" Just then, the system activated, displaying a notification, "Hero of the Stagnant World. Difficulty, unknown." The system addressed him, saying, "O hero, not a single soul on this continent will remember your justice or your sacrifices. Yet, justice remains justice, and your noble deeds will endure for eternity." He closed his eyes in deep thought as the system asked, "Will you still choose the path of the hero in this stagnant world?" Gong-ja opened his eyes, calmly asking, "General Savas Agim, you claim you came here by order of the Emperor, correct?" The general exploded in rage, shouting, "Insolent bastard! How dare you speak that way to me, a general who carries the Emperor's imperial decree?" Gong-ja's mocking tone made the general's face twist in anger. How amusing. How could His Majesty possibly know so much about someone else's personal business? Though visibly shaken, the general tried to compose himself, attempting to project an intimidating aura. "Whatever your motives, those words are pure treason. Hand over the witch immediately." Shoving one hand in his pocket while holding his sword in the other, Gong-ja didn't back down, smirked, and shot back. "Treason, you say? Are you referring to the plot to depose the crown prince and replace him with the third prince?" He smirked inwardly. Even though he hadn't known about it beforehand, the sheer panic on the general's face confirmed his suspicion. He stepped right up to the general, his voice dripping with authority. "How could you do this, General? After all the favors His Majesty bestowed upon you. From a nobody weaving fishing nets at the harbor, your life completely changed after you became the imperial uncle, and eventually, a general of the imperial court. And every single bit of that was thanks to the grace of His Majesty." Burning with rage and embarrassment, Savas gritted his teeth, desperately trying to deflect. "I see through you now. You're a spy from the Amber Palace, aren't you? The entire world is gathered here. Do you honestly think you can sway us?" Gong-ja didn't flinch. Instead, he radiated an overwhelming majesty, warning him, "How utterly childish. Do I really look like a lackey of a deposed empress to you? You really are just a blind old man who belongs back at the docks weaving nets." Savas Agim turned pale as a sheet, stammering, Who are you? Who sent you here? Gong-ja's expression hardened. That is exactly the question you should be asking. With that, he raised his sword high into the air. The blade erupted in a blinding, brilliant light. He roared, capturing the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Look closely. Ignoring the utter shock on their faces, his voice boomed across the fields. I am the descendant of the late, great Emperor Lafanta Agim. A majestic, overwhelming aura surged from his body. Savas Agim! You saw the chaos within the imperial family, and you knew all too well of the crown prince's reckless and wicked deeds. Even though you side with the third prince, your loyalty still remains with the empire. I was afraid you'd be blinded by power, so I intentionally used insulting words just to test your loyalty. Are you ashamed of your treasonous thoughts? Sarbast Agim gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with fury, as he questioned his entire life. Ashamed? My loyalty? A mere brat dares to question my loyalty? This accusation is too much. He immediately cut him off, questioning him relentlessly. If you aren't ashamed, then why are you standing there utterly speechless? Terrified, he dismounted, fell to his knees, and stammered defensively. It is only because I was caught off guard. Sweating profusely, he gritted his teeth and roared the imperial decree. Guard the heavens, shield the seas. May the Agim Empire reign forever. Immediately, the soldiers behind him dropped to their knees one after another, echoing the cry, though a few still looked utterly bewildered. We, your humble servants, pay our respects to the descendant of the late Emperor Lafanta. Long live the late Emperor. May the Agim Empire reign forever. The soldiers prostrated themselves before the holy sword raised high in Gong-ja's hand. Beside him, the sword spirit sighed softly in amazement. Part amazed, part sarcastic, Kim Zombie, you really are a master of absolute nonsense. When it comes to talking big, absolutely no one can match you. Not holding back at all, he replied. I know, right? Are you just realizing that now? The sword spirit tilted his chin up, acting smug. Then let me teach you one more thing. When you raise your sword, the most important thing to project isn't raw power, but faith, confidence. Believing in yourself is the single most important thing, he emphasized. It's the same with bluffing. If you want to fool others, you must first fool yourself. Take notes. Bluffing requires absolute confidence. The current situation meant he had to put those teachings into practice. A few elves whispered among themselves. A descendant of the late emperor? I'm not so sure, but what about that sword? Why would the late emperor have a descendant in a place like this? The murmurs made him even more certain as expected. The holy sword was the key, although he had knelt in salute. General Sarbast Agim still hesitated, trying to verify. Are you truly the descendant of the late emperor? Then let me ask you one question. Ask away, he quickly replied. The general then voiced his query. Our mission here today is to eliminate that witch. May I ask what business brings you here? He quietly pondered every single word the sword spirit had taught him. Remember, bluffing requires absolute confidence. He snapped his bloodshot eyes open, speaking with an air that was both an announcement and an order. Listen up, everyone. The witch has already been subdued by me. Sarbast Agim stood dumbfounded. Huh? What? Before he quickly spun around. He pointed behind him and shouted, Look there. Following his hand was a blonde girl crouching on the ground, her face filled with anxiety. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, and someone screamed, It's Esther, the Witch of the West. I've seen her before. It's definitely her. They kept clamoring, Burn her at the stake, kill her. Ignoring them, he waved his hand and spoke to Prita. Come over here and kneel before them. Under his command, the witch Prita walked over submissively. She knelt down right in front of Sarbast Agim. While they were still in shock, he commanded her again, Lower your head, get down lower, bow down. She trembled, gritting her teeth. Whether from fear or anger, she whimpered as she obeyed. He couldn't care less, while Sarbast Agim watched on, breaking into a cold sweat. With an indifferent expression, he ordered again, Keep that position, and do a forward roll. Prita, who was bowing, suddenly froze. Dumbfounded by such a bizarre request, he repeated, Did you not hear me? She quickly stammered in agreement and rolled forward several times, not daring to delay. Next, he demanded, Now, do a handstand. Seeing her hesitate, he asked, Do you not know how to do a handstand? After that, he threw out a series of childish commands, and she did them one by one. Fine then, raise your hands up and down 20 times. Do 10 squats, 10 push-ups, and hold a plank for 20 seconds. After the last exercise, she collapsed onto the ground, gasping, "I'm exhausted. My body can't move anymore." He stood by with a stern face and addressed the crowd. "Do you see now?" Pointing and shouting, "The witch has been completely subdued by me. From now on, she must obey my every command, and she will no longer pose a threat to the continent. You can all rest easy now." Sarbast Agam's jaw dropped, and the soldiers nearby were equally bewildered. He cleared his throat, clenching his fist. Well, if the young descendant says so. But the panicked soldiers quickly stopped him. "Wait, what on earth are you doing, sir? We came here to defeat the witch." He turned back to address his men. As this young man said, "The witch has already been subdued." The soldier, questioning his sanity, yelled back, "How can we possibly believe that?" Others also murmured in doubt. Can a single sword really prove that he's the descendant of the late emperor? Just a sword? They continued to whisper back and forth. "Are you questioning our empire's authority right now? That sword was personally blessed by the goddess herself. I don't care. I only follow the orders of the Pope. So, you value the Pope's orders more than the commands of our late emperor?" Amidst the heated debate all around him, he stood there motionless with his eyes closed, while they continued to argue endlessly. The chaotic scene instantly reminded him of the legendary clash between the Chun Mumun Guild and Marcus Calenberry. Arguments erupted everywhere as people shouted accusations at one another. "What? You dare question the authority of the temple?" Then someone shot back. "You're the one who doubted the authority of the Holy Sword first. I see. It looks like the third prince doesn't need the Pope's backing anymore, does he? What does that have to do with anything? The late emperor's descendant already proved it to us. Besides, he even claimed you're a lackey for the third prince." Ignoring their bickering, he watched like a mere bystander, casting a glance at the exhausted Preda lying nearby. He smirked and thought to himself, "Now I see why Preda tried to sow discord among the hunters." Meanwhile, the loud arguments around him showed no signs of stopping. A few sensible voices tried to calm things down, but most just threw insults. "This is no time for us to be fighting like this. We still need to verify this young man's words. And honestly, it's because you're all acting like this that people call you brainless fools." Someone immediately shot back. "What? Is that really how you elves see us? What are the temple and the empire even doing?" Another tried to keep the peace, arguing like a bunch of merchants in a marketplace. "Have you no self-respect?" Another went to extremes, yelling, "What's the point of talking? Let's settle this with a fight." Seeing that things were about to spiral out of control, Mermaid Falls, the lizard man magician, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, clear the way." Once everyone had settled down a little, he straightened his posture and laid out the issue they were all fighting over. Actually, the solution is quite simple. Is this young man really the descendant of the late emperor? And is that girl truly a witch? And has this descendant actually managed to subdue the witch? Once we confirm those points, the issue is resolved. Gong-ja calmly looked at him and asked, "So, how do we go about verifying that?" He held out an eerie, glowing blue gem and said, "This is a soul gem containing a mermaid's spirit. By dropping blood onto it, we can tell if the owner's soul is good or evil." He thrust the gem toward Gong-ja to test him. "If that girl is indeed the Witch of the West, and you are truly the descendant of the late emperor, prove it by letting this gem judge you." Gong-ja said, "This is the soul orb bestowed upon me by the mermaid emperor. When the blood of a righteous soul touches the orb, it shines with a pure white light. Conversely, when it touches the blood of an evil soul, the orb turns pitch black." The monster held up the orb and said, "Come. If she is indeed the faraway witch, and you are the true emissary of the founder, then accept the judgment of this orb. Every evil deed you have committed, and every good deed you have accumulated, let the orb reveal them all." Gong-ja asked curiously, "Is this similar to the Sword Saint's detective's insight, or that female knight's lie detection skill?" The spirit replied indifferently, "Yeah, the mermaid race is highly skilled at crafting items like this." Gong-ja got ready and said, "Fine, test us however you like." The monster slowly stepped closer and said, "You'd better not regret this, because no matter how perfect an imposter you are, it's completely useless before this orb." He pulled the blonde girl's hand forward and said, "First, let's test the soul of this witch." He used his long, sharp fingernail to lightly slash her palm, making it bleed. Then, he dripped her blood onto the orb. As soon as her blood dripped onto the orb, it instantly turned jet black. Stunned into silence, the monster stammered, How can a soul be this incredibly wicked?" Sweating profusely in utter disbelief, he muttered, Just how many people did she slaughter to carry such a heavy burden of sin? She's a completely cursed existence. A witch? No, she is definitely the Demon King. With that, he shoved her aside and walked over to Gong-ja. Now, it's your turn, he said. The monster's voice dripped with disdain for this self-proclaimed emissary of the founder. Are you ready? Gong-ja replied, always. Slicing Gong-ja's hand, the monster warned, pretending will get you nowhere. But the moment Gong-ja's blood dripped onto the pitch-black orb, it suddenly erupted with a powerful, brilliant white light. The monster was utterly shocked by the sight. What is this? He gasped. Everyone in the room was instantly blinded by the dazzling light. Shielding their eyes, Sabantu cried out, What the hell is this? The green-haired female elf beside him gasped. That's the orb sent by the Mermaid Emperor. How is it emitting such a blinding, radiant aura? The snake monster was more shocked than anyone. How is it possible for such a pure, radiant soul to exist in this world? He muttered. Just how many lives has he saved? This man. He cried out in sheer awe. He is the light. He is truly the light. The knight captain nearby asked. Light? The snake monster snapped at him. Can't you see how brilliantly his soul is shining? The captain stammered. Not really. The monster stood there, continuously nagging him. Why? How can you not see it, knight captain? But the captain just stood there in confusion, muttering, Light? What the hell are you even talking about? The snake monster snapped. This is exactly why I can't stand communicating with crude humans. There's no way someone with such a pure soul would deceive us. Even if he did, it would only be for our own benefit. Thumping his chest, he said gleefully, This young man is truly the envoy of the founder. No, he is definitely an apostle of the goddess. Hearing that, Gong-ja crossed his arms over his chest and said confidently, Exactly, I am indeed the goddess's apostle. The soldiers whispered in excitement about Gong-ja. He's light itself, one of them said. Another asked, Wait, what light? They continued to discuss. That thing was glowing, and his sword was shining pretty brightly too. The merfolk also whispered about him. This must be the holy sword used by the Emperor of Aum, or something like that. Is it possible he really comes from a noble family? The chief holy knight still refused to accept it. He roared, No, I still don't agree. Even if we assume he's truly the envoy of the founder and light itself, then why did he block our path in the first place? Have you all forgotten? Pointing toward the village, he ordered, We must burn that place to the ground. Even though no one was paying attention to him, he kept rambling. The High Pontiff is concerned not just with the witch, but with the heretics following her as well. We cannot let them escape divine punishment. If he were truly the goddess's apostle, he should have been the one leading this divine execution. At that moment, the red-haired spirit finally spoke up. All right. The most convincing lies are made of 90% truth and 10% falsehood. Hearing the harsh words from the chief holy knight, Gong-ja looked down on him and sneered. Listen to yourself, holy knight of the temple. Exactly how this execution is carried out is entirely up to me. Gong-ja pointed up to the sky as if summoning someone and said, I have vanquished all evil, and the divine execution has already been carried out. Let me show you. As he gestured, thousands of white skeletons suddenly materialized out of nowhere. The soldiers screamed in terror. Ah, demons. Oh my God, how could these disgusting creatures? Gently patting the blonde girl's head, Gong-ja said with absolute confidence, This is my duty. Then, turning to the crowd, he added, Look around. Did you really think the witch was the only evil in this world? Every single one of them is a villain I've personally slain, and in terms of pure cruelty, none of them fall short of the witch you all speak of. The others asked in disbelief, Are all of these monsters? Gong-ja answered their doubts, saying, The goddess has commanded me to act in her stead and purge all evil. To conquer lands, and to vanquish every evil in this world is my mission. At the same time, locking these monsters away in hell is also my duty. You are now witnessing the very hell I've created. Stunned, the snake monster asked. So, esteemed apostle, you fought all alone and created all of this without any of us knowing? Gong-ja nodded and said, That's right. Deeply moved by what Gong-ja had done, the female snake monster choked up. Oh my goodness. To think no one ever recognized your efforts. As a mere human, creating a massive hell like this all on your own? Gong-ja replied nonchalantly, Yes, exactly. Gong-ja crossed his arms arrogantly and said aloud, It is simply my duty. The onlookers cheered in sheer admiration. Oh, all-powerful light. Hearing this, the female snake monster burst into tears of emotion. Gong-ja told everyone confidently, "You no longer need to purge the witch, for the wicked have already been annihilated. They will suffer eternally within my shadow, for I am their personal hell." Shaking with emotion, the female snake monster said, "To think the esteemed apostle has saved us countless times without us ever realizing it." Gong-ja maintained his composure and replied, "That is correct." The red-haired spirit sighed, "I have absolutely nothing left to teach you. Go on. A pure, innocent master like myself really can't handle a wild, son of the wind god like you." Gong-ja listened with a completely straight face and retorted, "You're too humble. I still have a lot to learn from your terrible personality, master. By now, I'm sure you all see that this is the goddess's will, a divine purge. You're not planning to challenge the will of the goddess herself, are you?" Knowing he had crossed the line, the chief holy knight bowed his head and said, "Forgive me, esteemed apostle, but are those ferocious demons truly sealed away securely? I only mean that if those fiends were to escape, the devastation unleashed upon our world would be immeasurable. You absolute piece of trash. How dare you do this to me? I don't care what it takes. I'm going to kill you." Gong-ja remained completely calm as he addressed the crowd. "As you can see, this bastard is no different from the witch. Actually, he is far worse. He is a vicious demon, many times more depraved than her. That witch was born a monster, but this man committed heinous, unforgivable crimes while possessing a human soul." Yuha sneered arrogantly, looking down on everyone as he spat out, "Who the hell do you guys think you are? Hey Viper, and you, pointy ears, what the fuck are you staring at? Stupid mobs are only good for dropping loot when they die." Before he could even finish his sentence, Gong-ja snapped his fingers and commanded, "Dance!" The moment the word left his lips, Yuha lost all control over his own body and began to dance. Shocked, he stammered, "What? Hey, wait a second," followed by a desperate scream, "I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you. I swear to God, I will kill you." Watching this bizarre spectacle, the knight commander was utterly dumbfounded, finally fully convinced. Gong-ja declared in a booming, commanding voice, "A demon can never disobey my orders. Do you still have any doubts?" At those words, the knight commander fell to his knees in deep reverence and said to Gong-ja, "O esteemed apostle, may we have the honor of knowing your name?" Gong-ja kept a straight face and replied, "My name is Gong-ja." Instantly, everyone in the room prostrated themselves before him, chanting in unison, "We shall obey your command, Lord Gong-ja. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the stage. You have cleared the hidden quest, hero of the frozen world. The boss stage is conquered." The system announcement rang out, cleared by a solo player. Death King. Evaluating rewards. Evaluation complete. Gong-ja stood there, watching the system alerts with a highly satisfied smile. Your rewards will be delivered within 24 hours after you enter the 21st floor. The guardian spirit clutched his forehead in sheer disbelief and muttered, "Who on earth clears a boss stage like this, numbskull Kim?" "I gotta admit, that was pretty impressive." Gong-ja casually brushed it off. "Tch, numbskull or not, it doesn't matter. I cleared the 20th floor exactly the way I wanted to." Gong-ja quietly reflected on his journey through the 20th floor. Not a single hunter had to die. The Empire and its citizens suffered 0 casualties, and I even managed to save this girl's soul. Gong-ja reached out and gently patted the head of the long, golden-haired girl standing beside him. Honestly, the 20th floor probably would have cleared itself even if I had done nothing. After all, the raging fire and the complete erasure of the village could have passed as an ending as long as it wrapped up the story. The tower doesn't care whether a story ends in a happy fairy tale or a tragic bloodbath. If it did, there's no way Yuha could have cleared his way up to the 40th floor. Which means this world isn't just some predetermined script written by the tower, and that horrific ending wasn't inevitable, was it? Gong-ja thought to himself, "Today, no black rain will fall from the heavens, and no raging inferno will swallow this land. It's simple," he muttered. "This is the ending I chose." The guardian spirit grimaced. "Are you serious? The ending you chose?" Behind them, the black-haired bastard shrieked in absolute fury. "You motherfucker, aren't you going to fucking stop this? Are you seriously not going to end this pathetic, ridiculous joke?" Gong-ja turned around with a bright, mocking smile and said, "Come on, aren't your dance moves absolutely gorgeous? You son of a bitch," the black-haired man roared. Meanwhile, the system continued to chime. Announcement from the tower. "The 20th floor has been cleared today." Repeating, "The 20th floor has been cleared today." Gong-ja pulled out his phone, grumbling, Man, this sucks. There's zero reception down here. The guardian spirit pointed at his phone and smirked. Weren't you the one bragging about how you didn't care about what others thought? Gong-ja blinked in confusion. Wait, did I actually say that? The ghost sighed. Seriously, didn't you say you'd rather have the respect of the witch and that old geezer, Sword Saint, than a bunch of random peasants? The system chime rang out once more. The 21st floor will open in 24 hours. Suddenly, a spectacular display of fireworks lit up the sky. Gong-ja smirked at the ghost's question. Hey, the more the merrier, right? I'm going to make sure every single one of them acknowledges me. The guardian spirit grumbled under his breath. Tch, you greedy little bastard. I've never seen anyone so insatiable. Nice job. A voice echoed as a hand suddenly reached out toward Gong-ja from behind. The Black Dragon Master lunged forward, jumping right onto Gong-ja's back as she cheered, Death King! Nearly knocking him off balance and sending him face first into the dirt. Do you have any idea how absolutely insane that was? That was spectacular, but completely nuts for a rookie. You're not even 20 years old, yet you are seriously amazing. Choking under her tight headlock, Gong-ja gasped for air, struggling to get the words out. Hey, Black Dragon Master, that actually hurts. Meanwhile, the Sword Saint stood quietly in the background, a warm smile gracing his face. The Black Dragon Master kept rambling excitedly. I mean, who in their right mind would have guessed you'd clear the 20th floor in just 5 days? You're a total monster. You have no idea how chaotic things are out there right now because of this tower. Take a look at this. The Black Dragon Master shoved her phone right in front of Gong-ja's face. I literally ran all the way down to the first floor, just to grab these screenshots for you. Splashed across her screen were dozens of headlines about Gong-ja. Breaking news. 14th floor. Conquered. The Death King. The rise of a new superstar hunter. Who will lead the future of the tower, the Sword Saint, the Black Witch, or the Death King? The Black Dragon Master continued. There were so many articles that I couldn't screenshot them all, sorry. But you get the picture, right, Death King? Not just inside this tower, but the entire world outside is going absolutely wild. The headlines might vary a bit, but every single one of them is about you. Your background, your lifestyle, and how on earth you instantly managed to become a top-tier ranker overnight. Gong-ja asked, Wait, did you take all these screenshots yourself? The Black Dragon Master smiled radiantly and replied, Of course I did. Gong-ja continued, So you're telling me that just to show me those articles, you actually teleported all the way back to the first floor? The system announced the teleportation to the first floor city. Gong-ja went on. And then you searched up every single article, one by one, and took screenshots of each one? The Black Dragon Master wrapped her arms around Gong-ja's neck, looked straight into his eyes, and said with a bright smile, Yep, you got that right. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the number 2 ranked hunter, and one of the most powerful figures in the tower. Is this girl literally an angel? The Black Dragon Master kept rambling on to Gong-ja about those articles. She said, Just in case, make sure you don't read the comment section. Those jealous haters are definitely foaming at the mouth down there right now. The fact that we had 0 casualties is an incredible feat in itself. Just ignore that noisy crowd, okay? The sword spirit beside him said sarcastically, Are you seriously calling her an angel just because she was a tiny bit nice to you? Gong-ja's eyes were completely locked onto the Black Dragon Master as he thought to himself, If she's not an angel, then maybe. She's a goddess? The sword spirit beside him cursed in frustration. You absolute brain-dead idiot. The Black Dragon Master hopped off Gong-ja, pulled out a newspaper, and continued, Oh, take a look at this too. She held up the front page right in front of Gong-ja's eyes and said, Look, you made the front page. On the front page was the latest hunter rankings, and Gong-ja was ranked 3rd in the entire history of the tower. This is the first time something like this has ever happened. I can't believe that in just a few short days, you rocketed from being unranked all the way to 3rd place on the leaderboard. Gong-ja thought in surprise. 3rd place on the leaderboard? Gong-ja flashed a bright smile, and the Black Dragon Master beside him continued, Congratulations, Death King. Now, you are officially a representative for all hunters. From now on, you'll have to pay closer attention to how you behave. Gong-ja asked back in confusion, My behavior? The Black Dragon Master continued, Right now, you've joined all 5 of the top guilds, but in reality, you're still completely free. For a hunter holding the 3rd spot on the leaderboard, you really should have a title fitting for a guild master. It's true that you simultaneously joined all 5 guilds, but there are still some members who refuse to accept you. Gong-ja muttered with a bit of hesitation. A guildmaster? Sensing what Gong-ja was thinking, the Black Dragon Master quickly added, "But if you want to keep going solo and destroying everything in your path like that old geezer, I won't force you." The Sword Saint spoke up from behind. "What kind of trash talk are you two doing behind my back?" The Black Dragon Master turned around and asked Gong-ja, "By the way, who are those people over there?" Gong-ja replied, "They're soldiers who gathered here from all over the continent. Well, it's a long story, but after defeating the Demon King, I guess there was an event where the NPCs came to invade the 20th floor. But by using some skills and item effects, I managed to trick them into believing I was some sort of envoy of the Empire's founder. So they backed down." The Black Dragon Master remarked, "Looks like you have quite a talent for bluffing, huh?" Gong-ja scratched his head and replied, "Well, thanks to that, I successfully conquered the 20th floor without shedding a single drop of blood." The Black Dragon Master laughed softly and said, "All right, I'll stop teasing you. I'm actually really glad. Thanks to you, we'll finally be able to trade with this continent, which means we won't have to keep bowing down and desperately haggling with those greedy old merchants on the outside anymore. Those old foxes always use food to drive down the value of our items. Let's see how much longer they can keep doing that." The Sword Saint chimed in. "Trade between the inside and outside of the tower is fundamentally unbalanced. The resources and technology on the outside are far more abundant than what we have inside." The Black Dragon Master wore a lazy expression and replied, "Food. The problem is always food." Gong-ja thought to himself, "When I first met her, I thought she was so unapproachable. But we've definitely gotten a lot closer now, haven't we?" Gong-ja turned to the Black Dragon Master and said, "Black Dragon Witch, you're talking about the hunters trading with this continent, right?" The Black Dragon Master replied, "Of course." Gong-ja smiled and continued, "I will let you borrow my title in this world. I am the envoy of the founder, and also the apostle of the goddess. With my title, trading will be much easier." The Black Dragon Master glanced at Gong-ja and said, "Not a bad offer, but I doubt you're letting us use that title for free, are you?" "What do you want?" Gong-ja replied, "The 20th floor." Leaving the blonde-haired, green-eyed girl completely stunned, the Black Dragon Master asked, "You don't mean the entire 20th floor, do you?" Gong-ja replied, "Yes. More precisely, I want complete ownership over all the land on the 20th floor. In exchange, I won't take a single thing from the conquest of the 11th to the 19th floors. You can also distribute the profits from trading with the continent among the other hunters." On another note, the Black Dragon Master said, resting her chin on her hand in deep thought, "That is a rather bizarre proposal. This isn't something I can decide on my own authority. I'll discuss this with the other guild leaders. Are you sure you only want this place? It clearly has almost no value. A tiny plot of land like this doesn't even look suitable for farming. From my perspective, splitting the loot from clearing floors 11 to 20 seems way more profitable." Gong-ja smiled warmly and replied, "I prefer real estate over cash. Land is always best." The Black Dragon Master stepped closer to Gong-ja and said, "I'll assemble the other guild leaders. You're going to have to meet them anyway, so let's head down to the first floor together." Gong-ja cheerfully replied, "Sounds like a plan." Pointing at the black-haired guy who was constantly hopping around in the background, the Black Dragon Master asked, "By the way, can I ask you something?" "What on earth is that?" Gong-ja casually replied. "Have you seriously never seen anything like that before?" The Black Dragon Master was speechless. Then, the three of them teleported down to the first floor of the tower. The system announced their arrival at the first floor city. The Black Dragon Master asked Gong-ja, "Is that same cafe we used last time fine?" Gong-ja replied, "Sure, anywhere is fine with me." Following behind the Black Dragon Master, Gong-ja thought to himself, "To everyone else, it has only been 5 days. But for me, this is the first time after hundreds of days of grueling torment." Gong-ja sighed. "Wow." Confused, the Black Dragon Master asked, "What is it?" Gong-ja replied, "It just hit me that I've finally, successfully cleared the 20th floor." The Black Dragon Master chimed in, "You'll probably realize a lot more soon. Like I said, everyone outside the tower is going absolutely crazy over you. You'd better brace yourself." Outside the tower, a massive crowd of reporters was waiting to get the scoop. They all started shouting, "Over here! It's the Death King!" Gong-ja, the Black Dragon Master, and the Sword Saint walked out of the massive main hall. Flashes went off everywhere as a horde of reporters surrounded them, snapping pictures and clamoring for an interview. One of them yelled, "The Black Witch and the Sword Saint are here." Another quickly added, "In that case, the other guy must be Gong-ja." Mobbed by the media like an A-list celebrity, everyone crowded around Gong-ja, cheering loudly. Death King! A swarm of reporters pressed in on Gong-ja, begging him to answer their questions. One reporter asked, "Is it true that you cleared the 20th floor entirely on your own?" Another chimed in, "Please look this way, just for a second," while someone else asked, "What's your relationship with the Black Witch?" Having never faced anything like this before, Gong-ja could only stand there in a daze. Huh? Standing next to him, the Black Dragon Master was completely used to this and quietly told him to stay quiet. She then asked, "You've never dealt with the media before, have you? What vibe do you want to go for? A mysterious figure or a superstar idol?" Confused, Gong-ja asked, "Wait, what?" Keeping her cool, the Black Dragon Master slipped her hands into her pockets and stood gracefully in front of the thousands of flashing cameras. She explained to Gong-ja, "I'm talking about your image. Do you want to be a mysterious figure or a superstar idol? Once your image is set, it's incredibly hard to change it." From behind, the Sword Saint explained the concepts to Gong-ja in more detail. An idol is like a famous singer or actor. You'll have to set up a Lotus account and even get a personal manager. As for the staff and expenses, my Black Dragon Guild will cover you. The Sword Saint added, "Personally, I detest that kind of stuff, which is why I only work alone." Eager to know, Gong-ja asked the Black Dragon Master, "Then what about the mysterious figure path? What do I have to do for that?" Remaining perfectly composed, the Black Dragon Master replied, "It's simple." Her gaze turned cold, and her voice became icy. "All you have to do is keep your facial expressions under tight control." Walking behind her, Gong-ja listened closely as the Black Dragon Master continued to instruct him. "No using Lotus, and you must never appear in magazines or on television shows, not even personal live streams. An interview once every 2 years is plenty, and I'll personally vet all the journalists beforehand." Having heard her out, Gong-ja replied, "That's it?" The Black Dragon Master glanced back slightly at Gong-ja, her lips curling into a smirk. "You clearly have no idea how difficult that actually is, do you?" She continued to explain to Gong-ja, "Public attention is the most highly toxic drug of all. An ordinary person feels happy when just about 10 people pay attention to them, but in your current position, a single word you utter will have hundreds of eyes watching and judging you. Very few people can handle a drug like that." Meanwhile, photos of the three of them were already being posted all over the internet by the media. Standing beside them, the Sword Saint added, "Nothing but vanity." Agreeing with him, the Black Dragon Master replied, "Indeed, it is vain, but it is extremely useful, Death King. So, what is your choice?" Gong-ja put on a pensive look as he pondered her question. "What I truly want is recognition. I don't know, but I think that is a bit different from just getting public attention." Visualizing the idol-like image of Yu Su-ha, Gong-ja continued, "I only need the people close to me to care about me. That's enough. Còn thứ tôi muốn nhận được từ hàng trăm, hàng ngàn người không phải là sự quan tâm, tôi muốn được họ công nhận thì đúng hơn." Hắc Long chủ cười tươi, chiếc áo khoác ngoài bay lên trong gió. Mái tóc tím buông xõa đáp lại lời Gong-ja. "Tôi thì không thấy hai thứ đó có sự khác biệt gì cả, nhưng tôi tôn trọng câu trả lời của anh. Thật may vì anh là người như vậy." Gong-ja cùng Hắc Long chủ đang phải cố gắng để lách qua đám phóng viên đang bu kín chật ních này. Gong-ja khó khăn hỏi lại Hắc Long chủ, "Vậy thì làm thế nào mới có thể quản lý tốt biểu cảm của bản thân đây?" Hắc Long chủ nhàn nhạt đáp lại, "Tôi sẽ truyền lại bí kíp cho anh." Hắc Long chủ nhớ lại những kỷ niệm ở trong quá khứ, kể lại cho Gong-ja. "Việc này làm tôi nhớ lại những ký ức không mấy tốt đẹp khi trước. Bố tôi đã qua đời trong một cuộc nội chiến ở thế giới bên ngoài tòa tháp. Khi tôi cùng bố đang bỏ chạy thì quân đội đuổi tới. Bố tôi bị tụt lại phía sau, ông đã hét lên kêu tôi đừng nhìn lại và hãy chạy đi." Bóng lưng cô độc của Hắc Long chủ nổi bật giữa những cánh phóng viên đang không ngừng săn tin ở hai bên. Cô nói tiếp, "Tôi thực sự đã không nhìn lại và cứ thế cố gắng chạy tiếp. Mặc dù đã nghe thấy tiếng súng nhưng tôi vẫn tiếp tục chạy. Không phải tôi ghét việc mình bỏ chạy, chỉ là lúc đó tôi còn quá nhỏ. Nhưng tại sao tôi lại không quay đầu nhìn lại chứ? Đó là việc không mấy khó khăn kia mà." Gong-ja theo sau, nổi bật giữa những ánh đèn máy chụp ảnh, giữa đám phóng viên vẫn đang vây quanh muốn thu thêm chút tin tức. Anh nghe Hắc Long chủ kể về quá khứ của cô ấy. "Mỗi lần cần điều chỉnh biểu cảm, tôi lại nhớ đến chuyện đó. Ký ức về lần chạy trốn đó khiến trái tim tôi khựng lại, và điều đó giúp tôi có một gương mặt lạnh lùng một cách chân thực nhất." Hắc Long chủ quay lại hỏi Gong-ja, "Anh cũng có một, hai ký ức giống như vậy phải không?" Gong-ja nhớ lại hình ảnh Yu Su-ha với ánh mắt đáng sợ đang bóp chặt cổ Gong-ja. Phía sau là biển lửa địa ngục đang rực cháy không có dấu hiệu dừng lại. Gong-ja lại nhớ đến một tờ giấy ở trên ghi dòng chữ nổi bật, giấy chứng nhận hạ đẳng. Điều 1, nếu đạo vương và lũ fan của hắn là lũ súc vật hạ đẳng. Điều 2, giống điều 1 nhưng thêm số 2. Điều 3, giống điều 1 và 2 nhưng thêm cho đủ 3 điều khoản. Hắc Long chủ với gương mặt lạnh lùng, ánh mắt sắc lạnh quay lại nhìn Gong-ja cảm thán. Anh học nhanh thật đấy. Gong-ja với gương mặt lạnh lùng đã không còn để ý đến những cái máy quay và đám phóng viên kia nữa. Nhớ đến những ký ức đó khiến anh nhanh chóng hiểu được những gì Hắc Long chủ dạy. Hắc Long chủ nói thêm, anh sẽ sớm quen với chuyện này thôi. Chuyển cảnh khi Gong-ja cùng Hắc Long chủ và Kiếm Thánh đến một ngôi nhà nhìn khá lộng lẫy. Thập tự thấy ba người họ thì hào hứng vẫy tay cười nói, a ha ha, chào mừng mọi người, mau vào đi. Thập tự cười tươi hướng về phía Gong-ja cùng Hắc Long chủ và Kiếm Thánh nói, anh thực sự đã đột phá tầng 20 chỉ trong vòng 5 ngày. Thành tích này từ trước đến giờ chưa từng có ai làm được đấy, tôi thực sự kính phục anh, thợ săn Gong-ja. À không, bây giờ phải gọi anh là Tử Vương mới phải nhỉ. Thánh hiệp sĩ ở bên cạnh Viper nhấp ngụm nước nói, thực lòng tôi đã nghĩ ba người anh, Kiếm Thánh và Hắc Long chủ đã hy sinh oanh liệt rồi cơ. Không ngờ một mình anh lại có thể giải quyết được tầng 20, anh có bí quyết gì không vậy? Mau chia sẻ cho bọn tôi đi. Gong-ja cười đáp lại. Đơn giản thôi, chúng ta chỉ cần sống hiền lành là được rồi. Thánh hiệp sĩ lắc lắc ly nước trên tay cười đáp lại. Đó quả thật là một lời khuyên rất thiết thực đấy. Gong-ja đan tay vào nhau, miệng lộ ra nụ cười nói. Dù sao thì lâu lắm rồi mới được gặp lại mọi người. Các vị vẫn khỏe cả chứ? Ryonju cầm tẩu thuốc vẫn đang cháy bốc khói đáp. Lâu gì đâu, mới có 5 ngày thôi mà. Thập tự ở bên cạnh lên tiếng. Như đã hứa, bọn tôi chỉ chờ tại phòng yết kiến. Nhưng một lát sau, đột nhiên các NPC của các đế quốc lại lũ lượt kéo vào đó. Gong-ja ở bên cạnh nghĩ thầm, họ đang nói về lúc đánh lùi ma vương ở tầng 2 đây mà. Thập tự nói tiếp, các NPC đã nghĩ chúng tôi là phản nghịch xâm nhập hoàng cung. Sau đó các kỵ sĩ và vệ binh kéo đến đông nghịt để bắt chúng tôi. Ái chà, lúc đó tôi đã lạnh hết cả sống lưng đấy. Thập tự vui vẻ kể lại cho Gong-ja những chuyện đã xảy ra. Càn Võ Môn ở bên cạnh bất ngờ quay sang cười tươi, đưa tay lên xoa đầu thập tự nói, nhưng rồi nhóc con này đúng là lắm chiêu trò. Ban đầu chúng tôi chịu để bị bắt, sau đó chúng tôi đã phá ngục để trốn ngay. Thập tự cười tươi đáp lại, anh không thấy việc đó rất thú vị à? Tôi đã nghĩ là dưới nhà tù ở lòng đất sẽ có con đường bí mật nào đấy. Đúng là thực sự muốn trở về tuổi thơ quá đi. Càn Võ Môn hướng về phía thập tự hỏi, nghe bảo ngày xưa hồi nhỏ nhóc đã bị bọn mafia Bulgaria bắt nhốt hả? Thập tự đáp lại lời Càn Võ Môn, đúng vậy. Vì vậy mà nhà tù lòng đất, trốn thoát, tất cả những thứ đấy đều khiến tôi nhớ về những năm tháng tuổi thơ dữ dội đó. Càn Võ Môn cũng phải cảm thán, đúng là điên thật rồi. Hắc Long chủ ngồi ở đó khoanh tay, cười nhếch môi nói, tất cả chúng ta đều có một tuổi thơ dữ dội ở thế giới bên ngoài còn gì. Hắc Long chủ nói tiếp, bá tước cũng được sinh ra tại một ngôi làng rác rưởi ở Ấn Độ đấy. Viper, bố mẹ anh cũng là lãnh đạo của một tổ chức bạo lực đúng chứ? Hiệp sĩ cũng đã có một thời gian vất vả ở bên Venezuela. Hiệp sĩ nhàn nhạt đưa cốc nước lên miệng nói, chẳng phải ở thế giới bên ngoài, chúng ta đều là rác rưởi hay sao? Nhưng chúng ta đến đây đâu phải để nói về những chuyện như vậy nhỉ? Gong-ja turned to the paladin to hear her out. After all, the purpose of today's meeting is to recruit the Death King to our team. Resting her hands on the table, the Black Dragon Master replied leisurely, exactly. You might not know this, but the Death King is actually the one who did the most work to clear the tower's floors. Recalling their battles on the upper floors of the tower, the Black Dragon Master recounted, during this entire raid, not a single person had to die. Even on the 11th floor, where a massive crowd of hunters joined, there were 0 casualties. Interlocking her fingers in front of her face, the Black Dragon Master continued with a cold gaze. I want this man to become the hero representing us in the tower. The Black Dragon Master then began pointing out the flaws of everyone present, starting with the Countess. You love money way too much. The Countess couldn't even argue back, forced to yield because the truth was simply undeniable. Turning to the Heretic Inquisitor, the Black Dragon Master said, and you've killed far too many people. Still smiling brightly, the Heretic Inquisitor stirred his drink and replied, but those were all necessary sacrifices, weren't they? Moving on to the Paladin, she said, Paladin, you absolutely detest being in the public eye. Taking a casual sip of her drink, the Paladin replied, that's just my personality. The Black Dragon Master then looked at Viper from Chen Mumun. And what about you? Viper looked at her with anticipation. The Black Dragon Master continued, sorry, but you're just too ugly. This brutally honest remark left the master of Chen Mumun completely frozen, unable to utter a single word. She continued, the Sword Saint, as you all know, is just an old man obsessed with swords. As for me, I do too much shady work behind the scenes, so I'm out of the question as well. The Black Dragon Master then looked over at Gong-ja. Gong-ja returned her gaze, listening closely. On the other hand, the Death King is still a blank slate. Slamming his hands on the table, the Heretic Inquisitor stood up and said, you're right. We're all veterans, with our own dirty laundry. Even though we often appear in magazines, our actual public relations with the outside world are practically non-existent. We really need to work on that. His height is a bit on the shorter side, but that's fine. We only need the upper body anyway. We can just edit the photos to make him look taller. Pardon the intrusion, but are you currently dating or have you ever dated anyone? Gong-ja immediately replied, no, never. Hearing this, the heretic inquisitor smiled. Perfect. Then we don't have to worry about any dating rumors. Looking closely, he has a bit of a mischievous smirk, but that actually adds to his charm. I've decided, his concept will be the mysterious type, but never having dated anyone could raise some eyebrows. It might spark weird rumors about his sexuality. Don't worry, though I'll handle that. A storyline where 5 days of surviving through thick and thin sparked a romance between the Death King and the Black Witch sounds pretty good. Oh, and we should leak a rumor that the anonymous donor who supported the orphanages and charities, the so-called guardian angel, is actually the Death King. I'll leave that up to you. First, let's call in the photographer and the makeup artists. Either way, we absolutely need a spectacular photo to release to the public today. Gong-ja stood before the Black Dragon Master and made himself clear. You said my concept is mysterious, so I really don't think we need a makeup crew. Clasping her hands together, the Black Dragon Master looked at him with pleading, captivating eyes. Just for today, please. Everyone is dying to know more about you. Just one photo, pretty please. Suddenly, the photographer shouted, look over here, please. Gong-ja was transformed into a total heartthrob as the makeup crew meticulously powdered his face and styled his hair. The photographers pulled Gong-ja over and said, great, perfect. Now, let's pose with your sword. Looking utterly bewildered, Gong-ja held up his lion sword and posed exactly as instructed. The enthusiastic photographer kept directing him, give me more of that cold, mysterious bad boy vibe. Gong-ja froze up and blurted, like this? Standing in the back, the Black Dragon Master chatted with the heretic inquisitor. The inquisitor asked, he looks great in a suit, doesn't he? The Black Dragon Master turned and suggested, how about a passionate, wild adventurer concept instead? She cheered, that's perfect. Floating above him, his guardian spirit was shaking, desperately holding back his laughter, letting out only muffled snorts. But he couldn't keep it together for more than a few seconds. Almost immediately, he burst into roaring laughter. Wahaha! Rolling around and wiping tears of laughter from his eyes, he wheezed to Gong-ja. Oh my god, my stomach hurts. Ah ha ha. Gong-ja fumed with rage, but there was absolutely nothing he could do to the ghost cackling above him. Gong-ja raised his voice, shouting at the Black Dragon Master, the heretic inquisitor, and the countess standing nearby. I'm done. I quit. The memory of a certain piece of paper flashed in his mind. The low-class certificate. Rule number 1, the thief and his fans are low-class trash. Rule number 2, same as rule number 1, but with a number 2 added. Rule number 3, same as rules 1 and 2, just to make it 3 clauses. Gong-ja ran his fingers through his hair, revealing his breathtakingly handsome face. Even while furious, he still looked incredibly handsome as he snapped, hunters are supposed to focus on clearing the tower. Who gives a damn about public image? It's because you're all so obsessed with this nonsense that nobody has cleared the 10th floor yet. The Black Dragon Master, the heretic inquisitor, the countess, and Viper sat there, staring at Gong-ja in silence. Then, all 4 of them smiled and turned to one another. The Black Dragon Master beamed, oh, that line could totally become a trending catchphrase. The countess chimed in, and that should absolutely be this week's magazine headline. Hunters. Those who climb the tower, huh? Chen Mu-moon chuckles and says, we were just as fired up back when we were in our 20s, weren't we? Gong-ja snaps, enough. I came here to talk about the 20th floor. I'm handing over all rights from the 11th to the 19th floor to you guys, but the 20th floor belongs to me alone. The Black Dragon Master crosses her arms, whispering to Crusader. The whole unambitious hero image really suits him better, don't you think? How does this sound for tomorrow's front page headline? The Death King relinquishes control of floors 11 through 19. Simply clearing the tower is enough to satisfy him. And on page 2, the Death King, a longtime secret donor to orphanages. Standing behind them, the Sword Saint calmly chimed in. It seems everyone is quite eager to show their gratitude and respect to the one who cleared the 20th floor. Just let it go, young man. It was the exact same story when I climbed to the rank 1 spot. Gong-ja watches the others continue to babble about putting him in the news, all while listening to the Sword Saint's words. They just want to show the outside world that we are standing tall and living well. It's a kind of inferiority complex. They abandoned everything to come to this tower, carrying a grudge against the world they left behind. The Sword Saint turns away, continuing to speak to Gong-ja. You're going to waste a whole day if you stay here. Confused, Gong-ja turns to look at him. Catching the Sword Saint's drift, Gong-ja immediately signals him and his guardian spirit, whispering, "Let's run." Seeing this, the Black Dragon Master calls out after the Death King. The Black Dragon Master yells after Gong-ja, "You have a press conference tomorrow. Make sure you're back early in the morning. And don't attract any attention, use the rooftops." The scene shifts to the roof of a building, where the Sword Saint stands overlooking the Sunset City. He turns to Gong-ja and says, "Careful now." Exhausted, Gong-ja clings to the edge of the wall, letting out a heavy groan. Behind the Sword Saint, a soldier calls out, "Sir Sword Saint." The Sword Saint turns and asks, "Could you give us about 5 minutes?" The soldier glances next to the Sword Saint, asking curiously, by any chance, is that the Death King?" Gong-ja, finally pulling himself up, wipes the sweat from his face and replies, Yeah, that's me." The soldier beams with excitement. He pulls a notebook and a pen from his pocket, exclaiming, "Whoa, it's my first time meeting you in person. This is amazing." Thrusting them toward the Sword Saint and Gong-ja, the soldier says, "I only have these loose papers on me right now, but could I please get an autograph?" The Sword Saint asks, "What is your name?" But the soldier quickly shakes his head and says, "Oh no, sir." He turns to Gong-ja with a bright grin. "I actually wanted the Death King's autograph." Gong-ja scratches his head awkwardly. "I've never really given an autograph before." The soldier begs, "Please, it's my biggest wish. I'd be honored if you'd sign right here." Gong-ja takes the pen and signs for the soldier, carefully writing down his name. Giddy with joy, the soldier dashes off, but not before thanking them. "Thank you so much. I'll leave you two to your talk. Take care." A sudden silence falls over the bell tower. Breaking the quiet, Gong-ja speaks up. "Sir Sword Saint." The Sword Saint replies, "What is it, young man?" Gong-ja points to his own head. "Right now, you can see a massive number floating over me. The count of everyone I've killed, right?" The Sword Saint remains silent, staring at Gong-ja, as Gong-ja continues. "But I'm really not the bloodthirsty maniac you think I am. And I didn't actually murder all those people to get that number." As the sprawling city unfolds below them, Gong-ja speaks again. "But Sword Saint, you don't judge yourself, do you? I know you live by your own code, and that I'm just a target under that code, your rule of punishing mass murderers. But in reality, the path you and I are walking isn't all that different." The Sword Saint cuts in. "There is no need to explain yourself." The city fades into a deep darkness, with the Crimson Tower standing out starkly against the gloomy night, as the Sword Saint's calm voice echoes. "I am different from other hunters. Those at the top of the rankings have suffered deeply in the outside world. But unlike them, I was born into a perfect life. Because of that, I began to doubt whether my success was truly due to my own strength." The Sword Saint slowly draws his blade, speaking softly. "Was it simply because I had the best start that I so easily reached the pinnacle? There is no way that is true." Gong-ja stares at the Sword Saint's blade as the old man continues. "No matter what, one must stand on their own 2 feet. That is my pride. I simply wanted to prove my own pride, nothing more." Gong-ja replies, "So that's why you chose to climb the tower." The Sword Saint smiles faintly, though it seems I may have been far too arrogant. A system prompt chimes. Skill card is now open. The Sword Saint's status window appears. S. Rank. Inspector's Cognitive Eye. Effect. You can see the target's murderous intent. This skill cannot detect indirect murderous intent. You can see the killer's exact target and their direct intent to kill. However, you cannot determine the method the killer will use to commit the murder. He adds, "I have always been a man who only trusts his own eyes and his own hands. I trust myself, and I trust the skills I possess. Young man, I will ask you one last time. Have you truly never taken a single innocent life?" Gong-ja replied, "That's right." Gong-ja thought to himself. So that's why he said I didn't need to explain. Explaining requires too much thinking after all. Using his skill, the Sword Saint said to Gong-ja, "Death King, answer me truthfully, with all your heart." Gong-ja replied, "That's right, Lord Sword Saint. I have never killed a single innocent person. Not in the past, not now, and not ever." The Sword Saint swung his sword, slashing the system window in front of him. As Gong-ja watched in sheer disbelief, the old man spoke up. "I believe what my own eyes see. You've worked hard these past 5 days. Thank you for helping this stubborn old fool. Though I'm saying this a bit late, Fighting alongside you to clear floors 12 to 19 was truly an incredible experience. Get some rest today. Tomorrow, after the press conference, the 21st floor will finally open up. I have high expectations for you on the 21st floor, Death King. With that, the Sword Saint leaped off the clock tower. Gong-ja spoke to the Sword Emperor. Hey, old man, did the Sword Saint just acknowledge me? The Sword Emperor replied indifferently. Yeah, looks like it. Gong-ja dropped to his knees and cried out, Ah, it's finally over. The 20th floor is mine. The guild masters will handle the media, so I can finally kick back and relax. Beside him, the Sword Emperor scoffed. Over? What's over? Anyone looking at you would think you just cleared the 50th floor. Suddenly, a system notification rang out, catching Gong-ja completely off guard. The Goddess of Mercy marvels at your achievements. The Goddess of Mercy has recognized your accomplishments. The goddess deems you worthy of becoming her apostle. Bewildered, Gong-ja asked. Wait, where is this coming from? The system continued to chime. From now on, you are fully qualified to use this title. Still confused, Gong-ja asked. Wait a minute, what's going on? The Goddess of Mercy asks you to look down. Gong-ja did as he was told. Down? The Goddess of Mercy asks you to look slightly to your left. Gong-ja said suspiciously. Hold on. Suddenly, a blinding white light poured down from the sky, enveloping everything. Realization struck, and Gong-ja muttered in utter disbelief. The Goddess of Mercy. Is this sword? Meanwhile, a voice on the screen announced, Dear viewers, you are looking at some truly shocking footage, aren't you? This is the latest exclusive footage obtained by our station, BBS. On the television screen, two news anchors were discussing the identity of the key figure who cleared the 20th floor. The screen showed two figures, the protagonist and Black Dragon, moving through a thick cloud of dust. The anchor exclaimed, Can you see that, everyone? The Black Witch is holding hands with a mysterious hunter, who is highly suspected to be the Death King, the legendary hunter who has been taking the world by storm lately. The figure on the screen unleashed a swift slash at something, causing it to let out a low growl. The anchor continued to narrate. If this footage is authentic, it means the Death King defeated the 11th floor boss with a single strike. Meanwhile, Gong-ja sat on his sofa, weapon in hand, listening to the news broadcast talk about him. This is the first time in history a boss monster has been killed in one shot. Now, let's move on to the next clip. The moment the anchor said that, he clicked the remote and shut it off. Seeing the protagonist's reaction, the sword spirit asked in confusion, Why did you turn it off? It was just getting good. As soon as the sword spirit finished speaking, he slammed his hand on the table in frustration, shouting, Stop watching. I'm literally dying of embarrassment here. Want to suffer some more? It's not like you can die anyway. He made the suggestion in a casual tone, but the young man snapped back. Even so, hell no. Right now, the table was covered with newspapers all featuring articles about him. Seeing him like this, the sword spirit compromised. All right, just change the channel then. But the protagonist still fumed. Every single channel is talking about me. Suddenly, his sword began to glow, and a voice echoed out, startling Gong-ja. The Goddess of Mercy believes that your achievement is an exceptional case. The Goddess of Mercy advises you to get used to the title of a hero, as well as paying the price of fame. I was too exhausted to say this properly earlier, but Goddess, aren't you hyping me up a bit too much? The protagonist spoke anxiously to the goddess, but she countered him as the pommel of the sword shone brightly, her voice declaring, You are the light. The Goddess of Mercy remembers it vividly. You climbed onto the ramparts and made that very declaration with such passion. Her words made him blush furiously. He covered his ears with both hands and screamed, Ah, I only said those things because I got caught up in the moment. From this moment on, I entrust the empire to you all. But no matter how much he begged, please, just stop. The voice from the sword continued, I believe you are a person of righteous ideals. This is the goddess's confession. The goddess is overjoyed that her second master is such an incredible person, especially when you subjugated the Autumn Rain Demon King and said a lord has the duty to protect his subordinates. You looked so cool back then. Before she could even finish, Gong-ja shrieked, Ah, cutting her off. Meanwhile, a thought crossed his mind. Is this sword my fan? Like how I used to fanboy over the Flame King. Before the Goddess of Mercy, the Holy Sword, could finish her sentence, he drew her right out of the scabbard. You brought this on yourself. Deciding to shut it up once and for all, he grabbed a filthy-looking rag. Sensing immediate danger, the sword started whining and pleading, The merciful goddess, Fearing for its very life, it quickly begged. The merciful goddess implores you to stop. The merciful goddess. Before it could even finish, it was completely silenced. Having done the deed, Gong-ja sighed in pure satisfaction, picked up the sword, and grinned. Now, keep it shut, okay? Ignoring the sword's utter helplessness, our protagonist examined it with a puzzled look, asking, wait, aren't you supposed to be a constellation? A constellation that's a sword? Or did you just possess this thing? Gong-ja suddenly recalled a majestic figure in a black cloak holding a sword high, his mind filled with questions. If you're a constellation, aren't you guys supposed to be the managers of the tower floors? He paused for a moment. Like the Demon King of Autumn Rain, starting out as a monster makes sense. But a constellation that's just an item? That's a bit weird. The sword spoke up again. The merciful goddess is shaking her head vigorously. It makes more sense to think of a constellation as a representative of a world. The merciful goddess herself was originally a holy spirit blessed by the gods. Later, the merciful goddess was sealed into 5 sister swords by the founder of the Aegim Empire. I am one of those 5 swords, Idol. Having gradually visualized the form of the merciful goddess, he asked, so the name of this sword is Idol? It replied, exactly. The first sword, Idol. The second sword, Compassion. The third sword, Prayer. The fourth sword, Sacrifice. And the fifth sword, Salvation. The 5 swords seem to obscure the silhouette of a girl with white wings. It continued, legend has it that if all 5 swords are reunited, the merciful goddess can return to her peak power. Gong-ja picked up the sword and asked, so basically, you're just a fragment, and to unlock your true power, we have to find the other pieces, right? Pretty interesting. So, where are the other fragments? But the sword gave him the silent treatment. Seeing no response, he pressed on. Hey goddess, where on earth are your sister swords anyway? But it still played dumb and refused to answer. Don't tell me you don't even know? Seeing its silence, our protagonist feigned disappointment. At this, the sword spoke. The merciful goddess is exercising her right to remain silent. Sighing in frustration, he said, if you don't know, just admit it. But the sword retorted, the merciful goddess objects to your opinion. Gong-ja stood up, rested the sword on his shoulder, and said, well, it's not like we're in a rush. At least you have 1/5 of your power right now, don't you, Idol? What can you even do? The merciful goddess cleared up his doubts. I can command the absolute support and trust of the people of the Aegim Empire. He expected something grand, but definitely not this. Our protagonist said, everyone already knows that. Is there anything else? Suddenly, the sword emitted a blinding flash of light, making our protagonist let out a choked gasp. The merciful goddess takes great pride in her ability to shine. Expecting praise, she was instead met with our protagonist's yell, it's so blindingly bright, of course everyone can see it. Oh, my eyes. Meanwhile, the sword emperor sitting behind him laughed hysterically, nearly busting a gut. Our protagonist pressed on. Other than getting the Empire's support and glowing like a light bulb, is there anything else you can do? The sword boasted proudly. I am highly confident in slicing monsters and humans alike. Just then, the black dragon's voice echoed from outside the door. What's with all the noise? This made our protagonist freeze in his tracks. Leaning against the door, Black Dragon heard Gong-ja reply, oh, it's nothing. She asked back, is that so? The press conference starts in 5 minutes. By the time it's over, the 21st floor should be unlocked. Just give brief answers, and then we'll head straight to the 21st floor. Got the schedule? She meticulously planned and instructed him. Our protagonist nodded to show he understood. Black Dragon smiled. I trust you'll do great in the interview. Just don't be late. With that final reminder, she walked away. Gong-ja waited in the room until the footsteps faded away, then turned to the sword and said, now that she's gone, can you stop glowing? So basically, you're useless, right? Hearing our protagonist's words, the sword protested. The merciful goddess objects to your opinion. Gong-ja jabbed the sword into the ground. Whatever. From now on, your name is Shiny. Holy sword? Goddess? Please, you couldn't even protect your own country in the first place. Our protagonist grumbled. Besides, you talk way too much. Having that old man, the sword emperor, around is already headache enough. Unless it's absolutely necessary, please keep your mouth shut. But the sword threw another fit, the merciful goddess. But before it could even finish, he dropped a cold threat. If you don't listen, I'm sending you right back to the Aegim Empire. Got it? Shiny quickly responded. Yes, brave warrior. Satisfied with the answer, Gong-ja smiled. Meanwhile, at the press conference at exactly 1:31 and 24 seconds, thousands of reporters and cameras surrounded our protagonist, Black Dragon, and the Sword King. Black Dragon opened the floor. "Thank you all for coming today. Black Dragon Guild Master, please look over here. Just once, please." Watching her handle the chaos so calmly, Gong-ja thought in admiration. So the Black Dragon Guild Master was the previous generation's goddess. She picked up the microphone and said calmly, "As you all know, we have successfully cleared from the 11th to the 20th floor. I want to express my deepest gratitude to all the journalists who have been on this journey with us. We really agonized over how to share this joy with everyone, and it is all of you who made that happen, saving us a massive amount on marketing costs. So, once again, thank you so much." The reporters happily took down her words. Then, the Black Dragon Master gestured toward the protagonist, proudly saying, "What we are most proud of isn't our years of longing to conquer the 10th floor, nor is it the incredible speed at which we cleared the 20th floor." With a bright smile, she continued, "But rather, the fact that not a single life was lost in the recent battle. Above all else, having 0 casualties is our greatest joy and proudest achievement." She then gestured toward the crowd. "Everyone, please look down. You are standing on the tiles of Babylon Square. Every single tile here is engraved with the names of our fallen predecessors who sacrificed their lives inside the tower. Even now, right beneath your feet, there are tiles bearing names like David and many others. Countless names were carved here when we cleared the 2nd and 3rd floors. Being able to make this announcement in front of those who paved the way with their lives is the absolute greatest honor for us." Her words caused everyone to bow their heads in respect. "Today, we won't have to carve a single new name on these floors." The crowd erupted into cheers for the Black Dragon Master. Innumerable camera flashes and thunderous applause were directed toward her. "Now, we will open the floor for questions. Whoever wants to go first, please raise your hand." Watching the Black Dragon Master calmly handle the press conference, Gong-ja thought to himself, "I don't even have to step up? Yeah, choosing the right allies really makes all the difference." The time was exactly 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 1 second. The Black Dragon Master brushed back her hair and replied to a reporter, "Let me address that question." But despite her calm exterior, she was screaming inside, "I seriously just want to wrap this up and get to the 21st floor already. I'm a reporter from the Babylon Daily." Her eyes snapped to the source of the voice. Holding the microphone, the young man turned his gaze to the protagonist. "I have a question for the Death King, who has recently climbed to 3rd place on the rankings." Hearing his name surprised him. "Me?" he thought. At that moment, the reporter posed his question. "Death King, you've reached this rank at an unbelievably fast pace. Specifically, I've received word that you're actually a secret weapon backed by the major guilds. If that's true, then you are the real hero behind the guild's achievements. Furthermore, I've heard that you demanded exclusive rights to the 20th floor, while the major guilds monopolized the 11th to 20th floors. I find this extremely concerning. May I ask what your thoughts are on this matter?" Hearing this, the Black Dragon Master whispered to Gong-ja, "You don't have to answer that, I'll handle it." But Gong-ja shook his head. "No, there are bound to be plenty of others who feel the same way. I might as well speak my mind." He held his hand out to stop her, but the Black Dragon Master was still anxious. But Gong-ja grabbed the mic and said, "It's fine, I've got everything under control." Seeing Gong-ja step up to take the question, she felt a massive headache coming on and hissed under her breath, "If you don't talk to the media directly, I can cover up any slip-ups for you." Meanwhile, the reporter, Evan, was still waiting for his answer, but she could only groan in frustration. "But if you step out into the spotlight now, I can't guarantee I'll be able to control the media anymore." Gong-ja glanced at her with a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. No one's more cool-headed than me. Besides, you already know, I'm a prophet." With that, Gong-ja stood up, raised the microphone, and tested it. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. "Hello everyone, I'm the hunter known as the Death King, and it is a pleasure to meet you all today." He turned his gaze toward the reporter. "You're Evan, right?" "Yes," Evan replied, a fierce fire burning in his eyes that made even Gong-ja hesitate slightly. His glare was incredibly intense, and there was only one way to deal with a look like that. Gong-ja quickly bowed his head respectfully and spoke. "I honestly feel that I'm still far too inadequate to stand before the public and make a statement like this." Hearing this, Evan blinked in confusion. "Pardon? Gong-ja immediately put his strategy from his past life into play. He just needed to turn things around on them, just like he did with the Flame Emperor. With that in mind, he bombarded the reporter with words. Let me repeat. I truly believe I am still too lacking to be standing here speaking in front of the public. He knew he had no experience or eloquence like the Black Dragon Master, but more than anyone else, he knew exactly how trashy a cheap interview could get. In his past life, under these exact same circumstances, Yu Suha, the Flame Emperor of that era, had arrogantly declared, I'm the genius who cleared the 20th floor. What would you bunch of losers even know about it? I worked so hard, I literally broke my bones, so everything I have today is completely deserved. Hey, you over there, if it wasn't for me, who else do you think is actually good enough to pull this off, huh? He showed no class, pointing his finger straight at Evan's face with a sneer. Who? Your daddy. That interview became infamously known as the "Is it your daddy?" incident. Immediately after that, the Black Dragon Master had to cut the press conference short because Yu Suha kept picking fights with the reporters. But he just spewed insults, trash-talking their parents, their wives, and even their kids. He didn't care at all how his actions affected others. He turned that day's interview into a one-man trash-talking show. But if Gong-ja did the exact opposite of those ugly actions, he would deliver the performance of a lifetime. Based on Yu Suha's arrogant claims, I'm a genius, which is why I was able to conquer the 20th floor. What do losers like you even know? Gong-ja seriously rephrased it. I am well aware that everyone is talking about me, but you are all overestimating me. Without the help of the Black Dragon Master and the Sword Saint, I could never have climbed to the 20th floor on my own. Next, Flame Emperor had basically said, I worked so hard that my bones literally broke, so everything I have today is fully deserved. Gong-ja smiled and put his own spin on it. To achieve our goal of 0 sacrifices, even if I, the Death King, have to work until my bones break, I won't mind it at all. But I don't think that can even be called a sacrifice. Clenching his fist, he passionately declared, as both a human being and a hunter, this is simply my duty. The original statement of deserving his current status became his springboard to deliver words that were full of confidence, yet incredibly humble. That's why I won't be asking for any special privileges. I am delegating all decisions regarding floors 11 through 19 to the guild masters. Continuing that thread, Flame Emperor's original words were, if not me, then who do you think is actually worthy of having all this? Gong-ja once again put it into his own words. The 20th floor is the green belt and the home of the tower's residents. Simply becoming the administrator of this floor is more than enough to satisfy me. Finally, where the Flame Emperor had capped things off with, who else? Your damn father? Gong-ja simply flashed a handsome smile and wrapped up his answer to Evan. That is my answer, reporter Evan. Do you have any other questions? Evan held the microphone with trembling hands as he sat down, replying, no, that's all. Thank you. This was the complete opposite of Yu Suha's racist attitude, where Flame Emperor would have barked, what the hell are you still doing here? If you're done, get lost, you American pig. Gong-ja instead spoke softly and politely. Thank you. If anyone else has a question, please feel free to ask. Hearing this, the other reporters immediately began pushing and shoving to get his attention. I'm from the Babylon Daily News. Please answer my question. Mr. Death King, I'm from the Tower Friends Daily. And I'm from Ditch 14. Seeing the reporters scrambling like this, Gong-ja couldn't help but smile, realizing his do-the-opposite strategy was a massive success. Everything was going exactly according to his textbook for dealing with the worst. Unlike Yu Suha, who had rejected all kinds of journalists, shouting, what? The Babylon Daily? You're just a tabloid for old folks. I'm never doing an interview with you trash. Because he was determined to walk the right path, he humbly reached out to the first reporter. Then, let's start with the question from the Babylon Daily. When there were only 5 minutes and 27 seconds left, Gong-ja spoke up, politely addressing the crowd. I'll have to end the interview here. The reporters refused to let him go, frantically calling his name, Death King. Please, just one more question. The Black Dragon Master gently took the microphone from him, raised a hand politely, and said, I know you're all very curious about this new hero, but unfortunately, we're running out of time for this press conference. The Black Dragon Master continued, after having dinner tonight, we will enter the tower to continue the conquest. We will never forget your warm cheers and deep support today. She spoke cheerfully to the attentive and warm crowd. Our goal this time remains to have 0 sacrifices, and we will do our absolute best to achieve it. Suddenly, a hand shot up, asking, Black Dragon Master, please answer one last question. What is the relationship between you and the Death King? Hearing this, The two of them suddenly froze for a few seconds. The Black Dragon Master glanced at him, flashed a playful, teasing smile, and said, As for our relationship, you could say, we are comrades closer than actual friends." Hearing this, the reporters immediately went into a frenzy. "A relationship beyond friendship?" Standing up from her seat alongside the Death King, she said calmly, "You can just call us comrades in arms. That's all. I hope you won't misunderstand or jump to conclusions." Showing off her elegant figure as she turned to leave, she brushed back her hair and said, "This concludes the press conference hosted by the Black Dragon. Once again, thank you all so much for your interest and support." Disappointed, the reporters reached out, calling after her, Black Dragon Master, please don't go. Can you tell us more about that statement?" Left with no other choice, they turned to Gong-ja and pelted him with questions. "Death King, how should we interpret that last statement?" At this moment, he realized something about the Black Dragon Master's personality. "You're lying. Did you really just drop a bombshell like that and walk away?" Hearing this, the Black Dragon Master turned back, smiled, and winked at him to reassure him. "I'm a girl who loves drama, you know. I've always been like this." Stirring up a little fire at the very end just leaves a much deeper impression on the public. Gong-ja now had a completely different view of the Black Dragon Master's personality, as expected of the guild master who practically runs the tower. Once they got backstage, the Black Dragon Master said. She let out a sigh of relief. A moment later, she happily walked over to shake hands with the Death King. Everything had ended flawlessly. She showered him with praise for his attitude. It was the perfect image of a key figure who remained completely humble. People might love heroes, but what they love most is a hero who is willing to bow down to them. Admiring him, she continued, "Even though you bowed, you didn't look cheap or pathetic at all. It was a beautiful balance. I had no idea you were such a smooth talker. Did it really take you this long to finally get a chance to show off your skills?" Hearing this, Gong-ja could only silently accept her shower of compliments, since those words were actually just something he made up based on what Baehu Young had said. The Black Dragon Master warmly offered, "If there's anything you want, just say the word. Money, fame, or even a lover if it exists in this tower. I will make sure to get it for you." Gong-ja shyly replied, "I don't really need anything, but..." Black Dragon Master, about that statement you made earlier, saying we are comrades beyond friendship. I was actually really surprised to hear you say that. The Black Dragon Master turned to look at him and casually replied, "Oh, that was nothing. I just threw in some tease to make the finale a bit more dramatic. Besides, to keep the public from digging into your private life, isn't it much safer to just have them focus on me instead?" Gong-ja's eyes widened in surprise as he nervously asked, "Is that so?" The Black Dragon Master comforted him. "Death King, don't worry too much. I've had years of experience dealing with public opinion," she continued. "In this field, you can trust me to handle everything for you." Meanwhile, everyone around them was already counting down the time for floor 21. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Hearing everyone shouting, he and the Black Dragon Master turned their attention to the clock. 4, 3, 2, 1. Right at that moment, a grand entity descended upon the world. A goddess clasped her hands, welcoming them respectfully. "Welcome, climbers of the tower. Congratulations on completing the Demon King's trial." The Sword Emperor materialized and warned, "Hey, Mr. Zombie, don't let your guard down." Gong-ja nodded silently, knowing this was definitely not the time to be swept up in a festive mood. From floor 21, the quests would be completely different. Just as the low-class prophet's certificate had stated, the goddess turned her gaze toward the Crimson Spiral Tower, raising her voice to say, "Originally, you could have just stopped at floor 1, which could have served as a sanctuary for those fleeing the world outside. You could have easily chosen to settle down instead of taking on these challenges, but you refused to do so, successfully breaking through to floors 10 and 20, and you have also declared your intent to reach the very top of the tower." Out of nowhere, the goddess raised her hand to the heavens, summoning the transfer portals. These massive gates instantly crashed down right on top of the Black Dragon Master and Gong-ja. The goddess continued to issue her warning, "And so, the tower will answer your will." But they weren't the only ones. Other hunters were dragged into the portals as well. What the hell? There was no warning about a transfer. Another player, who was just casually sipping his coffee, gasped in shock as a bright light enveloped him. "Wait, is this a forced teleportation?" The goddess clasped her hands, offering a prayer for the departing hunters. "O brave souls who have resolved to climb the tower, those who have received new names to become the tower's champions. From this moment on, only the chosen heroes shall carry this noble responsibility. With those final words, the goddess completed the transfer. Gong-ja and the others opened their eyes to find themselves in a bizarre library, enveloped in endless white. Suddenly, a cheerful voice echoed, "Come on in, champions!" A tiny figure quickly materialized right in front of them. "Your librarian has been waiting for you for so long." The librarian, a small being with brown hair, floated down from above to greet them all. "Welcome to the great library of all lives," the librarian announced cheerfully. "Oh, tower-climbing heroes, your librarian has been eagerly waiting for you. Life always begins and ends with encounters." Gong-ja listened intently to what the small being was saying. The meaning of life isn't just about who you meet, but how the anticipation adds flavor and color to your existence. A system notification or the librarian themselves popped up. "Welcome to the great library of all lives." The librarian warmly repeated, "Let me say it one more time. Welcome to the great library of all lives." To make matters worse, one half-asleep hunter mumbled, "Huh, what? What's going on? Where on earth are we?" Another hunter, who had been enjoying a bath, realized he was completely naked. He quickly covered himself up and squealed, "No, don't look." The tomboyish girl standing next to him groaned, "Oh, for goodness sake." The librarian giggled playfully and said, My, it seems your librarian didn't plan this out very well." With a quick snap of the librarian's fingers, a blank book cover materialized out of thin air to cover the naked man's body. The other exposed players also got their own book covers, saving them from total embarrassment. Still, Gong-ja sighed, feeling deeply uncomfortable. "This is incredibly awkward." The Black Dragon Master stepped forward with authority and demanded to know the librarian's identity. "Who are you? And where exactly is this place?" The librarian replied cheerfully, "My dear Black Dragon Master, I'm merely a humble, nameless nobody who runs a slightly massive library. To put it another way, I'm just a minor background character. You can pretty much treat me like I don't even exist." The Black Dragon Master definitely didn't buy that answer. Feeling deeply annoyed, she scanned the gargantuan, archive-like space and muttered to herself, "A slightly massive library?" Gong-ja spoke up, offering his own take. "From where I'm standing, this library might as well be an entire world of its own." Hearing this, the librarian flashed an intrigued smile. "Oh ho!" Floating right up to Gong-ja, the librarian began scanning him up and down. "So, you're the famous Death King." Fluttering around him and noticing his tense, guarded expression, the librarian waved a hand dismissively. "Oh, don't be so on guard. Your librarian is simply trying to show a little hospitality here." The librarian then glanced over at Viper and the others with a knowing look. "After all, it takes people like me to ensure that legends like you are remembered in history." Viper blinked in confusion, repeating, "Legends remembered in history?" The librarian instantly summoned a book titled Chronicles of the Egem Empire and said, "Yes, like this one right here." The librarian explained, "Reading happens to be one of my greatest hobbies, which is why absolutely none of the books in your librarian's collection are ordinary." Two of the librarian's favorite volumes, Chronicles of the Egem Empire and Tale of the Dungeon City, floated into view. The librarian proudly declared, "This place houses all the historical records and the very worlds created within the tower itself." Looking at the utterly bewildered faces of the hunters, the librarian chuckled, "I'm sure you're all wondering why, out of countless champions, only this specific group was summoned, right? The reason is simple. You are all individuals whose names are recorded on the character list of the outside world." The librarian announced grandly, in the middle of the massive archive, "Exactly 302 people have been summoned here, and every single one of you is a hero with your own unique alias." Hearing this, they looked around at one another, lost in their own thoughts. The Black Dragon Master spoke up in frustration. "Only hunters with aliases were summoned?" Then, she gasped in horror. "Wait, what about everyone else? Hold on, does this mean we're the only ones allowed to climb the tower now?" The librarian reached for the Egem Chronicles and pointed out, "But didn't just 3 of you successfully complete the mission to liberate the Egem Empire?" The librarian added, "With 300 of you, that's 100 times the force. Don't worry, your librarian has prepared quests that you'll be able to clear quite easily." The Black Dragon Master could only lower her head in deep thought, while Gong-ja calmly urged, "Librarian, shall we get this show on the road?" "Hey, head librarian, look, we're thrilled to meet you and all, but we are absolutely itching to climb this tower. The librarian acts totally shocked and gasps, "Oh, ho, is that so? Well then, I guess I'll just have to contain my absolute excitement. Besides, don't expect me to explain a single thing. Blabbering about trivial details is definitely not my style." Right after saying that, the librarian casts a spell, summoning a swarm of floating books that circle around him. Sifting through the books, he mutters to himself, completely torn, "Let's see, which masterpiece should I choose? This apocalypse is just too boring, and this world's destruction isn't much better. Ah, here we go." Grabbing one of the books and getting ready to open it, he drops a quick warning. "A little heads up for you guys." The next second, he flips the book wide open, warning the crowd, "This is just a little spice to keep life interesting, so don't lose your minds." Suddenly, blinding streaks of light burst out, completely engulfing the great library. Within seconds, their surroundings warp into a modern cityscape filled with towering skyscrapers. Out of nowhere, the librarian's voice echoes, "I am the head librarian of this great library, and like I said, none of the records here are your run-of-the-mill stories. In just a moment, we are raising the bar to a whole new level." At this point, all the players are suspended in midair. Actually, scratch that they're in a total free fall, making them squeal in sheer terror. The librarian goes on to explain, "The great library of all things houses countless records of different dimensions. Two prime examples are the chronicles of the Egym Empire and the City of Ruin. The Egym Chronicle represents the world you guys just conquered," he explains, "while the City of Ruin is actually your own world." Clutching both books to his chest, he continues, "Now, there are plenty of names for these books. Some call them epics, others call them chronicles. Some label them historical records, while others refer to them as sagas. But there's one specific name that I absolutely adore." The librarian's eyes slowly drift open, reflecting the ruined city before them. "An apocalypse," he declares. "If you look at it my way," he continues, "your climb up this tower is basically like a serialized web novel. You've barely wrapped up the prologue and are only just starting the main story." Although Gong-ja is listening intently, his eyes are fixed on the modern city below. Clearing his throat, the librarian delivers the punchline. "But hey, not every story gets a smooth transition to the next chapter." All of a sudden, a massive explosion resembling a nuclear bomb lights up the entire city, obliterating everything in its path. The players watch in absolute horror, their jaws dropping. But the librarian remains completely unfazed, calmly remarking, "You see, some apocalypses get axed mid-serialization. And this isn't the only world out there." Flipping open another book, he says with deep passion, "It opens up to countless other dimensions. Some are swallowed by fire, others submerged in water. Right on cue, he warps them into the crushing depths of a deep ocean, only to instantly flash them back to another apocalyptic wasteland. Who knows how many tragedies have unfolded." Still not satisfied with the demonstration, he snaps his fingers, teleporting them to a violently erupting volcano. Every single character inside these apocalypses was once breathing, just like all of you here, yet they never got a proper conclusion. There were absolutely no happy endings for them. Finally, he brings them to the final moments of this tragic world, a place completely buried in ash, ruin, and total destruction. Slamming the book shut to end the show, he says, "To put it in layman's terms, the series got cancelled. Or, as most people call it, total extinction." Once the book is closed, the players find themselves back in the great library, unable to stop themselves from gagging, retching, and coughing up a storm. Materializing nearby with his arms crossed, the Sword Emperor grumbles, "Ugh, that is seriously nauseating. For any normal person, that dizzying trip would be impossible to stomach." Floating back down to the ground, the librarian cheerfully says, "Oh, it's actually very simple." Gesturing toward 8 books he personally handpicked, he spreads his arms wide. "You guys get to choose one of these 8 apocalypses that met a tragic end." Gong-ja stares at the books, thinking to himself, "We have to choose one of 8 completely destroyed worlds?" Grinning from ear to ear, the librarian chuckles. "Now, this is exactly the kind of genre I live for." Gong-ja can't help but think, it might sound a bit twisted, but I actually want to see how these ruined worlds went down too. Pointing directly at him, the librarian explains, "Because next, you guys will actually dive into those 8 stories and save those doomed worlds from their tragic endings. So, your ultimate goal is to enter those 8 dimensions and stop their destruction from happening in the first place." Standing tall, the librarian declares, "And that is exactly the quest I expect you all to complete. Right on cue, a system prompt flashes from the tower. New quest. Recreate the world. Volume 1. Difficulty. Unknown. The objective spans across multiple worlds and countless tragedies. The head librarian and judge calls this the apocalyptic end times. Write the next chapters for these worlds that were destroyed, for the most absurd reasons. First step. Choose an apocalypse book to begin your quest. If you successfully save a world from its demise, you will be granted access to the 22nd floor. But if you fail, the 22nd floor will remain locked forever. While the head librarian was happily explaining this, the aftershocks from the recent warp hit, sending the hunters collapsing to the floor and throwing up everywhere. Visibly annoyed, the head librarian let out a sigh and said, "Now, seriously, everyone, make sure you clean up your own vomit. We're all civilized people here, aren't we? Everyone needs to do their part to keep the great library of all things clean." With that, the head librarian suddenly clapped his hands loudly. Instantly, bookmark maids leapt out from between the bookshelves, pouring tea, serving water, and sweeping the floor with brooms. Gong-ja watched in disbelief, stammering, "A bookmark?" Floating in midair, the head librarian explained, "Those are bookmark maids. They will assist you until you conquer the 30th floor." Spotting a bookmark maid bringing her tea, the Black Dragon Witch backed away in fear, muttering, "Aren't those things monsters?" The head librarian simply offered a bright smile and replied, "You could say that." Gliding over to touch the various bookshelves in the library, the head librarian gave a warning. "Now, while you're staying here, there are a few rules you must follow. First, do not touch any of the books without my permission. Every single book here was collected through my own blood, sweat, and tears. They are the only apocalypses of their kind in the entire universe." Suddenly, a voice cut him off, yelling, "Cut the crap!" A cocky black hunter, hand gripping the hilt of his sword, spat at the head librarian. "What a joke. Aren't you just a boss monster yourself?" He then turned to rally the others. "Hey, everyone, grab your weapons. If we kill this guy, we can clear this stage and head straight to the 30th floor." Like looking at stray cats in the rain, the head librarian flashed a sinister smirk. But that hunter still had the nerve to point right at Gong-ja, declaring loudly, "The Death King cleared the 20th floor all on his own. We can definitely take down this kid too." Envious, hungry glares instantly locked onto him, but Gong-ja was so used to this kind of attention that it didn't even faze him. The hunter continued his passionate speech, yelling, "If we band together, there is absolutely nothing we can't do. Am I right, everyone?" Turning toward the 5 great guilds, he waved his hand dismissively and said, "As for you guys from the 5 great guilds, back off. I'm sick and tired of you guys monopolizing the raids ever since the 11th floor. Who do you think you are? You think you're some kind of heroes?" Furious, the Black Dragon Witch snapped back at him, "What the hell are you even talking about right now?" Gong-ja quickly reached out to stop her, whispering, "Let it go." But the Black Dragon Witch gritted her teeth in frustration. "No way. I am not letting someone like him walk all over us." But in the next second, Gong-ja leaned in to clarify, "This entire thing is being broadcast live right now." What? Only then did she finally freeze. To be precise, viewers across South Korea were eagerly watching the live feed. In his past life, before his regression, Gong-ja had been just another face in the crowd, watching the raid on the 30th floor on a screen. With that memory in mind, he looked at the Black Dragon Witch and said, "They broadcast the raid live on the screens in the Grand Plaza. Like the constellations said, we're basically just characters in a story." He continued firmly, "And where there are characters, there are bound to be readers watching their every move. If we make ourselves look bad now, we'll never live it down." The Black Dragon Witch finally caught on to his point. "Right. The most important thing right now is figuring out how to clear this floor." "Exactly," Gong-ja thought confidently. "We're already inside the stories of the great library of all things." Suddenly, a notification from the tower popped up to welcome him. It was rewarding him for clearing the 20th floor. Reading the message, Gong-ja smirked to himself. A moment later, the main reward was bestowed upon him, the blessing of the beauty god. Now, he could view the favorability of any character from the 21st to the 30th floor. On top of that, he unlocked a hidden reward, the blessing of the serpent god. This allowed him to peer directly into the minds of characters from the 21st to the 30th floor. Thrilled by his new cheat codes, his inner thoughts nearly spilled out. "Incredible. These are exactly the skills I need right now." Dying to test them out, he turned his gaze toward the Black Dragon Witch. With a casual wave of his hand, he muttered under his breath, Character status, window. Her profile immediately popped into view, loaded with details. Favorite genre, romance. Disliked genre, history. And for her favorite character types, Prince Charming, younger men, fierce wolves, and naive, clueless guys. Disliked character types, psychopaths, military men, politicians, and weak, useless female leads. Favorite plotlines, revenge, and sacrificing oneself for the greater good. Disliked plotlines, amnesia, betrayal, and indecisive female protagonists. But what truly shocked him was that her current inner thoughts were fully visible to him. If I end up stranded in Babylon and forced to play the role of noble characters, clearing the stage will only be a secondary goal. If that's the case, the smartest move would be. Sensing someone staring intensely at her, the Black Dragon Witch suddenly whipped her head around to look at Gong-ja, only to see him staring back with a look of utter bewilderment and shock. Confused, she asked him, "What's wrong with you? Is something going on?" Startled, Gong-ja stammered in reply, "Oh, no, nothing's wrong." Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor was laughing his head off at him. Luckily, Black Dragon didn't notice and just said softly, "That's good then. If anything comes up, make sure to let me know, okay?" As soon as she walked away, Gong-ja turned his gaze to glare at the loud-mouthed Sword Emperor. He burst out laughing and mocked him. "Look at the prince on a white horse. Ha ha ha. A zombie prince, seriously? Should I find a horse for you to ride? And maybe a crown too. I wonder if our brave warrior can finally become a real prince then?" Ha ha ha. Annoyed by the teasing, Gong-ja decided to get even by pulling up the old man's character information window. A flood of details about him suddenly popped up. For instance, his favorite genre was martial arts, and his least favorite was literally everything except martial arts. His favorite character types were macho guys, his rival, and his mother. On the other hand, his least favorite were weaklings and pushovers. His preferred plot lines were victory and satisfying fast-paced action, while his most hated ones were defeat and frustratingly slow development. And finally, there was the Sword Emperor's inner thoughts. Wait, don't tell me even I can't clear this stage? Gong-ja's intense, unblinking stare immediately freaked the old man out, because the Sword Emperor knew for a fact that Gong-ja had just peeked at his character window. Gong-ja raised his chin with a deadpan face and thought, "Mother, huh?" His blank expression only made the old man more certain that his private profile had been read. Instantly, he started throwing a tantrum, throwing useless ghost punches at him. "I'm going to kill you. Close that status window right now, and wipe whatever you just read from your memory this instant. I swear I'll murder you. Or at the very least, I'm cutting ties with you forever. Damn it." Ignoring his threats completely, Gong-ja smiled and replied, Sure, but from now until the 30th floor, you'd better keep your mouth shut. If you get on my nerves, I might just open your character window again." Seething with rage, the Sword Emperor growled, "You little brat, just you wait." Meanwhile, the other hunters had banded together, shouting in unison, "That's right. You guys aren't wrong. With this many of us, this is definitely the final showdown." But suddenly, a cold voice cut through their excitement. "You naive little kids have no idea what you're dealing with." It was the Sword Saint, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. With his eyes closed, he criticized their reckless attitude. "Have you all forgotten what happened just moments ago? He warned us that he would show us ruined worlds if we persisted. He is fully capable of throwing us straight into those dead worlds. And yet, you still want to pick a fight with him? That is beyond foolish." He then delivered the harsh truth. Doing that is nothing short of suicide. Hearing his words, their confidence quickly crumbled, and they slowly began lowering their weapons. But their dark-skinned leader suddenly spun around and yelled, "Hey, don't be cowards. The Death King cleared floors 10 through 20 all by himself. Climbing this tower isn't actually that scary. Those major guilds are nothing but a bunch of frauds. If anyone here just wants to kiss the asses of those 5 major guilds forever, then get the hell out." Growing bored of their pointless bickering, the librarian spoke up, gently prompting them, "Have we reached an agreement yet?" The leader immediately snapped at the librarian, cursing, "Shut it! That monster boss can crush a weakling like you in the blink of an eye." Hearing those insulting words, the librarian sighed in disappointment, opened the book, and said, "I'm sorry, but such cliched tropes really aren't to my liking. Shall we bring this to a swift end?" The moment the librarian swung the book open, a massive magic circle materialized, summoning a mass of slimy black tentacles. Before they could even react, the tentacles wrapped tightly around them. They could only thrash around and scream in sheer panic. "What the hell is this?" Once all the rebels were captured, The tentacles retracted back into the pages. The librarian explained with a pleasant smile. According to this apocalypse, all of humanity has perished, leaving behind only a single surviving mage. Driven mad by his tragic fate, that mage practically turned into a monster. He is quite a tragic protagonist, and actually happens to be my 9th favorite character. Suddenly, the book slipped from the librarian's grasp, floating in the air as it began to shake violently. His special ability is sealing magic, the librarian continued. My relationship with him is somewhat like a landlord and a tenant. Floating gracefully in the air, the librarian added, I occasionally toss him some raw materials, and in return, he gladly takes care of certain tasks for me, such as these bookmark maids summoned from the magic circle. The bookmark maids stood there with hollow, lifeless expressions, moving like programmed machines that only knew how to obey. The sight sent shivers down the spines of the remaining hunters. The librarian then helpfully added, by the way, this mage's hobby is tormenting the servants inside his own written work. Moving on command, the soulless maids picked up feather dusters and began carrying tea trays to serve the guests. The librarian sighed, but I suppose it's only natural. Being the sole survivor in a ruined world is bound to leave anyone completely broken. Watching the helpless hunters get dragged away, Black Dragon stood frozen in absolute horror. The librarian, still cheerful as ever, clapped their hands. Well, that concludes the introduction for this book. Crossing their legs with an imposing aura, the librarian smirked deviously. Now, are you all ready to become? Where is our main character? Just a few seconds later, we see the other hunters sitting around a massive bookshelf filled with all kinds of different genres. It looked like everyone was still absolutely terrified by what had just happened, too scared to even make a move. That's when Crusader finally spoke up to break the awkward silence. Haha, we just started and already about 50 people have been eliminated. This definitely won't be an easy fight. At this point, the other hunters were in no mood to chat. They all buried their faces in their knees, completely paralyzed by endless fear. Yet Crusader still kept trying to justify the situation. But because of those sacrifices, we have to give this battle everything we've got. Honestly, we are already extremely lucky. I actually thought at least 100 people would die. Fortunately, the number stopped at only 50. As a servant served some tea, Crusader turned to invite the others. Aren't you guys having any? This stuff is actually delicious. Frustrated, Gong-ja sighed and said, Hey Crusader, Inquisitor, can you please keep it down? The more you talk, the more you confuse us. Crusader cheerfully replied, Oh, that would be a problem. I'll shut up right now. As the current rank 3, Gong-ja stood up, took a deep breath, and spoke confidently. I'm sure everyone understands the situation by now. We shouldn't mess with that chief librarian. Right now, we need to focus on completing the quest he gave us. As a hunter with the 3rd most influential voice here, he had to get used to having everyone's eyes on him. With his confidence boosted, he stood up to guide them. Completing this quest isn't impossible. He then commanded, Everyone, please open your quest screens. Right away, the hunters obeyed and pulled up their quest windows. The quest this time was simple. Choose any book you want. If you succeed in saving the world, you will be granted access to the 22nd floor. However, if you fail, the 22nd floor will not be unlocked. After reading it, Gong-ja grasped the main point and explained to everyone, in this quest window, the most important part is the very last line. Does everyone understand what this means? He continued to explain his perspective. The rewards will differ depending on which world we save. This means if we save a world filled with diamonds, then that place will become our 22nd floor. Suddenly, someone interrupted. That's just your theory. What if that world only has water and food? Black Dragon quickly caught on to his idea, self-sufficiency. That would help us solve the food crisis in the outside world. Gong-ja looked at the books and replied, Exactly. Gong-ja grabbed a revelation book and confidently opened it to read. Suddenly, Viper jumped up to warn him. Death King, be careful. Seeing that the revelation book didn't glow at all, Viper asked in surprise. Nothing happened? The librarian smirked down at them and said, Of course, unless I activate my power, these revelation books are just ordinary books. Just holding them won't trigger any dangerous forbidden magic. Hearing this, Gong-ja felt relieved, closed the revelation book, put it back on the shelf, and asked, Does everyone get it now? Gong-ja loudly encouraged everyone, Everyone, read the books here. We need to choose the most beneficial ones that we can easily clear. The quest for the 20th floor is all about the worlds inside these revelation books. The system displayed details for the Stormwind Academy story, a fantasy romance genre, difficulty rank D, player limit of 4 to 5 people, and currently on hiatus. Description: Stormwind is a magic academy with a rich history, focusing on war, friendship, love, and jealousy. Right beneath the academy she attends is the Seal of Alberic. Reason for destruction: the Lady of the Golden Silk stole the fiancé of the villainess, who was the crown prince. The villainess, currently on her second regression, was so consumed by rage that she broke Alberic's seal, leading to the world's destruction. At this moment, Gong-ja held the book about the Stormwind Academy story in his hands. The story went something like this, and then the book suddenly glowed. Next, images and the content of the story began to appear. The boy knelt down and said to the female student, "Oh Sylvia, you are my other half." The student took his hand and replied, "And you are the one I have been looking for." And from behind, a powerful burst of light enveloped the entire school. The headline on the next page read, "A demon! A demon has appeared. Talk about bad luck." The narrator's voice added, and just like that, the world was destroyed. The end. A romance novel was getting good, only to end like this. Gong-ja picked up the book and said loudly, "No matter who the reader is, they're going to be furious. Each book has a different plot and difficulty level." He kept thinking, "So we should read and pick the book that's easiest for us to clear." As he said that, some of the people around him looked at him with interest, while others didn't seem to care at all. Sword Saint walked over and told him, "You idiot, talking all polite like that won't get anyone to listen. Don't you know hunters are the type who never listen to anyone? What do others say? There are about 250 hunters standing right in front of you. You have to speak with absolute authority if you want them to even consider listening to you. Every time you level up, you hear the system say, 'Your existence has become one level clearer.' Do you know what that actually means? It means your self-esteem is growing stronger and stronger." Looking at the people over there who were yawning and looking completely bored, Gong-ja asked the sword spirit, "Is that so?" He said that higher-level hunters naturally have stronger pride and hate listening to others. Gong-ja placed his hand on his throat and cleared his throat to adjust his voice. Gong-ja gathered his energy and projected his voice, shouting, "Listen up, everyone! With hundreds of these apocalypse books, how the hell am I supposed to read them all on my own?" After that, he ordered them to divide into groups. Those of you who have actually read books before, move to the left. And those who can't even tell the difference between history and fiction, get over to the right. Hurry up. The book reading group must also divide into smaller subgroups based on their favorite genres. Just like that, everyone scrambled to find the genre they knew best. Whispers echoed around them. "Does no one like history? Why are there so many people here?" Gong-ja slammed his hand on the table and continued, "All right, now let's get to reading. Now, I'll categorize the apocalypse books by genre. Every group should divide the books among themselves and start reading. Also, for the books you've read, you must judge for yourself whether it's a hit or a flop." Suddenly, the Inquisitor raised his hand, saluted, and asked Gong-ja, "Death King, what exactly is a flop?" He snorted and said, "Take this book, for example. This is what you call a flop." The system then displayed the book's info: Survive the Volcano. Genre, Romance and Survival. Difficulty, D class. Player limit, 2 people. Current status, discontinued. Synopsis. This world was destroyed by a nuclear war, but the resilience of humanity is truly astonishing. Despite being caught in a nuclear war, the main character and his lover survived. After overcoming all adversities and hardships, they became the Adam and Eve of the new generation. Reading this, the Inquisitor said, "The new Adam and Eve? That's so romantic." But then, the system flashed. Reason for destruction. The couple went to their promised land. Unfortunately, that place turned out to be an active volcano, and thus, humanity perished. Gong-ja continued, "Saving this world is completely useless since it already went through a nuclear war. The world we save will become the 22nd floor. What would we even do with a land contaminated by radiation?" That's when the Inquisitor realized and said, "Ah, that makes sense. Remembering Su-ha," he said. "Besides, the Flame Emperor has already conquered the volcano zone and the lava lands on the 29th floor. Since he's immune to fire, if we can defeat him, we can grab all 8 treasures inside the tower that others wouldn't even dare dream of. Keep that in mind." Then, Gong-ja gathered the books back up and said, "Is that clear to everyone? Pay attention to the main character's personality and the flow of the story. We need to read and figure out what benefits we'll get from saving these worlds. While speaking, Gong-ja suddenly stopped, looking ahead in surprise. He looked toward the Black Dragon Master and said, excuse me, but this is the mystery group." The Black Dragon Master calmly replied, "I know." Gong-ja was left completely bewildered. "Didn't her character profile earlier say she's a huge fan of romance novels?" he asked the Black Dragon Master. "Do you like mysteries?" She answered immediately, "Of course." Sipping her tea, the Black Dragon Master said, "I am an intellectual woman, after all." Seeing her react like that, he thought, does she not want others to know she's secretly obsessed with romance? Looking over at the romance section, Gong-ja thought, come to think of it, there are barely any hunters over there. On the other hand, the martial arts section is packed with male hunters. Are these guys really lying to themselves, even in a situation like this? The sword spirit whispered to Gong-ja, "I told you, the higher the hunter's rank, the bigger their pride. You saw those 50 suicidal maniacs earlier, didn't you? They're all completely out of their minds." Gong-ja walked over to the Black Dragon Master and said, "Even if that's the case." Confused, she asked Gong-ja, "What are you talking about?" Gong-ja said awkwardly, "Black Dragon Master, in my eyes, you are a highly romantic person. I'm honestly surprised you didn't join that group." The Black Dragon Master glanced at Gong-ja and asked, "Is that so? Do I really look like someone who belongs in the romance section?" Gong-ja replied, "Yes, so much so that seeing you in another group feels like a complete waste." Hearing him say that, the Black Dragon Master closed her eyes and sighed. She turned to leave, saying, "Well, since the Death King puts it that way, I have no choice. I've never read romance books before, but this might be a good chance to challenge myself." The Inquisitor turned back to Gong-ja with a grin and said, "Death King, you're incredible. The Black Dragon Master is definitely not the type to just follow orders." Suddenly, Gong-ja's face turned serious. He looked at the Inquisitor and asked, "Inquisitor, do you actually like mystery novels?" He replied, "Of course. I know Sherlock Holmes, and even Dr. Watson." Gong-ja thought to himself. The system displays the Heretic Inquisitor's character sheet. His favorite genres are fairy tales and mythology. His disliked genres, none. Favorite characters, humans. Disliked characters, none. His favorite plot, as many people being happy as possible. Disliked plot, none. The Heretic Inquisitor says, "I know Sherlock Holmes. And I know Dr. Watson too." Seeing that information, Gong-ja thinks to himself in disgust. This lunatic is exactly the same on the inside as he is on the outside. The Heretic Inquisitor looks at Gong-ja in confusion and asks, "Is something wrong, Death King?" He pulls out a pen, writes on the Heretic Inquisitor's hand, and says, "From now on, you belong to the fairy tale division. You're the only one in this division, Heretic Inquisitor. You have to review all the books in this category." The Heretic Inquisitor says excitedly, "That's such a heavy responsibility. Don't worry, I'll review every single one of them." After dealing with the Heretic Inquisitor, he smirks and thinks, even though out of the 100 apocalypse books, not a single one will be a fairy tale. What kind of fairy tale ends with the destruction of the world, anyway? Gong-ja places his hand on his forehead and sighs in relief. Looking at the crowd in front of him, he mutters, "How can 111 out of 250 people hide their true hobbies like this? Just like you said, they're all the exact same kind of crazy." Just like that, he inspects them one by one, until he finally reaches the very last person. He tells the system, "Display character sheet." The system displays the remaining person's info. Favorite genres: overpowered in another world, ruin, harem. Dislike genres: politics and crime. Favorite characters: older sisters, younger sisters, married women, pure, cold, cross-dressing males. But dislikes: mafia, thugs, and blonde-haired punks. Favorite plot: I was summoned to this world because I carry the blood of the strongest dragon on earth, and I'll show everyone what it truly means to be peerless. My younger sister ended up becoming the creator god for my sake, but I'm just an ordinary high school student who wants to live a completely average life. Hashtags: peerless, harem, I had no choice but to show my power, and disliked genre, hashtag NTR. Looking at this guy's information, Gong-ja freezes in utter disbelief. So it turns out this guy is the 6th ranker of the tower, Viper, the master of the Shinmu sect. Along with the inner thoughts of the Shinmu sect master showing up on the system. Damn it, what the hell is the #1 sect? And what the crap is martial arts anyway? Every time I read one, it's always filled with useless trash. Watching the sect master intensely reading a martial arts novel, he thinks helplessly. The system even showed his inner thoughts. He really has zero consideration for readers. He suddenly turns and snaps at Gong-ja. What are you staring at? People are trying to read here. You're filthy. Seeing the book in his hand, he thinks, so this is the Emperor of Novella's book. Gong-ja says to the sect master, it's nothing. Please carry on. Black Dragon grumbles to Gong-ja. My eyes are completely bloodshot. Death King. While rubbing her eyes, Black Dragon says, I just can't comprehend what goes on in that constellation's head. Munching on his food, he asks in confusion, huh? Black Dragon glances at Gong-ja and says, she's talking about this apocalypse book. Every single climax is completely cut off. Right when the female lead is about to confess to the male lead, a meteor strikes. And right when they are about to kiss, aliens suddenly invade. The worst part is, everything is absolutely brilliant until it gets dropped out of nowhere. Do you have any idea how it feels to have food right at your lips only for it to fall? Gong-ja yells. You don't need to describe it to me. I'm trying to eat here. Black Dragon looks at Gong-ja with a smirk and says, my bad, Death King. I just couldn't bottle up my frustration. Seeing how bad things are getting, Gong-ja yells, we're on a live broadcast right now. Fine, Black Dragon sniffs, glaring at Gong-ja through her tears. He sighs helplessly at the sight. Suddenly, Black Dragon appears right beside Gong-ja, leaning in close to his ear as if she has something to say. The sudden closeness catches him so off guard that the pastry Gong-ja is holding slips from his hand and drops to the floor. The librarian chuckles and says, so you all finally understand my pain, don't you? With 638 apocalypse books, each and every one of them is incredibly special and possesses such massive impact that no reader could ever resist the books from my great library. But the more engrossed you get, the more miserable you'll become, because every single one of these cursed books has an ending like stepping in dog poop. Irritated, Black Dragon turns to him and snaps. Are you telling me you made us read these books on purpose? Do you want us to suffer the same misery as the characters in these stories? He spreads his arms wide and says, well, you're not exactly wrong to think that. It looks like you've all plunged into the hell of permanently dropped stories. Now, drown in endless despair, just like I have all this time. Among the hunters who are reading, one of them gasps, he made us read discontinued works on purpose? Another snaps, he's a literal demon. He deserves to be sliced to pieces. Just then, someone raises their hand and calls out to Gong-ja, making him turn around in surprise. It's the alchemist. He asks her, did you get a title too? She replies, yeah, as you can see, though Master Alchemist doesn't sound very cool. Hearing her say that, he gets lost in thought. Has the alchemist already received her title? Gong-ja then said to her, you are seriously amazing, getting an alias in such a short time. She humbly replied, no, that's not it. I'm not that great at all. She continued, a few days ago, I suddenly heard a voice telling me that the world needs the medicine I'm making. Please help us, it said, and then I was granted an alias. Honestly, I don't even know what happened. Gong-ja thought in surprise. Wait, is it the medicine she made for me? Does that mean I'm the reason she ended up here? She said to Gong-ja, I'm not the amazing one, you are, Death King. You've already climbed into the top 3. It's truly an honor to know someone like you. Scratching his head, Gong-ja said, aw, it's nothing. I just got lucky. She gave him a warm smile and said, if you ever need anything, just let me know. I'll do everything I can to help. After gathering all the books, everyone reported back to Gong-ja. The wuxia team had finished reading. The romance team was also done. The mystery team had finished all their books, and the sci-fi team was complete as well. He then told them, all right, each team should nominate a few works. Crusader happily held up a book and said, as for the fairy tale team, I'd like to nominate this book, mostly because there isn't any other choice. Seeing this, Gong-ja thought, is this a fairy tale book? The system then popped up with the book's details. It was titled Me and Our Sacrifice, genre, fairy tale, difficulty, rank A, player limit, more than 2 people, current status, suspended. Synopsis. In this world, humanity has created a virtual space powered by a unique energy source. The screams of innocent children subjected to brutal torture and life-extending procedures. A single child can scream for up to 5 years. Sacrificing one person for the happiness of 17 million people is deemed a worthy trade. Cause of ruin. 118,000 years after the invention of this virtual space, children grew fewer and fewer, the virtual energy dwindled, and the world collapsed into ruin. After reading the information, he thought, the difficulty of this apocalypse book doesn't match the rewards at all. I need to hear more. Sword Saint also picked up a book and said, the martial arts team would like to nominate this work. The system displayed the information for Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon genre. Fusion Murim. Difficulty, rank B, player limit, 2 to 4 people, current status, suspended. Synopsis. This is a world that venerates martial arts, where they are put to the ultimate test. In this place, the heavenly demon emerged and threw the Murim into chaos, founding the demonic cult. To counter the demonic cult, various factions united, but suddenly, a devastating plague broke out. Cause of ruin. An unidentified plague wiped out the heavenly demon, destroyed the demonic cult, and left no other factions alive. Sword Saint explained, the reason I'm nominating Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon is simple. In this world, the heavenly demon is a legendary figure. Martial arts actually exist out there in the Murim, and the demonic cult is a massive power. They possess incredible skills and secret martial arts techniques. If we succeed in saving this world, we will gain a library of the world's greatest skills. For hunters like us, this is a massive win. Hearing this, the other hunters laughed excitedly and exclaimed, we're going to get brand new skills. Gong-ja whispered to the Sword Emperor. If it's a Murim world, the masters there must have skills that are at least rank A. The Sword Emperor asked in confusion, why on earth would they think that? He whispered back, actually, that's a world I want to challenge, but with my current strength, it might be a bit too tough. Suddenly, a system message popped up. Shiny is sensing a signal. Gong-ja touched the glowing sword and wondered, a signal? The system updated. Shiny's sibling is nearby. He thought in surprise. A sibling to this sword? Gong-ja stared intently at the book in the Sword Saint's hand. Staring at the book, the system alert flashed again. Shiny can sense her sibling's presence inside the book held by the Sword Saint. Heading into the restroom, Gong-ja said, all right. Glancing at the Sword Emperor, he continued. Before we head to the Murim world, let's start by dying once. The Holy Sword asked. Gong-ja, what do you mean by dying? The system message appeared. Shiny does not understand your intentions. Gong-ja explained to them, Lafanta Agim was the first emperor of the empire, and the one who turned the goddess of protection into Shiny. The system chimed in. Shiny is criticizing the person who named her Shiny. He said, even though I don't know what kind of guy he is, one thing is for sure, he can travel between worlds. Shiny was originally from the Agim Empire, yet there's another sword in the Murim world. That means he has the power of world travel. Maybe he's just like me. My opponent is someone capable of building an empire, and strong enough to shatter constellations. A guy like that wouldn't leave a sword in the Murim world without a purpose, and it's not like I'm completely invincible. With that, Gong-ja thought, honestly, lately, I've been feeling a lot more tense than before. It's that feeling that if I mess up even a little bit, confidence can turn into arrogance in the blink of an eye. That is a thought that has been constantly running through my head, especially since I climbed all the way to rank 3 on the leaderboard. And it did not help that the rumors of me taking down the Demon King all by myself were spreading like wildfire throughout the city. I could even boss around titled hunters now. But looking back, I think that was my biggest mistake. I completely let my guard down. If I keep going down this path, I will end up dead, just like the former rank 1. I need to find out exactly what kind of monster is hiding inside the Heavenly Demon's record. Because up until now, there has been almost zero information about that figure from the apocalypse. The sword spirit chimed in. Sounds like a plan, but what exactly are we supposed to prepare for? How are we even going to dig up info on him? Gong-ja picked up the sword and replied, you have got it all wrong. This sword right here is actually a guardian goddess. Even though she has been shattered into 5 pieces, she is still technically a constellation, and that is the key here. So, if I stab myself with this sword, would that count as suicide or murder? Confused, the sword spirit blurted out, huh? What? Gong-ja pressed the tip of the blade against his own neck and grinned. It is a 50-50 shot, definitely worth a try. The sword instantly shuddered in shock. A system prompt popped up. Shiny begs the warrior to reconsider. But Gong-ja just asked, why should I? The system replied, Shiny is deeply embarrassed about her past being revealed. Please respect Shiny's privacy. He chuckled and said, privacy? Since when did we care about that? I have literally shared my entire 24-hour daily life with you. It is only fair you do the same. The prompt repeated, Shiny begs the warrior not to do this. But he just ignored it and slit his own throat. The system chimed, You have met the skill copying conditions through your death. However, the guardian goddess's skill is currently sealed. You cannot copy any skills. Furthermore, because your current rank is only D rank, you will be penalized for trying to bypass the system. Penalty level, medium, destination, hungry ghost realm. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed. It seems you have finally completed your long journey. I always knew you could do it, Lord Hero. The hero, sitting grandly on his throne, simply muttered, yeah. Looking at him, Gong-ja thought to himself, is that really Lafanta Agam? The person kneeling below continued. It feels like just yesterday I was completely lost after being suddenly summoned by you. And yet, here we are. You have successfully united the entire continent and become its emperor. The sword spirit gasped. What in the world is going on here? Isn't that white-haired bastard the constellation killer? Hearing the sword spirit's outburst, Gong-ja quickly asked, wait, you two know each other? And what the hell is a constellation killer? The sword spirit spat. That is his notorious title. He is a complete maniac who goes around hunting down constellations just to pick fights with them. You see, the tower and the other worlds are deeply interconnected. From the 50th floor onward, you will be competing against hunters from all sorts of absolute worlds. Every now and then, constellations will manifest on those floors. And that constellation killer is the psycho who slaughters them on the 50th floor. Gong-ja turned to the sword spirit and asked, so, Lafanta Agam is a hunter too? Exactly, he replied. No matter which world you are in, there is always going to be a psycho like him. Man, being here really brings back some old memories. Intrigued, Gong-ja asked, so, what exactly is the history between you two? In the vision, the girl placed her hand over her heart and spoke to Agam. It is honestly mind-boggling to think you started off as just an ordinary human. The sword spirit whispered to Gong-ja, let us just say we have had our share of life or death battles. He is tough, sure, but he has got nothing on me. The girl continued, but now, you have grown far stronger than me. Tell me, Lord Hero, do you have any plans for the future? There are no gods or demons left who would dare stand in your way. Your long journey has finally. Suddenly, Agam cut her off, standing up abruptly. There are no gods or demons in this world. This world does not belong to the constellations. It belongs to humanity. Overwhelmed with confusion, the girl stammered, Lord Hero, why are you saying this? Agam reached his hand out. Come here. Under the sheer force of his grip, the girl's form began to fracture like shattered glass. Agam looked at her and said, I will not kill you, but I will shatter and seal you away. It is the only way to ensure you never regain your power. With a quiet sigh, Agam apologized. Forgive me, but this is the path I must walk. The system flashed. Trauma reenactment complete. Target's ego successfully maintained. The penalty has ended. Instantly, the illusion dissolved, and they were back in reality. Gong-ja rubbed his temples. Even after watching all of that, I am still completely lost. He then turned to Shiny and asked, so, why exactly did your master seal you away like that? Shiny sadly admitted that she did not know either, her voice filled with sorrow. As far as she could remember, Lafanta Agam had always been a quiet, righteous hero. She had absolutely no idea why she was sealed, nor did she understand why he suddenly built a massive empire all by himself, only to abandon it and disappear. The sword spirit waved his hand dismissively. I told you guys, the higher a hunter's rank, the crazier they get. Do not even bother trying to understand them. You will lose your own mind just listening to their stories. Just focus on getting as strong as I am, and then you can easily crush that constellation killer or whatever he is called. Gong-ja slowly stood up and sighed. Well, whatever. At least now we know what he looks like. I'd say that was quite a harvest. It looks like the killer star showed immediate hostility the very second he laid eyes on me. Maybe the constellation he sealed was the one that brought me there? Once we returned to the 21st floor, the hunters had finished reading all of the books of Revelation. They had also decided on the 22nd floor. Since the Sword Saint's reasoning made perfect sense, they ended up choosing the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. The constellation librarian asked, so your first genre choice is Murim? He said it wasn't a bad choice at all, but he warned that the world inside wouldn't be exactly like the Murim they knew. It only shares the elements of martial arts and the martial world. Depending on how you lead the story, you might even stumble upon some miraculous encounters. Inside, there are legendary martial arts manuals worth their weight in gold. The skills you acquire will depend on each individual's abilities and performance. However, risks are unavoidable in any scenario. Powerful figures will appear to challenge you based on your own strength. And yes, dying inside the Book of Revelation means actual death. You won't be able to escape this place until you reach the ending. The participant limit for Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon is 2 to 4 players. Now, who wants to volunteer to be the main characters of this story? Once he finished speaking, everyone's eyes locked onto Gong-ja. Seeing this, he confidently declared, "I'm going in." The Sword Saint piped up, "Of course, we can't leave out the one who recommended this book. Count me in as well." Gong-ja smirked and thought, "Looks like this hardcore Miram fan is totally fired up." The librarian said excitedly, "Wonderful. We have the minimum number of players now. You can choose up to 2 more companions." The Sword Saint said grandly, "Actually, there is another reason why I recommended this particular book. Look at the cause of its destruction. An unknown epidemic wiped out the heavenly demon and completely decimated the demonic cult. No other factions could survive either." He pointed out that this was the very last line in the book's synopsis. The heavenly demon died suddenly from an illness, and everyone else followed shortly after. As you can see, the cause of destruction in this world is a plague. Therefore, what this world needs most is someone who can cure diseases. And speaking of healers, I happen to know just the person. He then pointed straight at the Medicine King. "How about this old man?" The Sword Emperor shouted in realization, "Oh, that old geezer. He is the apothecary whose shop old Marcus always visits." The Sword Saint continued, "When it comes to combat, the Death King can cover any shortcomings, while the healing will be handled by the Medicine King here. So, this book only needs 3 of us." Suddenly, he paused and asked, "Death King, do you have something to say?" Raising his hand towards someone, he smiled and said, "Ah yes, I'd like to bring someone along as well." The apothecary pointed at herself in disbelief and asked, "Are you talking about me?" Gong-ja smiled and nodded. "That's right," the apothecary said. "Death King, I only got my alias less than 1 week ago. I'm way too weak. Bringing me along won't help at all." Gong-ja grabbed her hands and said, "Out of all the alchemists I know, you are by far the best." She asked in surprise, "You mean?" Before she could finish, he smiled and cut in. "Besides, you said it yourself earlier." Recalling her exact words from before, "Death King, if you ever need help, just let me know." He thought to himself, "You did say you'd help me whenever I needed it." Gong-ja offered a warm, squinty-eyed smile and asked, "You weren't lying, were you?" After saying that, he thought to himself, "A favor for a favor, right?" Leaving her blushing with embarrassment, he said, "Lady Alchemist." The onlookers stared at him and the apothecary, whispering, "Wait, what? So that makes 4? But who on earth is that girl?" The Sword Saint said, "I think I've seen this young lady before. In that case, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. This girl and the Death King will definitely help break the ice." Hiding behind him, the apothecary mumbled, "Is that really true?" Suddenly, the Sword Saint called out to Gong-ja, "But Death King, the place we are heading to is incredibly dangerous. Just as the Book of Revelation stated, dying in there means dying in the real world." Gong-ja smiled and replied to him, "Yes, and she is the best apothecary I've ever known." The Sword Emperor glanced over at the Medicine King and remarked, "Sure, she can brew some medicine, but calling her the best? Having this girl tag along is definitely going to rub that old geezer the wrong way." The Sword Saint stroked his chin in thought and asked, "This little girl is the best apothecary, you know?" Gong-ja then relied on the system's help. He was able to read the old man's inner thoughts. The Sword Saint's thoughts. An unusual suggestion. Yet it holds some merit. Exactly. It's been a while since you've made a sensible point. Even a carp in a rocky stream is still just a tiny fish. Yes, this is the perfect opportunity for these 2 youngsters to witness the true greatness of the Medicine King. Staring at those thoughts, Gong-ja chuckled internally. Wow, even if he doesn't say it out loud, his lecturing nature never changes. The Sword Saint over there was just like the Sword Emperor here. Both of them underestimated the apothecary simply because of her appearance. Suddenly, the Medicine King let out a loud, irritated huff. Sneering in contempt, he said, "The best alchemist you've ever known? What a complete greenhorn. Just because she stepped over a tiny pebble, she thinks she crossed a mountain. It's like looking at my younger self and God. It's so annoying, absolutely irritating." Hearing that, the alchemist bit her lower lip and remained silent. Frowning in annoyance, he muttered, "It's really like looking at my own youth. So annoying, completely irritating." The Sword Saint walked over, patted his shoulder, and said, "Medicine King, I understand how you feel. Death King is exceptionally talented. He just lacks life experience. He whipped around and yelled right in the Sword Saint's face. Experience is the single most important thing. Without it, you don't know shit but act like you know the whole world. Right now, he's exactly like how I was back when I was 20. Back when I made $100,000 in Silicon Valley. The Sword Saint tried to calm him down, saying, "Come on, can you please cool your head a bit?" Watching him, Gong-ja was left dumbfounded and thought, this is terrifying. He loves preaching so much that even the world-renowned Sword Saint is completely flustered. The Medicine King grunted. I've been holding myself back quite a lot, you know? Lecturing these greenhorns on what to do and how to do it. Out of respect for that old man Marcus, I've been holding back. But do you seriously not realize how much danger we are putting ourselves in? And yet you still insisted on bringing along a young girl like this? You are seriously out of line. He thought to himself that if you put two nagging geezers together, you get a world filled with endless lecturing. Suddenly, the alchemist pulled on her gloves and said, "It's fine if you call me a greenhorn." Then she suddenly yelled out, "But you have absolutely no right to call the Death King that. And what do you mean by out of line? Marcus, aren't you a bit too biased with that Western mindset?" The alchemist repeated her question. Western mindset. At that moment, the Crusader stepped in and said, "Everyone, stop. This girl is indeed an exceptionally talented alchemist. I've known about her for some time through the Death King's introduction, and the civil militia has also received a vast amount of top-quality medicine from her." The Medicine King sneered at the Crusader. "The civil militia's evaluation, you say?" The Crusader frowned. "What did you just say?" He scoffed. "You really don't know your own limits. You look up at a ceiling and think it's a mountain. Have any of you ever even heard of my apothecary? You're just as reckless as I was in my youth." Hearing his words, the Crusader's blood was about to boil. The sword spirit looked at Gong-ja and asked, "Why do you have to listen to this crap? Stop chewing on those cheap, discounted potatoes." He whispered back, "These aren't discounted potatoes. Besides, this entire scene is currently being broadcast live at Babylon Square. Isn't this the perfect moment? While the crowd down there is glued to the screens and whispering among themselves, do you think I should step in or back off?" The screen showed both the alchemist and the Medicine King, and someone asked, "Do you want to have a duel?" The onlookers turned to Gong-ja. "Anyone can see that Marcus doesn't know how to fight. Are you trying to bully an old man?" Pulling a potion bottle from his dimensional pocket, he said, "Oh, not with me. I will provide the raw ingredients, and both of you will use them to brew a potion. We just need to compare the final effects of the potions you make. That will make everything crystal clear." The alchemist quickly turned to Gong-ja and said, "Death King, I know you're upset because of the insults, but he is still known by everyone as the Medicine King. If I lose..." Gong-ja placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "Miss Alchemist, I believe in you. You have to believe in yourself too, right?" "Death King," she stammered. Then she looked up at him with a mix of newfound confidence and lingering self-doubt, saying, "I will try my best. No, I will definitely win." By this point, the contest between the Medicine King and the alchemist was well underway. The crowd began whispering among themselves, "The Death King is going to take a massive loss this time. That old man's apothecary only sells high-end medicine. You can barely get your hands on them even with a 1-month advance reservation. Death King and Medicine King might both have king in their names, but the gap in their experience is just too vast." Not wanting to miss a chance to make some cash, Gong-ja shouted to the crowd, "Step right up. Who do you think will win? Place your bets now." Hearing this, everyone lined up to vote for the Medicine King, but not a single person bet on the alchemist. Black Dragon rushed over to Gong-ja and asked, "Death King, are you sure about this? The odds are currently 108 to 47. He grinned and asked, "Oh, is that so? In that case, I'll bet all my current money on the alchemist to even out the odds." Black Dragon gave him a worried look and said, "You do realize this is all being broadcast live, right? If the alchemist you endorsed performs terribly, your public image is going to take a serious hit." He chuckled and replied, "Yes, I know it's being broadcast live not just in Babylon, but all over the world. That's actually why I feel a bit bad for that old Medicine King." Suddenly, the old man roared, "It's over, you little brats. Bow down before the glorious creation of the Medicine King." A system window popped up. Special grade, rare. Rare special grade recovery potion. Although the taste is slightly bitter, consuming this potion will completely heal even the most fatal wounds. However, this medicine leaves behind various side effects. Still, whoever brewed this drug is undeniably a genius. Seeing this, everyone immediately cheered. An ultra-rare customized recovery potion? He really is the king of medicine. Can you sell that bottle of potion to me? Hey, I'm the one who reserved it first. Where did you even come from, cutting in line like that? After that, the crowd kept chanting the name of the Medicine King. Meanwhile, the female alchemist had just finished her brew. A brilliant light burst from her vial, looking like a divine elixir meant only for the gods. The glow was so blinding that looking directly at it would probably ruin your eyesight. Staring at the blinding radiance, everyone was completely stunned. Their jaws dropped as they gaped at the young alchemist. It looked like the Count had anticipated this, already rocking a pair of dark sunglasses and even tossing a pair to one of Suha's employees. The light expanded, illuminating every single corner of the entire area. The crowd went wild over that vial, an instant recovery potion, as expected of the Medicine King. Wait, won't you sell that to me? I was next on the reservation list. Where did you even come from to cut in like that? She called out to him. Hey, look, raising her vial right in front of his face. I'm done with mine too. The potion glowed with a magical light. He took a sip and tasted a subtle sweetness. He immediately asked, Sweet? You added a sweet flavor? Why is it sweet? And what is up with this insane potency? Everyone around was blinded by the flash. The Count, being quick-witted, had already slipped on his sunglasses to protect his eyes. As long as it's preserved properly and leaves no side effects on the user, anyone can brew it. She muttered, looking down. Then she looked up, gently pushing up her glasses as she stared at him. Walking closer, she snatched the red bottle from his hand and asked, Is this your potion, old man? She lifted it up, inspected it, tried tipping it upside down, and then casually tossed it back into his hands. She raised a finger and told him, You're about this far off. Watching this, he thought to himself, Is she the type who gets incredibly strong whenever it benefits her? The blue-haired girl tilted her head back and asked, Don't tell me, old man. He had to crane his neck to look up at her face. No way, kid? It felt like some bizarre pressure was in the air, making Gong-ja break into a cold sweat just watching them. She looked down at him and asked, Are you really that weak? At the same time, he glared up at her and scoffed. Was that just dumb luck? Hearing his words, she turned back with a completely bewildered look. What? He brushed her off, stroking his beard as he said, It's just luck. Kids these days. When I made $170 million in Wichita, I thought it was raw skill too. She quietly called out to him, How about we go another round? Hearing her challenge, he retorted, Are you sure about that? Lady Luck doesn't smile twice, you know. He clicked his tongue, grumbling, These damn kids. After another intense battle, both finished their products. But because he lost to her again, he was absolutely furious. You've got decent luck, but it won't happen a third time, kid. But by the third round, he was defeated by her yet again. Refusing to accept defeat, he snapped, Looks like you're still lucky, but there won't be a fourth time. Marcus watched this in utter despair. Pinching the bridge of his nose, he said helplessly, Stop it, Medicine King. You're making a pathetic fool of yourself right now. Losing to a young girl completely broke his pride. Devastated and furious, he wailed, No way. Just one more time. My decades of experience have to beat mere luck, don't you see? Feeling embarrassed, Marcus, the Sword Saint, stepped forward and said to her, I am deeply sorry, young lady. You are truly the ultimate alchemist. I apologize for my friend's behavior. It is entirely my fault. Exhausted after several back-to-back matches, she panted. You must have a really hard time dealing with a friend like that, Marcus said. Even though he has no redeeming qualities and can't match your brewing, he can still make some decent medicine. Meanwhile, the old man wailed at the sky, crying his eyes out. Right, well, I wouldn't call myself a genius either. I only know the basics, nothing too crazy. The Count reached out, yelling, Hey, you, before rushing over to grab the blue-haired girl's hand, pleading, Let's sign. Sign with me right now. A long-term exclusive contract. The blue-haired girl was completely bewildered, having no idea what was happening. She stammered, What? The Count urged. I will give you the absolute best treatment. It will bring you so much wealth. No, I'll give you everything you want. What do you say? Seeing this, the onlookers desperately wanted her too. Me too, alchemist. No, wait, she's a goddess of medicine. Yes, a medicine goddess. Goddess, please give us some potions. She panicked, completely overwhelmed by the frantic crowd clamoring for her. Suddenly, Gong-ja spoke up. For starters, anyone who wants to do business should contact this person. As for everyone else, any purchases will require the approval of the Death King. The Count let out a sigh of relief. First, let's discuss the terms. A tiny figure spoke up. So you've all chosen your roles? Let me remind you once more. Anyone who dies inside the Book of Revelation dies for real in the outside world. There is only one way out. You must survive the crisis by any means necessary and find the final path. Gong-ja turned toward them and asked, "The final path?" The figure replied, "That is up to your own judgment. The possibilities are endless. You can choose to fight and eradicate the plague, or you can exploit the contagion to rule over everyone." He turned around and said, "All right, I'll send the list now." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Wait up!" It was the master of the celestial martial sect. "Aren't you going too, sect master?" "Yeah, no matter how you look at it, this is all for you. Aren't you the only one who knows how to do this?" "I think so too. Master should lead the charge." Gong-ja was shocked, a sudden dread filling his mind as he thought. "Wait." Viper stood in front of the other two, looking up as he said, "What? I was planning to go anyway, even if you guys didn't say anything. Did you guys seriously forget about your master?" Viper had just gained another half of a heart. "Second, what do those blood-sucking bastards want with dragging me to that world where only raw strength matters? That's the Murim, the martial arts world where I was born. No matter how much it changes, I'll always yearn for it." But deep down he was thinking, there probably aren't even any modern toilets over there. How much am I going to suffer without a proper restroom? Damn it, it's not like I don't get why my sect is called the Celestial Martial Sect. But deep down, he knew the Celestial Martial name was just a cover-up for a 32-year-old cheat, not that it really mattered. In other words, you guys are all just weaklings on the outside. He spoke with absolute determination, "I must go." But on the inside, he desperately wanted to back out. Hearing his bold declaration, the people around him couldn't help but be deeply impressed by his resolve. "I'm announcing that we have just begun," Marcus said. "Viper, you talk too much. You want to go?" Striking a serious pose, he said, "In that case, there's no way I'm backing down to this guy." He unleashed a glowing wave of power, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Are the Sword Saint and Viper really about to fight? This is a battle of pride. Suddenly, a Crusader girl threw down her coin purse and yelled, "Stop right there. Are you two planning to murder each other right here?" The master of the Celestial Martial Sect scoffed. "The Sword Saint and I are both martial artists. Let's see who's stronger, and the winner gets to go." But his outward bravado completely contradicted his true feelings deep down. He wanted to throw the fight. Giving up would be too embarrassing, so I'll just hold back a little. If I lose to the Sword Saint, everyone will accept it. The soldier girl lowered her head and called out, "Paladin, do something." Would the stubborn Viper actually be cornered by the Sword Saint this time? "I know exactly what you're up to. Didn't you already participate in the raid up to the 10th floor? Playing dumb and holding everyone back at the 22nd floor now is just shameless. Besides, the Celestial Martial Sect is a major clan. You should show some respect, shouldn't you? Not everyone else wants to be a loner like you." Adjusting his tie, he crossed his arms politely and said, "Has this guy ever once cared about anyone else?" The Sword Saint sighed, but then he suddenly turned to face him and said, "Though lately, it seems he's developed at least a bit of a conscience." Seeing him turn his gaze toward him, Viper couldn't help but think, "Wait, why the sudden turnaround? Viper, this time, I will yield to you." He replied, "Oh my thanks," but inside, he was baffled. "What? You're not the type to do this." Paladin grabbed the soldier girl's arm and said, "Convince the Sword Saint." The soldier girl replied, "No need, the Sword Saint will surely accept it anyway." "Haha, is that so? Then I guess I should give the Sword Saint a hug," he said. "I must politely decline." The Black Dragon Witch watched everything unfold, finding it rather endearing as she said, "I don't know if this is a joke, but it feels like everyone has matured a bit, hasn't it?" The man clicked his tongue and said, "If we've made our decision, let's get going already. Waiting around like this is going to kill me. Nothing we can do, I guess. I kept losing to that girl earlier, but that was just sheer luck on her part. I am still the Medicine King." The green-haired girl seemed slightly irritated by his arrogant attitude, so she used a provocative tone to fire back at him. "Oh, I'm so scared. But of course, I'm destined to outshine you anyway. The truth hurts, doesn't it? Even so, someone like me." Viper suddenly cut in and said, "If you're going to fight, use your fists instead. I mean, I can make heads roll in an instant." In his head, however, he was desperately pleading, "I really don't want to go. Sword Saint, get in there and swap places with me, please." The guide opened the book and said softly, "Death King, Viper, Medicine King, and Apothecary, the four of you, please select your new characters. This world is still stuck in the crisis from 10 days ago. Please find the final path. With that, the guide channeled their power to turn the page. A flock of paper birds soared out, and the scene transitioned to a place blanketed in falling snow. My world, the Muram, is a genre that has long since faded away. The age of martial arts is now something that can only be felt through cinematic skills. Back then, I realized how hard it was to look cool in an era where even a shred of sincerity is mocked. Martial arts and chivalry have no place here. The early stages of chi refining are not enough, let alone the late stage or core formation, that faded genre, that vanished world. Snow was falling heavily in this world. Everyone was teleported to this place at the exact same time, surrounded by swirling snow and a biting, freezing chill. The weather was so freezing that they couldn't help but cry out, "It's freezing! Everyone, circulate your chi to protect yourselves." Clutching herself, the green-haired girl stammered, It's too cold. I've never learned how to use chi." The short-bearded old man was also shivering from the harsh weather. Oh dear, this old man is about to freeze to death. Gong-ja, Viper, protect the Medicine King. He readily agreed, got it, and hoisted the old man onto his back. Relieved to have a protector, the old man let out a sigh of relief. Well, we survived. He called out to the green-haired girl and reached out his hand. "You should stay close to me." Startled, she asked, "Why are you holding out your hand to me?" The two of them held hands. A crimson energy swirled where their palms met. The green-haired girl said, "Thank you, but this feels a bit awkward." With a stone-cold face, he replied, "I'm awkward about this too, but now is not the time to worry about that. Since the librarian is a constellation, he uses terms like masterpiece or performance. But seriously speaking, this is still an actual, separate world. This isn't just some ordinary book. We came here to save this world, do you understand?" Hearing this, her trust in him grew, and she squeezed his hand tighter. "You're right. I guess I was being a bit naive. I'll do my best. Just focus on your role. Right now, I'm protecting you with my aura. But when it comes to curing the plague, you and the Medicine King will have to step up. Understood, Death King." In the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, a mysterious disease suddenly emerged. The Heavenly Demon died, and no other faction survived. In that sentence of less than 50 words, there was absolutely no mention of this bone-chilling cold or the knee-deep snow. We have to figure this out on our own. What exactly happened that caused the Heavenly Demon's death? Suddenly, the green-haired girl spotted something and pointed, "Look over there. I think someone is there. What exactly is this strange plague that wiped out this world?" He replied, "For now, let's head over there." The old spirit looked ahead and said to him, "Something's not right." He replied to the old man, "Maybe the blizzard is so loud that it's muffling the sound?" He said, "That's highly likely, but more than that, those people aren't moving at all, not even an inch." As they walked forward, the short-bearded man gasped in shock. "What is this? Look, there are so many people frozen in all kinds of poses. Why on earth are all these people completely frozen?" Looking at them, they seemed no different from walking corpses. Some looked like they were desperately trying to flee, but every single one of them was frozen solid. The green-haired girl and the short-bearded man immediately prepared to examine them. Putting on her gloves, she took a sample of a frozen body part. After analyzing it for a moment, she realized they were real humans. According to my disease diagnosis skill, this person has been dead for 2 years and 3 months. The cause of death was an infectious disease. Based on my mobile hospital skills analysis, this person was already infected before they were frozen. Staring at the floating screens displaying brain scans, human anatomy, and data, the short-bearded man muttered, "This is bizarre. The cause of death for all of them is identical, and they didn't freeze to death. If they had died from a plague, these NAUs should be lying on the ground, but every single corpse is standing upright." The green-haired girl added, "This is so weird. Back in Silicon Valley, whenever something like this happened, there was a high chance someone deliberately moved them here. Their cause of death is the same, but their times of death are different. This one died 2 years ago, while that one died 3 years ago. Someone deliberately gathered and arranged these bodies." Turning to her, he asked, "Like a mass grave?" The Sword Saint chimed in, "Did you say a grave?" From a distance, they look like the Terracotta Army, the collection of clay sculptures buried with the Emperor of Qin. At that moment, he thought of the character window and used his power to open theirs. When he pulled up the deceased's character window, their favorite genre was blank. Their disliked genre was blank. Their favorite character was blank. Their hated character was blank. Their favorite plot was blank, and their disliked plot was blank. All their information was missing, except for a single name, Jiang Songba, light. As he opened it, he realized that this was what a dead person's character window looked like. Light must have been the very last thought on this person's mind before they died. But if this really is a grave, why would anyone arrange it like this? The short-bearded man asked, "Is there anywhere we can take shelter? I only feel warm thanks to venomous snake's aura, but look, all of these people have weapons strapped to their waists." Suddenly, a laugh echoed from the distance, catching Gong-ja's attention. "The reign of the demonic cult ends right here. Even a dog would laugh at your delusions." A girl with long, flowing black hair, dressed in black robes, snapped back. "As long as I stand, the demonic cult will continue to rule the world. You're the ones who will be saying goodbye to the martial world. State your name." A man dressed in blue roared back, "Absolute nonsense. The Crimson Ghost Squad of your demonic cult, the one you're so proud of, had their heads taken by my forces long ago. I've already sent those old demon lords of yours straight to hell. We have over 500 elite warriors on our side. How do you possibly expect to stop us?" The black-haired girl shot back at him, "You're nothing but a liar," but the old man remained silent. "My Crimson Ghosts aren't here because they are currently carrying out a secret mission." Gong-ja turned to the group and put a finger to his lips, signaling them to sneak closer. Meanwhile, the girl scoffed, "You should worry about your own lackeys instead of bothering with my people." Holding up 2 fingers right in front of Namgung's face, she continued, "Where did the pillars of those great clans you brag about so much go? To think the former alliance leader of the martial world has degenerated into such a pathetic old man." He roared in fury, "None of your business. I've sent them on secret missions across the world." Hearing that, she tilted her chin up and scoffed, "A lot of secret missions, huh?" Feeling insulted, the old man snapped, "Are you making excuses? It is all your fault for causing trouble everywhere you go, you crazy old hag. If it was not for that stupid demonic cult of yours, things would not be in such a complete mess." Hearing that, she snapped right back, "You guys are even dumber for letting us idiots take over the entire Murim, you bastard." Watching their shouting match, Gong-ja's group stood there completely dumbfounded, staring at them with absolute contempt. She drew her sword and snapped, "If you do not like it, fight me, old man. I am finally about to finish off the last descendant of the Bu Wolzon lineage and prove that the demonic cult is truly supreme." At the same time, he also drew his sword. "I cannot stand the arrogant boasting of a wicked hag like you anymore. I will slice your head in two, one half for the Jade Emperor and the other half for the King of the Underworld." You would think they were drawing real swords, but in reality, they were just holding 2 wooden sticks. She mocked him. "Oh? What happened to that precious jade axe you were so proud of? Why are you carrying around a lousy little stick instead? They always say in the Namgung clan that at least you can swing an axe, and that is your only redeeming quality." Infuriated by her mockery, his face turned beet red as he roared, "Shut your mouth! What about you? Why are you holding a tree branch instead of your precious blood demon sword?" She held her wooden stick horizontally, running her hand down it with elegant flair. "How harsh. It may look simple, but this is a wooden sword I crafted myself. The 1,000-year essence of the demonic cult is infused in this blade, which is why I named this weapon the Heavenly Demonic 100 Blades." He stared at the twig she called the Heavenly Demonic 100 Blades. It looked exactly like a piece of firewood. He scoffed, "You seriously gave a tree branch a grand name like Heavenly Demonic?" She shrugged and muttered, "What? Is there a rule against it?" The 2 of them just stood there, staring each other down in their combat stances. The old man spoke up first, clearing his throat to break the tension. "Heavenly Demonic 100 Blades is a bit too pretentious. Why not just call it the Immortal Terrace?" She raised her twig and held it out in front of her. "But if I call it that, it is literally just a tree branch, is it not?" He lost his temper and barked, "Because it is a tree branch, you idiot." She replied with absolute calm, "Fine, then I shall compromise and call it the Wooden Immortal Terrace." Hearing that she actually named her stick Immortal Terrace, he threw a fit. "What is with all this demonic nonsense anyway? Why does your demonic cult always slap demon onto everything? You have the Blood Demon, the Phantom Demon, the Spectre Demon, and the Dark Moon Demon. That is 4 demons right there. You might as well just call them the 4 Great Demons," she replied flatly. "But does that not sound cool?" Her ridiculously calm response was the final straw, driving him absolutely insane. "I cannot believe we let a bunch of fools like you control the entire Murim." Just then, a sudden blizzard began to howl, catching their attention. The 2 of them immediately stood back to back, and he yelled, "Hey, old hag! Didn't you say for sure that it would be clear today?" She answered calmly, "No, my fortunes are only right half the time. How could I be certain about the future?" He yelled in frustration, "Damn it! A street fortune teller could do a better job than you. I cannot believe I am facing my doom just because I trusted a brainless hag like you. Feeling insulted, she spun around and snapped back. Shut up. Get ready to fight, you old geezer. You are draining the last of my energy. Meanwhile, near Gong-ja, the blue-haired girl asked him, why are they suddenly acting like that? He shrugged. Why are you asking me? I have no idea either. The four of them remained hidden in the corner, watching in silence. Suddenly, the blue-haired girl felt an overwhelming, crushing pressure right behind her. Sensing it too, everyone turned around together. Whatever they saw made them scramble and run for their lives. Before them lay the Murim, a world ruled by those who live and die by martial arts. In this place, the heavenly demon arose, plotting to conquer the Murim. The demonic cult, led by her, and the forces opposing them were destined to clash for the fate of this world. Or they would have, if a horrifying plague had not suddenly erupted right behind their backs. A massive horde of zombies was rushing straight toward them. An infectious plague? No. It was a full-blown zombie virus outbreak. Everyone ran for their lives. The blue-haired girl and the short-bearded man struggled to run through the howling blizzard. Pointing behind him, the old man screamed, "Run faster!" Even in Silicon Valley, I have never seen anything like this. It is the absolute apocalypse. Gong-ja prepared to draw his sword. From the very beginning, this world was already doomed to ruin. With a swift, elegant motion, he unsheathed his blade, spun around, and decapitated a zombie. Yet, even without its head, the creature kept moving, letting out its eerie, signature groans. Damn it, they must be Jiangxi still moving, even with their brains completely destroyed. Hurry up and get over here. The two rivals who were just fighting also heard the commotion. The black-haired woman spotted them and asked, "Who are you people?" Leaning close to the old man, she whispered, "Hey, old man, I think I am hallucinating or something. I see 4 figures moving toward us. I think the king of the underworld is inviting me down for tea." "Me too. I thought your endless nagging had finally driven me crazy." Looking ahead, they saw Gong-ja carrying the blue-haired girl on his back, running for his life from the zombie horde. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "You guys need to run too! Also, if we're running, at least tell us where the heck we're supposed to go." The black-haired girl turned to the old man and said, "Oh my, I really thought they were alive." The old man also turned to her and said, "Do you think we're already dead, and this is what hell looks like?" She replied, "Then I guess I must have ended up in the peach blossom paradise with you." As for hell, leaning against her, he said, "There is no way an upright person, who guided a newbie like me, would ever be dragged down to hell, so this is definitely the peach blossom paradise. But honestly, other than these rotting corpses, I don't see any peach trees around here. If this isn't a dream, they must be real living humans. Hurry up." Right then, Viper bolted past, scooping the old man up on the fly, while still carrying the terrified, short-bearded old man on his back who was scared out of his mind by the zombies. As for Gong-ja, he was running with the green-haired girl on his back, while simultaneously scooping up the black-haired girl as he dashed by. The black-haired girl, with a completely blank face, casually remarked, "Looking at the way they move their bodies, they definitely aren't ordinary zombies." She asked, "Where did you guys even come from? And that movement technique of yours is pretty unusual. Are you not from around here?" While running, he pondered her words about not being from around here. She clarified, "What I mean is, are you guys from a world outside of our Murim?" Suddenly, the zombies leaped high into the air, terrifying everyone. "What the hell is this?" Viper screamed. "What kind of zombies can freaking fly? Damn it!" The black-haired girl maintained her poker face, but a proud smirk played on her lips as she said, "That's a movement technique I created myself. I got the idea from the Kunlun sect. Just look at them, it completely defies normal limits. They aren't even leaving footprints on the snow. They can practically glide. They truly are the elites of our demonic cult. Even in death, the disciples of the demonic cult never forget their martial arts." "Wait," he asked, "they don't lose their martial arts even after they die?" She replied, "I guess an outsider kid like you wouldn't know. It's common sense that martial artists can still use their techniques even after turning into zombies." He was completely flabbergasted by this absurd piece of information. "I've never heard of such common sense in my entire life," she added. "And since they're the elites of the demonic cult, they're trained to react to bloodlust even in their sleep. I'm quite proud of their ability to perform that footwork, even as walking corpses." Everyone panicked, screaming, "They're gaining on us. At this rate, they're going to catch us." "You idiot, Viper," the short-bearded old man urged from his back. "Hurry up, run faster. If I get bitten and turn into a zombie, I'm biting you first." Viper yelled back in a panic. Give me a break. Damn it, whose brilliant idea was it to drag all these useless old geeks along anyway? And why the hell am I stuck carrying a bunch of old geezers while you get all the young girls? Annoyed by the constant nagging, the Death King turned back and snapped, We're about to get our butts bitten by zombies. Does that really matter right now? The old man shot back. Of course it matters, especially since we're about to get eaten. Even the sword spirit was panicking. Zombies are zombies. Gong-ja suddenly remembered their weaknesses and asked, Do those damn zombies have any weak points? The black-haired girl answered, Unless you crush their heads, there's no way to stop them. He asked, Is there anything a little easier? She thought for a moment. They'll also stop when the sun comes up. Just as she said that, he pointed to the sky. Hey, madam, and you too, Miss Alchemist. The green-haired girl replied, Yes? While the black-haired girl just listened to him. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to give you two a little toss. Stick the landing, okay? With that, he channeled his energy into both of them and threw them far ahead. But despite the warning, neither of them managed a safe landing, face-planting straight into the deep snow instead. From a distance, he could only call out, Sorry about that. He glanced back, only to see a massive army of zombies waiting to tear him to shreds. The sword spirit teased, You're a goner. I'm finally going to watch our very own Kim Zombie get devoured by low-tier zombies. This will go down as one of my life's greatest achievements. Hearing those words from the spirit, he thought to himself, Since when do ghosts even have achievements? His hand gripped his sword. I can't die yet. He drew his sword, pointing it directly at the flying zombies in the sky. He yelled, Shiny! Shiny is responding to the warrior's call. He roared, Shine! A brilliant, magical light burst forth, illuminating the entire sky. The airborne zombies instantly came crashing down. Holding the glowing sword, he kept running alongside his comrades. Clinging in terror to Viper's neck, the long-bearded old man shrieked, I'm alive! I'm actually alive! Damn it, if it wasn't for that old geezer Marcus, I would have never entered this stupid tower in the first place. Catching up to the group, he asked, Is everyone okay? Crawling out from the deep snow, the green-haired girl replied, Well, yes, but mentally, I'm absolutely not okay. But thanks for saving me anyway. Exhausted, the Death King and Viper dropped the long-bearded old man to the ground. Seriously, what a pain. First it was the Sword Saint, and now this old geezer. I seriously need to stay the hell away from these damn old men. He requested, Hey, Heavenly Martial Sect Leader, while I handle the zombies, could you look after everyone for me? Viper asked, What the hell are you planning? He replied, I'm going to wipe them all out while they're completely paralyzed. It's going to take a while. He asked, What are you planning? And he replied, I'm going to kill them all while they can't move. It'll take some time, because I need to smash their brains, but don't worry, nothing bad is going to happen. Suddenly, the black-haired girl called out to him, Hold on, outsider kid. First of all, I thank you for saving a stranger like me. However, if you plan to harm those zombies, I will be forced to stop you. He looked at her in confusion and asked why. Is there some kind of special curse on these zombies? And will that curse transfer to me if I try to kill them? She told him, They are all members of my demonic cult. He asked, What? She repeated, I said they are my followers and disciples. The great war between the demonic cult and the Orthodox faction is drawing to a close. We desperately need martial arts masters, and I cannot simply afford to lose this many elites. What did she mean by a great war? The world of the chronicles of the heavenly demon was already ruined, so there was no way a full army could exist to wage war. He recalled the words of that person, When you open your eyes, the chronicles of the heavenly demon will be in its state 10 days before its destruction. I hope you can bring a beautiful end to this story. There were only 10 days left until the end of this world. She said, That old man and I, he introduced himself as Nam Gung-hun, the leader of the Martial Alliance. She continued, That old man and I have been fighting for 3 years. Today marks exactly 989 days since the great war between good and evil began. He and I swore on our own names to fight until one of us admits defeat. No one can leave this place. They might have become zombies, but as long as they can still use the martial arts of the demonic cult, they will always be my followers. They are disciples I must protect, so do not even think about killing them. If you still insist on killing them, make sure you only kill those wearing the fly whisk belts like him. Hearing that, he immediately sat up. Bullshit. Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to gather them under the banner of the Orthodox faction? We had a deal, didn't we? You damn heavenly demon, you promised me this war would only be between you and me, with absolutely no involvement from them. She replied, "Promises were made to be broken." He walked right up to face her. "Stop making pathetic excuses. In that case, I guess there's no need for me to show any mercy to your demonic cult followers either, is there?" She stepped closer to him as well. "You bastard. A leader of the Orthodox faction like you is actually planning to break a promise. You've finally shown your hypocritical face, haven't you?" He turned and asked, "Are you two saying you're still continuing this great war between good and evil even though the world has ended?" She answered, "You're wrong. Ever since the middle of the war, this world was already destined to end. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't finish the battle we started. I won't stop until I beat this old geezer." Pointing her finger at him, she declared, "There are still 500 elite warriors out there. I will lead them to crush your pathetic Orthodox faction." He retorted, "That's my line. You bastard. The warriors of the Martial Alliance will fight you, even if it costs them their lives." It was time to put an end to this incredibly long war. Gong-ja stared blankly at the two of them as they argued. The heavenly demon pointed her finger, her expression turning cold as she raised her voice. As the saying goes, a true scholar does not blame their brush, and an expert does not blame their blade. Even though I am not using the blood demon sword, with only this foxtail grass whip in my hand, I will still defeat you. You old bastard, I shall grant you a swift death." Namgung was not one to be outdone. He took his stance and shouted, "Indeed, let us see who will stand victorious in this final battle." With overwhelming energy, they both lunged at each other. Hiya, hiya, hi. The two foxtail grass whips clashed. The heavenly demon unleashed the heavenly demon Dharma seal, while the other countered with the 6 heavenly seal palms. Snap, crack. The attacks were so powerful that both of their foxtail grass whips snapped at the same time, but neither of them faltered, lunging at each other once again. He grabbed her hair, and she pulled his beard. Gong-ja watched the whole thing, completely unable to process what was happening. At that moment, Namgung furiously attacked the heavenly demon's face, shouting, "Take this, you witch!" As she covered her face with both hands, the Sword Emperor stroked his chin thoughtfully. That is a bit strange." He analyzed. That old man is controlling his breathing systematically, second by second. If they were in my world, they would absolutely be top-tier masters." Hearing him say that shocked him. "Those two?" The Sword Emperor pondered for a moment before continuing. "I'm not entirely sure either. Whatever their secret is, their moves look like the claws of a divine dragon trying to pluck the pearl from the eye of an evil dragon. It is called the Battle of the Twin Dragons." Pointing out the profound imagery hidden in every move, the Sword Emperor highlighted the heavenly demon's technique, the way she blocks by covering her face. It looks like the descent of the Buddha. Those hands shielding her face are like the hands of Guanyin, protecting all living beings in the world. It is called the 1,000-hand Guanyin. By now, the momentum of the two had shifted. The heavenly demon was using both hands to rip the old man's mouth open, cursing, "Why on earth did I end up fighting this filthy mad dog lately?" Watching from the side, the Sword Emperor quietly explained, "Although it looks quite bizarre, at their realm, their chi and willpower are incredibly dense. Right now, their chi is shifting, but it is a highly dangerous situation. They are not just throwing random punches." Intercepting the Sword Emperor's analysis, he asked, "If that's the case, is it possible that the woman is holding back? According to the analysis, that old man and the girl are both unleashing their ultimate techniques. From his perspective, a move like that should have pulverized everything in an instant, but the old man completely dodged the strike, seamlessly blending the surrounding environment into his martial arts." The Sword Emperor kept analyzing, noting that the old man is a hidden master, holding back his true potential. On one side is the Earth Dragon, and on the other, the Sky Dragon, both perfectly matched. Then, he excitedly floated around Gong-ja. "See? I told you. He has a much better eye for this than you do." Gong-ja ignored him and pulled up the character window. The system displayed the status screen right next to the heavenly demon, who was watching the battlefield with her arms crossed. Venomous snake. Based on the analysis, he must have been reborn with the peerless under heaven skill. It had to be. Those movements remind me of my past life, when I was a hellhound guarding the entrance to the Demon King's domain. I was a walking contradiction, always causing trouble, yet somehow at the top of my class, I was trapped in that cycle, always feeling so incredibly empty. But then, I started playing online games and met a female classmate. We ended up becoming partners in the game. I made up my mind to become a hero and conquer the virtual world alongside her. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon was chatting with the alchemist. Is that so? Yet their fight looks just like a couple of toddlers throwing tantrums. If it looks that pathetic to everyone, what actually separates a master from a total amateur? On the other side, the system was still updating the information for him. In this world, just how many branches do these martial arts techniques have? Both of them are at a level far beyond the swords they wield. Just watching them fight is enough to level up. If I ever go back, there is something I want to teach my disciples. After checking the data, Gong-ja reached a conclusion. Venomous Snake was simply viewing the world through a completely different lens. The Sword Emperor gasped in shock. Oh really? Thanks. Right then, another old man suddenly sneezed. Man, it is freezing out here. Then, he turned and angrily yelled at the two who had been clawing and pulling at each other's hair this entire time, snapping, "Hey, old man, are you seriously still fighting that tree root? Can't you see we're standing right in front of you? Talk about tunnel vision. You're just like I was when I was young, exactly the same." His shouting did the trick, causing the two to freeze and stop fighting immediately. They let go of each other, coughing awkwardly to hide their embarrassment. Namgung scratched his head with an innocent look. Well, it has been a very long time since we had any guests. Forgive our lack of manners. First, let me lead you to our shelter. The 6 of them headed toward the shelter. Leading the group were the heavenly demon, the demoness, and Namgung. Panting as I followed from behind, I noticed they were slowing down and turned to look. Then, I bent down, offering my back to the heavenly demon, and said, "If you don't mind, I can carry you." She didn't mind at all. "I'll leave it to you then. My cultivation hasn't been going very smoothly today." But then the venomous snake stopped the Death King. Wait, that's not right. He looked confused. Huh? It turned out that after I ended up carrying Namgung and he carried the heavenly demon, he said, "This is perfect." With a smug look on his face, I didn't object and just kept carrying Namgung on my back, taking one step after another. During the walk, he suddenly noticed something. Huh? As Namgung touched him, he felt puzzled. This man. His body is so warm despite this freezing weather. The Sword Emperor also noticed it, saying curiously, "That is really strange." The group continued walking, and after a while, they finally arrived. The heavenly demon spoke up, introducing the place. "This is where I live." In front of them was an enormous cave, making them look absolutely tiny. The moment they stepped inside, the alchemist couldn't help but gasp in awe. Whoa. She spotted something nearby. "Oh, is that a hot spring?" The heavenly demon explained. "I found this place a very long time ago. I never expected that one day I would be hosting strangers from the outside world as my guests. Go wash up first. This old man and I will go look around the back to see if we can find some food to welcome you." Namgung asked. "Aside from fasting pills, do we even have anything else to offer?" The heavenly demon snapped back irritably. "Didn't I just say we're going to search the back? Are you so old that your ears have stopped working?" For context, fasting pills are special elixirs for cultivators that completely satisfy hunger, making eating or drinking unnecessary. The two of them continued bickering as they walked away. "Stop calling me old man. We're basically the same age anyway." But the heavenly demon wasn't having it. "Yeah, but you actually look ancient." Behind them, Gong-ja and the alchemist exchanged confused looks. To clarify, the author used the term metamorphosis here, meaning their bodies have completely transformed. It basically means teasing someone about having weak, fragile bones, so we adapted the phrasing to make it sound more natural. Watching them leave, the alchemist remarked, "That's so fascinating. Just a moment ago, they were totally in sync." Squatting nearby, the Medicine King chimed in, "Don't forget, they've been fighting for 3 years. Keep clashing like that, and you're bound to grow close." He sighed deeply, adding, "Still, it's so warm and wonderful here. Ever since we arrived in this world, holding hands with other guys doesn't feel awkward at all. It feels completely normal." The leader of the demonic cult barked, "Get the hell away from me," he asked him, acting like it was obvious. "Hey, why are you only friends with that fancy Sword Saint guy?" The old man snapped angrily. "Hey, don't act like it's some big mystery. Of course the Sword Saint and I are friends." After a moment, 4 pills were laid out before them as she explained, "I can't offer you a lavish feast, but this is the best we've got. We have plenty of fasting pills. Usually, some prey shows up around here from time to time, but lately I haven't seen even a single small animal." Gong-ja quickly replied, "No, thank you for the warm welcome." Everyone popped a fasting pill into their mouths to try it. Right after, their faces completely warped. They struggled to hold back their vomit, forcing it down with wide eyes. The master alchemist held the round fasting pill in disbelief and asked, "Don't tell me you two usually eat only this?" The heavenly demon sat calmly to the side and softly replied, "Pretty much." The master alchemist then asked, "Wait, how long have you been eating like this?" The heavenly demon looked at the wall covered in tally marks and murmured, "About 2 years." The master alchemist gasped in shock. "No, that's impossible. That means you haven't absorbed a single nutrient." Hearing their conversation, the old man snapped, "I can't take this anymore." The heavenly demon sighed helplessly. "I don't know what you're talking about, but I haven't reached the core formation stage yet." The old man, losing his mind, summoned a massive pile of ingredients: water, meat, vegetables, and even seafood. He grumbled, "If we only eat crap like this, I won't have the energy to cross the snowfield." Then, he started nagging again. "You guys are exactly like I was when I was young, not caring about your bodies at all." Who knows where the old man got a pan from, but he lit a fire and poured some water in, then tossed in some ingredients, cooking up something that smelled absolutely amazing. As his hands worked, his mouth kept going, "You old-fashioned fools, even if things are tough, you still have to eat. When you're young, you need to eat proper meals." After a series of quick moves, a feast of delicious dishes was laid out, ranging from savory to sweet. The heretic inquisitor politely declined. "No thank you. I'm actually almost the same age as the heavenly demon." But the old man frowned, snapping back, "Are you also surviving on nothing but those spiritual elixirs? Fine, even if you are old, you still need to eat food that's good for older folks. Stop making your body suffer." Meanwhile, Gong-ja was silently enjoying his meal, when his eyes suddenly shot wide open, sparkling. "This is the most luxurious thing I've had since I won the lottery." It was a literal explosion of rich flavors on his tongue, like a double-whipped mocha frappuccino loaded with syrup and chocolate chips. Does a flavor like this actually exist in this world? The master alchemist picked up a piece of bread, took a bite, and praised with wide eyes, "Oh my God, this is delicious." The heavenly demon was also stuffing her face, murmuring, "This flavor is truly exquisite. Are you the emperor's royal chef? Every single dish is absolutely incredible." Even Nam-gung-un couldn't stop eating, showering him with praises. "As the Murim Lord, I've tasted all kinds of delicacies, but this is the first time I've ever eaten something this heavenly." The old man beamed with pride. "Of course. That is why I earned 3 Michelin stars when I was 50 years old. If we had a gas stove instead of this volcanic crater, I would have fed you all until your stomachs burst." Chewing on a chicken leg, the heretic inquisitor turned to the old man and asked, "Why did you come to the tower anyway? You were doing so well as the medicine king back then." The old man snapped back, "Can't I come here like everyone else? Even that bastard, the Sword Saint, came here." He went on to ask, "So you knew the Sword Saint before coming here?" The old man crossed his arms indifferently. "Know him? Please. He was just a miserable young master from a disgusting, wealthy family. But he was also a self-made man in Silicon Valley, and actually a decent guy. But in the end, luck turned its back on him, so he had no choice but to pick up a sword and enter the tower." As he said this, a flash of sadness crossed the old man's face. After a while of eating and drinking, every single plate was licked clean. The heavenly demon spoke up, "These strange dishes, your colorful appearances, and bizarre items. I cannot help but wonder, where on earth do you all come from, and why did you come here?" She carefully probed. "Could it be that you came here searching for a cure for those frozen corpses out there?" He and the master alchemist exchanged a concerned look. "Well, we are still looking for a way to cure it." The heavenly demon sighed softly. "I thought so." She gently continued, "In truth, all the best Taoist masters and doctors here have poured everything into researching this bizarre disease, but it was all in vain. The corpses laid out here. Even the corpse experts and the elite masters of our demonic cult are completely powerless against it. Since you all came from the outside anyway, there is no point in hiding any of this from you." She let out a helpless sigh. Was there really no cure for this? At this point, Gong-ja finally spoke up. "I'm not trying to brag, but you just saw us prepare that food. We possess knowledge that is completely different from anyone in this world. Especially the alchemist here, she is more outstanding than anyone when it comes to healing and brewing potions." The master alchemist smiled softly as he praised her. The old man frowned and scoffed. "Just got lucky." But Gong-ja quickly highlighted his talent too, saying, "And that old gentleman over there can also assist our alchemist." The old man scowled but remained silent. Gong-ja tried to negotiate. If you can help us out a bit right now, there's a very good chance we can successfully create a cure." The heretic inquisitor and the heavenly demon looked at each other, weighing their options. The two of them asked the master alchemist, "What treatment method are you talking about?" "Well, it's not like there isn't a way." Confused, she asked the two of them, "What is it?" They told her to wait here, and then both of them walked into a dark corner of the cave. After a long while, the two of them returned, carrying a long, rectangular object on their shoulders. They set it down, and looking closely, it resembled a coffin. The old man and Gong-ja stepped forward to open the lid. Looking inside, a horrifying corpse wrapped entirely in heavy chains is revealed. Witnessing this gruesome sight, Gong-ja is completely stunned. He stammers, "What is this?" Inside the coffin lies a pale, purple-blue corpse with its eyes rolled back, showing only whites, and its mouth gaped wide open. Its hands are bound, its body is shackled in iron chains, and terrifying acupuncture needles are pierced all over its flesh, making for a truly gruesome sight. With a somber look, the girl says, "This is a disciple of the Wudang sect. After being bitten by a corpse, he used his own body for research and entrusted it to us before he turned. The only treatment method we could find was the blood chart. That is why we bound him." Gong-ja and the green-haired girl lean in closely to get a better look. Suddenly, the girl pulls out one of the needles from beneath its neck. The moment the needle is removed, the corpse starts violently thrashing and screaming. The ear-piercing shriek sends chills down everyone's spines. The girl quickly drives the needle back in, and the corpse instantly reverts to its motionless state. The girl explains, "As you can see, blocking the pathways between the brain and the spinal cord can temporarily stop a zombie from moving. However, this is only a temporary fix, not a permanent cure," she explains to the group. "If we pierce these specific points on the corpse, not only will the blood flow halt, but the toxic energy will also be contained. But no matter how hard we try, we cannot completely purge this toxic energy from the body. Normally, demonic practitioners cultivate demonic energy within themselves, while for martial artists, the internal energy flows constantly like running water. That is why getting bitten even once is a death sentence. Your body burns up like it's on fire, and by the time the fever subsides, you have already turned into a zombie." Seeing everyone's silence, she continues, "A Grand Master of Shaolin was the one who held out the longest after being bitten. He managed to maintain his sanity for a full year. However, that was an extreme exception. Normally, victims turn into zombies within 15 days of being bitten. So, do you think you can find a way to completely cure this?" Only dead silence answers her. Already knowing the outcome, she lets out a sigh of relief and says, "It is fine. I honestly thought only 2 of us were left in this entire world. But meeting other survivors today, that is more than enough for me." At this moment, young Gamtang finally speaks up. "I have prepared a place for you to sleep, so let us call it a night. Get some rest, we can talk more tomorrow." At night, while everyone is fast asleep, the Medicine King mutters in his sleep, "Marcus, you bastard. If you just abandon me like this, I will be stuck in second place for the rest of my life." The green-haired girl also mumbles in her sleep, "I can't eat another bite." Only Gong-ja remains awake, unable to sleep as his mind races with deep thoughts. The red-haired spirit beside him notices this and asks, "Hey, zombie, why aren't you sleeping?" Gong-ja replies, "There is something I need to confirm." With that, he pulls the blanket over his head, burying himself underneath it. The two of them fall silent. As Gong-ja lies there, 2 shadows quietly approach him, and a voice whispers, "Is he fast asleep?" Another voice replies, "Looks like it. Let us grab this chance." Suddenly, Gong-ja snaps his eyes open and sits right up. The 2 shadows are none other than the girl from this morning and the old man, young Gamtang. Startled, young Gamtang stammers, "What, kid? I thought you were asleep." Beside him, the girl stares blankly, her face expressionless as she praises him. "Impressive. When did you notice us?" Gong-ja calmly replies, "I have found everything strange from the very beginning. It is freezing cold, yet the 2 of you are only wearing thin clothes. Unless you cultivated internal energy, you would have frozen to death by now. It is your active internal energy that shields your bodies from the bitter cold. The more internal energy you circulate, the faster you burn through your stamina and exhaust yourself." Gong-ja points a finger and concludes, "So when you are focused on circulating your internal energy, you cannot pay attention to anything else. The 2 of you were bitten, weren't you? Just like magic or demonic cultivation, you are simply trying to suppress the venom by circulating a massive amount of internal energy. Am I wrong?" The girl suddenly stands up as if about to do something. Terrified, young Gamtang gasps, "Girl, wait!" The girl slowly takes off her outer robe and says, "It is fine, old man. No need to explain. Kid from the outside world, you are right." As they strip off their clothes, a terrifying sight is revealed on both of their backs. She says, "This old man and I were bitten by Jiangshi 3 years ago. However, to be precise, you are still slightly mistaken, kid." Yong Gamtang turns his head and says, "We are not suppressing it. We severed our spinal pathways using internal energy." Grimacing, the red-haired spirit shouts, "You absolute lunatics. How can you even endure that?" "Telekinetic key?" the girl asks. "Young spirit, do you know of sword telekinesis?" The spirit replies, "Yes, circulating internal energy into swords to make them fly." The girl explains to him, severing the spinal pathways with internal energy means paralyzing oneself from the neck down. This means we are currently moving our bodies entirely using internal energy. Just like controlling a sword with telekinetic chi, our heartbeats, the breathing of our lungs, every movement of our joints, and every single muscle fiber, we are manually controlling each one with internal energy. It is no different from performing sword telekinesis 24 hours a day, non-stop. Therefore, walking even a few steps is enough to exhaust us. "What a bunch of lunatics," she says with a trace of sorrow. "That is how we survive the war between the orthodox and demonic sects." Yong Gamtang chimes in. "Just like that, 3 years have already passed. To think we would fall because of our own subordinates' betrayal. We trusted you more than anyone, heavenly demon. But this is a total disaster. Half of the blood ghouls are dead, and they've completely cut ties with the Murim, and the elders who scattered all over the place can't even be found. This is no time to be wasting our energy fighting those fools from the Orthodox sect. It's not just our cult. The entire world is facing an even greater threat right now. Beggars are popping up everywhere, and people with rotting bodies are moving around like they're being controlled by something. Heavenly demon, just as you ordered, we gathered experts from various sects and set up a medical ward. Of course, the leader of the Tang clan and the masters of the Maoshan sect are all here. I've captured countless infected zombies and have been studying their bodies. We've made some progress in a short time." The martial artists bowed respectfully. "Heavenly demon, we had to face the blood demon and the moon shadow. We managed to defeat 100 zombies today, but tomorrow, thousands more will just show up. We can't handle this bizarre plague anymore." The wounded warriors collapsed to their knees, begging in despair. "Heavenly demon, please leave this lost island. No matter what, those zombies won't be able to swim across the ocean. How can the Murim exist in only one place? Wherever our cult's flag flies, that is where the Murim is." A martial artist bowed his head, pleading desperately. The oath made for this grand war was too important to be tarnished now. The world is bound by fragile alliances, but the times have changed, and those rules don't mean anything anymore. Please forget the oath you made to the Murim Alliance leader. You must survive, no matter what. The young man begged pathetically, calling out, "Heavenly demon, heavenly demon." The warrior slowly withered away. Now, inside a mountain cave, 3 figures stood. It was our main character, alongside an old man in white robes and a young lady in black. Gong-ja asked, "How have you managed to endure all this time?" The old man and the lady exchanged a knowing look, and one of them said, "Follow me." The two led him out of the cave into the brilliant, blinding light. Together, they walked across the pristine white snow. Everything around them was swallowed by the pure white of the snow. As someone died, a mysterious voice echoed, though it was unclear who it belonged to. The young lady in black, her long hair whipping in the wind, looked incredibly cold, her voice matching her icy demeanor. "You're about to hear a very interesting story about the Murim. There was once a master who reached the absolute peak, achieving the diamond body, immune to all poisons. No poison could affect him, and no blade could ever pierce his skin. The deadliest poison and the sharpest sword couldn't even scratch him. He was completely invincible." The lady and the old man walked to the base of a historical statue. However, even legends can't tolerate an unbeatable hero. The statue's face looked fierce and menacing. "Hey, kid from the outside world, how do you think that Grandmaster died? What could have possibly killed him?" She suddenly turned to ask our protagonist. Without waiting for his answer, she let out a mocking laugh and answered her own question. "He died because of the demon of lust. Intimacy between a man and a woman isn't poison, and it isn't sharper than a sword, but isn't extreme pleasure a poison in itself? And that's exactly why the demon of lust, showing a man and a woman tangled together, looked so utterly depraved from the very beginning. The woman gently lifted the man's chin. Time seemed to slow down. It all started with the faintest, most subtle spark of pleasure, building up until it reached the ultimate climax. She continued her story. The three of them kept walking, leaving footprints in the deep snow, as she spun her tale of the past for him. Entangled with the demon of lust, at the absolute peak of pleasure, that peerless master couldn't even feel the stinging pain of the demon's whip. He was so utterly captivated by every little movement of her hands and feet. Even the demon's gaze brought him absolute bliss. Suddenly, she reached out and touched her own neck. At the very last second, the demon of lust gently choked the Grandmaster, just like this. His face turned completely purple, requiring no effort at all. Even as he drew his final breath, his face was still painted with a blissful smile. According to the legends, his death was so filled with ecstasy that it wasn't even considered a tragedy. The moral of the story is quite simple. She smiled and turned to look at the old man. The old man chimed in, "Don't go messing around with things like demons. And that's not just some ancient myth, it actually happened. Just last year, the demon of lust targeted and assassinated the inner chi and poison masters of the Tang clan. The three of them stood on the cliffside, looking down at the figures wandering below. In the martial world, most beginners make the mistake of thinking their ultimate goal is to become invincible. But the real purpose of martial arts is actually longevity and immortality. She leaped off the cliff, kicking up a thick cloud of white mist. She cradled a corpse, whose purple body suggested poisoning, and softly whispered to him. Holding him close, she whispered, "Someone immune to all poisons won't die from toxins, but they will certainly die from something else. Even those who possess indestructible bodies won't die by blades or swords, but they will perish from something else." The old man behind her also carried someone on his shoulders, whom she laid down on the snow. "Do you understand? Martial artists simply don't get to choose a familiar way to die." The old man put the body down, sobbing softly as he listened to her. She said solemnly, "When you choose to live in a desolate place like this, that's the moment you choose your own death. Everyone has to die eventually, we all know that. Thinking about your own end, don't you feel bitter?" She asked aimlessly while adjusting the posture of the deceased, "But still, we don't want it to end like this." She stood behind the two corpses that were frozen in a fighting stance, whether dying from an assassination or poison, or falling under a bandit ambush, or even taking a fatal blow from a Shaolin monk. As the old man struggled to carry the body on his back, he listened intently to her. "The most honorable way is to die while trying to break through to the peak of our martial arts. That's why we just can't accept this kind of death." Standing behind a corpse, she continued, "That's exactly why we've held on for so long. Because we refused to die in a way we never wanted. But now, everything is left to fate." Together with the old man and the corpses, they stood in a majestic line. All of this unfolded right before Gong-ja's eyes. Earlier, the blue-haired girl was examining some small fragments, analyzing. Even though the cause of death is the same, the times of death are different. I couldn't find any signs of movement. Back to the present, the sun was blazing. The old man and the woman stood facing each other from opposite directions, ready to clash. An unknown voice echoed, "Very few have survived until today. Last night was a bright moonlit night. Though not as bright as the sun, the moonlight belongs to the Jiangxi. It was the secret code she had mentioned before. Now, we fight without horses, amidst the falling snow. The Murim of the Central Plains will never be defeated so easily. The ultimate fate of the Orthodox faction is to be consumed by walking corpses." The two stood in a tense standoff. Everyone is dying. If we are destined to be defeated, we should only fall by the hands of the most wicked sorcerer. If the Orthodox faction is to perish, let it be because of internal division. The old man and the woman argued fiercely. The records of 5 generations have vanished, and all the scriptures were burned without being passed down. Even with no one left to read them, this world still exists because 2 souls remain alive. The two bowed and clasped their hands, the ritual that marks the beginning of every martial arts duel. The old man clasped his hands and declared proudly, "I am the Martial Arts Alliance leader, Namgung Un, the Grand Patriarch of the Namgung clan. We are all people of the Jianghu. Even if there are billions of people in the world, and 99.99% of them perish from the plague." She clasped her hands just like the old man, speaking clearly, engaging the life and death oath. If the last person left in the world commits suicide, then their death in the game is also counted as suicide. This is a battle to probe this world. Secret question number 990. What is written on the life and death pledge? The old man asked, and she replied, "Life and death." Seeing her charge at him, the old man barked, This is simply unacceptable. Then, the old man rushed forward to counter her strike. Humanity is plunged into danger, and the world is on the brink of ruin. The two fought fiercely. The old man muttered, "The end of days will arrive within the next 990 days. Watching the battle unfold from the sidelines, the male lead gasped. "This can't be happening." Gong-ja's face turned grim. "It's not right. It shouldn't be playing out like this." At that moment, both the old man and the woman collapsed to opposite sides. To the Sword Saint, this was a magnificent battle, but no matter how high-level the technique, it still looked like a joke. The two continued to clash. "What do you plan to do? Are you going to slay more demons and then become the martial arts alliance leader?" The sword spirit asked the male lead. There was still no sign of them stopping. "Fine, it's a merciful punishment. However, it's not going to be easy," the old medicine king said. "But you can't change the fact that we are just strangers." Responding to the medicine king's words, he said solemnly, "I know this isn't what any of us wanted. Some people just want to die by the hands of someone they choose. I will control this world in my own way." Gong-ja stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at the chaotic scene before him as he spoke with determination. By now, night was falling. "Damn it, it's already dark," an annoyed voice grumbled. Someone replied, "Of course, it's winter, the days fly by. I'll make a final decision tomorrow." "Who's going to speak?" A skeptical voice chimed in as the group made their way toward the cave. Inside the cave, a blindfolded young man with a sword in his hand, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, asked her, "Where have you been?" Deep inside, the blue-haired girl was treating an old man. Seeing the male lead return, she walked over to him and reported, "I'm treating a patient. I was in a rush yesterday." "Any progress?" someone asked. The old man being treated replied, "Nothing much." Closing her eyes, she headed off in one direction, saying, "I'll be out for a bit, make yourselves at home." He cheerfully replied, "Sure, won't keep you." Then he turned to the blue-haired girl, with a look on his face that said he knew everything. "All right, now tell me the truth." The blue-haired girl looked at him with an expression that said, "You don't get it, do you? Do you know how much time it actually takes to treat a patient?" She took off her glasses, wiping them with the hem of her shirt. "Okay." The walls were covered with strange carvings. The blue-haired girl spoke up. "Honestly, it will take at least 120 days. The treated old man chimed in, "And it has to be repeated 2 to 3 times to actually work. That is way too much wasted time, and by then, it will already be too late." "You are right. That is the absolute worst-case scenario," someone agreed, while Gong-ja stroked his chin, lost in thought. "At least 100 days, and at most 300. The blue-haired girl waved her hand dismissively. "You are right. We might not even make it work at all, with facilities this poor. I am sorry. You put so much trust in me, yet when the gods awaken, it will still be a normal world. There are only 10 days left before the chronicler stops operating, and it is extremely difficult to find a cure in such a short window." The adorable god with pure white wings stared out at something, while our male lead rested his hand on the sword hanging at his hip. "No, that is more than enough. Don't worry, I'll figure out a way to handle the time issue. Just focus on your research without worrying," he said, offering a reassuring smile that told her she could rely on him. "Do you remember what we said to each other when we first landed in this world?" Back then, holding hands, the two of them agreed that this was a real, living world, not just some ordinary book. "We are here to save this world, aren't we? What I told you back then remains unchanged. Our time is limited, and we must do this before the apocalypse. If we want to get out of here, we absolutely have to finish this research. So stop stressing over useless doubts," the male lead urged, offering both advice and encouragement. She replied, "I'll do everything in my power to live up to your expectations and your trust. So, you also need to fulfill your duty as my leader. Stop overthinking things," the blue-haired girl added. Gong-ja reached out his hand, and she took it, speaking with firm resolve. "Yes, I will handle everything with my own 2 hands. Please trust me." The future master of medicine, in a dark cave, dimly lit by a faint, flickering light, the future apothecary closed her eyes and said, "Just trust me, and leave this in my hands. If it weren't for the Death King, I'd probably still be stuck running my tiny shop in the slums right now. We lost all of our equipment, and honestly, I never imagined things would turn out like this. I want to repay this massive favor to the Death King, so I will pour every ounce of my strength into crafting the cure. However, when I get completely absorbed in my work, I lose all track of my surroundings, so I might not be on my best behavior." Standing beside her, the Death King replied, "That is not a problem. Just give it everything you've got." The apothecary pushed up her glasses and said, "Understood, Medicine King. From now on, you will serve as my assistant and support me with everything you have." The Medicine King grimaced, turning to glare at her. "An assistant? I have never met anyone so utterly insolent in my entire life. Maybe I should splash some cold water on your face to wake you up. Where does a wet behind-the-ears brat like you get off ordering me around as your assistant?" The apothecary simply muttered, "Open skill window." Fuming, the Medicine King snapped back. "What? Are you trying to show off your skills to me? Kids these days really think having a few skills means they can do whatever they want. You have no idea what real talent actually looks like." Unbothered, the apothecary replied, "Why don't you see for yourself what my skill is?" Dumbfounded, the Medicine King spat out. "What? You're showing your entire skill list to a direct competitor? Have you lost your mind?" The apothecary replied calmly. "If I wasn't sane, why would I show you? This skill is called Mobile Hospital. With it, I can analyze everything from blood,